Gu Yuan tragically discovers that she is, in fact, a malicious supporting character within a novel. She originally aspired to alter the prevailing stereotypes surrounding wicked female antagonists. Alas, the deranged and oblivious female antagonist in the story is precisely a reflection of her own character. Adhering to the principle of knowing the dangers, yet choosing to avoid them, could she not simply evade the situation? With a flurry of audacious maneuvers, she inadvertently triggers a critical strike of 2.5 due to her actions. Consequently, at the stroke of midnight, the male protagonist finds himself dialing the police while clad in a bathrobe. This leads to an immersive experience akin to a haunted house for everyone at midnight. Following the conclusion of filming, the entire crew finds themselves seeking treatment at the proctology department the next day. By her sheer will, she instills a sense of trepidation in everyone who encounters her, surpassing the original narrative in intensity. Gu Yuan muses that instead of reproaching herself, it would be wiser to cast blame upon others. Surely the fault lies with them. Moreover, why was she not informed that the female protagonist possessed the ability to read her thoughts? Life is arduous, and Gu Yuan sighs. Chapter 1. I am not happy, thank you. Gu Yuan, are you almost done? Outside the restroom, a woman with a contorted expression glares intensely at the door, while inside, Gu Yuan contemplates deeply and declares, I am not happy, thank you. Gu Yuan, get your ass out of the restroom. I am on the verge of an explosive stomach emergency. Do you believe I will unleash my fury upon you? The previously pensive young woman inside the restroom rolls her eyes. Slowly, she opens the restroom door, stating, Life is so beautiful, yet you are so violent. Before she can finish her thought, a gust of wind rushes past her. A loud bang resounds from behind, revealing that Sister Chen could no longer contain herself. Sister Chen, her esteemed agent, may soon cease to hold that title. She, Gu Yuan, the extraneous young lady of the Gu family, is deemed extraneous because when her elders serve food, she turns the table, and when they pour wine, she abstains. In her most recent faux pas, while dining with her legs crossed, she accidentally tripped her father into her grandfather's dishes, resulting in her temporary expulsion from the family home to experience the harshness of society. Little did she anticipate that before experiencing the cruelty of society, she would instead endure the harshness of the plot. Gu Yuan retrieves a small mirror she carries and gazes at her own beauty, lost in thought. She realizes she is the malicious supporting character in a book titled The Enigmatic Wife of the Tyrannical CEO. Indeed, she merely fainted from low blood sugar and suddenly found herself as the villainess in the story. The male protagonist, Shen Qingli, is the president of the Shen Group, known for his ruthlessness and a hint of darkness in his dealings. The female protagonist, Mu Yubai, is the recently discovered true heiress of the Mu family, cloaked in numerous layers of disguise. And she is the envious female antagonist who participated in the same dating reality show as the female lead, relentlessly suppressing her out of jealousy, only to be met with a resounding slap in the face and ultimately retreating in disgrace. Upon initially grasping the storyline, Gu Yuan intended to dismantle the ingrained stereotypes associated with wicked supporting characters. However, the thought of the unstable, oblivious, and perpetually chaotic villainess in the narrative dampens her resolve. Gu Yuan, at a loss for words, pressed her forehead in exasperation. This is utterly ridiculous. This stereotype has been carved in my likeness. How am I supposed to amend it? With a sorrowful expression, she murmured, It is evident that I am not devoid of options. I still possess a path to demise. Soon, Gu Yuan managed to recalibrate her emotions. Adhering to the principle of knowing the dangers, yet choosing not to tread upon them, she promptly secured herself another variety show. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan remained steadfast in her belief that she could not possibly be as foolish as those depicted in novels. When encountering a beautiful woman, one should engage in a 360-degree spin and embrace her, rather than indulging in trivialities. Is it merely a surplus of salt that leads to such idleness? I reflect upon myself thrice daily. I am not at fault. The fault lies with this world. She mumbled to herself as she departed from the hospital. After much effort, Chen Yu, affectionately known as Sister Chen, gazed at the breach of contract fee sent by the director of the romantic reality show they had initially agreed upon. Additionally, there was another program titled Workplace First Experience, which sent over the show's agenda, accompanied by a sharp explosion from the restroom. At that moment, Gu Yuan stood beneath the hospital building, drawn towards a whimpering sound emanating from the bushes. Following the noise, she discovered a young boy of approximately 5 years. Little one, have you lost your way? Where are the adults from your household? A cherubic child lifted his gaze upon hearing her words, his eyes darting as he sniffled. My adult has gone missing. Gu Yuan rubbed her forehead. It seems that you are the one who has strayed. I shall escort you to the nurse. No, I do not wish to return. Why not? After some inquiry, the child revealed his name to be Shin Qingjue, sharing that his parents were divorced, his siblings were at odds, and he often faced bullying and hunger. Gu Yuan handed him her bag of chips. With a face full of concern, she mused that this child must be experiencing a trial of existence. Little one, I must tell you, you need to be strong. As Shin Qingjue munched on the chips, he quietly muttered, but they all despise me. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, thinking, my fiery temperament, this child's mindset is rather perilous. She reached out to take the chips from Shin Qingjue, imparting wisdom. You must believe that if one person dislikes you, it is their own issue. If a multitude detests you, then they are undoubtedly colluding. Shin Qingjue, while reclaiming his chips, nodded dismissively. Oh, I always thought it was my own problem. Nonsense. As the old adage goes, it is better to blame others than to berate oneself. Gu Yuan raised her chin slightly, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. You must understand. Refuse to engage in mental self-torture. Begin with me. Do not question your worth. Rather, question the justification of others. Shin Qingjue eagerly responded. Wow, sister, you understand so much. You must be quite successful, right? Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, her fingers nervously brushing her nose. My career is still a work in progress. Oh, then you must be quite wealthy, right? Not at the moment either. Shin Qingjue appeared perplexed, but still offered consolation. It's all right. Sister must have plenty of time, right? Time to play. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt as if she had been struck by an arrow in the chest. How is it possible for her to lack both a career and finances while simultaneously being devoid of time? Shin Qingjue, come here. A cold, deep male voice abruptly interrupted Gu Yuan's awkwardness. She turned to see the brother whom the child claimed did not care for him. Tall and slender with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he was indeed quite handsome, though his heart seemed lacking in kindness. Gu Yuan furrowed her brow and shielded the child behind her. Who are you? Attempting to abduct a child in broad daylight. Shin Qingli observed the stance of the young woman before him, seemingly protecting little Ju. The hostility in his eyes diminished slightly as he spoke politely. Hello, I am Shin Qingjue's brother, I. How can you prove you are his brother? Shin Qingli, rarely confronted, appeared somewhat bewildered. I am indeed his brother. Is proof necessary? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan rolled her eyes dramatically. Of course. Whoever asserts must provide evidence. Otherwise, do you expect to pull off a heist without any assets? I. Speak less, for I suffer from a phobia of crowdedness and cannot associate with those possessing numerous ulterior motives, Gu Yuan remarked, gazing at the child behind her who incessantly stuffed potato chips into his mouth. A flicker of compassion surfaced in her eyes as she could not help but express, let me tell you, even if your parents are divorced, you should not place undue blame on your younger brother. He. Shin Qingjue momentarily halted his chip consumption, realizing with dread that his secret had been exposed. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingli furrowed his brow. Wait a moment, did you just say something incorrect? After a thorough explanation, Gu Yuan looked in astonishment at the child behind her. It turned out that this young lad was merely under strict parental supervision, forbidden from indulging in snacks, and had run away in a fit of anger. Gu Yuan thought to herself, how utterly embarrassing. If life must present a calamity, I would prefer it to be a Portia rather than this mortifying predicament before me. Hello, I am Shin Qingli, indeed the brother of Shin Qingjue, and I must express my gratitude to you, miss, for standing up for young Ju. And you are? Shin Qingli from the Shin group. Gu Yuan, in a daze, grasped Shin Qingli's hand. This was indeed her first encounter with him. This individual had always been the epitome of a model child, excelling in both life and studies, existing on a completely different timeline from the rest. I might as well relinquish all and embrace Louis Vuitton. Ah, perish the thought. Shin Qingli cast a deep glance at the girl before him as he prepared to depart. This was the very first time he had ever been verbally scolded so directly. The little boy, being led away by Shin Qingli, continued to shout, You wicked older brother, I do not like you. You are not a good person. You are unlikable, and even less of a good person. Gu Yuan's lips twitched in amusement. Splendid, that phrase was also taught by me. I hope Shin Qingli does not hold a grudge later on. Chapter 2. I truly envy you. Your skincare is remarkably thick. The variety show first experience in the workplace had not previously been mentioned in the book, and Gu Yuan felt that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she had managed to hold her ground. Although her mental state was rather unconventional. She still possessed a modicum of survival instinct. Following the script, Gu Yuan arrived at the studio ahead of schedule. Teacher Gu, please rest here for a moment. The other guests will be arriving shortly. Gu Yuan nodded obediently. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the studio door swung open once more, revealing a genuine beauty, tall, long-legged, with porcelain skin and striking features.
Oh,
Who is this stunning beauty? My DNA is truly stirred. A sudden voice echoed in Mu Yubai's mind, causing her to pause mid-step. It seemed no one had spoken just now. Where did that voice come from? Mu Yubai's gaze swiftly locked onto the only other person present, Gu Yuan. Cautiously, she took a seat on the sofa beside Gu Yuan. Wow, the sister is looking at me. Gorgeous sister, slurp. Her waist is not a waist. It resembles a deadly curved blade, and her legs are not mere legs. They are the spring waters of the Seine. Gu Yuan restrained her perverse thoughts, inwardly lamenting, what a beauty. How I wish to be closer. After all, which girl would not be excited upon encountering a stunning beauty? Mu Yubai's gaze inadvertently met the sparkling eyes of the person opposite her before she nonchalantly averted her eyes, though her fingers tightened around her phone. This was the first time she had encountered a girl she admired so deeply.
Mu Yubai touchet hagnose.
Slightly lowering her gaze to conceal the fleeting shyness in her eyes. Adhering to the principle of not being overly self-conscious, Gu Yuan cheerfully settled beside Mu Yubai. This beautiful sister you. Teacher Mu, here is your microphone. A staff member approached from the other side. Gu Yuan was instantly frozen in disbelief. Wait, who is this? Like a startled monkey, she darted back to her own seat, trying to maintain a composed demeanor as if the earlier moment of infatuation had never happened. Mu Yubai. Staff member. Don't think that just because you're pretending so well we'll be fooled. This is outrageous. Is this really Mu Yubai? Truly, beauties are meant to be admired from afar and never to be trifled with. Mu Yubai's lips twitched. Had she not just discerned the thoughts swirling in this person's mind, she would have almost believed it herself. Gu Yuan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Surely, the plot twist master was playing a prank on her. Just days ago, she had nearly offended the male lead. And now she found herself face to face with the female lead. As the old saying goes, if you don't put in the effort, you'll never realize just how incompetent you truly are. Are you alright? You seem a bit off. Mu Yubai's voice was melodious, exuding a refined elegance. The sister's voice is so lovely. That familiar voice echoed in her mind once more, and Mu Yubai's fingers curled slightly, confirming that this was indeed the inner voice of the person sitting before her. Gu Yuan continued to nod sincerely on the surface, covering her head with her hand in an attempt to stabilize her faltering image. It's nothing, merely a feeling of helplessness akin to a eunuch wandering through a brothel. No, I must hold it together. I cannot get too close to the beauty. My life has lost a great source of joy. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's inner thoughts, Mu Yubai couldn't help but let out a rare smile. How could anyone's thoughts be so wildly erratic?
Creak.
The studio door swung open once again, and Mu Wanwan, graceful and slender, strode in. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Mu Yubai engrossed in conversation with Gu Yuan. Concealing the venomous glint in her eyes, she thought, if this person got lost in childhood, why did she have to return? What is she doing here? Making things difficult for me? The adopted daughter of the Mu family? Sister, why did you come alone? Weren't we supposed to come together? Gu Yuan's gaze flitted between Mu Yubai and Mu Wanwan, then she feigned a look of realization. The female lead had gone missing as a child, and the Mu family had adopted a girl of similar age. By the time the female lead was found, this adopted daughter, Mu Wanwan, had caused no small amount of trouble for Mu Yubai. Despite Mu Wanwan's lengthy monologue, Mu Yubai did not spare her a single glance. Frustrated yet embarrassed, Mu Wanwan finally exclaimed, is this Teacher Gu? I'm sorry, I was too busy reminiscing with my sister, and neglected you. Gu Yuan pursed her lips, thinking, I am not a vessel for your grievances. Kindly refrain from projecting them onto me. What? Mu Wanwan momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Before coming here, she had already heard about Gu Yuan's wild demeanor, completely unlike a refined young lady. She was unruly and had recently been expelled from the Gu family for training. Even so, the Gu family had proclaimed that anyone who dared to bully Gu Yuan would be slapping the Gu family's face. Although Gu Yuan herself was unaware of this, Mu Wanwan had expected to align herself with Gu Yuan. As her mind whirled, she finally comprehended Gu Yuan's meaning and pitifully said, I've heard that teacher Gu is difficult to get along with, especially envious of those more beautiful than herself. But beauty is innate. I still wish to have a good relationship with you. Gu Yuan. How can you endure this? Her gaze shifted to Mu Wanwan's face. And the more she looked, the less attractive she found her compared to the female lead. She then smirked. I truly envy your skin. Your care regimen must be quite extensive. It was the first time Mu Wanwan encountered such blunt insults, leaving her at a loss for words as she forced a smile. Teacher Gu is joking. Beauty experts say my stratum corneum is quite thin. Gu Yuan, is that so? With such a thin stratum corneum, how can your skin be so thick? I find that quite enviable. Even if I were to envy someone more beautiful than myself, you wouldn't fall within that category. Mu Wanwan's face immediately darkened. Gu Yuan, are you insinuating that I'm ugly? Gu Yuan chuckled. Oh. So your brain does work after all. I thought it was gathering dust. Awaiting inheritance. It was the first time Mu Wanwan had encountered someone so lacking in decorum. How can you speak like that?
Why not?
Life is already challenging enough. What is wrong with uttering a few profanities? As the variety show was being streamed live, viewers were left stunned by Gu Yuan's audacious antics. Little yellow face. How to put it, there seems to be some truth in her words. Innocent great mother monkey. Gu Yuan truly lives up to the title of reckless sister. She really goes all in. My goddess Wan, what on earth is the point of inviting someone with such low character? I draw my sword. Let us be reasonable. Clearly, Mu Wanwan instigated first. Little yellow face. Agreed, the instigator is the one at fault. At this point, Mu Wanwan had lost all desire to provoke Mu Yubai. She glared at Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, how can you be so lacking in manners? With such a disposition, no one will ever like you. Gu Yuan pouted, fully embracing her madness.
No.
Miss Mu, please don't try to dissuade me. I am the ginger in Huangmen chicken, the spicy sauce among Guangdong folks, the clear soup for those from Sichuan, and the boiling sheep among the adorable sheep in the animated series. I am all about creating chaos for everyone. In Chapter 3, let's delve into some adult topics.
Ha!
Song Chun had just entered when he overheard this exchange and couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling the collective gaze upon him, he shyly touched the tip of his nose and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I am a guest on this variety show, a medical student, Song Chun. His eyes then fell upon Gu Yuan, intrigued by her forthright demeanor. This was indeed a workplace experience show. Besides Gu Yuan, Mu Yubai, and Mu Wanwan, who were all studying acting, there were 2 medical students, the male, Song Chun, and the female, Xia Yan. Additionally, 2 agricultural students, Zhang Lin and Duan Zhou, both tall and robust, were also part of the group. The host, Chu Qi, arrived fashionably late. This gentleman in his 40s, tempered by the passage of time, possessed an endearing, quirky charm. Hello everyone, welcome to Workplace First Experience. We will begin with a brief interview. Known for his penchant for asking sensitive questions, Chu Qi's gaze landed on Gu Yuan first. I have heard that you are quite straightforward, but some say you have a double standard. What do you think about the netizens' opinions on you, Nen? Gu Yuan curled her lips in disdain. Who said that? I suggest they poke their own eyes out. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, her cat-like eyes twinkling. But I must admit, I do have some double standards. After all, I scoff at superstition, yet I kneel at the entrance of the god of wealth's temple. Zhuji. At that moment, Mu Wanwan interjected. Oh, really? I saw you at the matchmaker temple with Madame Gu last time. Gu Yuan retorted without hesitation. Oh, I was there to ask the matchmaker to tighten the red thread between me and the god of wealth. My god of wealth must not be swayed by any unscrupulous little spirits. Zhuji.
Mu Wanwan.
Little face turning yellow. So clever. How did I not think of that? Waiting to amass 1,000,000 assets. I've decided I will do the same next time. After all, the god of wealth's temples are bustling. We should rethink our approach. Tomorrow, I will be the boss. Sister Mang has truly captured my heart. Wan Wan, a decade-long fan, Pa. Just seeking attention. Cough, cough. Alright, let us skip this topic. Indeed, superstition is not to be encouraged. After all, I have prayed for years without any fortune. At this, Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering aloud. Is it possible that when the god of wealth came knocking at your door, you were at work, hence your continual lack of prosperity? Chu Qi. That hits hard. My friend. Let's change the subject, he continued. I've heard Wan Wan is the adopted daughter of the Mu family. However, it appears you are still residing with them. Is it because you do not wish to leave? Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Bravo. You dare to ask? Mu Wanwan felt a vain throb on her forehead. She had long heard that Chu Chi would ask anything, but she didn't anticipate his utter disregard for her dignity.
Haha, how could that be?
It's just that my parents are very attached to me. They can't bear to see me go. As she said this, she cast a smug glance at Mu Yubai. Humph, a mere clown, seeking the spotlight, Gu Yuan muttered under her breath. I detest such fools. The interview by Chu Chi continued.
Now,
Let us discuss some topics more befitting adults. Gu Yuan was puzzled. Topics for adults? Teacher Chu, do you own a house? A car? What is your savings balance? When do you plan to marry and have children? Chu Chi was momentarily taken aback by her barrage of significant questions. That is not quite the topic I meant. Let us talk about some sensitive subjects. Sensitive? Gu Yuan replied boldly. My political stance is quite sensitive. I am a staunch successor of socialism. And you, Teacher Chu? I am as well. Absolutely. At this moment, Chu Chi was sweating profusely, realizing that if this continued, his job might be at stake. I mean, does anyone have a significant other? Someone they fancy? Mu Yubai looked at Gu Yuan in surprise. It was the first time someone had rendered Chu Chi speechless. True to his reputation as a notable host, Chu Chi quickly regained his composure and turned to Gu Yuan with a smile. And do you have someone you like? Whether in school or the entertainment industry? Gu Yuan pondered seriously for a moment before responding solemnly, no. Not a single one with romantic intentions. But there are plenty who incite murderous thoughts. Okay, then how about Wanwan? Chu Chi, now thoroughly wary of interviewing Gu Yuan, feared that continuing would turn their entertainment show into a legal program. Pure-hearted big mother monkey, Sister Mang has truly echoed my sentiments. In my company, it's just a bunch of beer bellies. I lack any desire to even apply makeup. Striving to save for retirement, who isn't. Even beggars can choose the weather for their alms, while I must work through rain or shine. Climbing the corporate ladder, I work solely for 3 reasons: to complain about the company, to criticize the boss, and to grumble at the clients. A small goal. We are all pitiable wage earners. After a lengthy interview, they were finally set to step into the workplace. Gu Yuan gazed pensively at the Shin group before her, while Mu Wanwan, upon learning she would be an assistant there, looked utterly despondent. Why did Song Chen and Xia Yan go to the hospital, while Shang Lin and Duan Zhou went to the fields? Why are we, the acting students, stuck being secretaries? This is not aligned with our major. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan glanced at Mu Wanwan and sighed. Perhaps everyone in the workforce is merely performing. No one is truly being themselves. She could accept being someone as secretary, but why had it to be at the Shin group? She hoped the male protagonist had long forgotten her, this little oddball. Upon entering, they were taken to the secretary's office, where Shin Qingli's assistant would conduct their orientation. Hello everyone, I am President Shin's assistant, Hao Yuqian. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. At this, Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. What a splendid name. Assistant Hao smiled modestly. It's merely a name, just a name. As Assistant Hao began the orientation, Shin Qingli sauntered in leisurely. He hadn't intended to intervene, but upon spotting a familiar name on the roster, he was taken aback. Assistant Hao immediately noticed Shin Qingli's arrival. President Shin, are you here for an inspection? Thank you for your hard work. Mu Wanwan's eyes sparkled upon seeing Shin Qingli, and she quickly stepped forward. Even Mu Yubai, out of courtesy, took a step closer to greet Shin Qingli. Shin Qingli was a standout among the elite of their generation. Having assumed power upon reaching adulthood, truly the epitome of the child of another family. In attendance, there remained but a solitary individual, serenely seated, diligently taking notes. A chill ran down Assistant Hao's spine. Could Miss Gu harbor any discontent towards their esteemed CEO? Gu Yuan sensed the cacophony around her had abruptly ceased, jolting her awake from slumber. Upon lifting her gaze, she found the male and female leads, alongside a throng of others, fixated upon her. Gu Yuan? She sprang to her feet, eager to approach, but in her haste, lost her balance and slid to a kneeling position right before Shin Qingli. Silence enveloped the room, a stillness akin to death. Chapter 4. 2 in a year, 5 in 3 years. Assistant Hao's eyes sparkled at Gu Yuan's antics. What a clever fellow. Initially, he thought her discontent was palpable, yet she had concealed a grand surprise. After this, her presence would surely be etched in the boss's memory. Gu Yuan wiped her face, feigning composure as she rose from the floor. In truth, she had been intrigued by an ant performing splits on the ground, prompting her to take a closer look. Mu Wanwan, unable to maintain her facade, burst into laughter. Gu Yuan paid no mind, after all. As long as she appeared eccentric, others would seem normal by comparison. Shen Qingli, already aware of the Gu family's eldest daughter's unreliability, waved his hand dismissively. No matter. I have a project that requires one of you to accompany me on a business trip. Who would like to join? Gu Yuan obediently shuffled to the back of the crowd. While she was fine with working, she had no intention of laboring. With the male and female leads inadvertently crossing paths, her survival was uncertain. She preferred to savor her current existence instead. Let Mu Yubai go. She possesses exceptional abilities. And perhaps you two could cultivate a relationship. Just imagine, 2 in a year, 5 in 3 years. The thought alone is mind-blowing. Mu Yubai had intended to volunteer, but was caught off guard by Gu Yuan's sentiments. The notion of 2 in a year and 5 in 3 years was enough to make her cringe. Thus, the leg she had planned to advance with was stealthily withdrawn. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Wanwan stepped forward. Mr. Shen, might I be suitable? I can directly handle client receptions. Shen Qingli glanced at Gu Yuan, who was shrinking behind the crowd, striving to diminish her presence, and smirked. Gu Yuan, you shall accompany me. Gu Yuan's pupils dilated in disbelief as she pointed at herself. Are you certain you want me along? I am notoriously incompetent and wasteful. Shen Qingli chuckled at her self-deprecating description. You're perfect for this. You can also review the project plan and contemplate what you perceive as the greatest risk should it be entrusted to you. Gu Yuan pouted, muttering under her breath. I believe the project's greatest risk is entrusting it to me. Observing her transformation from a slacker to someone animatedly engaged, Shen Qingli found it amusing. Wasn't she quite spirited when she had pointed a finger at him in anger? Little did Shen Qingli know, his unfortunate business trip was about to commence. If life could be lived anew, he would undoubtedly wish for Gu Yuan not to accompany him. While others sought profit from business trips, Gu Yuan seemed intent on demanding the very lives of everyone involved. Gu Yuan sat across from Assistant Hao, holding the project proposal with a resigned expression. Shen Qingli was undoubtedly seeking personal vendetta. She sensed something was amiss, her thoughts troubled. Strange, why isn't Mu Yubai accompanying Shen Qingli? I calculate that such extravagant fortune does not fall to me. Not far from Gu Yuan, Mu Yubai stiffened. The notion of 2 in a year and 5 in 3 years was not fortune but rather a heavy burden. Originally intending to console Gu Yuan, she found herself firmly planted in her seat. Meanwhile, Mu Wanwan was envious, lamenting why she could not accompany Shen Qingli while she remained to serve tea. With a venomous glare directed at Gu Yuan, Mu Wanwan feigned discomfort. Then, I am experiencing stomach pains. Could you prepare tea for Mr. Shen? He and the clients are in the meeting room and the black tea is in the pantry. With that, Mu Wanwan swiftly departed, as if unable to contain herself. Gu Yuan? How outrageous. Using a mere 2 words to manipulate the situation. Little brat, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next, I shall toss you into the shredder. Mu Yubai suppressed a laugh, observing the expression of sheer dismay on Gu Yuan's face. Gu Yuan retorted, Do you need assistance? Mu Yubai inquired with a smile. Gu Yuan quickly shook her head. No, it's just tea. I can manage. She spoke with conviction. Yet upon reaching the pantry, she was at a loss once more. Where were the black tea leaves? After circling the pantry twice, she discovered them in a corner. How much should she use? Gu Yuan found herself in a silent standoff with the tea leaves in her hands. Ha ha ha. It was clear that Sister Meng had never done a lick of work at home. After all, Sister Meng was still the eldest daughter of the Gu family, with blood ties to boot. Nonetheless, had she added too much tea? The lethality of tea leaves. 1 sip could keep her awake for 3 nights with raucous dancing. Adhering to the principle of the more, the merrier, she filled each cup with half a cup of tea leaves. Knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Gu Yuan glanced towards the area where Shen Qingli was situated, balancing the tray as she approached them. Here is your tea. Shen Qingli regarded Gu Yuan, then glanced at the clients across the table, dutifully accepting the teacup. As it happens, you needn't leave. This is our project's client. Please take a seat beside me and note the key points. Gu Yuan was indifferent. Whether she was slacking off here or elsewhere mattered little. Fine, that works. Ahem, Mr. Shen, your assistant certainly possesses a unique character, Zhao Yi remarked with a teasing tone. Shen Qingli nodded in exasperation. The young lady is experiencing life outside the confines of her family. Zhao Ye's playful demeanor softened considerably upon hearing this. I see. Hello, I am Zhao Yi, the general manager of a subsidiary under the Gu Group. Gu Yuan was taken aback, glancing at Zhao Yi. a subsidiary of her family-esque conglomerate? She now understood why Shin Qingli had brought her along. Yes, I see. Nice to meet you. Zhao Yi observed Gu Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, maintaining a pleasant smile. Shin Qingli chose not to comment on the situation. Zhao Yi was a college classmate of his. Though capable, he lacked connections. Over the years, he had climbed to a respectable position through sheer merit. By the way, regarding this project, I may not be the direct point of contact, as the headquarters will send someone to oversee the inspection, and they will also evaluate the project. If we can satisfy the headquarters, your business could expand even further. Upon hearing the words, Shin Qingli narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in the depths of his gaze. Is that so? I genuinely appreciate you bringing this matter to my attention. Meanwhile, in the tea room of the secretary's office, a secretary emitted a piercing shriek. Ah! Who opened my wood ear mushrooms? I just received the package. Chapter 5. This mental state. Far ahead. In the next moment, Assistant Hao arrived at the scene. What did you say? Wood ear mushrooms? Who tampered with them? Speak up. Sun Miao had merely intended to vent her frustrations, but little did she expect Assistant Hao to escalate the situation. Flustered, Sun Miao glanced at Assistant Hao. It's not that serious. My wood ear mushrooms aren't tea valuable. Due to their conversation, the members of the secretary department had already gathered around. Indeed, Assistant Hao, there's no need for such an overreaction. Meow meow, isn't even that anxious. Assistant Hao felt as though his mind had become a chaotic mess.
No.
The crux of the issue is that President Shin's pu'er black tea hasn't been opened yet. What was sent up to President Shin and the client? Assistant Hao's words left everyone perplexed.
So?
I initially thought I lacked experience, but it turns out this is indeed just wood ear mushrooms. Sister Mang, you've caused a ruckus. This incident surely bears some responsibility from Mu Wanwan, doesn't it? Get out from upstairs. Don't meddle in our affairs. What does this have to do with our Wanwan? It was indeed Mu Wanwan's responsibility. She hastily passed it on to Gu Yuan, without proper instructions.
Unbeknownst to Mu Wanwan,
who was blissfully unaware of the online backlash against her. She was in the restroom, beautifying her makeup, when an older secretary dragged her out. What are you doing? Mu Wanwan bit her lip, looking at the secretary staff with a face full of grievance. Assistant Hao burst forth. Weren't you supposed to brew pu'er black tea for President Shin? Which one did you brew? Mu Wanwan frowned. The task of brewing tea was handed over to Gu Yuan. We're done for. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan, who was in the office listening to Shin Qingli's discussion, caught a glimpse of Shin Qingli's teacup from the corner of her eye. Gu Yuan? Am I seeing things? Can teacups now open their lids by themselves? Uncertain, she looked again. Just as Shin Qingli, feeling thirsty, lifted the teacup to drink, he suddenly locked eyes with the wood ear mushrooms floating inside. Shin Qingli, I have never felt so speechless in my life, truly. Zhao Yi also noticed the peculiar sight in the teacup and looked down. President Shin, have you changed the tea leaves? This tea seems rather familiar. Gu Yuan, feeling quite embarrassed, covered her face. How could it not be familiar? This is wood ear mushrooms. Why on earth would such an odd food appear in the tea room? Shin Qingli turned his gaze towards Gu Yuan. Focus. Gu Yuan, do you owe me an explanation? Gu Yuan scratched her cheek, perhaps? You may have heard that wood ear mushrooms can lower blood pressure and lipids, and enhance immunity. Alright, I admit my mistake in mistaking wood ear mushrooms for tea leaves. Zhao Yi stifled a laugh, struggling not to burst out. Shin Qingli gazed at the lethal amount of wood ear mushrooms in the teacup, and surprisingly felt a tinge of relief. It was hard to imagine the heartbreak he would feel if it had been his pu'er black tea. With a resigned sigh, Shin Qingli said, you, take your wood ear mushrooms and go have fun. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, a blessing in disguise. President Shin, could you please place the teacup on the tray? That cup is a bit hot, and I can't handle it. Shin Qingli. Outside the door, a group of secretaries observed the teacup and wood ear mushrooms in Gu Yuan's hands, their expressions reflecting the realization. Assistant Hao swiftly approached Gu Yuan and, what did President Shin say? Did he get angry? Don't be too hard on yourself. President Shin has always been reasonable.
Oh.
President Shin told me to go have lunch first. Gu Yuan touched her nose and smiled shyly. President Shin told me to go have fun. It's just about 11 o'clock, going for lunch isn't too much, is it? Mu Yubai, who had just stood up, slowly sat back down, thinking to herself how strong Gu Yuan's mindset truly was. Assistant Hao, huh? Oh, then you should go have lunch. As they watched Gu Yuan's departing figure, the secretaries whispered, do you think Gu Yuan will be fired by President Shin? I think it's possible. Maybe they're just sending her off for final meal. No way, isn't she still recording a variety show? She shouldn't be leaving. Mu Yubai continued with her work, pondering idly how life would become quite interesting with Gu Yuan around. Xin Qingli and Zhao Yi exited the reception room and walked directly towards Assistant Hao. Where's Gu Yuan? Assistant Hao looked bewildered. Didn't you ask her to go have lunch? Xin Qingli, forget it. Have her come to my office after she finishes eating. After lunch. Gu Yuan strolled around the company building, then took a walk in the garden downstairs before finally checking the location of the emergency exit. By the time she arrived at work, she was fashionably late. Assistant Hao, who had been waiting in the secretary office for Gu Yuan to return from lunch, looked exasperated. Weren't you supposed to have lunch ages ago? Why are you back so late? Gu Yuan, puzzled, replied. Isn't this the time to start work? Why return so early? It wouldn't even earn me any pay. Assistant Hao's face contorted in disbelief, unable to retort. Your mental state is truly light years ahead. By the way, President Shin wants to see you in the office. Gu Yuan gave an okay gesture with her hand. All right, I got it. That evening, at the grandest hotel in the capital, the Sheng Tang Hotel, Gu Yuan followed the crowd to the reserved private room. Assistant Hao had organized a dinner under the pretext of enhancing team cohesion. Gu Yuan thought to herself that a free meal is still a meal. After being kicked out by her father, financial resources had become quite scarce. Too much to lament. She wondered when she would be allowed to return home. But thinking of her father's face smeared with food, instead of offering comfort, she had mocked and recorded a video to share online. Gu Yuan anxiously touched her nose, feeling that she wouldn't be returning anytime soon. As her father's embarrassing history still lay in her phone's album, Gu Yuan settled in a corner, waiting for the dishes to be served. Before long, Mu Yubai unexpectedly entered the room.
Oh.
Why is Mu Yubai here? She doesn't seem like someone who enjoys mingling.
But
those legs and waist are only slightly less impressive than mine. Slurp. Mu Yubai paused mid-stride before casually sitting next to Gu Yuan. Wow. Those hands are truly remarkable. Wait. Why is she sitting next to me? Could it be that? Mu Yubai's motion halted, wondering if Gu Yuan had sensed something amiss. Is it because she wishes to compete with me for food? How outrageous. Her intentions are truly reprehensible. Mu Yuhua chuckled softly, pressing her forehead in amusement, already aware that she should not harbor any expectations from this lively character. Hello, Anan. I recall that President Shin will be joining us tonight, right? I happen to have some matters I wish to discuss with him. Gu Yuan was suddenly called out, her expression momentarily stunned. Oh. I wish you the best of luck. So, you have come to pursue men, have you? Indeed, those who achieve great things are unconcerned with trifles. Mu Yuhua's lips twitched slightly. I have established a small company and happen to have a project that I hope President Shin might find appealing. If you're interested, you could also venture out a bit. Gu Yuan suppressed her urge to retort, reminding herself that the person before her was the protagonist and that she must refrain from making sarcastic remarks. With a compliant demeanor, she responded, Yes, indeed. Your words are filled with wisdom. Venture out? Absolutely. While one is still young, one should seize the opportunity to explore. Otherwise, one may never understand the feeling of going 3 days on an empty stomach. Chapter 6. Undefined Qualities, Growing Stronger in Adversity.
Mu Yuhua mused.
Had she not been able to hear Gu Yuan's inner thoughts, she might have genuinely been deceived by her. Before long, everyone had gathered, and the meal could finally commence. Gu Yuan quietly remarked, I must say, the Sung Tong Hotel holds a significant place in the upper echelons of the capital for a reason. The flavors here truly surpass those of many surrounding establishments. Gu Yuan's mind was entirely occupied with the food before her, unaware that everything was being closely observed by Mu Wanwan. Mu Wanwan approached gracefully, a glass of white wine in hand, her intent quite clear. She sought to provoke Mu Yuhua. Sister, Anan, you two seem to share a close bond, sitting together as soon as you arrived. Unlike me, who was left to sit all alone. Upon hearing this, the surrounding guests turned their gaze towards them, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Gu Yuan's expression stiffened, her delicate and beautiful face betraying her irritation. She shot a glance at Mu Wanwan and retorted impatiently, When I regard you as a person, could you at least attempt to act like one? Mu Wanwan was taken aback by Gu Yuan's direct confrontation. I didn't mean to, I just noticed you and sister are quite close and wanted. Wanted what? To sit next to Mu Yuhua? You should have said so, I never refused. Gu Yuan stood up to offer her seat, effortlessly pushing Mu Wanwan back to her original spot. Just to be clear, you'll be sitting next to your sister now, so don't trouble me anymore. When I lose my temper, I can be quite formidable, even to women. Mu Wanwan gazed at Gu Yuan in bewilderment, repeatedly shaking her head. No, that's not. No, you simply wish to get closer to Mu Yuhua while expecting me to be your scapegoat. Gu Yuan clapped her hands, delivering her diagnosis to Mu Wanwan. With a flick of her sleeve, she departed, leaving Mu Yuhua and Mu Wanwan exchanging glances. Though Mu Wanwan intended to create trouble for Mu Yuhua, there exists a distinction between covertly causing trouble and doing so openly. Very well, you understand how to stir up trouble. Just as Gu Yuan finally settled into a good position, another individual approached to create discord. So, you must be in? I didn't expect that you would be sent on a business trip with President Shin so soon after joining the company. We are utterly envious. A woman with long, wavy hair swayed her hips, covering her mouth as she laughed. Gu Yuan glanced at her, unable to suppress a grimace, sensing that the newcomer bore ill intentions. The novel had mentioned that many female secretaries in the office competed for Shin Qingli's attention, and now it seemed she had encountered one of them firsthand. Nevertheless, Gu Yuan remained unperturbed. Today, she would demonstrate what it means to possess undefined qualities and grow stronger in adversity. Gu Yuan calmly surveyed the woman before her and replied, "Oh, it's quite all right. Don't be disheartened. After all, you are not the only one feeling envious." Tianyan tightened her grip on her glass, and "You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. I have encountered a few others who are somewhat similar to you, but they are all renowned femme fatale." Realizing she had perhaps spoken too candidly, Tianyan quickly covered her mouth. "Then, please don't take offense. I merely intended to compliment your beauty, unlike me, who bears no resemblance to a femme fatale." Gu Yuan calmly sipped her drink and concurred, "Sister Tianyan, you are correct. After all, those who are truly beautiful deserve the title of femme fatale, while someone like you might be referred to as a water ghost." At this, Tianyan's expression darkened instantly. "What do you mean, Gu Yuan?" Although she may not have possessed Gu Yuan's exquisite looks, she considered herself a beauty nonetheless. Gu Yuan shrugged. "What do I mean?" "I mean nothing at all. Moreover, did you not say that yourself? Why are you getting so worked up?" With this, laughter erupted around them.
Tianyan,
A long-standing member of the company, often wielded her seniority to exert dominance. Little did she expect that the hunter would become the hunted. Mu Yuhua observed the audacious Gu Yuan with a smile gracing her lips. Tianyan, feeling her pride wounded, retorted, "Disregarding the advice of elders leads to immediate consequences. I merely intended to look out for your well-being." Gu Yuan feigned agreement. "Yes, you make a valid point. But why should I heed your counsel?" With a playful smile directed at Tianyan, she added, "By ignoring the words of the wise, I shall only grow wealthier. Wouldn't you agree, Sister Tianyan?" Tianyan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. "You are utterly unreasonable." With that, she stormed off fuming. Gu Yuan chuckled, spreading her arms in a mimicry of Tianyan's stance. You are simply unreasonable. What a feat it is for you to have seen through my character."
thud.
In her sky-high heels, Tianyan, incensed, stumbled and fell to the ground. The atmosphere instantly quieted, and Gu Yuan relished the newfound clarity in the air, free from bothersome interferences. Mu Wanwan recoiled slightly, finding Gu Yuan utterly terrifying. The Gu family had clearly raised a child without a shred of the grace expected of a noble lady. The Gu family sighed. Alas, words alone bring tears. In contrast, Mu Yuhua approached Gu Yuan with a smile. "I never realized, Enin, that you possess such a sharp tongue. Aren't you worried about making enemies?" Gu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yuhua. "Is this sister perhaps a bit unwell? Why does she always gravitate towards me?"
Mu Yuhua,
Undeterred by Gu Yuan's inner musings, maintained her composure. Gu Yuan glanced at Mu Yuhua, who continued to observe her intently, and casually remarked, "I firmly believe that when complimenting others, one may be disingenuous, but when it comes to insults, one must be sincere." Mu Yubai was hearing such remarks for the first time. Sister Yubai, you may not be familiar with me. I firmly believe that anyone who provokes me deserves to be scolded before meals, before sleep, and after sleep. In summary, I take delight in berating them whenever I recall it. If their luck diminishes, there is no doubt that my curses have been effective. How impressive! Gu Yuan raised her chin. Indeed, ever since I stopped fearing offending others, my life has become much more pleasant. Mu Yubai turned to look at the person who had spoken. Gu Yuan suddenly seemed to recall something, and when she turned around, she found Shin Qingli standing behind her with his arms crossed, having arrived unbeknownst to her.
"Oh,
I happened to sit right next to the door, and didn't notice Shin Qingli had come." Gu Yuan cast a resentful glance at Mu Wanwan. blaming her for causing her to leave that advantageous spot. In essence, Gu Yuan's life motto was that living was already quite challenging, whenever possible. She preferred to blame others rather than herself. I reflect on myself 3 times a day, and I am never at fault. Chapter 7. Self-impose a penalty of 30 cups of white liquor. Mu Wanwan, inexplicably receiving a glare. Gu Yuan seems to have some serious issues. President Shin, you're late. Aren't you going to penalize yourself? Shin Qingli had not anticipated that Gu Yuan would pull the stunt. He smiled calmly. All right, I was late. How would you like to punish me? Gu Yuan instantly grinned widely, lifted a nearby cup that was a few centimeters high, and boldly declared. Then let's start with the self-imposed penalty of 30 cups, drinking white liquor. Assistant Hao. Cough, 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 perhaps we should reconsider this. Assistant Hao swore he had never seen such shock on President Shin's face. How about this? Today's expenses will be covered by President Shin. Everyone can order whatever they like. Gu Yuan pouted and muttered softly. Well, he was going to pay anyway. Do you think we, the working class, would pay? Let's order a set of roast duck.
No.
Make it 2 sets. The last sentence was shouted out loud. Shin Qingli and Mu Yubai could only facepalm. This girl had quite the mentality. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled at the freshly served roast duck. She immediately began turning the table. Why is this table selectively refusing to cooperate? Why can't it turn now? Mu Yubai paused her eating, instinctively glancing over at Gu Yuan, who was engaged in a battle of wits with the table. Upon realizing the situation, Mu Yubai sighed softly and leaned closer to Gu Yuan, whispering, Do you feel as if Assistant Hao is looking at you with an especially resentful gaze? Gu Yuan, holding her chopsticks, looked around in confusion.
What?
Thank heavens, Gu Yuan finally spotted Assistant Hao, who was struggling to keep the table steady while Shin Qingli served the dishes. The look in Assistant Hao's eyes was not merely resentful. If gazes could attack, Gu Yuan would have been reduced to ashes by now. Finally, once Shin Qingli finished serving, Assistant Hao cautiously withdrew his fingers from the table. Gu Yuan took a careful glance and noticed that Assistant Hao was now unable to hold his chopsticks, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Feeling anxious, Gu Yuan averted her gaze, touching her nose. This isn't my fault. During family gatherings, I would even turn the table when my grandfather served food. It wasn't that Gu Yuan was impolite. She simply lacked awareness at times. The few beautiful secretaries who had been secretly observing Gu Yuan quickly averted their eyes, foolishly believing that this girl was attempting to seduce President Shin. They even deeply suspected that if Assistant Hao weren't present, President Shin might not even get a full meal today. No gathering is complete without drinking. And Assistant Hao led the toast. Today, we welcome 3 new colleagues to our secretarial department. And we thank President Shin for taking the time out of his busy schedule to reimburse our meal expenses. Although the new colleagues may not stay with us for long, we should treat them like family.
Good.
Good. Let's drink to that. Gu Yuan raised her cup enthusiastically and gulped down a large mouthful of white liquor. Her gaze then fell upon the wine bottle on the table. It was beautiful, resembling gold, and had handles on both sides, making it convenient for pouring. Mu Yubai initially wanted to advise Gu Yuan against drinking so much, but then Gu Yuan's inner thoughts echoed in her mind. Haha, I knew this would happen. Thankfully, I replaced the liquor in my cup with water beforehand. Mu Yubai thought to herself, sometimes, being able to hear others' thoughts leaves me feeling quite helpless.
Wow.
Shin Qingli can really hold his liquor. I remember, he gets affectionate when he gets drunk. If Mu Yubai also gets drunk, those two might create quite the scene.
Cough.
Cough, cough. Just as Mu Yubai took a sip of her drink, she was caught off guard by Gu Yuan's inner monologue and ended up choking. Innocently drenched, Gu Yuan exclaimed, What the heck? You can drink, but if you can't, go to the kids' table. Are you trying to raise fish on me?
Ugh.
Mu Yubai really is at odds with me. I should have known better than to sit with her. Apologies, I was rude. Let me compensate you for your clothing. After finally stopping her coughing, Mu Yubai's cool voice held a hint of apology. The moment she spoke, Gu Yuan's inner complaint ceased, and she stared blankly at Mu Yubai's tear-filled eyes. The sight of a beautiful woman shedding tears was truly captivating.
Mu Yubai frowned inwardly,
Wondering if her previous expression had been unclear. Why was Gu Yuan suddenly silent?
Oh my.
A beauty in tears. How enchanting. Mu Yubai's hand trembled, and a smile crept across her lips. She was quite curious about what else occupied Gu Yuan's mind besides beauty and food. My clothing costs a total of 3,800. Shall I use WeChat or Alipay? Let's use WeChat. I'll add you. Upon seeing the notification of a successful transaction, Gu Yuan's smile widened. Hee, a net gain of 3,000. This drink incident turned out to be quite worth it. Mu Yubai found the situation amusing. It seemed that Gu Yuan's mind contained not only thoughts of beauty and food but also money. As Gu Yuan turned, she spotted Mu Yubai facepalming. With the mindset of using someone else's money to save herself from trouble, Gu Yuan slowly approached Mu Yubai. So you can't drink? Shall I change it to water for you? Mu Yubai looked into Gu Yuan's sparkling cat-like eyes and suddenly smiled, leaning closer to her. All right, thank you, sister. Oh my. I'm so excited. Wait, I have no tools for the crime, sigh. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. Gu Yuan happily skipped away. Mu Yubai watched the joy radiating from Gu Yuan, her pale fingertips slowly brushing against her red lips, grinning with a hint of mischief. The entourage of the Gu family was a group she had both overtly and covertly interacted with, a pack of wolves and leopards. How could such a foolish Hakimi emerge from such a lineage? The scene before her was silently absorbed by a pair of dark, inscrutable eyes. Shun Qingli raised an eyebrow. Pondering silently, the dossier did not indicate that Mu Yubai's sexual orientation was female. He had some acquaintance with the Gu family. Should he perhaps alert the young Gu Yuan about this? Moments later, Gu Yuan returned cheerfully, whispering, Quick, bring out the cups. In her hands was a wine bottle identical to the one on the dining table, filled with water by the waiter. Just as Gu Yuan poured a full glass for Mu Yubai, a magnetic, cool voice suddenly resonated from behind. Yuan, pouring wine? Aren't you going to pour me a glass? Gu Yuan glanced at Shin Qingli, pouting slightly, reluctant to move. After all, Mu Yubai had paid for it. What about him? He was merely empty-handed, yet had the audacity to think otherwise. As soon as Shin Qingli spoke, the atmosphere in the private room instantly turned frigid, with all eyes darting toward Gu Yuan. Shun Qingli casually remarked, By the way, this is my first time tasting tea brewed with wood ear mushrooms. From now on, I'll have to inform Uncle Gu.
No.
Please, don't say that. I'll pour for you, Gu Yuan exclaimed fervently. Indeed. The embarrassment of social faux pas became fodder for others' amusement, a lifetime of personal blunders. Well, if it's just water, then let it be. Better than drunken indiscretions. Mu Yubai caught a glimpse of Gu Yuan's subtle mutterings, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Swiftly, Gu Yuan filled Shin Qingli's glass with wine. Assistant How timely interjected. All right, to a brighter tomorrow, let us raise a glass.
Cheers.
Here's to a flourishing future for the Shun group. Tomorrow will be even better. All glasses were raised high, and amidst the scrutiny of onlookers, wisps of white smoke curled from the wine glasses of Mu Yubai and Shin Qingli. Gu Yuan gasped. Oh no! It seems the bottle contains boiling water. Chapter 8. Hilarity ensues. Upon witnessing Shin Qingli's wine glass, Assistant Hao felt a moment of dread. The scene fell once again into an eerie silence. Shin Qingli and Mu Yubai had never been so at a loss for words. Assistant Hao stammered. The wine in the boss's hand is indeed different. It evaporates faster than ours. Yes. Assistant Hao is correct. Gu Yuan shrank her petite figure into a corner, thinking, This has nothing to do with me. As long as I deny it quickly enough, responsibility won't catch up with me. After a hearty meal, Shin Qingli called out to the departing Gu Yuan, Do you have a car? Gu Yuan replied, perplexed, yes.
Good.
Tomorrow, come to my house to pick me up. We need to visit a client in M City to advance the project. Shin Qingli, somewhat concerned, cautioned, Remember to book a hotel for both of us. M City is adjacent to the capital, about an hour's drive away. Oh, I understand. The next day, Gu Yuan, unusually diligent, rose early for work. As Shin Qingli entered the car, he observed Gu Yuan's drowsy demeanor. A wave of apprehension washed over him. When did you obtain your driver's license? Do you drive often? Gu Yuan yawned widely about a month ago. I don't drive often. You're lucky, Shinzong, to be my first passenger. Shun Qingli, initially seeking reassurance, froze in shock. You got your license a month ago, and now you dare to hit the road? Gu Yuan, noticing Shin Qingli's stiff expression, grinned. Don't be scared, Shinzong. While I just acquired my license a month ago, my car has been with me for several years. With my family's modifications, even if an accident occurs, we'll be just fine. As she spoke, the car roared to life. Cough. Wait, I'll drive. Shin Qingli, determined to prolong his life, firmly took the driver's seat. After a safe journey, they finally arrived at the Gu Group's subsidiary in M City. As Gu Yuan stepped out of the car, she was immediately surrounded by several senior executives. Hello, I'm Bai Liang, the vice president of Gu Group. Gu Yuan instinctively withdrew her outstretched hand, awkwardly retreating a step under Bai Liang's puzzled gaze. I'm Shinzong's secretary. Shinzong is at the wheel. Shin Qingli, seasoned in handling unexpected situations, stepped forward with a smile, politely extending his hand. I've heard much about you from Zhao Yi. Your youthful accomplishments are indeed commendable. And you are quite the charmer. Bai Liang scrutinized the woman standing behind Shen Qingli, a sense of familiarity washing over him. This is quite the honor. It is indeed a privilege for us at Gu Group to collaborate with Shen Zong. Bai Liang's words rang true. Under Shen Qingli's guidance, the Shen Group had flourished immensely in recent years. Had it not been for the involvement in a brand new field, Shen Qingli would not have made this trip.
Gu Yuan,
Standing behind Shen Qingli, quietly assessed them. This Bai Liang seemed to be the vice president in charge of the sales department under her elder brother. Gu Yuan pondered, tapping her chin as she followed behind. She recalled that Bai Liang not only excelled in capability, but also had another intriguing label. In the next moment, her eyes lit up. Oh, Bai Liang was rumored to be gay. Taking advantage of the moment when Shen Qingli was discussing contracts with Bai Liang, Gu Yuan sent a message to Shen Qingli. I'm off to book a hotel, I'll leave first. Shen Qingli glanced at the message, then at Gu Yuan, who was engrossed in her phone. Can't you book online? Gu Yuan quickly typed back, no. The hotel I have my eye on requires me to be present in person. Shen Qingli, feeling helpless about having this young lady accompany him, was momentarily unsure who was assisting whom. Understood. Also, pick up some gifts for the clients on your way back. Got it, I'll return with gifts. When Bai Liang returned, he found Shen Qingli alone in the reception room, engrossed in reviewing documents. Bai Liang smiled and asked, where's your secretary? Why is Shen Zong left alone here? Shen Qingli lifted his gaze, a subtle smile playing on his lips. She went to book a hotel. Bai Liang's expression shifted to one of contemplation. I see. Shen Zong's secretary appears quite young. It's only natural for some oversight. Shen Qingli's lips twitched, ultimately opting not to elaborate. When Gu Yuan returned, she bore several exquisite gift bags, unmistakably valuable. Initially, she intended to deliver them directly, but fate had her arriving just in time for their lunch. Shen Qingli observed Gu Yuan's empty hands. Did you eat the gifts? Gu Yuan unapologetically patted Shen Qingli's arm. Aren't we supposed to eat? During mealtimes, it is customary to present gifts, and we shall offer ours after dining. Shen Qingli expressed considerable skepticism towards Gu Yuan, but acquiesced nonetheless. Out of respect for Shen Qingli, a plethora of dishes were ordered for lunch, among which a spicy chicken dish particularly delighted Gu Yuan's palate.
Consequently,
the atmosphere transformed into a scene where Shen Qingli and Bai Liang engaged in amiable conversation while Gu Yuan joyfully savored her delectable meal. In between discussions, Shen Qingli took it upon himself to refill Gu Yuan's glass with juice. The senior executives near Bai Liang watched in astonishment. Could this truly be a mere secretary? She was the epitome of a diligent worker, reflecting on their own roles as they trailed behind Bai Liang, frequently serving tea and water. They couldn't help but feel a sense of unacknowledged hardship. Naturally, some were more astute, pondering in their minds. Shen Qingli has always been known for his disinterest in women. If this girl bears no emotional connection to him, could she possibly be a formidable talent under his wing? Perhaps she is the sales champion of the Shen Group, the kind who sustains an entire company? Upon reaching this conclusion, one individual gazed at Gu Yuan with newfound respect, proclaiming her to be a true powerhouse. This serves as a testament to the folly of assumptions. In reality, Gu Yuan remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety in her boss pouring her juice. As Shen Qingli and Bai Liang concluded their conversation, Gu Yuan had nearly finished her meal. Shen Qingli cast a glance at the contented young lady, deeply questioning the wisdom of bringing her along. She had not contributed to any of the discussions, but had inadvertently caused quite a stir. When Gu Yuan's juice ran dry, Shen Qingli instinctively reached for a nearby bottle of sparkling water to pour for her, only to have Gu Yuan swiftly move her glass away, her face contorted in disdain, declaring, I won't drink that sparkling water, it tastes awful. Almost immediately, her eyes roamed the table until they landed on a yogurt container, and she raised her chin, demanding, I want yogurt. Shen Qingli, resigned, replied, very well. Her audacity left Bai Liang's executives utterly flabbergasted, while Gu Yuan continued to relish her spicy chicken, exuding an air of defiance, as if declaring, today, it is either your downfall or mine. One individual, perhaps emboldened by the atmosphere, hastily attempted to snatch a piece of chicken from under Gu Yuan's chopsticks, eager to taste if it was as delicious as it appeared. However, his movements were too swift. The piece of chicken, instead of being captured, soared through the air in a parabolic arc, landing with a splat on Bai Liang's pristine white suit. Bai Liang sprang up in shock. Witnessing the spectacle, Gu Yuan bit her lip, ultimately unable to suppress her laughter, exclaiming, "What a chaotic scene."
Chapter 9. No worries.
I am just as capable of dealing with you. Bai Liang. Executives. Shin Qingli, if we cannot speak respectfully, perhaps we should remain silent. Placing a hand atop Gu Yuan's head, Shin Qingli effectively muted her. Gu Yuan, belatedly realizing her faux pas, sheepishly covered her mouth, yet continued to mutter under her breath. Trouble springs from the mouth, but surely this incident wasn't solely my fault? The executive, who had attempted to snatch the chicken, interjected. Thank you ever so much. You've just ensured my social demise. Yet, one executive, unnoticed by the others, cast a dark look at Shin Qingli and Gu Yuan. As Bai Liang stepped out to change his suit, the banquet transitioned into the second phase of cordial exchanges. Executives took turns toasting Shin Qingli. One particularly rotund gentleman even went so far as to distribute cigarettes. With a cheery demeanor, he offered one to all the executives until he reached Shin Qingli, at which point he snapped the cigarette case shut, a sneer of disdain crossing his chubby features as he remarked, "Mr. Shin, it seems I've run out of cigarettes by the time I reached you. I hope that is not an inconvenience?" Standing beside Shin Qingli, Gu Yuan noted that the case still contained half a pack. Utilizing her keen intellect, she quickly deduced that this man was deliberately seeking confrontation. Gu Yuan was astounded by his childish antics, thinking, "Are you quite mad? Do you wish to offend Shin Qingli? You dare to stir trouble under the auspices of the Gu family at a gathering orchestrated by Bai Liang? Do you intend to pit the Gu family against the Shin family?" The other executives were equally taken aback by the man's audacity. "Old Li, how could you behave this way?" The individual addressed as Old Li wore an even more arrogant grin, and before he could retort, a sharp sound rang out as he clutched his face in disbelief, staring incredulously at Gu Yuan. Not just Old Li, but everyone present regarded Gu Yuan with astonishment. With a beaming smile, Gu Yuan wiped her hands with a wet napkin and declared, "No worries, we wouldn't mind. We could just as easily smoke you out." Old Li's retort was cut short as Bai Liang returned to the room, his brow furrowing at the unfolding farce. What on earth is happening here? After a brief explanation, Bai Liang cast a dark look at Old Li. "I understand your dissatisfaction regarding the impending termination, but that does not justify your attempts to undermine our esteemed client. After today, I suggest you visit HR to submit your resignation." Old Li stammered, his lips moving silently before he finally bowed his head in submission. Throughout this encounter, Shin Qingli remained silent, merely observing with a bemused expression as Bai Liang dealt with the situation. The meal concluded in an atmosphere of awkwardness, leaving everyone present, with the exception of Gu Yuan, unsatisfied. Once Gu Yuan had her fill, she recalled she had matters to attend to. She left Shin Qingli by the car, clutching the gifts as she rushed towards Bai Liang. "Shin Qingli, this is the first time I've experienced the sensation of standing beside my car without being able to enter. Mr. Bai, these gifts were specifically requested by our General Shin for you. I hope you will accept them." Each item was carefully selected by him. Gu Yuan cheerfully presented the gifts. Bai Liang glanced down at the contents, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes as he discovered them to be unexpectedly to his liking. With a smile, Bai Liang accepted. "Since it is Mr. Shin's goodwill, I shall graciously accept." On their way back, Gu Yuan sat idly in the back seat until a thought struck her. Tentatively, she turned to Shin Qingli. That Old Li's behavior was not representative of the Gu family's intentions. Please do not hold us accountable for his actions. A glimmer of understanding passed through Shin Qingli's gaze as he finally replied softly, "All right, I understand. However, Old Li is merely an executive at the company. Even if he lacks intelligence, he would not engage in such actions, would he? If there isn't someone guiding him from behind, Shin Qingli simply cannot believe it." Gu Yuan, recalling the formidable demeanor of Shin Qingli in the novel, uncertainly remarked, "You stand by your word. Otherwise, you're not a true Huagua person." Shin Qingli, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "Do you truly perceive me as someone devoid of integrity?" Gu Yuan, arms crossed and appearing unfazed, replied, "No. You have no credibility in my eyes whatsoever." Shin Qingli's lips twitched slightly. "What if I were to target the Gu Corporation?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan raised her chin, her feline eyes sparkling with mischief, pride evident on her face as if to say, "I knew it. Then I shall inform my father, urging him to converse with your father and have him discipline you." Shin Qingli exclaimed, "I never anticipated you could be so unscrupulous." The car gradually fell silent as Gu Yuan busily typed away on her phone, bombarding her elder brother, Gu Liunyan with messages.
Gu Lianyan.
The eldest son of Gu Yuan's uncle, ranked first among the younger generation of the Gu family. It was imperative to alert Gu Liunyan to be wary of Shen Qingli. Suddenly, during a meeting, Gu Liunyan's phone erupted with incessant notifications, startling him. His lips twitched. This was the special ringtone he had assigned to Gu Yuan. "Excuse me, I need to step out," he said, pausing the meeting. Upon glancing at the messages from Gu Yuan, a smirk graced his lips as he swallowed hard, thinking, at least it wasn't in vain. His long fingers tapped rhythmically on the phone. Alas, there's no helping it, the old man dotes on that little fool. And ignoring her would only lead to being chased down by him upon returning home. Once Gu Yuan received a reply from Gu Liunyan, she contentedly put her phone away. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Qingli inquired, "What was the gift you presented to Bai Liang?" It was the first time she had witnessed such genuine joy on Bai Liang's face. Gu Yuan shrugged her shoulders, pride radiating from her. A black night tarantula. Bai Liang rarely indulges in hobbies aside from visiting the GA bar or tending to his tarantulas. Recently, one of his prized black night tarantulas passed away,
And he mourned it for quite some time.
Shen Qingli raised her eyebrows in surprise. "I didn't expect you to actually do your homework. I thought Gu Yuan," unfazed by the praise, waved her hand dismissively. "I didn't specifically research it. It's just that his tarantula met its demise due to my mishap." Shen Qingli fell silent for a moment. "You always manage to make me marvel at the diversity of humanity." "Fine. Let us consider that a compliment. Just remember to reimburse me." Gu Yuan's lips curled into a delighted smile, feeling that the journey was worthwhile.
So,
"You're using my money to repay me a favor?" As Gu Yuan handed the room key card to Shen Qingli, she cast a puzzled glance at her bag, wondering why there was only one key card for Shen Qingli's room when there should have been two. Where had the other card gone? Never mind, she thought. She would report it lost at the lobby later. At midnight, Gu Yuan had just finished playing a game and was preparing for bed when she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! I forgot to report Shen Qingli's room key card lost. But it should be fine, right?" She lay down on her bed, muttering, "What does a grown man have to fear? Besides, how could he be so unlucky? I'll just report it lost tomorrow." 20 minutes later, a loud crash erupted from the adjacent room belonging to Shen Qingli, causing Gu Yuan to bolt upright in alarm, thinking it was an earthquake. She hastily threw on some clothes and rushed out. In the hotel corridor, she found Shen Qingli clad in a bathrobe, his face darkened as he held his phone, preparing to call the police, while Bai Liang, impeccably dressed in a white suit, stood dumbfounded, clutching a bouquet of vibrant red roses in one hand and the other lost room key card in the other. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 10. Just tell me if it's safe or not. Gu Yuan stepped forward, caught in the gaze of both, her expression filled with trepidation. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding." Bai Liang furrowed his brow, glancing between Shen Qingli and Gu Yuan, and asked, "Wasn't it you who gave Shen Qingli's room card to me? What is going on here? A setup?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingli instantly frowned and hung up the call he hadn't yet made. "Gu Yuan? You gave my room card to Bai Liang?" Gu Yuan sheepishly scratched her nose, realizing that Bai Liang's elation over the gift was not due to the Black Knight tarantula but rather Shen Qingli's room card. A chill ran down her spine as she thought, "This is truly terrifying." Both of you, please calm down. Let me explain. I accidentally mixed Shen Qingli's room card into your gift. I intended to make that card void, but forgot to do so tonight, thinking that a grown man like Shen Qingli would be fine." As she spoke, her voice grew weaker, feeling the intensity of Shen Qingli and Bai Liang's stares piercing through her. Ultimately, she was grateful for the rule of law that spared her from being obliterated. At this moment, a camera quietly recorded the entire incident from a corner of the corridor. "Wow, what have I discovered on this late night?" Gu Yuan thought. "I told you staying up late always reveals something new." Laughter erupted online. Let us take a moment to appreciate President Shen's psychological trauma, but shouldn't the focus be on President Bai's dapper suit and the beautiful bouquet of red roses? "Oh my goodness, Bai Liang. I'm dying of laughter." "Shen, if it doesn't work out, just go with President Bai. Based on physique alone. If it comes to it, it should be Bai Liang pursuing Shen Qingli, right?" Ahem, I digress. Things are getting wild. Gu Yuan was experiencing firsthand the sensation of being glared at with lethal intent. However, she cautiously swallowed and pointed toward the camera, suggesting, "How about we return to our rooms to discuss this? After all, this is a live broadcast." Shen Qingli and Bai Liang simultaneously ordered, "Someone, get rid of her." Ultimately, They did not return to their respective rooms. Instead, they all went their separate ways that night. As for the reason why, Gu Yuan speculated. It was likely that Shun Qingli did not wish to share a room with Bai Liang. The next day, Gu Yuan unusually arose early, carrying breakfast she had purchased. She knocked on Shun Qingli's door. When the door opened, Shun Qingli appeared, sporting visible dark circles under his eyes, starkly contrasting with the radiant Gu Yuan. Boss, I've brought you breakfast. Shun Qingli took a deep breath, replying, Don't call me boss. You are my boss. Now tell me, did you participate in this variety show to provide Gu Lianyan with an opportunity to defeat Shun's company? Gu Yuan quickly shook her head. No, not at all. Shun Qingli pinched the bridge of his nose, expressing mild frustration. I can definitively tell you, you have succeeded. For more than 20 years. He experienced insomnia for the very first time, and it was all due to an oversight by Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan hastily defended herself, saying, President Shun, I truly did not mean to. Who could have known that Bai Liang had ulterior motives? He didn't even give me a hint when he accepted the gift. With a sincere twinkle in her eyes, she suggested, President Shun, I believe Bai Liang harbors ill intentions towards you. You must remain vigilant against him. Shun Qingli retorted. You are quite adept at shifting blame. It's a pity you're not pursuing a career as a chef. Hearing Shun Qingli's softened tone, Gu Yuan chuckled awkwardly and said, Well then, Shun Qingli, let us have breakfast. I specifically bought this for you early this morning, and it's still warm. Shun Qingli sighed in resignation, acknowledging that it was his own fault for bringing this trouble upon himself. He resolved never to bring her along again. Indeed, there would be no next time. As Shun Qingli finished his meal, Gu Yuan's stomach audibly grumbled, making him realize he had neglected her. Years of upbringing made him feel slightly embarrassed as he said, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask if you had eaten. Gu Yuan, however, grinned widely, carefree, and replied, It's nothing really. You're not angry anymore, are you? Seeing her somewhat naive smile, the irritation in Shun Qingli's heart dissipated completely. I'm not angry. You should hurry and eat as well. Honestly, why bother getting worked up over someone so silly? Glancing at her phone, Gu Yuan noticed there were still a few minutes until 8 o'clock. She waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. The hotel has a complimentary buffet breakfast at 8. I'll go eat later. Shun Qingli paused mid-bite. You. Didn't you think that I might want to have the buffet for breakfast too? Gu Yuan scratched her cheek. I did consider that, but I thought an apology should come with something, so I simply bought you breakfast. At that moment, Shun Qingli felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Fine, you can go have fun. I don't want to see you right now. It dawned on him why Gu Shu had sent her away. She was indeed infuriating, yet impossible to truly be angry with. After Gu Yuan had her fill, Shun Qingli took her away from M City. By the time Gu Yuan realized what was happening, they had already entered the bounds of the capital. Wait, weren't we here to sign a contract? Why are we turning back? Shun Qingli was momentarily speechless. Sign a contract? Bai Liang only wants to turn us both into toothpicks after seeing us. Gu Yuan shrugged. Oh well, out with the old, in with the new. Shun Qingli sighed irritably. You seem rather unfazed. Gu Yuan replied, What can I do? What is done is done. I just have to think of a way to remedy it. What remedy? How about this? Tomorrow I'll take you to the Gu Corporation headquarters and let you discuss matters face-to-face with Gu Lianyan. Shun Qingli nodded. All right, I'll drive tomorrow. Gu Yuan shook her head. No. Let me do it. I assure you my driving will be perfectly safe and controllable. Shun Qingli raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Really? Gu Yuan nodded emphatically. Yes, I swear. The next morning, standing at the entrance of Shun Corporation, Shun Qingli gazed at Gu Yuan's little electric scooter. Lost in thought, he hesitantly asked, Is this what you call a vehicle? Gu Yuan proudly honked the horn. What do you think? Safe, right? Shun Qingli could only feel speechless. Half an hour ago, his car had been driven away by Assistant Hao. Now, even if he wished to regret it, it was too late. Gu Yuan patted her little scooter. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Qingli suggested, How about we take a taxi? Gu Yuan pouted. Why take a taxi when my vehicle is right here? Hurry up and get on. Stop dawdling. Reluctantly, Shun Qingli climbed onto Gu Yuan's little scooter, finding solace only in her decent driving skills, grateful that she didn't steer him into a ditch. At the headquarters of Gu Corporation, the executives waiting at the entrance observed the slowly approaching scooter and the impeccably dressed Shun Qingli seated on it, experiencing a profound sense of bewilderment. Yet, Gu Yuan appeared completely unperturbed as she dropped Shun Qingli off and earnestly instructed, Wait for me. I'm just going to park the vehicle. Shun Qingli's lips twitched. All right. At that moment, some observant individuals noticed that the driver was none other than Miss Gu herself. When Gu Liunyun arrived, he saw the scene of Gu Yuan instructing Shin Qingli and stepped forward with a smile. President Shin, your mode of transportation has become increasingly eco-friendly. Shin Qingli raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. I owe it all to Miss Gu. Otherwise, I might not have had this awareness. Gu Liunyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, mine often thinks outside the box. However, she is not ill-natured, so I hope President Shin can be a bit more forgiving. As Gu Yuan approached, she overheard Gu Liunyun speaking ill of her.
Hey.
Gu Liunyun, stop spreading rumors about me behind my back. I'm working hard, alright? Gu Liunyun ruffled her hair playfully. Is that so? For example, by slipping President Shin's room card into Bai Liang's gift, resulting in Bai Liang nearly spending the night in jail? Gu Yuan sheepishly rubbed her nose. Well, that was not intentional. It was an accident, truly. Gu Liunyun smirked mischievously. An accident? You should go explain that to Bai Liang. Gu Yuan thought to herself, it seems that Bai Liang is the true unfortunate one in this scenario. While Shin Qingli and Gu Liunyun discussed the project, Gu Yuan wandered around Gu Corporation, attempting to locate Bai Liang. It was uncertain whether Bai Liang was deliberately avoiding her, or if she was simply having the worst of luck, as she searched high and low without finding him. Resigned, Gu Yuan made her way to the reception desk. The receptionist appeared to be a new employee, with long waves of hair and a pleasant appearance. Hello. May I ask if Bai Liang is in the Gu Corporation? The receptionist set down her compact mirror, scanning Gu Yuan from head to toe. And upon realizing her attire was not of any notable brand, her tone turned condescending. Look at you in that shabby outfit. You think you can meet our president, Bai? Don't assume that just because you're pretty, you can do whatever you want. Gu Yuan gritted her teeth, finding life to be quite mundane. I advise you to rein in your little thoughts. Our president Bai is not someone just anyone can meet. Gu Yuan was taken aback to find herself confronted at her own company. The young woman raised her chin, unapologetically retorting, is your education merely prenatal? I asked if Bai Liang is in the Gu Corporation. You only need to answer either yes or no. Even if I truly lack any background as the receptionist, you should inquire about the purpose of my visit to see Bai Liang and register my presence, rather than resorting to impudent remarks. The receptionist was taken aback. This seemingly easy-to-bully girl was surprisingly articulate. What kind of quality do you possess? I merely spoke to you once, and you're already upset? Gu Yuan chuckled lightly. If I'm not angry, should I be angry for you? Don't speak to me about quality. It's a trait you evidently lack. Why demand it from others? I ask you, is Bai Liang present in the company or not? The receptionist was rendered speechless by Gu Yuan's retort. After a long pause, she rolled her eyes and replied curtly, not here. When will he return? Gu Yuan pressed. The receptionist, with a scowl, shot back, how would I know? After uttering that, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Gu Yuan fell silent, instead taking a photograph of the receptionist's name tag. The receptionist, flustered, covered her name tag and demanded, what are you doing? Gu Yuan shook her phone, grinning triumphantly. I recall that the Gu Corporation has a receptionist rating system, which directly ties into your performance bonuses, correct? Of course, I intend to rate you and inquire with HR about who hired you, allowing you to work without proper training. The receptionist was startled. Few were aware of the rating system, and she had not anticipated Gu Yuan's knowledge of it, causing her to panic. Security. There's a troublemaker here. Hurry and throw her out. Gu Yuan face-bombed, her delicate features clouded with complexity.
Goodness.
How did the Gu Corporation employ someone as dim-witted as you? Does Gu Liunyun feel too comfortable in his position as general manager? The security guard, upon hearing the receptionist's words, rushed over without hesitation, confronting Gu Yuan, who told you to stir up trouble here. If you don't want to receive a lawyer's letter from the Gu Corporation, I advise you to tone it down. The Gu Corporation is not someone you can offend. Gu Yuan, now exasperated, retorted, excuse me, are you blind or deaf? Can't you see that this receptionist is the one with the poor attitude, instigating trouble with me? The security guard rolled his eyes, crossing his arms dismissively. Even if Lingling has issues, you're the one looking for trouble. Gu Yuan's small face scrunched up upon hearing the security guard refer to the receptionist by name. Lingling? Oh, I see. So you and this Lingling are a couple. That explains why you're so lacking in common sense. The receptionist, Lingling, flushed and stammered. Why, you're mistaken. We're not together yet. Gu Yuan rolled her eyes in disbelief. You two are quite the pair. It seems the matchmaking efforts of the god of marriage are on point. The security guard's expression darkened considerably. I warn you. If you continue to speak disrespectfully, I won't hesitate to deal with a woman. Gu Yuan, what the? Just then, a cool male voice resonated from the entrance. What are you all doing? Gu Yuan perked up, her eyes lighting up. The receptionist's expression instantly changed to one of feigned innocence. Mr. Bai, this person is looking for you, and when she couldn't find you, she intended to create a scene in the corporation. We tried to stop her, but she's ungrateful. The security guard chimed in, yes, that's how it is. Gu Yuan was left flabbergasted. If it weren't for you two cooking in the Gu Corporation's kitchen today, I wouldn't eat at all. Your audacity is astonishing. Passing the blame with such conviction.
Chapter 12. Abil short immortal. Trembla, humans.
Gu Yuan turned to Bai Liang, Brother Bai, I'm here to apologize. By the way, who hired this receptionist and the security guard? They need to be replaced. Bai Liang looked at Gu Yuan with a resigned expression. Miss Gu, you dare come to find me again? Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Gu Yuan blinked her big cat-like eyes apologetically. You can't blame me. Didn't you fail to recognize me last time? Bai Liang approached Gu Yuan, ruffling her hair with a hint of irritation. You still have the audacity to say that? I was abroad for a year on business, and you managed to eliminate how many of my guardian spirits? Bai Liang was still somewhat aggrieved, pinching Gu Yuan's cheek. You return to the country and gift me such a monumental mess? I nearly lost my reputation. Gu Yuan blinked innocently, looking up at Bai Liang. Hee. It was a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. Bai Liang released her, scoffing, as if I didn't know it was a misunderstanding? If it were anyone else, I would have made them pay dearly. Seeing Bai Liang's demeanor soften slightly, Gu Yuan rubbed her cheek, feeling satisfied. Although she had sacrificed a bit of her dignity, at least she had managed to apologize. At that moment, the receptionist and the security guard were completely dumbfounded. Even the dimmest of them could tell this girl was not someone to be trifled with. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Gu Liuyan and Shen Qingli stepped out. Upon seeing Bai Liang and Gu Yuan standing together, Gu Liuyan hurried over, positioning himself protectively behind Gu Yuan. Bai Liang, let us talk it over. And surely didn't he mean any harm? Bai Liang rolled his eyes. Do I appear to be that petty? Gu Liuyan asserted decisively. Not at all. You absolutely are. Gu Yuan stifled a laugh. By the way, brother, who hired these two? If it weren't for brother by arriving in time, I might have been beaten and thrown out. Gu Liuyan's expression darkened significantly at her words. I will have HR conduct a thorough investigation. And are you alright? Gu Yuan shook her head. What could possibly happen to me? I'm not one to be easily bullied. Gu Liuyan couldn't help but marvel. That's true. None of us stand a chance against you. The receptionist and the security guard were now in complete panic mode, with the receptionist crying profusely. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I was wrong. It was unintentional. The security guard bowed his head, apologizing repeatedly. Gu Yuan stepped behind Gu Liuyan, saying no, I'm just a humble nobody. Please don't apologize to me. Gu Liuyan's expression turned even colder at her words. The receptionist stuttered, no, Gu Yuan, having finished speaking, crossed her arms and prepared to leave. Before departing, she pointed at Gu Liuyan. This is the kind of parasite dragging down our Gu Corporation. Just look at Shen Qingli's company. They have no such baggage. Brother, you must work hard. Don't let Shen Qingli outshine you. Gu Liuyan patted Gu Yuan's head, reassuring her, don't worry. One day, we will surpass the Shen Corporation. Shen Qingli, with a fist pressed against his lips, coughed lightly. I'm still right here. Gu Yuan waved her hand nonchalantly. Oh, I was just praising you. Are you happy? Shen Qingli maintained a stern expression. All I heard was a threat. Upon returning to the Shen Corporation, Gu Yuan, feeling utterly exhausted, rested her head on the desk. Assistant Hao, glancing at the contract freshly printed, looked at Gu Yuan with curiosity. And you're truly remarkable. How did you manage to convince Mr. Gu and our boss to meet? Gu Yuan extended a finger, shrouded in mystery, and declared, it's because I possess superpowers. Assistant Hao looked utterly bewildered. Superpowers? Gu Yuan, with utmost seriousness, insisted, indeed. Just yesterday, I climbed into Gu Liuyan's villa in the dead of night and swore brotherhood with him. From that moment forth, we are half-siblings, though not by blood. Assistant Hao retorted. If you are Gu Liuyan's sister, then I must be President Shen's own brother. At that moment, Mu Yubai happened to pass by and interjected. Anin is indeed the heiress of the Gu group. Assistant Hao exclaimed, huh? No way. Gu Yuan shrugged in exasperation. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. Assistant Hao chuckled awkwardly. It's just that Anin's demeanor and attire are far too approachable. Gu Yuan patted Assistant Hao on the shoulder. It's all right, I don't blame you. My father has cast me out of the house. Assistant Hao gasped. What? You must hold on. Gu Yuan nodded earnestly. Thank you for your comforting words. I shall persevere. Ha ha ha, the emotional journey of Assistant Hao is quite the spectacle. Assistant Hao remarked, I have never been at such a loss for words. Curiosity piqued. I wondered why Sister Meng had indeed been expelled from her home. Based on my observations over the past few days, I felt her parents' decision to evict her at this juncture was a testament to their mercy as guardians. Truly, her ability to cause chaos is unparalleled. Infuriating, indeed. After Assistant Hao departed, Tang Yan, clad in a striking red dress, sashayed over. Miss Gu, please print the documents I sent you. The president requires them shortly. With a hint of pity in her gaze, she scrutinized Gu Yuan before hastily approaching Mu Wanwan. Could you print these documents? The president might need them. Gu Yuan pouted and muttered under her breath, You double-standard little sausage. Mu Yubai, engrossed in his paperwork, subtly smirked. Such a critique was indeed astute. Gu Yuan began fiddling with her computer, pondering which printer to use. I wonder if it's connected, she mused, absent-mindedly printing a meme. When it failed to print successfully, Gu Yuan, unfazed, switched to several other printers. Just as she was wrestling with the printers, a shrill, terrified scream echoed throughout the building. Gu Yuan jumped, initially thinking it was an earthquake, but quickly realized Mu Wanwan had collapsed before the printer. Moments later, Assistant Hao rushed to the scene, frantically dialing emergency services while bewilderedly surveying the crowd. What happened? Why did she faint? I don't know. She just approached the printer and fainted. Assistant Hao was perplexed. The printer then ejected a sheet bearing a large, black and white image of an ominous figure known as the evil sword immortal. Assistant Hao recoiled in fright and swiftly discarded the paper, exclaiming, What the hell? Where did this evil sword immortal come from? Chapter 13. A Sudden Rise to Fame. In the next moment, Shen Qingli emerged from his office. Assuming the commotion outside had disturbed him, Assistant Hao hurriedly explained, Boss, our printer is malfunctioning and has printed the evil sword immortal, right? Shen Qingli shook the stack of papers in his hand, his expression one of bemusement. Assistant Hao stammered, Mr. Shen? How do you have that too? Before he could finish his thought, the elevator doors opened, and a middle-aged man with a troubled expression burst out. Assistant Hao, Mr. Shen. It's bad. Our company's printers have stopped working and are spewing out the evil sword immortal. This can't be the competitor's way of messing with us, can it? Gu Yuan felt a twinge of guilt as she scratched her cheek. It wasn't entirely her fault, as she had simply lost control. Mu Yubai pondered the root of the incident, only to turn and find Gu Yuan, looking rather sheepish, her large eyes darting around nervously. He sighed, Well, there goes the truth. Shen Qingli instinctively looked at Gu Yuan. Perhaps you know what has possessed our printers? The moment Shen Qingli spoke, all eyes turned to Gu Yuan. She offered a sheepish smile and shifted her body, attempting to obscure the terrifying image of the evil sword immortal on her screen. Being closest, Assistant Hao caught a glimpse of her computer and, realizing she couldn't evade responsibility, she shrugged apologetically. I merely wanted to print some documents, but the printer wouldn't connect. With the mindset that persistence leads to success, I tried connecting to every printer. Shen Qingli.
Mu Yubai.
The surrounding secretaries. Impressive. You managed to wreak havoc all on your own. Assistant Hao felt as though he might just kneel before Gu Yuan. Please, just stay put. Let me handle the printing. Gu Yuan replied, Oh, how embarrassing. Haha, one can only imagine the psychological impact on the employees of Shen's group. To be honest, had it not been for the variety show, Sister Meng might have been expelled by her colleagues long ago. The moment the evil sword immortal appeared, my mind nearly short-circuited. Who among us wasn't he affected? At that instant, I almost believed in the supernatural. The ambulance soon arrived to take the already unconscious Mu Wanwan away. Following the harrowing incident with the evil sword immortal, Gu Yuan became an overnight sensation in the secretary department of Shen's group, thoroughly establishing herself as a fixture. Gu Yuan, with nothing to do, mused, I suddenly feel quite idle. I'm not quite accustomed to this. Assistant Hao emerged from Shen Qingli's office, clapping his hands. Everyone, please tidy up. We will hold a brief meeting. Gu Yuan joined the throng heading to the conference room, where Shen Qingli was also present. Assistant Hao cleared his throat. All right. We have 3 matters to announce in this meeting. First, bored, Gu Yuan watched Assistant Hao's performance on stage, stifling a yawn. Assistant Hao continued. The last point concerns our rival company, Tianchen Group. They have been consistently trying to create trouble for us. Does anyone have any ideas on how we might retaliate? Mu Yubai was the first to voice his thoughts. What level of trouble are you referring to, Assistant Hao? Assistant Hao cleared his throat and cast a glance at Shen Qingli before continuing, something, perhaps, within the bounds of legality that could inconvenience Tianqin Group. Upon hearing this, Tang Yan's eyes lit up, and she immediately turned to the drowsy Gu Yuan. Assistant Hao, I believe this task should fall to Gu Yuan. After all, Anin possesses a remarkable talent for infuriating others and a unique gift for undermining rival companies. Although everyone is aware that Tian Yan's remarks are aimed at Gu Yuan, it must be said that her words resonate profoundly with the sentiments of many. In truth, Assistant Hao harbors similar thoughts. So, Anin, what are your impressions?
Gu Yuan, ZZ's JPG.
Anin? Gu Yuan. Assistant Hao raised his voice slightly. Gu Yuan abruptly lifted her head, bewildered, and surveyed her surroundings. Is it time to eat? Mu Yubai stifled a laugh behind his hand and quietly reminded her, Assistant Hao is inquiring about your opinion. Gu Yuan blinked in confusion.
What? Me?
What's the matter? Assistant Hao, with a hint of exasperation, reiterated the earlier decision. Gu Yuan pondered for a moment upon hearing it. Tianqin Group? Lu Chen's company. Lu Chen appears to be the male supporting character in this narrative.
Oh.
Gu Yuan's expression shifted to one of realization. I can't do it. Her refusal was resolute. Assistant Hao quickly shook his head, insisting that today, they must send this formidable figure out. If Gu Yuan were to linger at Shen's group for a few more days, Assistant Hao could hardly imagine how splendid that scene would be. No, Anin, you are unaware of your own capabilities. We believe in you. This task is destined for you. And you will certainly succeed. Gu Yuan pouted. How can I not know I can? Assistant Hao decisively proclaimed. All right, this challenging task is entrusted to Arnon. A reward awaits if it is executed well. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's interest was piqued. A reward? How much? Assistant Hao. 3,000? Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled at the mention of such a sum.
Oh.
Had I known there was a reward, I would have volunteered sooner. I'm like a brick in this company. Wherever I'm needed, I shall go without hesitation. By the way, I assure you I will complete the task. Assistant Hao's eyelids twitched. An unsettling feeling washed over him. Why does it seem like something is amiss? Sitting at the head of the table, Shen Qingli also felt a sudden wave of unease. After the meeting concluded, Assistant Hao intentionally approached Gu Yuan, his gentle demeanor concealing a deep-seated apprehension. So, Anin, have you devised a strategy to tackle Tianqin Group yet? Gu Yuan, idly changing her wallpaper to that of an enigmatic swordsman, replied nonchalantly. Not yet. But it shouldn't be a significant issue. Tia just about creating some trouble? I have a natural talent for that. She recalled that Lu Chen was somewhat superstitious and that he had a golden statue of the god of wealth prominently displayed in the lobby of Tianqin Group, which he visited for worship each morning. Speaking of Lu Chen, he is a few years older than Shen Qingli, and while his intelligence and resourcefulness are not lacking, his temperament tends to offend the female protagonist frequently. Listening to Gu Yuan, Assistant Hao's unease deepened.
No.
I must prepare Gu Yuan for this. She needs to be briefed beforehand about everything she undertakes. Assistant Hao subtly probed. By the way, and in my left eyelid has been twitching lately. Do you think it signifies that something unfortunate is about to occur regarding your visit to Tianqin Group? Gu Yuan promptly waved a finger in front of Assistant Hao.
Exclaiming, no, no, no.
A twitching left eyelid signifies that good fortune is on the horizon. Assistant Hao faltered, quickly correcting himself. No. I meant my right eyelid has been twitching recently, I think. Gu Yuan slapped Assistant Hao's arm, reassuring him. No worries. A twitching right eyelid is merely a result of the orbicularis oculi and levator palpebri muscles contracting under nerve control, causing the skin to quiver. There's no reason to fret. Assistant Hao stared blankly. Huh? Goodness, knowledge has invaded my mind in a rather insidious manner. Our reckless sister is all about not believing rumors and trusting only what one chooses to believe. Assistant Hao, caught off guard, had not expected their bold sister to possess such intellect. Come on. Although our reckless sister may appear unreliable, she is, after all, a university student, right?
Well,
a rather mentally unstable one at that. Chapter 14. In broad daylight cosplay me? The brief interlude introduced by Assistant Hao did not dampen Gu Yuan's spirits. Casting a glance at the still bewildered Assistant Hao, Gu Yuan calmly shook her head. Assistant Hao, you carry on with your tasks. I'm off to lunch. Having said that, Gu Yuan slipped away. After her lunch, Gu Yuan meandered back to her workstation. Mu Yubai lifted his gaze from his computer. leaning closer to Gu Yuan and quietly inquiring, "Anan, have you formulated a plan to deal with Tianchen group yet?" Gu Yuan blinked, surprised that the female protagonist would show concern for her. She smiled innocently, stating, "Everyone in the secretary's office believes I can succeed, so naturally, I will do my utmost."
Mu Bai, so?
Gu Yuan shook her head. "Not yet, but I will strive to make it happen." Mu Yubai raised an eyebrow, observing the cunning glimmer in Gu Yuan's eyes, sensing that her thoughts might not align with her words. Indeed, as Gu Yuan's words fell, her inner monologue echoed, "Well, whether or not I do it, my attitude is spot on. As the saying goes, this task being entrusted to me indicates that it is of no great importance." Hearing Gu Yuan's inner thoughts, Mu Yubai couldn't help but twitch her mouth in disbelief. Gu Yuan truly was the most carefree individual she had encountered. "All right then. But if you encounter any issues and require assistance, feel free to seek me out." Gu Yuan, with a puzzled expression, scrutinized Mu Yubai, sensing an unusual kindness from her. Her inner self vehemently shook its head.
Impossible.
"It must be my imagination." "Well, thank you. I will reach out if needed." "Not likely." Mu Yubai, "Very well. Gu Yuan, you certainly understand the art of duality." She sighed, returning to her work. She was preparing to establish her own company, and the opportunity to engage with clients and resources at Shun's group was too valuable to relinquish. The entire afternoon passed without any sign of Mu Wanwan's return, likely due to her being frightened senseless. After work, Gu Yuan altered her course and headed to the hospital where Mu Wanwan was located. "Wanwan, are you alright?" Upon entering the ward, Gu Yuan gently nudged Mu Wanwan, waking her from her slumber. As Mu Wanwan opened her eyes and saw Gu Yuan, she momentarily thought she was hallucinating and could not help but mutter, "Why is it Gu Yuan? This girl is so persistent that she has invaded my dreams. It's truly nauseating." Gu Yuan, hearing Mu Wanwan's words, pouted. "I've long known that Mu Wanwan's words are as unrefined as they come. Wanwan, I bear unfortunate news. This is not a figment of your imagination, and everything you utter will be broadcast live." Mu Wanwan's eyes widened in shock, abruptly snapping to attention. "What did you say?" Gu Yuan, with a resigned shrug, pointed towards a nearby camera.
As you can see.
Mu Wanwan, trembling, raised her hand, and in the next moment, she fainted. Gu Yuan gazed at Mu Wanwan's appearance, utterly astonished. How on earth did this individual manage to challenge Mu Yubai repeatedly in the original storyline? It seemed her intellect was somewhat lacking. Doctor, someone has fainted here." When Mu Wanwan regained consciousness, she stared blankly at the ceiling, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Did someone just come by?" Gu Yuan stepped forward with a cheerful smile. "Of course. But it's been merely a few minutes. Have you forgotten already?" Mu Wanwan looked at Gu Yuan, trembling as she raised her hand. The whites of her eyes showed as she seemed poised to faint again. Gu Yuan hurriedly approached. "Don't worry, the camera isn't on. Please don't pass out again. It's quite exhausting for me to watch." Mu Wanwan, feeling a lump in her throat, twisted her face and said, "Gu Yuan, you are not welcome here. Please leave." Unfazed, Gu Yuan waved her phone slightly, interrupting Mu Wanwan. "The camera may not be on, but I just recorded that." Mu Wanwan. Watching Mu Wanwan faint once more, Gu Yuan found herself at a loss for words. Doctor, someone has fainted again." After the doctor revived her, once more, he regarded Gu Yuan with a complex expression, cautiously inquiring, "This living devil, beautiful lady, do you have any further business? Perhaps you should return to rest?" Gu Yuan awkwardly touched her nose. "Doctor, your eagerness to dismiss me is rather conspicuous." The doctor, equally amazed, noted that in all his years of practice, he had encountered many benevolent souls, but this was his first encounter with a living devil. When Mu Wanwan regained consciousness again, she was enveloped in darkness. Grasping the doctor's hand, her voice trembled. "Doctor, what is wrong with me? Why do I keep fainting? How long can I possibly live?" Unable to contain herself, Gu Yuan cheekily interjected. "The doctor said your condition is critical. Any ailment below your eyebrows requires amputation." Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Mu Wanwan rolled her eyes and fainted yet again. Gu Yuan remarked, "However, I can't help but feel she is trying to frame me for this, truly." The young girl gazed earnestly at the doctor, whose expression was now a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Ultimately, she was kindly escorted out of the hospital. Standing at the entrance, Gu Yuan let out a deep sigh. "I genuinely wanted to apologize, but Mu Wanwan simply wouldn't cooperate." As she pondered, her peripheral vision caught sight of an elderly gentleman who had fallen, with no one rushing to assist him. Glancing around, Gu Yuan muttered under her breath, Should I just pretend I didn't see that? Is it a scam? Reflecting on her own pristine appearance, she sighed deeply, conceding, after all, she is a modern university student. I cannot simply ignore an elderly person in need. Reluctantly, Gu Yuan ran over to help the fallen elder, only to find the ground seemed slick with oil. Suddenly, she felt herself spinning and flailing, and before she knew it, she too was sprawled on the ground. Bewildered and shocked, Gu Yuan exclaimed, "What? This isn't how the script was supposed to unfold." She had anticipated a scam, a simple fall by the old gentleman, but never had she considered that she might end up on the ground as well. Thankfully, the recent drop in temperature meant she was well-dressed and escaped serious injury. The elderly gentleman appeared somewhat pleased to have someone assist him, but before he could fully smile, Gu Yuan's comical antics left him speechless. The scene fell into an eerie silence, and Gu Yuan heard the old man sigh beside her. "Young lady, what is this? Am I to be mocked in broad daylight?" Chapter 15, Romeo and the Pig Overnight. Gu Yuan felt her cheeks flush, gritting her teeth as she said, "Sir, just wait a moment. I will get up and assist you." However, it seemed the heavens were conspiring against her that day. After several attempts, each ending with her once again sprawling on the ground, the old gentleman's expression remained unchanged. "Young lady, I thank you for helping me recall how I fell." After failing 5 consecutive times to rise, Gu Yuan resigned herself to her fate, lying there like a puddle of mud. The elderly gentleman looked at the utterly defeated girl before him, hesitating to speak. "Dear girl, would you mind moving aside a bit? Perhaps make room for someone who genuinely wants to help me?" Gu Yuan groaned softly. "Sir, the issue here is that I simply cannot get up." As the president of the Shun group, Shun Qingli visited the hospital after work to check on Mu Wanwan. Upon stepping out, he was drawn to the sight of a figure sprawled on the ground not far away. "No way," Shun Qingli murmured to himself, yet instinctively moved closer.
Gu Yuan?
Just as Gu Yuan was regaining her strength on the ground, she heard a familiar voice.
"Hey?
"Shun Qingli? Help me, please." Shun Qingli was taken aback to find Gu Yuan in such a state, casting a meaningful glance at her disheveled form. He truly could not fathom how the Gu family tolerated her antics. "Wait, there's oil here. Be careful not to slip." When Shun Qingli hoisted Gu Yuan up, she felt disoriented. "Are you alright? You didn't slip?" As he carried her away, he remarked seriously, "You should work on your balance. Don't come out and embarrass yourself again." Gu Yuan glared at Shun Qingli, recalling the elderly gentleman still on the ground. "Wait. I was just trying to do a good deed. That gentleman needs assistance." Shun Qingli paused in his tracks, his eyebrows raising slightly, with a teasing tone. "Are you certain about that?" Gu Yuan pointed to the old gentleman on the ground. "Of course, he looks quite elderly." Yet when she turned, she saw the old man had already risen, dusting himself off and driving away in a nearby BMW. Gu Yuan was left dumbfounded. What just happened?" Shun Qingli regarded Gu Yuan with exasperation. "You truly are the kind of person who stumbles into good fortune." He added sincerely, "To have lived this long. Your family must have worked hard to protect you. Now let's go. I'll take you home." Gu Yuan, feeling indignant, wanted to retort but found herself silenced by Shun Qingli's teasing gaze. The next morning, Gu Yuan appeared promptly at the Shun group, cradling a collection of finely bound books. As Assistant Hao entered the secretary's office, he spotted the stack on Gu Yuan's desk. "Hey, Enan, are you preparing for some self-improvement?" Gu Yuan froze, surprised to encounter someone at the office so early. "Wait, don't you usually arrive just in time?" In truth, only Gu Yuan arrived punctually. Just then, Mu Yubai pushed open the secretary's door, and upon seeing Gu Yuan, his expression mirrored that of Assistant Hao's surprise. "You're here so early, and with so many classic works? It's good for you to read more. After all, there's treasure in the pages." The books Gu Yuan had brought were all elegantly bound, clearly distinguished as literary masterpieces at first glance. Gu Yuan discreetly nudged the books back in the frame, offering a sheepish smile tinged with a hint of guilt. "Indeed," she mused, "I believe I ought to refine my sensibilities, don't you think?" Assistant Hao observed a precariously balanced book and instinctively reached out to catch it. Let me see what it has been reading. Romeo and the Pegasus Knight? Upon encountering the title, Assistant Hao experienced a rare moment of disorientation, questioning whether the literary classics he had perused over the past decade were mere fabrications. Gu Yuan gasped, "My life is over." In a flurry of panic, she attempted to gather the scattered books behind her, only to inadvertently topple the frame, sending the books cascading across the table. Mu Yubai, confused by the commotion, approached and picked up one of the books. For the first time, he experienced what could only be described as a seismic jolt to his pupils upon seeing the dead man blows out the lantern. Assistant Hao, undeterred, picked up another book, and after a moment of silence, read aloud, from the Her Garden to the Three Flavor Study? Mu Yubai quipped, 3 Kingdoms magazine? Time picks up dog waste. Faced with the bizarre assortment of beautifully bound books, Mu Yubai and Assistant Hao exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual astonishment. Assistant Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to ridicule, but ultimately succumbed. Your taste seems rather unique? Or perhaps the seller deceived you. Gu Yuan rubbed her forehead, exasperatedly responding. Yes, when I purchased the books, the old man insisted they were all excellent reads. I didn't scrutinize them closely and bought them all. Assistant Hao nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, must have been duped. The seller is truly despicable. Gu Yuan swallowed hard and swiftly gathered the books, placing them beneath her feet. As she did, Mu Yubai noticed another literary work, Lu Sun's Drifting. He lamented, how unfortunate. I didn't expect them to arrive so early. These were my recent treasures, and I had yet to peruse them. Oh, how unlucky. Gu Yuan internally fumed. Mu Yubai placed a hand on her shoulder, adopting a serious tone, tomorrow, I shall bring you some literary works, attempting to reel Gu Yuan's vulnerable spirit back to earth. Meanwhile, the live stream chat reached a fever pitch. Ha ha ha. I can guarantee that these books are definitely her collection. I told you waking up early could yield amusing finds. I must say, I want to see the dead man blows out the lantern. I am purely curious about knowledge. I want to see what time picks up dog waste entails. Unlike you all, I genuinely wish to know where these books were purchased. Don't misunderstand. I merely want to support the old man's entrepreneurial efforts. Due to Gu Yuan's antics, the live stream reached a small climax, prompting the director to summon the assistant director. What's going on? Has something happened? The assistant director shook his head vigorously. No, director. Look at Gu Yuan's live stream. The popularity is soaring. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough. The director, invigorated, exclaimed, Really? Quick, let me see. This little interlude involving Gu Yuan passed without incident, thanks to her thick skin. Simultaneously, Mu Wanwan arrived punctually at the secretary's office. Hey Wanwan, you're back so early. I was planning to check on you this afternoon. Gu Yuan greeted her cheerfully. Recalling how Gu Yuan had come to irritate her the previous day, causing her to miss a chance encounter with Xin Qingli, Mu Wanwan rolled her eyes in annoyance.
No.
I must thank you. Had you shown up, it would have been uncertain whether I could be discharged today. Gu Yuan, hearing her words, did not retort, but instead wore a proud expression. Oh, no need to thank me. It was my duty. Mu Wanwan, upon hearing this, grimaced slightly and retorted. You don't actually think I'm complimenting you, do you? Gu Yuan chuckled in response. Isn't that a compliment? After all, anyone would feel uneasy after such a fright. So, go ahead and scold me. Whatever you say, I want to retaliate. I deserve it. As she spoke, she shook her phone, the threat unmistakable. In contrast to her amiable demeanor, Mu Wanwan's attitude became increasingly confrontational. Those who had initially sympathized with Mu Wanwan began to shift their perspective. As a foster daughter of the Mu family, she was adept at reading the room. She couldn't comprehend why the normally oblivious Gu Yuan seemed so astute at this moment, effectively silencing her with a single remark. Gritting her teeth, Mu Wanwan replied, No need. This misfortune is my own doing. Gu Yuan rolled her eyes. Hey, I simply didn't want to play with you. I'm not truly foolish. Do you think I'd fall for your tricks? Mu Yubai, overhearing Gu Yuan's triumphant tone, sighed in resignation. Nevertheless, it was to be expected, after all. She was a child raised in a prestigious family, and how dim-witted could she truly be? Mu Yubai's gaze drifted to the book frame that had mysteriously reappeared on Gu Yuan's table, alongside the array of altered classics. Her expression remained impassive as she redirected her attention, considering the previous remark as if it had never been uttered. Tian Yen, observing Gu Yuan's seemingly idle demeanor, felt a twinge of jealousy. She sashayed over to Gu Yuan, her figure gracefully accentuated. How have you been planning the task I entrusted to you yesterday? Gu Yuan shot Tian Yen a glance, continuing to peruse her classics. I have my plans. Since this matter has been entrusted to me, you all can simply relax. Tian Yen, aware of Gu Yuan's formidable prowess, refrained from continuing the debate. Instead, her gaze fell upon the book in Gu Yuan's hands, where she recognized the title Blowing Out the Lantern, familiar to her as Ghost Blows Out the Lantern. Casting a sidelong glance at the nearby camera, she stifled a giggle. adding with a hint of disdain, and can you even comprehend this book? It contains much knowledge regarding feng shui and folklore. While it's quite fascinating, even I find it challenging to fully grasp. Gu Yuan regarded Tianyan, sensing that she was deliberately provoking her today. Her eyes flicked to the camera, contemplating her intentions. So she seeks to gain attention, Gu Yuan thought, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. Since that's the case, I'd be remiss not to assist you, considering that any publicity is good publicity. Raising her gaze from her book, Gu Yuan fixed her bright, feline eyes on Tianyan. No worries, Sister Tianyan. Though you may be a bit dim, I truly admire your authenticity. By the way, if you genuinely struggle to understand, I suggest you revisit your 9 years of compulsory education. Tianyan's face was a delightful array of hues as she was chastised by Gu Yuan. Do you truly believe you comprehend everything? Tianyan's words were laced with sarcasm. Regardless of Gu Yuan's response, she would find a way to mock her. Mu Yu Bai had been keenly observing their exchange from the corner of her eye and turned to glance at Gu Yuan, intending to interject, only to be preempted by Gu Yuan's bold retort. Oh, I won't trouble Sister Tianyan with my reading habits. I tend to read as I please, turning to whichever page the wind blows. If I don't understand a page, I simply tear it out. Tianyan was taken aback by Gu Yuan's audacity. She clutched her heaving chest, striving to compose herself. Gu Yuan, how can you possess such twisted reasoning? Is this truly how you approach reading? It's rather uncouth, don't you think? Unfazed, Gu Yuan tossed her head back, her clear voice tinged with pride.
Cuth?
Haven't I already informed you? Spare me the lectures on decorum, for I possess neither civility nor morality, and you cannot morally bind me. After speaking, Gu Yuan's gaze drifted to Tianyan's chest, her tone dripping with disdain. Sister Tianyan, you needn't attempt to seduce me. My orientation is quite normal. Tianyan, at a loss for words after such an exchange, ultimately stormed away from Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan watched her retreating figure, muttering under her breath, if only it had been like this from the start. Why pretend to be some grand relic of Dunhuang with all those murals? Pfft, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. We are live streaming after all. Mu Yu Bai observed the scene, shaking her head at Gu Yuan, who seemed like a victorious little girl. Unable to hold back, she cautioned, knowing every little action could be magnified and criticized by the viewers. Gu Yuan cast a disgruntled glance at the female lead, perplexed by her calm demeanor, given that in the novel, the female lead was portrayed as someone who would not easily back down. Had she been influenced by someone else? Meanwhile, Mu Yu Bai, once ambitious and spirited, found herself continually embroiled in misadventures since encountering Gu Yuan, ranging from frightful surprises to social blunders. Yet, her resilience had grown remarkably strong. Of course, she wasn't alone in her plight. Xin Qingli was another unfortunate soul. Oblivious to Mu Yu Bai's thoughts, Gu Yuan puffed out her cheeks, muttering in frustration. She was the one who instigated it first. The one who flirts first is the lesser one. As her voice dwindled under Mu Yu Bai's scrutiny, she resigned herself. Fine, whatever you say, I'll just be more docile from now on. What the? Can you believe someone can actually keep the wild sister in check? Mu Yu Bai is impressive.
Gu Yuan mused.
Wild sister was undeniably charming, her beauty undeniable. Yet every time she spoke, Gu Yuan found herself selectively forgetting her allure.
Who wouldn't he?
A stunning beauty. Yet she opens her mouth. Go ahead. Say that to her face, and see if she doesn't roast you alive. On second thought, let us not. Her words can be quite shocking. Watching Gu Yuan's sudden display of compliance, Mu Yu Bai let out a quiet sigh of relief. Their show's viewership had skyrocketed recently, and if Gu Yuan continued her unfiltered speech, she risked becoming a target for viewer backlash. Chapter 17. You'd best keep your eyes peeled. The staff at the secretary's office had long since recognized Gu Yuan's formidable nature, leading them to avoid provoking her. Yet there were always those who sought to elevate themselves by belittling others, and the typically quiet Mu Yu Bai became their new target. Assistant Hao entered, carrying a stack of documents, and upon seeing Li Jiawei seated by the door, barked an order. We have clients coming in shortly. Tidy up the secretary's office. Li Jiawei immediately brightened. Of course, Assistant Hao. You can count on me to make it spotless. Once Assistant Hao departed, Li Jiawei sauntered over to Mu Yu Bai, tapping her fingers on her desk. Mu Yu Bai, remember to clean the secretary's office. Clients will be here soon.
Oh.
And could you fetch a package from downstairs and grab me an iced Americano? Mu Yu Bai arched an eyebrow, her imposing gaze pinning Li Jiawei in place, causing her to feel inexplicably guilty. However, Recalling that Mu Yu Bai was merely an unknown actress, her fear dissipated.
Muyu bai tvillet herpen, her gaze momentarily doluncast.
Concealing the flicker of defiance in her eyes. So brazen, are we? You'd best keep your eyes wide open while you sleep, otherwise you might find yourself in a sack. Hearing Gu Yuan silently advocate for her, Mu Yu Bai's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of cunning. All right, I'll do it shortly. Li Jiawei regarded the seemingly docile Mu Yu Bai, lifting her chin in a haughty manner before strutting away, thinking that stars were no different from anyone else. Just then, Gu Yuan glanced up and witnessed the entire exchange, her brow furrowing in confusion over why Mu Yu Bai had acquiesced. In the novel, Mu Yu Bai was supposed to confront that girl directly. Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Yuan. Was this a butterfly effect of her own making? Furthermore, Mu Yu Bai's status within the Mu family was less than favorable. They had yet to fully acknowledge her as their legitimate daughter, which explained why Mu Wanwan felt so emboldened. No way, I can't let Mu Yu Bai be bullied like this. Gu Yuan's sudden voice echoed in Mu Yu Bai's mind, startling her from her scheming thoughts. She instinctively turned to Gu Yuan, who had just pulled a chair closer. With her delicate hands grasping Mu Yu Bai's resting hands on the keyboard, Gu Yuan spoke earnestly.
Mu Yu bai.
Let me tell you, as the saying goes, if you're willing to endure hardship, you'll have endless struggles. As long as you're willing to be wronged, you'll face unending grievances, and if you're willing to work hard, you'll never run out of work. Pressure won't transform into motivation. It will only manifest as ailments. Mu Yu Bai was momentarily taken aback by Gu Yuan's unexpected monologue, her sharp eyes clouded with confusion. And what are you trying to say? With a look of exasperation, Gu Yuan gazed at Mu Yu Bai, daringly reaching out to pat her head. What I'm saying is, if you're willing to give up, then you won't have to do anything at all. Work doesn't belong to you or me. It belongs to the one who cannot bear to watch. So, do you understand my point? Mu Yu Bai's gaze drifted behind Gu Yuan, her voice strained as she attempted to interject. And then, perhaps what do you mean, perhaps? I'm telling you, if you feel wronged, you must speak up. Once you stop fearing to offend others, you'll find life becomes incredibly delightful. Mu Yu Bai swiftly covered Gu Yuan's mouth, who was still eager to continue her incessant chatter. Wait, President Shen is right behind you. Gu Yuan, initially intent on further admonishing Mu Yu Bai, felt her pupils quiver in shock at the revelation. President Shen? Shen Qingli? At that moment, Gu Yuan belatedly realized that the surroundings seemed rather quiet. The members of the secretarial office had clearly heard Gu Yuan's last remark. You think you're fearless in offending others, and thus your life is so splendid? It was evident that this was her personal motto. Shen Qingli's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly with everyone present. Gu Yuan instinctively recoiled, but quickly regained her composure, taking the offensive. No, Shen Qingli, perhaps you should reflect on why your secretarial office is populated by so many bullies. I want to even mention Tianyan, but what of Li Jiawei? She arrived here barely a month before us, didn't she? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Shen Qingli raised an eyebrow. Li Jiawei? Mu Yu Bai observed Shen Qingli's expression, her long eyelashes casting a shadow as she thoughtfully stroked her fingers. If memory serves me correctly, Li Jiawei was transferred from the legal department, personally approved by President Shen Qi. Mu Yu Bai's comment was intentionally vague, as she had initially planned to exploit this information, only to be unexpectedly thwarted in front of Shen Qingli. Shen Qingli's gaze fell upon Mu Yu Bai, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. He then turned his attention to the flustered Li Jiawei. Li Jiawei? I recall that no one is to be transferred to my secretarial office without my approval. You will go to HR today to collect your salary, and I will personally discuss this with Shen Qi. As for Tianyan, you will not receive your bonus this month. When Assistant Hao returns, send him to my office. Gu Yuan observed the scene with satisfaction, narrowing her eyes in delight at the unfolding drama. Just as she was reveling in her triumph over Li Jiawei, Shen Qingli seized her by the nape of her neck, glancing down at her audacious demeanor, utterly bemused. You and I are going to the conference room. A client is arriving shortly. Gu Yuan scrambled to grasp Shen Qingli's arm. Wait, why does the client's arrival concern me? Shen Qingli cast a dismissive glance at the struggling Gu Yuan, scoffing. How could it not? To prevent you from offending the client, I must keep you within my sight. Gu Yuan was dragged toward the office by Shen Qingli, still protesting. I feel you are discriminating against me, treating me differently. How could I possibly offend anyone without cause? Previously, Shen Qingli might have shared her doubts, But after their last business trip together, he had come to a profound understanding of Gu Yuan's penchant for mischief. Yet, he ultimately underestimated her knack for creating chaos, honed over years of rebellious behavior. The members of the secretarial office watched as Shen Qingli led Gu Yuan away, collectively thinking, finally, that troublemaker is gone. The previously open book, Dead Ghost Blowing Out the Lamp, remained on Gu Yuan's desk. Seated idly in Shen Qingli's office, Gu Yuan asked, "Am I just supposed to wait here?" Shen Qingli nodded slightly. "Just behave yourself. Can I order takeout? I'm craving some fruit." "As you wish." Chapter 18. She wouldn't want to kill me, would she? Knock, knock, knock. The hesitant knock at the door coincided with Gu Yuan arranging the fruits on a plate, revealing Assistant Hao standing nervously before Shen Qingli's desk. Shen Qingli, expressionless, sat in his chair, scrutinizing Assistant Hao. "Now, enlighten me. What is the situation with Li Jiawei?" Assistant Hao's peripheral vision caught Gu Yuan on the sofa, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Surprisingly, Gu Yuan had finally caught on to Assistant Hao's unspoken cue. Considering the classic literature still left unread on her desk, the young woman rose gracefully, flashing a smile. "You two carry on, I'll just step out for a moment." Shen Qingli nodded in acknowledgement. As Gu Yuan opened the door, she encountered an imposing client striding toward her. Just from his appearance, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. Remembering the hidden secrets of the Shen family from the original text, her eyes widened in alarm. Without hesitation, she pushed open Shen Qingli's door once more. "President Shen, here is the physical copy of the transfer document from last time, stamped with the old chairman's approval. When I reported to you before, you were on a business trip in M City. I must have failed to articulate clearly, leading to your misunderstanding." The sound of the door slamming against the wall silenced the conversation within. Shen Qingli inhaled deeply, massaging his throbbing temples.
Gu Yuan.
"You'd better have a valid reason for this. President, our esteemed client has arrived. You previously instructed that no matter what you are engaged in, the client must be greeted immediately." As Gu Yuan spoke, she stepped aside, allowing the client to enter. Recognizing the client's significance, Shen Qingli exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. "Uncle Chen, I apologize. My staff is not acquainted with proper decorum and startled you." The man known as Uncle Chen in his 50s bore a friendly smile and clutched Buddhist prayer beads. Although he appeared to be a kind, semi-retired elder, there was something in his gaze that made it difficult to meet his eyes, instilling a sense of unease. Seeing Shen Qingli's genuine smile, Gu Yuan's eyes flickered. She then lowered her lashes, concealing her emotions. Uncle Chen chuckled softly, seemingly pleased. "It brings me great comfort to see that Shaoli values my presence." Shen Qingli welcomed Uncle Chen inside, casting a glance at Assistant Hao and Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, puzzled, thought, why not just speak directly? Do I look like someone who can read gestures? Assistant Hao nodded slightly, stepping forward to usher Gu Yuan out. Reluctantly, Gu Yuan glanced back at the fruits on the coffee table, wishing she could have just one more bite. "Shaoli, your company truly has a unique team." The last words she heard as she exited were those of Uncle Chen. Staring at the now-closed presidential office, Gu Yuan felt a sense of exasperation. She reached out to grasp Assistant Hao, who assumed she wanted to inquire about the earlier incident, instantly alert. Although he was unaware of Uncle Chen's true identity, it was clear that this was not someone they could discuss lightly. Just as Assistant Hao prepared to admonish Gu Yuan, she bit her lip, hesitating. "If they eat my fruits, will I be reimbursed?" Assistant Hao blinked in confusion. "What did you say?" Surely, he must have misheard. "I said, the fruits on the coffee table are mine. If the client eats them, will I be reimbursed?" Gu Yuan possessed a clear understanding of her circumstances. She was currently in a state of being temporarily cast out by her father, facing financial constraints that necessitated frugality. Assistant Hao nodded absent-mindedly and inquired, "No problem. When did you order the fruit? What did you order?" The situation arose unexpectedly, as Uncle Chen arrived significantly earlier than scheduled, leaving her unprepared with the fruit, but fortunately, Gu Yuan was there to assist. Assistant Hao cast a grateful glance towards Gu Yuan, though she remained oblivious to his appreciation. The young girl, having received the answer she sought, raised her chin in satisfaction, declaring, "Oh, I ordered mulberries, blueberries, and red-fleshed dragon fruit." Assistant Hao's expression transformed, incredulous.
You.
Who discusses matters while indulging in such delicacies? He could scarcely imagine the sight of President Shen and Uncle Chen engaged in serious discussion with their mouths stained black and red from the fruit. Gu Yuan, however, remained defiantly dissatisfied, muttering as she departed, "Which good Samaritan is stealing my fruit?" Upon returning to her workstation, Gu Yuan discovered her copy of Dead Man Blowing the Lantern had been meticulously placed on the table, perfectly aligned. She raised an eyebrow in confusion, recalling that her book had been upside down earlier. Unable to remain still, she approached Mu Yubai's side and poked her. "Hey, Mu Yubai, were you reading my book?" Mu Yubai snapped back to reality, swiftly grasping Gu Yuan's hand, but just before applying any pressure, she managed to regain her composure. "What are you doing?" Gu Yuan was startled, feeling goosebumps rise at Mu Yubai's sudden action. What if Mu Yubai intended to harm her? Surely not. I've lived a life of virtue and good deeds. I can't possibly meet my end like this. Gu Yuan's inner turmoil seemed to resonate with Mu Yubai, who slowly relaxed her grip, apologizing. "I didn't mean to." The moment Mu Yubai released her hand, Gu Yuan kicked her legs, sliding her chair backward. "I can't move." Suddenly, she recalled the character setting for Mu Yubai from the original text. She had donned several disguises, went missing in her youth, and had been adopted by an elderly man, training in martial arts from a young age, mastering lethal skills. Gu Yuan felt the malevolence of the original narrative for the first time. How could a female protagonist possess such a plethora of skills? It defied logic. Why hadn't her father nurtured her in such a manner when she was young? Gu Yuan's father would retort, "I wouldn't take the blame for that. Whenever you were supposed to study, you ran to complain to the old man, and he certainly didn't spare the rod." While she imagined her character unleashing her frustrations on her father, in reality, Gu Yuan shrank back, her beautiful cat-like eyes reflecting shock.
Calm down.
We live in a society governed by law. Violence is illegal. Mu Yubai scrutinized Gu Yuan carefully, noting her lack of any sign of rejection, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. She exerted her strength, bringing Gu Yuan back to her side. In a soft voice, she asked, "What were you about to ask me?" Gu Yuan glanced at Mu Yubai and, upon confirming her stillness, whispered, "I was just curious if anyone had seen me reading. But now I'm not so inclined to know." Her survival instincts were evidently strong. Mu Yubai, observing Gu Yuan gazing longingly at her workstation, couldn't help but chuckle. "Uncle Chin just flipped through your book." Gu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, then realization struck her. "How do you know he's called Uncle Chin?"
Mu Yubai leaned closer,
discreetly covering their microphones. "This is not something you should concern yourself with. Just stay away from Xin Qingli and Uncle Chin. It's for your own good. They are entangled in a web of power far beyond your imagination." With a voice lowered and laced with a cold edge, she left Gu Yuan standing there, lost in thought. Mu Yubai's eyelashes cast shadows over her eyes, concealing the undercurrents swirling within. Before the Xin family established its empire, their enterprises were far from clean.
Now,
they were cultivating heirs with a mechanism akin to nurturing a poison. Mu Yubai's ears perked up as she listened closely to Gu Yuan's inner thoughts. "So, when did you all conspire behind my back? Am I the only one pondering what to eat for lunch?" At that moment, Mu Yubai felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation, realizing she had indeed overestimated Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan returned to her workstation, dutifully placing her book back in its frame. To mask her actions, she even positioned a similar frame filled with documents in front of it. Xin Qingli and his associates might be embroiled in certain underhanded conflicts. Although these had been mentioned in the original narrative, their abrupt emergence in her reality caught Gu Yuan off guard. However, she quickly rationalized that money and power have always been intricately linked, and her brothers and uncles were hardly paragons of virtue. Gu Yuan maintained a pragmatic outlook. As long as the Gu family stood strong, external turmoil held little relevance to her. Unbeknownst to her, within the Gu family conglomerate, Gu Yunyan suddenly received a call from his second uncle, causing him to stiffen momentarily. "Hello, second uncle?" The voice on the other end was sharp and resonant, laced with an inescapable darkness. "Chen and has gone to the Shin group. Soon, I'll send someone under your banner to check on an S safety." Hearing this, Gu Yunyan's expression grew solemn. "ISN T Chen and still in country Y?" He returned without any news? Gu Yu scoffed lightly. "That guy has grown old." Preparing to step back and relinquish power. "Enough of this chatter, just cooperate with me." Gu Yunyan, scolded by his second uncle, dared not protest and could only obediently agree. "Understood, second uncle." After hanging up, he turned to gaze out the window, realizing the skies over the imperial capital were about to change. Oblivious to the turbulent undercurrents beneath the surface of peace in the capital, Gu Yuan was preoccupied with deciding between rice and noodles for lunch when suddenly the ground began to tremble. Panic erupted as everyone screamed. An earthquake? Thanks to her training at home, Gu Yuan promptly reacted, grabbing her phone and her collection of classic literature before hastening towards the fire escape. By the time Mu Yubai realized she needed to alert Gu Yuan, all she could see was Gu Yuan's hurried retreat. At that moment, the president's office door swung open, and Shin Qingli strode directly to Mu Yubai, scanning the room with a furrowed brow. An earthquake. You all should head for the fire escape. Where's Gu Yuan? Mu Yubai sprang into action and headed for the fire escape right away.
Help. I don't want to die.
The piercing scream of Mu Wanwan plunged the scene into a deeper chaos. Shin Qingli turned to Assistant Hao, urging her to silence herself and join the orderly retreat of the crowd. Although the epicenter of the earthquake was not in the capital, the tremors were still palpably strong. Shortly after Gu Yuan descended, Shin Qingli and the others followed suit. The man swiftly approached her side, letting out a light laugh. You certainly run quite swiftly. Gu Yuan's eyes curved into a smile, her cat-like pupils shimmering like scattered stars. Flattery, flattery. Escaping is indeed my forte.
Move on, Van.
Observing Gu Yuan's unexpected garnering of Shin Qingli's concern, felt a surge of jealousy boiling within her. She stepped closer to Gu Yuan, glancing at the stack of documents by her feet, and recalled the inappropriate literature Gu Yuan had previously indulged in. A cunning plan formed in her mind as she masked her malice with a feigned look of surprise, and I never imagined you would remember to bring down the documents.
How considerate of you.
Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Mu Wanwan's melodramatic tone akin to Lin Daiyu. In a flash, Mu Wanwan seized a document from the stack. Let me see what this is, A bidding proposal? A contract? Gu Yuan. She glanced down at the stack she had painstakingly brought down, only to find it filled with an overwhelming amount of documents, devoid of even one treasured book. In that instant, Gu Yuan felt her intellect withering.
Goodness.
To ensure both stacks appeared similar, she had covered them with identical A4 sheets. Only to find her cleverness had backfired. She had switched the stacks.
Shin Qingli, Mu Yubai.
And the surrounding employees of the Shun group all cast peculiar glances at Gu Yuan, especially Assistant Hao, who stepped forward excitedly. Who would have thought, that in a moment of crisis, you would think of the company's contracts? Your spirit is truly exemplary for our generation. Indeed. Who would have guessed that the seemingly indifferent Gu Yuan was the one most concerned about her work? It is true, one should not judge a book by its cover. Gu Yuan managed a strained smile, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The show's first experience in the workplace had garnered immense attention due to Gu Yuan's penchant for trouble. Almost instantaneously, renowned media outlets flocked to the capital the moment the earthquake struck, and reporters surrounded Gu Yuan, bombarding her with explosive queries. What was your motivation for bringing down a crate of documents? Sister Mang, was the image you projected of disliking work merely a company persona? Are you seeking publicity by bringing down a crate of books? Inundated by a barrage of microphones, even Gu Yuan, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a sense of suffocation. Mu Yubai, observing the complex emotions playing across Gu Yuan's face, suddenly had an epiphany. Could it be that she had switched the stacks? Meanwhile, Uncle Chen patted Shin Qingli's shoulder. I've always said that your colleagues are quite unique, both in their reading material and their character. Shin Qingli recalled Uncle Chen's earlier remarks about a child having the Dead Man's Candle and Three Kingdoms magazine on their desk. He exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Yubai, both discreetly averting their gazes. Shin Qingli opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a loud voice erupted from the crowd. Let go of my young lady. The sudden outcry captured the attention of everyone present. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of familiarity in the voice. Before she could react, a circle of tall, imposing figures surrounded her. Clad in ordinary attire, yet exuding an unmistakable, menacing aura. Spotting the leader of this group, her eyes lit up. Uncle Wei, what brings you here? The man, known as Wei Han, possessed a striking countenance, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a congenial smile. Although he towered over others, he exuded a distinctly different presence compared to the surrounding bodyguards. Wei Han, noticing Gu Yuan's sparkling eyes, stepped forward, ruffling her hair. I happen to be passing through the capital. The second master asked me to check on you. After explaining himself, he turned to face the reporters. Thank you all for coming, but my young lady has been startled and is not fit for an interview. Xiao Jia, please get coffee and small gifts for the reporters. We cannot let their trip be in vain. Although Wei Han spoke courteously, his words left no room for rebuttal. Some veteran reporters, aware of Gu Yuan's lineage, had previously assumed she was neglected in the entertainment industry, as the Gu family had not sent anyone to support her. Now it appeared there were many intricacies at play, though the ultimate truth remained beyond the grasp of mere mortals like them. Some novice reporters, bewildered, hesitated to speak up upon seeing the veterans retreat. At this moment, Gu Yuan's mind began to race. She discreetly tugged at Wei Han, leading him to a less conspicuous spot. With a hint of excitement, she asked, "Uncle Wei, is Dad no longer angry?" Wei Han, recalling Gu Yuan's recent antics, sighed helplessly. "Mr. Gu is still quite upset." Gu Yuan pouted. "Is that so? Dad is being a tad petty." Wei Han recalled the social media post Gu Yuan had shared, depicting her father in an unusually disheveled state, and felt convinced that Mr. Gu cared for his daughter. Had it been him, he would have sent her off to Africa long ago. However, such matters were not for him to discuss. After a brief moment of introspection, Gu Yuan swiftly regained her composure. "Uncle Wei, you're not here just to check on me, are you? Did my second uncle ask you to provide me with some assistance?" Though she was not in dire straits, she was still in need of funds. Wei Han's smile faltered momentarily before he explained, "No, the second master merely wished to ensure your well-being. He was relieved to see you so lively. By the way, the latest luxury handbag has already been delivered to your residence. As for monetary assistance, that is out of the question. Last time Anin caused a ruckus. She took her bank card and traveled abroad, nearly falling victim to a scam. It was he and the second master who had to rescue her. Since then, the Gu family has strictly monitored the funds available to Gu Yuan." Gu Yuan evidently recalled that unfortunate incident, her demeanor somewhat dramatic as she dryly explained, "It was merely an accident. I cannot possibly be abducted every time." Wei Han observed the indignant young lady, adjusting his glasses while a hint of a resigned smile graced his lips. "Do you remember the elderly gentleman who attempted to scam you yesterday?" Gu Yuan's gaze became somewhat evasive upon hearing Wei Shu's words. "That old man appeared quite pitiable. I genuinely thought he had fallen." Wei Han gently ruffled Gu Yuan's hair, explaining in a soft tone, "That individual is a human trafficker. If you had truly gone to assist him, you would have been drugged. And I need not elaborate on what would have followed, do I?" Gu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "What? There are human traffickers even in the capital? Fear not. That man has already been dealt with by second master." Upon hearing Wei Shu's words, another wave of concern surged within Gu Yuan. She swallowed hard, gazing anxiously at Wei Han. "How is he dealt with?" "We are living in a society governed by law. Second uncle must not break the law."
Wei Han,
Witnessing the worry almost spilling from her eyes, felt a warmth in his heart. It was no wonder the Gu family held her in such high regard. She possessed an innate charm that endeared her to others. Rest assured, second master is cooperating with the police to apprehend that entire gang.
Meanwhile,
Noticing the sudden arrival of the Gu family members, Uncle Chen furrowed his brows ever so slightly. He leaned closer to Shen Qingli. "The Gu family? What brings them here? And what is their connection to that young lady?" Shen Qingli lifted his gaze to the girl conversing with Wei Han not far away and clarified. "That girl is Gu Yuan from the Gu family." Though he had his suspicions, Uncle Chen's eyes deepened with concern upon hearing Shen Qingli's words. The Gu family were not to be trifled with. "Keep an eye on that girl." Shen Qingli abruptly met Uncle Chen's gaze, his expression serious. "You needn't worry about my affairs, Uncle Chen. I assure you I will handle the matters entrusted to me with utmost diligence." Chen observed the aloofness in Shen Qingli's demeanor, momentarily taken aback. He belatedly realized that Shen Qingli was not a mere pawn to be manipulated as he pleased. In an instant, Uncle Chen composed himself, a disingenuous smile playing on his lips as he nodded slightly. "Very well. It seems Xiao Li has developed his own ideas." Mu Yubai took in the scene, his gaze flickering slightly. Due to the abrupt earthquake, the Shen group declared a day off. And news of Gu Yuan rushing out of the building with documents immediately climbed the trending list. Gu Yuan lay at home, a state of lethargy enveloping her, when she suddenly received a call from Sister Chen, her manager. Oh, how she had nearly forgotten about her. "Hello, Sister Chen." "Hello there. Ever since you began working with this young lady, I've experienced the trials of managing a wild child." "Not good, miss, you are trending again." Gu Yuan dismissed it casually. "It's just trending. I've been there before." "Don't worry so much, Sister Chen." This only deepened Shen Yu's exasperation, recalling the previous incidents where the young lady had trended daily, often for less than favorable reasons. The only solace was that these trends had not caused significant repercussions, likely due to the Gu family's intervention. "No, this time it's a good thing. The scene of you rushing out with documents after the earthquake was captured and posted online. Many are praising your dedication to work, and you've gained quite a few new fans." Listening to Chen Yu's excited words, Gu Yuan grabbed a nearby tablet and, to her surprise, Saw the trending topic, so this is Gu Yuan, the overachiever. The person who filmed had skillfully captured her panic during the earthquake and her earnestness towards the documents. Beneath the video, many viewers were expressing their admiration for her. Sister Chen continued to chatter. Our chance to turn the tide has arrived. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, Gu Yuan hung up the phone. Chen Yu. Could it be that Gu Yuan was too excited? The next second, Gu Yuan's recent update on Weibo caused Chen Yu to emit a sharp gasp. Chapter 21. Is there no traffic now? Gu Yuan v. I have seen the trending topic and sincerely thank everyone for their support, but I must solemnly declare, love for work? Absolutely not. That will never happen in my lifetime. In a moment of urgency, I intended to save my precious book, yet I mistakenly grabbed the wrong frame. If I could turn back time, I would never let my beloved book down. Serious face JPG. Gu Yuan placed the tablet on her lap, scrolling through her comments with an expression of indifference. Love for work? Am I insane? Or is the world mad? Just as Gu Yuan reached the pinnacle of trending, the influx of traffic surged, and before the netizens could fully comprehend her dedication, they were startled by her explosive clarification. Comments began to flood in. I envisioned 1,000 scenarios, but never anticipated this 1,001st explanation. It's rare to see someone directly refuting even the flattering rumors about themselves. Sister Meng's skills remain as sharp as ever. Her first words were a bombshell. Initially, I thought Gu Yuan was preparing to change her image, yet she remains the same as before. However, she's not wrong. Who genuinely enjoys working? Authenticity indeed proves to be a timeless weapon. I find myself somewhat turning into a fan of Gu Yuan. Not long after Gu Yuan's post, Chen Yu's phone rang again. Gu Yuan, what on earth did you just post? This was a golden opportunity to amass followers, and you squandered it? Gu Yuan lounged lazily on the sofa, utterly unfazed. Sister Chen, I cannot maintain that persona. Wouldn't it lead to losing even more fans if I falter? Chen Yu was left speechless, frustrated by Gu Yuan's nonchalance. We could secure announcements or other opportunities later. We must focus on drawing traffic. Is there truly no traffic now? Chen Yu glanced at the trending topics. Gu Yuan refuting rumors. Gu Yuan who enjoys working. Gu Yuan remained unapologetically bold. The current heat was undeniably high. Chen Yu sensed something was amiss, yet your public image has not changed. Gu Yuan casually picked a mulberry and popped it into her mouth. I believe my image is quite good. Chen Yu was left without words. Gu Yuan was the most striking individual she had managed over the years. Her mindset was remarkably resilient, unfazed by any criticism. However, Gu Yuan lacked any ambition. Chen Yu sighed wearily. Fine. Since you don't care, continue resting. Understood. Seated before her computer, Mu Wanwan was incensed as she scrolled through trending topics filled with references to Gu Yuan. Her frustration reached a boiling point, prompting her to dial a number. Didn't we agree to hold off on the revelations? What's the situation now? The voice on the other end echoed her discontent. We're just as clueless. Gu Yuan herself posted on a certain platform, disclosing the very books she intends to bring down. We hadn't even had the chance to unveil our prepared materials and evidence. Now it's all gone to waste. In a fit of rage, Mu Wanwan hurled the cup from her hand. What did you say? Gu Yuan disclosed it herself? Yes, didn't you know? It just happened. Ending the call. Mu Wanwan's face still bore traces of fury, her meticulously manicured nails digging into her palm. Her expression contorted as she thought, Gu Yuan, why are you so fortunate? Not only do you garner the affection of the Gu family, but now you're also in my way. How infuriating. From a young age, Mu Wanwan was acutely aware of her status as an adopted daughter, and once the true daughter of the Mu family returned, she would find herself utterly devoid of standing. For this reason, she had navigated her life with utmost caution, treading on eggshells. After finally usurping Mu Yubai's position, even with Mu Yubai's return, she remained the most cherished child of the Mu family. Yet, unbeknownst to others, she had harbored jealousy towards Gu Yuan's seemingly charmed existence on more than one occasion. But the Gu family was not one she could afford to offend. Malice surged in her eyes as she contemplated, if I cannot deal with Gu Yuan, can I not handle Mu Yubai? Just wait, I shall make you all envious of me in due time.
Wanwan?
I heard a commotion from your room. Is something amiss? The worried voice of Madame Mu came from outside the door. Startled, Mu Wanwan sprang to her feet. How could her mother, who had gone out to play with her friends, suddenly be here? Quickly composing her expression, she opened the door with an apologetic demeanor. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to worry you. I accidentally dropped a cup. Madame Mu, looking radiant and well-maintained, frowned softly. Oh, you silly child. Are you unharmed? Mu Wanwan shook her head. offering a gentle smile. I'm fine, mother. No need to fret. I intended to speak with my sister, but I didn't realize she had moved out. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. With her head bowed, her face wore an expression of fragility and fear. Upon hearing Muyubai's name, a fleeting look of disdain crossed Madame Mu's face. Don't concern yourself with her. She was never well-mannered. It's for the best that she has moved out. I'm just delighted to have you with us. Mu Wonwon caught the flicker of disdain on her mother's face, a subtle smile creeping onto her lips, a testament to her years of carefully crafted slander. The following morning, Gu Yuan arrived punctually at the Shun Group's office, coincidentally encountering Mu Wonwon. And what a pleasant surprise.
Mu Wonwon approached,
her face adorned with just the right amount of astonishment. Gu Yuan, however, offered no courtesy, stating flatly, not a coincidence. You and I are the only ones to arrive precisely on time at the Shun Group.
Mu Wonwon's smile faltered.
Gu Yuan sensed a slight shift in Mu Wonwon's demeanor, her curiosity piqued, yet she refrained from probing further. Upon reaching the secretary's office, she found Tianyan slumped at her desk like a wilted flower, not even sparing her a glance. The young girl raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Oh. It seems Shin Qingli's warning proved effective after all. It would have been better to do this sooner. Assistant Hao, noticing Gu Yuan's arrival, hurried over. Do you have any plans regarding Tianchen Group? Gu Yuan glanced at him, her expression thoughtful, causing Assistant Hao to grow tense. Moments later, the young lady solemnly inquired, does your previous statement still hold true? Assistant Hao, perplexed, asked, what statement? Reimbursement, fruit. Realization dawned on Assistant Hao as he recalled his earlier comments about Gu Yuan not appearing like a typical heiress. What kind of heiress is so down-to-earth? Nonetheless, he nodded. Yes, let us proceed with the reimbursement right away. Satisfied with his response, Gu Yuan turned to glance at the camera monitoring the office. Are we truly fine discussing our strategy against Tianchen Group here? Is it really all right? She remarked, gesturing toward the camera. The camera seemed to respond. It's truly commendable that you still think of us. I had thought everyone had forgotten about our existence. Openly discussing how to confront Tianchen Group in the office? You must understand the intricacies of business warfare. Excellent. This will apply pressure on Tianchen Group. Assistant Hao waved dismissively at the camera. It's nothing. If you have any brilliant ideas, we can discuss them in the conference room. Gu Yuan blinked, a sly smile gradually appearing on her exquisite features. She leaned closer to Assistant Hao, whispering, in that case, I do have a few areas where I require assistance. Assistant Hao immediately stood. Let us go to the conference room for a detailed discussion. Viewers witnessing this scene became restless. So, what is it that we, as esteemed VIP users, cannot hear? There was a hint of curiosity, sensing that Sister Mang would surely take an unconventional approach. Sister Mang always manages to surprise us when we least expect it. Surely, Tianchen Group must be trembling in apprehension now. That can't be, someone countered. After all, they are an established group and one to be easily intimidated by a small fry. Sister Mang, me? A small fry? Well then, little Deng, I shall remember you. Laughter erupted. Haha, you certainly have a way with words. The PR and legal departments of Tianchen Group shared similar sentiments. This young lady, Gu Yuan, was not on their level in terms of experience or capability, and thus, they felt no need to be wary. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yuan emerged from the conference room alongside Assistant Hao. However, in stark contrast to Gu Yuan's beaming demeanor, Assistant Hao's face displayed an unmistakable hint of unease. This scene piqued the curiosity of onlookers. Assistant Hao cast a deep gaze at Gu Yuan before turning on his heel towards the president's office. Approximately half an hour later, Shin Qingli arrived at the secretary's office, clearing his throat. I have an announcement to make. To strengthen our group's relationship with Tianchen Group, Gu Yuan Mu Wanwan and Mu Yubai will be sent to Tianchen Group for a 3-day exchange program. This was hardly a learning exchange. It was clearly an effort to rid them of this troublemaker. Of course, everyone tacitly refrained from voicing this thought. Mu Yubai paused her project, casting a surprised glance at Gu Yuan. She hadn't anticipated that this young lady was genuinely prepared to stir up trouble for Tianchen Group. Gu Yuan caught the look from Mu Yubai out of the corner of her eye, raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride in her expression. This time, Tianchen Group shall experience an unprecedented upheaval. Mu Yubai twirled the pen in his hand, a charming smile subtly curving his lips. An epic shock? How intriguing indeed. Shun Qingli cast a glance at Gu Yuan, and a sudden sense of relief surged within him. These past few days, he had acutely felt the truth of the saying, while inviting a deity is easy, sending them away is a challenge. For Shun Qingli, The most significant trouble he had caused for Tianqian Group was sending Gu Yuan over. After Shin left, Assistant Hao approached Gu Yuan, informing her that arrangements with Tianqian Group had been made, and they could go over in the afternoon for study and exchange. By the way, to ensure you focus on your studies, you need not come to Shen's group for the next few days. You can clock in directly at Tianqian Group. Gu Yuan's expression soured, resembling a small cat with a grumpy face, as she stared blankly at Assistant Hao. Gu Yuan, stare. Assistant Hao, aware that their actions were somewhat unethical, felt a rare flush of heat on his face, but maintained a facade of righteousness. The primary reason was Gu Yuan's mischievousness. It was best to let her disrupt another company. Gu Yuan waved her small hand dismissively, saying, "Never mind, you can go. If I don't have to come, it's just as well." Mu Wanwan, in her sky-high heels, timidly looked at Gu Yuan, her eyes betraying a hint of malice. "And I believe it would be better for me to remain at Shen's group. There are still unresolved issues you left behind, and I fear I may not be of much help at Tianqian Group." Gu Yuan chuckled at her words, her bright cat-like eyes sparkling with a starry charm.
Wow.
It's quite an achievement for you to recognize yourself. Mu Wanwan's demeanor stiffened, as if Gu Yuan had uttered something utterly outrageous. Gu Yuan pouted, muttering under her breath, "You're just a 1,000-year-old fox. What nonsense are you playing at?" Mu Yubai subtly lifted the corners of his lips, his brows softened with warmth. Mu Wanwan bit her lip, struggling to speak, and "I know I have wronged you before, but you can't." Gu Yuan nodded vigorously, her small face radiating righteousness. "Haven't I told you already? You must amputate everything below your brows. You have to join us. Your foolishness has its uses." Mu Wanwan, infuriated by Gu Yuan's attitude, felt her vision darken, yet Gu Yuan continued to prattle on. "Do you have something else? Your hesitance is rather annoying." Mu Wanwan concealed the malice swirling in her eyes, offering a gentle smile. "No, Anan, you may continue with your work." Gu Yuan completely ignored Mu Wanwan, thinking, "Pa, what a dark-hearted little sausage. Seriously? Gu Yuan is being too much, isn't she? My heart aches for Wanwan. Are you alright?" It's evident that Mu Wanwan was speaking in riddles. Yet everyone seems deaf. Nonsense. Our Wanwan is kind-hearted. She is nothing like Gu Yuan, who is so rude. Haha, if you don't want your eyes, you can donate them to those in need. Adhering to the principle of standing firm until the last moment, Gu Yuan took on a simple task of sending a business push notification to 10,000 clients. Assistant Hao stood before her, advising, "Just contact the people above and send the requirements. They will handle the equipment operations." Gu Yuan waved him off. "Got it, Assistant Hao, you can go about your business." This trivial matter was within her capabilities, and it just so happened to be lunchtime. What should she have for lunch? Gu Yuan sent off the requirements and deposits with a flourish, then turned to head to the cafeteria. In the afternoon, as Gu Yuan and her group walked into the opposing company amidst the reluctant expressions of the secretaries, Assistant Hao let out a deep breath, relieved that this little troublemaker had finally left. Assistant Hao, not good. Gu Yuan. Chapter 23. Dazed Bandage. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's name, Assistant Hao instinctively felt a headache coming on. With a resigned turn, he asked, "What happened?" "She just left." The secretary, her face a mask of despair, replied, "Didn't you ask Gu Yuan to send a business push notification to 10,000 clients this morning? Instead, she sent one client 1,000,000 notifications. And now that client's phone is completely wrecked." They directly called President Shen to complain. Assistant Hao felt a buzzing in his ears, covering his head with his hands. Exerting all his strength to avoid fainting, with a hint of despair, he asked, "Are you serious?" "To which client?" "Yes, it was sent to Li Futian, President Li." Assistant Hao was instantly petrified, regaining his voice after a long pause, and dashed back into the company, worried that the elderly President Li might suffer a shock. Shin Qingli had just finished apologizing to President Li when he turned to see Assistant Hao rushing in, panting heavily. For the first time, Shin Qingli experienced the overwhelming impact of Gu Yuan's actions. Sitting in his chair, he rested his forehead on one hand and sighed deeply. "You are aware of President Li's situation?" Assistant Hao immediately bowed his head in contrition. "Yes, President Shin, it's my fault. I should have kept a closer eye on Gu Yuan." Shin Qingli waved his elegantly defined hand, saying, "Never mind. We'll find a time to meet with President Li. Gu Yuan and I will apologize." A flicker of confusion crossed Shin Qingli's sharp, dark eyes. How had Uncle Gu managed to refrain from punishing that little rascal Gu Yuan? Unbeknownst to Gu Yuan, who was completely oblivious to the chaos she had caused Shen's group, she was in the secretary's office of Tianqian Group. gossiping with the secretaries and joining their gossip group. Tianchen Group was keen to leverage the viewership generated by this variety show to enhance their exposure. And I'm Lu Na. I'll be your guide these days. Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand. A strikingly beautiful older sister settled beside Gu Yuan, her laughter bright and imbued with a certain boldness. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the beauty. Hello, sister. You are truly stunning. That lipstick shade suits you perfectly. The young girl, already quite pretty and refined, unconsciously softened her tone while speaking, instantly awakening Lu Na's maternal instincts. Actually, Lu Na is only 5 years older than Gu Yuan, she chuckled. Haha, Anin, you're also very beautiful, even more so than in the videos.
Wow.
The beautiful sister complimented me. Yay, beautiful sister. Let's South be close. Mu Yubai narrowed his eyes, feeling a twinge of irritation. Gu Yuan had previously wanted to be close to her, yet here she was moving on so swiftly. As Mu Yubai pondered this, he looked at Lu Na with a hint of coldness. Hello, I'm Mu Yubai. Lu Na, being experienced in the social arena, sensed Mu Yubai's displeasure. Although curious, she chose not to pry further. Hello, if you need anything, feel free to find me. Mu Wanwan, observing Mu Yubai's reaction, wore a calculating expression. Apologies. My sister just returned from the countryside and hasn't been here long. She doesn't hide her emotions well, but she means no harm.
Lu Na, please don't be upset.
Gu Yuan felt an overwhelming annoyance upon seeing Mu Wanwan. The young girl, arms crossed, glanced impatiently at Mu Wanwan. TSK.
So obvious, isn't it?
How do you know so much about other people's affairs? Currently, the backgrounds of Mu Wanwan and Mu Yubai were in a semi-public state, not yet fully exposed to the public eye. Although Gu Yuan was aware that even if Mu Wanwan revealed Mu Yubai's true identity, he would not suffer too greatly. She simply could not tolerate the calculating tone that Mu Wanwan infused into every word regarding Mu Yubai. Mu Yubai, gazing at the girl standing before him, felt a sudden irritation rise within him, only to be gradually soothed. Mu Wanwan, seemingly frightened by Gu Yuan, stammered an apology. I'm sorry, Anan. I don't understand why you always want to trouble me, but could you please refrain from involving my family? They are the most important to me. Gu Yuan was at a loss for words regarding Mu Wanwan's propensity to stir up trouble. She gestured for Mu Wanwan to stop, exclaiming, Are you perhaps suffering from some severe illness, or maybe delusions of persecution? Have you taken a moment to reflect on the nonsense you've just uttered? Upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, Mu Wanwan's eyes brimmed with tears. I'm sorry, Anan. It was my fault. I was wrong, woo-woo. Gu Yuan maintained a cat-like expression, staring at Mu Wanwan for a while, until Mu Wanwan herself could no longer keep up the act. At that moment, Gu Yuan took a tissue, covering Mu Wanwan's crying mouth with it. Mu Wanwan, bewildered, whimpered. Whoa. Gu Yuan, with a serious expression, looked at Mu Wanwan and, just when everyone expected her to offer comfort, instead said, You made a mistake. So what? There's nothing to cry about. It's evident that this is your first time being human, lacking any experience, perfectly avoiding all the normal behaviors one should exhibit. Mu Wanwan replied, I'm not crying because I made a mistake. Due to Gu Yuan's unexpected retort, everyone forgot the original reason for Mu Wanwan's tears. Some even nodded in unseen corners, agreeing that Mu Wanwan was indeed quite strange. Perhaps Anan has a point? The critical question arose. Why was Mu Wanwan crying? Perhaps she was suffering from delusions of persecution? Agreed, she has been rambling nonsensically. Wasn't she quite arrogant at the beginning? It seemed that Mu Wanwan was rather malicious, not only mocking Mu Yubai as a country bumpkin but also attempting to tarnish Anan's reputation. Rumor had it that Mu Wanwan was the adopted daughter of the Mu family, while Mu Yubai was the biological daughter. After Mu Yubai was found, Mu Wanwan apparently faced considerable grievances. Was it true? Probably false. The Mu family hadn't released any statements, and nowadays, marketing accounts would say anything. Feeling exasperated at Mu Wanwan's tears, Gu Yuan greeted Sister Lu and wandered off into the building. Habitually, she checked on the emergency exit. To her surprise, on the next floor, she stumbled upon a couple lost in a passionate kiss. Gu Yuan gasped, Goodness, tape. In the next moment, the young girl quickly realized and excitedly grabbed her phone to take pictures, promptly sharing them in a gossip group. Come on, god of wealth, an excited heart, trembling hands. Look what I've discovered. Just arrived and curious about who is so audaciously engaging in office romance? Pictures. The once lively group fell silent in response to Gu Yuan's antics. Just when Gu Yuan thought her phone had malfunctioned, she noticed Sister Lu frantically messaging her. Top Secretary Lu Na, and then quickly retract the message. You sent it to the company group. And that man is our president, Lu Chen. Chapter 24. That us, a different price. Gu Yuan was taken aback. Surely Sister Lu was joking. When did Lu Chen acquire a mistress? Come on. God of wealth. Lu Jie, is today April Fool's Day? Are you jesting? Gu Yuan tentatively messaged. Top Secretary Lu Na. And that is indeed our president. Though I'm not sure when he started seeing Qi-Ro after a while, Lu Na received Gu Yuan's message. Come on. God of wealth. Perhaps you're aware of a certain feature of a messaging app? If a message exceeds 3 minutes, it cannot be retracted. Lu Na. On her first day at Tianjin Group, Gu Yuan had already gained notoriety within the company due to her remarkable investigative skills. When Lu Chen returned to the secretary's office, accompanied by Qi-Ro, he noticed the peculiar gazes cast upon him by everyone. Gu Yuan, seated beside Mu Yubai, silently muttered. No wonder that Lu Chen fellow couldn't win Mu Yubai's heart. It turns out he is essentially a notorious womanizer. Suddenly, Mu Yubai, unexpectedly addressed, was perplexed. She couldn't fathom why Gu Yuan believed Lu Chen had affections for her. Gu Yuan's matchmaking was utterly chaotic. Clearing his throat, Lu Chen addressed the newcomers. You are here for learning and exchange at Tianjin Group, right? We welcome you. Please don't feel too constrained, as our company advocates for humane development.
Luna face palmet.
Suggesting, perhaps you should let them feel a little constrained. Lu Chen, noticing the odd expressions of the surrounding secretaries, composed himself and continued smiling. By the way, to express our welcome, we have reserved a 5-star hotel for you nearby. Luna will discuss the details with you later. Gu Yuan, feeling anxious after causing a ruckus, nodded obediently. Okay, thank you. Mu Yubai and the others expressed their gratitude as well. Observing the seemingly docile group before him, Lu Chen felt a surge of delight. Gu Yuan was far less reckless than portrayed on the live stream. It was all merely an act. This was a perfect opportunity to garner some traffic and exposure for the company. With this thought, Lu Chen turned and returned to his office. The next moment, a panicked voice echoed throughout the secretary's office. Who sent that message in the group? Qi-Ro's terrified scream resonated. Following that, everyone distinctly heard the sound of something crashing in the president's office. Luna hesitated briefly before rising to approach Lu Chen's office. It appeared that Lu Chen had realized the formidable nature of the new hire. They say a new official takes office, with 3 fires. I'm eagerly awaiting the second blaze from her, though. In truth, city folks do play quite extravagantly, ha. It's hard to tell who is more socially awkward regardless. The psychological shadow cast on everyone was considerable. Gu Yuan had initially prepared for Qi-Ro to confront her, but after being called away, Qi-Ro merely returned to glare at her twice in anger, and then left it at that. Gu Yuan was bewildered.
Huh?
Is this forgiveness? The young girl glanced around and, noticing everyone was occupied with their own tasks, leaned closer to Mu Yubai and whispered, I didn't expect that Qi-Ro, despite not being particularly good-looking, could be so magnanimous. No wonder she could date that scoundrel Lu Chen. Mu Yubai quickly covered Gu Yuan's mouth and said helplessly, Don't you think your voice is a bit too loud? Gu Yuan glanced around and indeed noticed that most people's gazes were directed towards them. This isn't how it was just now. Eventually, Gu Yuan subdued herself. After all, it was her first day on the job, and she couldn't afford to offend all her colleagues, could she? Before long, Lu Chen emerged from the office. His expression a mixture of complexity as he cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yuan. Well, although we advocate for a humane development, let's all stay focused at our desks during work hours. Gu Yuan pouted. Isn't that a bit too targeted? The afternoon drifted by quietly, and finally, when the workday came to an end, Gu Yuan stretched her arms in delight, exclaiming, Wow, time to clock out. Qi-Ro, unable to contain herself, sidled up to her with a hint of sarcasm. You really clock out right on time, don't you? Gu Yuan turned to her, puzzled yet sincere. Isn't it normal to leave on time at your company? Wouldn't that be considered leaving early? Qi-Ro gritted her teeth. What I mean is, don't be so precise with your departure time. Putting in a bit of overtime would benefit your career in the long run. At this moment, Mu Wanwan interjected. I think Qi-Ro has a point. You really shouldn't be so eager to leave. Gu Yuan didn't hold back. Being eager to leave is a sign of a problematic mindset. Do you want me to treat this company like home? That would come at a different price. With my meager internship salary of 1,800, you all should be begging me to stay, considering how rare such affordable labor is.
All right.
Do you all have anything else to discuss? If not, please don't hinder my exit. Working all day is frustrating enough without dealing with you nuisances.
Move on, Van.
Observing Gu Yuan's righteous demeanor, felt a surge of jealousy. Chi Ro glanced at the keys beside her, a glint of inspiration in her eyes. Oh, right. It's your turn to lock the secretary's office door today. Remember to lock it after everyone leaves. With that, she handed the keys to Gu Yuan and, with her high heels clicking, turned to leave. Gu Yuan shrugged. Fine, considering I exposed your relationship today, I'll heed your advice this once. Having wrapped up matters at his company, Mu Yubai returned to the secretary's office and found Gu Yuan sitting idly. Ben? You haven't tea left yet? Seeing Mu Yubai, Gu Yuan's face brightened. Almost done. Today I'm locking the door. By the way, it's just you two left. Hurry up and move along.
Move on van.
Who had been waiting for Mu Yubai, thought of her scheme, a flash of malice crossing her face. Sister, shall we leave together? I have something I wish to ask you. I wondered why Mu Wanwan, that scheming green tea bitch, wasn't he leaving? She must be plotting against Mu Yubai. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, Mu Yubai's lips curled into a slight smile. He had already heard about Mu Wanwan's disgusting behaviors yesterday. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. If she wanted to play games, she shouldn't blame him for being ungracious. As Mu Yubai prepared to leave with Mu Wanwan, Gu Yuan grabbed his hand and whispered, "You'd best not leave with Mu Wanwan. She seems, you know what I mean?" A warmth spread through Mu Yubai's heart. Don't worry, I know my boundaries. All right then. Once everyone in the office had left, Gu Yuan swiftly locked the door and turned off the lights. Time to clock out. Her voice was tinged with urgency. At the very moment Gu Yuan stepped outside, Lu Chun, frustrated, pushed against the now-locked door. Who locked my office door? Chapter 25. Cackling Death Ghost. Once Chi Ro returned home, she received a call from Lu Chun. A smile graced her face, only to be interrupted by his accusatory tone. Ultimately, she grabbed the spare key and rushed to Tianchen Group to let Lu Chun in. As for why she didn't contact Gu Yuan, don't ask. It was simply because Gu Yuan hadn't checked her phone. The five-star hotel booked by Tianchen Group was quite comfortable. After returning, Gu Yuan took her takeout and settled into her hotel room. Time to eat. Maybe I'll watch a movie too? After some deliberation, she finally chose a horror film that was currently quite popular. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Mu Wanwan was holding Mu Yubai's hand, her small face glistening with tears. Sister, I know I'm an adopted daughter and I know you look down on me, but Mom and Dad are innocent. Could you please visit them? They're very worried about you if you don't come home. Mu Yubai observed Mu Wanwan's poor acting and chuckled lightly. Are you certain Mom and Dad want to see me? A smug smile curled at the corners of Mu Wanwan's lips, though she said, Of course. You're their biological daughter. At this point, a hint of humiliation crossed her face. Biting her lip, she managed to say, Sister, if you don't like me, I can. Just then, a hoarse, eerie voice echoed through the room. Cackling, Death Ghost, give me your life. Both Mu Wanwan and Mu Yubai jumped in shock. What are you staring at? Little beauty, I'm coming for your life tonight, asking for your soul. Tell me, are you afraid? In an instant, Mu Wanwan was covered in goosebumps. What? What is this? Who is speaking? In contrast to the panicked Mu Wanwan, Mu Yubai remained relatively calm, her gaze swiftly locking onto the television in the room. The screen, which had previously displayed the main interface, had mysteriously switched to another scene. It seems your TV was connected to someone's device. They're streaming a horror movie. Mu Yubai pointed towards the television, and Mu Wanwan dashed over to turn it off. Staring at the now black screen, she patted her chest, still shaken. The next moment, the voice returned. Cackling, Death Ghost, give me your life. There's a ghost. Mu Wanwan shrieked, nearly fainting from terror.
Mu Yubai sighed.
Rubbing her temples, she switched off the television. Stop screaming. It's just a smart TV. It automatically connects and turns on when someone casts to it. Upon hearing Mu Yubai's explanation, Mu Wanwan barely steadied her nerves. Tears streaming down her face from fright. How can I stop others from casting to? Cackling, Death Ghost, give me your life.
Terrified.
Mu Wanwan bolted out of the room. I want to leave. I want to get out of here. Watching the sobbing Mu Wanwan, Mu Yubai found herself at a loss for words. She had always known that Mu Wanwan posed no real threat to her, but experiencing her ineptitude so directly was surprising. Mu Yubai unplugged the television in the room and turned back to her own room. At last, the world fell silent, and she let out a long breath of relief.
Phew.
Cackling, Death Ghost, give me your life. Mu Yu's eyelids twitched slightly, and she rubbed her temples with a hint of discomfort, acknowledging the peculiar nature of the situation. She reached up to unplug the power cord of the television in her room. The next moment, a message arrived from Gu Yuan, expressing her incredulity about the dilapidated five-star hotel and the hassle of screen mirroring. Muyu stared at the text for a moment before tentatively responding. What did you attempt to cast? Gu Yuan, glancing at the message from Muyu, found it somewhat odd but proceeded to forward the horror movie recommendation to her. As Muyu beheld the ominous phrase, "The vengeful spirit demands a life," emblazoned on the promotional image, she found herself lost in contemplation. Perhaps you inadvertently cast it into someone else's room. Gu Yuan, unable to contain her disbelief, scratched her cheek and responded, "No way. Could I be that unlucky?" Soon after, Muyu's message popped up again. For instance, you might have cast it into Mu Wanwan's room and even mine. Gu Yuan fell into a profound silence. Wait, how did you end up in Mu Wanwan's room?
Nothing happened, right?
Following this, Muyu recounted the earlier dramatic scene to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan chuckled as she took a bite of her meal, her smile wide enough to reveal her teeth. Hey, punishing a green tea BTCH. I suppose I've contributed to society. Subsequently, Gu Yuan opened the horror movie she selected on her phone. The vengeful spirit demands a life. The following morning, upon arriving at the office, Gu Yuan noticed that the gazes of her colleagues were somewhat peculiar. The young lady hurried over to Lu Na, leaning in to inquire, "Sister Lu, why do you all look at me so strangely? Is there something wrong?"
Yuna.
Now, quite impressed by Gu Yuan, replied, Do you know that you locked President Lu in his office last night?" Gu Yuan froze, exclaiming, "What? No way." Lu Na recounted the events of the previous day, leading Gu Yuan to exclaim, "Wow. Sister Meng's skills are still sharp. Everything is perfect. I believe President Lu will remember Sister Meng for good this time." In the dead of night, Lu Chen awoke, exasperatedly muttering, "Seriously, is she out of her mind? Haha, I can't even imagine how entertaining the days ahead will be. Sister Meng, I have faith in you."
Gu Yuan,
hearing about her heroic deeds from the previous day, felt as though her spirit had floated back to her workstation. Noticing Gu Yuan's unusual demeanor, Muyu sat beside her with concern, "What's wrong? You seem off." Gu Yuan let out a deep sigh, lost in thought. "It's nothing. I'm merely pondering." Pondering what? Gu Yuan responded, "Every component of me is rather expensive, so how is it that when assembled, I end up as such a failure?" Just as Muyu was about to offer some comforting words, her phone rang. In a little-known group within the secretary's office, someone shared the tale of Gu Yuan's antics from the previous day. Muyu thought to herself, it seems I can't comfort her at all. At that moment, Lu Chen entered the secretary's office, his expression complex. He glanced at Gu Yuan, opened his mouth as if to say something, but upon recalling that these individuals were brought in at his request, he swallowed his words. Clearing his throat, he suggested, to enhance team cohesion, "How about we go camping for a barbecue this morning?" After some contemplation, he added tactfully, "Let us ensure we take care of our new colleagues and not burden them with all the chores. It's our responsibility to avoid exhausting the new hires." It was as if he were directly implying that Gu Yuan should not be allowed to touch anything at all. Chapter 26. Am I to blame you? Gu Yuan, upon hearing this, sulked. Why not just report my ID number instead? Due to her unfortunate experience at the hotel the previous day, Mu Wanwan was in a daze and unable to mock Gu Yuan. Lu Na, being a veteran of Tianjin Group, quickly caught on and eagerly chimed in, "Thank you, President Lu. We won't hold back." Yes, thank you, President Lu. The netizens found the situation delightful, commenting that President Lu was indeed wiser than President Shin, knowing how to keep this revered figure at bay. President Lu, send me 50, and I'll share my sob story. Publicly slacking off during work hours? How enviable. But on a side note, do Gu Yuan and her companions know how to cook? Gu Yuan asserted, cooking? Not a chance. But I can certainly eat. The group surrounded Lu Chen as they made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the elevator, Gu Yuan, unusually astute, pointed towards the already open doors. President Lu, the elevator has arrived. Please go ahead. Lu Chen, taken aback by Gu Yuan's unexpected politeness, instinctively declined, "No, you all go first. If you encounter any issues with work in the coming days, feel free to report to Lu Na." Gu Yuan frowned slightly at Lu Chen's impending long-winded speech and impatiently pushed him gently on the back, muttering, "Just get in. Why all the chatter?" Coincidentally, the elevator had been open too long and began to close, inadvertently catching Lu Chen in its doors. Silence. All eyes shifted from the trapped Lu Chen to Gu Yuan. Flustered, Gu Yuan awkwardly touched her nose and took a step back. "Wow, your company's elevator shuts way too fast." Lu Na quickly stepped forward to assist Lu Chen, her expression conveying just the right amount of apology, I'm sorry, President Liu, this elevator does have issues. I'll report it to administration shortly. Veins throbbing on his forehead. Lu Chun took a deep breath, forcing a smile. All right, please make sure to report it thoroughly. TSK. If Gu Yuan weren't a member of the Gu family, he wouldn't sure she experienced the pain of unemployment. Once downstairs, the other secretaries kept a distance of 2 meters from Gu Yuan and her companions. Lu Na smiled apologetically at Mu Yu. I'm sorry. Everyone means no harm. We're just not familiar yet. By the way, here's the address for the camping trip. I'll send it to you via messaging. Mu Yu nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I understand. After Lu Na left, Gu Yuan leaned closer to Mu Yu, her pretty face adorned with a charming smile. Can I ride with you? My car was confiscated by my family. Recalling the incident, Gu Yuan gritted her teeth in frustration after driving to M City. Her father confiscated her car on the 3rd day, insisting she practice her driving skills instead of recklessly endangering others. Gu Yuan harbored reasonable suspicions that Shin Qingli, that duplicitous person, had reported her. Now, my only means of transportation is a small electric scooter. Oh, how difficult life is. Mu Yu chuckled softly, naturally not rejecting Gu Yuan's proposal. As for Mu Wanwan, she had already driven off. Along the way, in her eagerness to assist Mu Yu, Gu Yuan inadvertently guided them onto a heavily congested road. Gu Yuan gazed incredulously at the route mapped out by her navigation app, blinking in disbelief. Well, it seems I misjudged. This road is indeed the shortest, but I never anticipated it would be so congested. Mu Yubai, seated in the car, pursed her red lips in silent exasperation. She rubbed her forehead, saying, I understand your intentions are noble, but Diranin, perhaps we should refrain from setting off next time. Gu Yuan replied with a pout, QAQ, feeling so criticized. Her tone was tinged with a hint of grievance. During a lull in their wait, Mu Yubai reached out and gently patted the young girl's head. It's not that I'm blaming you, it's just that I may possess a greater aptitude for these matters. While you might not. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan turned to look at Mu Yubai, whose beautifully aloof face bore no discernible expression. I don't know why, but I feel somewhat comforted, she mused. Gu Yuan joyfully shook her head, as if savoring the feeling of having an older sister. In the Gu family, she was the sole girl of her generation and had never experienced the bond of sisterhood before. Of course, this might also explain why her father had tolerated her for so long. Ultimately, Gu Yuan and Mu Yubai arrived, albeit late, to their desired destination, where others had already begun roasting food. Qi Ro observed as Gu Yuan and her companion approached, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, look at your grand entrance. We've been waiting forever. What delayed you? Gu Yuan rolled her eyes at Qi Ro, replying, traffic, obviously. Qi Ro chuckled lightly, glancing at her manicured nails. Is your traffic jam our concern? Gu Yuan shot her a bewildered look. Am I blaming you? Qi Ro was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Gu Yuan's retort. Just as she was about to respond with more sarcasm, she was interrupted by Lu Na, who hurried over. Qi Ro, Mr. Lu brought a bounty of crabs. You should go greet him. And then you're here, just in time for some crabs. Qi Ro cast a displeased glance at Gu Yuan, her eyes brimming with malice, yet ultimately made her way toward Lu Chen. Observing the unfolding drama, Mu Wangwan slowly approached Qi Ro, removing her microphone with a smile. I see you harbor some disdain for Gu Yuan. Would you care to share why? Qi Ro crossed her arms, sizing up Mu Wanwan. Noticing her designer attire, Qi Ro's demeanor softened slightly. Well, yesterday, I asked Gu Yuan to lock the door, and she ended up locking Mr. Lu in his office, forcing me to rush back to the company. That girl must have done it on purpose. Mu Wanwan took note of Qi Ro's every word and action, a fleeting look of disdain crossing her face. No wonder Qi Ro was a secretary. She was quite superficial. Gu Yuan's clothing was either not particularly expensive or bespoke without logos, giving her an appearance of modesty that only those with true discernment could appreciate. However, this trait could be strategically utilized. A calculating smile crept onto Mu Wanwan's lips. That is indeed rather insidious. Why don't we consider this? Gu Yuan turned to see Mu Wanwan and Qi Ro huddled together, and she wrinkled her nose in disdain. The two of them together surely meant no good. As expected, their hushed conversation soon escalated into an argument. In Chapter 27, Release? I suggest releasing Ginger. Qi Ro gazed at the pile of crabs before her, feigning concern. Should we really steam these crabs alive? Isn't that a bit cruel? Mu Wanwan chimed in. Indeed, it's rather inhumane to steam these living creatures. Perhaps we should set them free. When Luna arrived, she overheard their conversation and nearly choked in disbelief. These crabs were meant to feed everyone. How could they suggest releasing them? Yet, she couldn't afford to offend either of them. Wait, what are you discussing, Chi-Ro? Wan? Chi-Ro glanced at Lu Na, a touch of superiority gleaming in her eyes. Oh, Lu Jia. We were just saying that steaming these live crabs is rather cruel. Mu Wanwan nodded in agreement, yes. We propose setting them free. What do you think, Lu Jia? Lu Na retorted, what do I think? I'd love to kick you both out and watch from a distance. The commotion attracted a crowd, and everyone's expression soured upon hearing their words. Gu Yuan tugged at Mu Yubai's sleeve, eager to join the fray. Hey, what's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Lu Na, exasperated, turned to Gu Yuan with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. And just now, Wanwan and Chi-Ro suggested releasing the crabs. What do you think? Gu Yuan widened her eyes, looking at Chi-Ro and Mu Wanwan as if they were the biggest fools. Release? Have you lost your minds? What on earth are you talking about? The young girl crossed her arms defiantly, raising her chin. What do I think? I suggest releasing ginger instead to enhance the flavor and mask the fishiness. Relieved by Gu Yuan's stance, Lu Na exhaled deeply. Had Gu Yuan also suggested releasing them, she would have had no choice but to concede to public opinion to avoid backlash online. Lu Na stepped forward. Indeed, Mr. Lu has invested quite a sum in these crabs at 500 a pound. We cannot simply let them go. Gu Yuan, with her hands tucked into her pockets, cast a wistful glance at the crabs, remarking, Mr. Lu must feel quite unfortunate to have encountered two such bleeding hearts. Here, they suggest we abstain from food and drink to spare lives. Mu Wanwan was taken aback by the crab's exorbitant price and fell silent. Chi-Ro, noticing Lu Chen's countenance darkening, panicked and quickly defended herself. It was Mu Wanwan who suggested the crabs were deserving of sympathy. I agree with her, just. The crowd registered Chi-Ro's words, a flicker of understanding crossing their faces. Since Mu Wanwan and her companions were influential, most would align their opinions with theirs to avoid personal attacks. Mu Wanwan was stunned by Chi-Ro's sudden betrayal, her face contorting for a moment before she forced a smile. Gu Yuan watched the spectacle unfold with glee, shaking her head in amusement, her pearly white teeth flashing in delight. Just as she prepared to mock them further, Mu Yubai swiftly offered her a grilled mushroom. And didn't you say you wanted to eat grilled mushrooms? Hurry and enjoy. Mu Yubai felt exasperated by Gu Yuan's penchant for reveling in the chaos. As Gu Yuan instinctively chewed on the mushroom, her expression shifted dramatically. She turned away and spat it out, coughing, cough, cough. Mu Yubai, have you offended the kitchen god? I've never tasted such atrocious barbecue in my life. Lu Na gazed at the rigidly stiff Mu Yubai, sighed, and approached to take a roasted mushroom, attempting to lighten the mood. However, her smile quickly became as frozen as her demeanor, and with great difficulty, she swallowed the mushroom. After a lengthy pause, she finally mustered a remark. Haha, Yubai, this mushroom you roasted is quite fresh, reminiscent of those just sprouted from the earth. Mu Yubai looked perplexed. Gu Yuan interjected, it's just undercooked. Mu Yubai touched the tip of her nose and cast an apologetic glance at the two opposite her. I'm sorry. I got a bit distracted by the lively scene over here and momentarily forgot about my barbecue. Lu Na waved her hand with a smile. No worries, no worries. Just in time, the ingredients have arrived, and I'll show you all a thing or two. She thought to herself. She could not allow these young ladies to continue their culinary mischief. Gu Yuan's eyes brightened, eagerly trailing behind Lu Na. Sister Lu, what dishes can you prepare? Lu Na shot a glance at Gu Yuan and replied with a smile. I have quite a repertoire, especially my hometown dishes. Cold mixed root vegetables, spicy bamboo shoots with root vegetables, cured meat with root vegetables, and lotus root soup with pig trotters. Upon hearing Lu Na's words, many around displayed expressions of distress. Sister Lu, everything else is wonderful, but why must you insist on promoting root vegetables? We really don't like them. Gu Yuan swallowed hard, timidly raising her hand. Sister Lu, could we perhaps consider removing root vegetables from the menu? Lu Na paused mid-sentence, awkwardly touching her nose. You don't like root vegetables, do you? Gu Yuan's face instantly morphed into a bitter melon expression. No, I really can't stand them at all. Lu Na shrugged her shoulders. All right then. Among Lu Chen's secretaries, there was at least one who could cook, and the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, causing Gu Yuan to salivate just from the scent. Amidst this delightful atmosphere, Mu Wanwan suddenly interjected. Anan, Sister Yubai, aren't you two going to prepare a dish as well? It wouldn't be quite right to simply partake in the feast. Gu Yuan cast a scornful glance at Mu Wanwan, scoffing, and you? Have you cooked anything? Mu Wanwan proudly pointed to the crabs that had been nearly devoured, declaring, "I steamed those crabs." Gu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I what?" The young girl glared at the shameless Mu Wanwan, sarcastically remarking, "No wonder your skin is so thick. Didn't you previously say you would release them back into the wild? How does that equate to putting them in your belly?" Caught off guard by Gu Yuan's revelation, Mu Wanwan's face flushed with embarrassment, her annoyance flaring. "Regardless, I did supervise the steaming of those crabs. While you didn't lift a finger." Gu Yuan, resting her chin in her hand, exchanged glances with Mu Bai, recalling that the author had intentionally depicted Mu Bai as incapable of cooking to highlight Xin Qing Li's role. It seemed Mu Wanwan had correctly deduced that neither of them could cook, and she continued her sarcastic tirade. "In my opinion, your behavior is quite unbecoming. There's no such thing as a free meal." Gu Yuan smacked her lips, a knowing smile spreading across her face. "Since you've so sincerely invited me to cook, I can't very well decline." As Gu Yuan's radiant smile illuminated her face, everyone present, including Mu Wanwan, suddenly shivered, sensing that something unfavorable was about to transpire. Chapter 28. Who can distinguish between the King of Hell and you? Gu Yuan turned to Mu Bai, who was seated beside her, and with a playful blink, said, "Sister Yu Bai, would you help me wash the vegetables?" Mu Bai, intrigued, nodded, "Sure." Under the urging gazes of the gathered crowd, Lu Na approached Gu Yuan, her expression betraying an unexpected conflict as she inquired, what dish do you plan to stir-fry?" Gu Yuan raised a finger, speaking mysteriously, "I've learned a delightful and entertaining dish." Lu Na appeared perplexed. "Delicious and entertaining?" "Yes, shredded potatoes stir-fried with shredded ginger. A plate of shredded potatoes with a handful of ginger strips. And whoever eats the ginger first has to clean up," Gu Yuan explained. "Of course, if no one eats the ginger, then the cook is responsible for the cleanup." Lu Na stroked her chin, her eyes gleaming with amusement. "That does sound fun." However, Chi Ro frowned, countering, "But how will we know who ate the ginger?" Mu Bai stood up, gently patting Gu Yuan's head, explaining, "It depends on whether the person who eats the ginger is willing to admit it. If no one speaks up, then we all clean up." Chi Ro's expression brightened as she grasped Mu Bai's intent. "In essence, if one eats the ginger and refrains from revealing it, no one would know, and Gu Yuan's group would handle the cleanup." Mu Wanwan understood the implication and eagerly nodded. "I think that sounds great." Seeing everyone in agreement, Gu Yuan led Mu Bai toward the kitchen, instructing, "Yes. Wash the ginger and potatoes, then peel and shred them. I'll handle the rest." Gu Yuan's confident voice echoed across the distance, instilling a hint of tension among the group. After Mu Bai finished washing the vegetables, she was promptly ushered out by Gu Yuan, who claimed it was to prevent Mu Bai from learning her secret dish. Moments later, Gu Yuan emerged with a steaming plate of food. The potatoes and ginger both a vivid yellow, shredded to uniform thickness. "Well, who can distinguish which is ginger and which is potato?" Gu Yuan mused. "The fun lies in the confusion." Yet, she thought perhaps she had misjudged. City folk certainly knew how to entertain. She eagerly awaited everyone's reactions. Mu Bai inhaled the aroma. "It does smell quite delightful." Gu Yuan placed the dish prominently, gesturing to everyone. "All right, let the performance commence." Mu Bai picked up a pair of chopsticks, eager to taste, but Gu Yuan stopped her, declaring with conviction, "A strategist shouldn't enter the battlefield. You wait with me, otherwise who will help me with the dishes?" Gu Yuan was self-aware enough to recognize that the scant ginger might lead them to betray her. As the others heard Gu Yuan's words, their excitement intensified. Gu Yuan settled down beside Mu Bai, handing her a crab, creating a peculiar scene. Gu Yuan and Mu Bai leisurely enjoyed their crabs while the rest grimaced as they ate the dish. As Gu Yuan nibbled, she leaned closer to Mu Bai, whispering her observations. "Their acting is truly impressive. I only added a pinch of raw ginger. Yet they're all performing with such fervor." Mu Bai raised an eyebrow, harboring doubts. "Is this really just acting? It doesn't seem like it." At that moment, Chi Ro waved her hands in distress, exclaiming, "I'm done. I can't take it anymore. Why do I always end up eating the ginger?" Lu Na and the others let out a quiet sigh of relief. To be honest, they too had been overwhelmed by the taste of ginger in every bite, a flavor that is hard to articulate. Ultimately, it was Chi Ro who took on the task of cleaning up. Mu Bai, with a fleeting thought, turned and made her way to the kitchen. Upon discovering that the plate of shredded potatoes remained untouched, the corners of Mu Bai's lips twitched, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lu Na, hearing the commotion, approached, momentarily taken aback. Anan, could you come here for a moment? Gu Yuan set down the crab she was holding, asking, what's wrong? Luna, with a complex expression, pointed to the plate and inquired, Anan, are you certain you put the shredded potatoes in? Gu Yuan, confused, stepped forward. Of course, I even reduced the amount of ginger for your sake. Wait, what? The shredded potatoes are still on the plate.
What did I just stir-fry?
Luna's face contorted in a mixture of frustration and amusement. I was wondering why every bite tasted solely of ginger. I thought I was just having bad luck, but it turns out the source of the problem was you. Gu Yuan stood frozen, her body stiffening as she turned to see everyone glaring at her. Raising her hand in a sheepish manner, her face radiated sincerity. I truly didn't mean to. These two plates look identical. I didn't expect you all to eat so much without saying a word. Luna pinched Gu Yuan's cheek and remarked fiercely, if we had spoken up, we would have failed. Who knew you were here causing a glitch?
I am sorry.
I apologize to everyone. I'll bring you gifts tomorrow. The netizens were rolling with laughter. Oh my, who could distinguish between the king of hell and you now? I said something felt off earlier. This is hilarious. Everyone has a look of constipation on their faces. I bet they're all contemplating how to stab Sister Mang's heart. If it were me, I do want it too. Ginger. Only those who have eaten it know the struggle. Thankfully, Gu Yuan's apology was sincere. And considering there were many of them, no one had eaten more than a couple of bites, so no one held a grudge. After the meal, everyone gathered to chat. My ideal is to buy a house in the capital and save enough money to retire early, Lu Jie said with a smile. She then turned to the drowsy Gu Yuan beside her and asked, Anan, what is your life's dream? Gu Yuan, groggily opening her eyes, replied, Life's dream? I hope there is someone who can work for me while I spend their money. They should also help me lose weight while I eat for them. Oh, and I have one ultimate wish, to find money lying around everywhere. Luna's lips twitched, and that wish is quite explosive in the realm of wishes. Gu Yuan shrugged her shoulders, looking helpless. What can I say? I can't get up in the morning, I feel sleepy at noon, and I get drowsy in the afternoon. It just so happens that I'm wide awake at night. Even the heavens are telling me not to go to work. Mu Yubai chuckled, ruffling Gu Yuan's hair. This is the first time I've seen someone speak of laziness so refreshingly and uniquely. Gu Yuan earnestly nodded. Any difficulty can defeat me. Mu Yubai handed her some candy, gently advising and don't think like that. You see, the word give up has 15 strokes, while persevere has 16 strokes, and hope has 18 strokes.
What does this imply?
As long as we don't give up when facing challenges and persist, we can see hope. After Mu Yubai finished speaking, she noticed Gu Yuan and pondering with her chin resting in her hand. Just when Mu Yubai thought the young girl had finally grasped her words, Gu Yuan unexpectedly remarked, but have you considered that sudden death has 17 strokes, and death itself has only 9 strokes? Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 29. One buried in the South Pole. One buried in the North Pole. Before Mu Yubai could swallow her water, Gu Yuan's words shattered her defenses. Sister Mang, are you impervious to reason? Goose, 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 goose. Well said, don't speak next time. At that moment, Mu Yubai probably wished to pierce the other's heart, reaching a peak of exasperation. Luna also heard Gu Yuan's bold declaration. Wiping the virtual sweat from her brow, she cheerfully changed the subject. By the way, and with your looks, do you have a boyfriend? Gu Yuan shook her head and responded with utmost sincerity. No, men only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. Is making money not sweet enough? Or are games not fun? Why must one pursue romance? Luna shook her head with a smile, speaking as if from experience, and you're still too young. Your attitude towards love is far too pessimistic. Gu Yuan, sensing an unusual undertone in Lu Jie's words, blinked her eyes and inquired, Why do you say that, Lu Jie? Luna smiled shyly, her beautiful face adorned with a youthful demeanor. You see, when you find the right person to love and marry, you'll discover how wonderful life is. Just like my husband and I, we've been together for 8 years since campus life to wedding bliss, and throughout these years, we've never quarreled. Every holiday, we prepare gifts and surprises for each other. As soon as Lu Jie mentioned her husband, her smile became uncontainable. Gu Yuan twitched her lips, perplexed at her own masochism. The young girl coldly laughed and sincerely looked at Luna. Lu Jie, I suggest you two be buried separately after death. One in the South Pole, and the other in the North Pole. Don't get me wrong, I'm merely enviously jealous of you. Upon hearing An's words, Luna burst into laughter. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we definitely plan to be buried together. Gu Yuan pouted, but remained steadfast in her opinion. It's exhausting to be in love every day. It's just like going to work, and I'm curious, what do you all talk about while dating? The young girl popped a piece of candy into her mouth, shaking her head, and waved her hand dismissively. Do you all chat like, have you eaten? Go to bed early. I had a long meeting today. Dress warmly, drink hot water. That girl is my sister? Don't be ridiculous. That's not true. We're just good friends. My battery died, just turned on. I was thinking about you the whole time. What's wrong?
Sorry.
I don't even know what I did wrong. You're great. I don't deserve you. Forget me. Next person.
Luna was baffled,
Wondering why Guyu and had gotten herself so worked up. The commotion had long been noticed by others. Chi-Ro covered her mouth, smirking maliciously and sarcastically remarked, "What's this? Guyuan, you seem to know these scummy phrases quite well. You're not secretly a scummy girl yourself, are you?" Guyuan cast a disdainful glance at Chi-Ro, lazily unwrapping a piece of candy and popping it in her mouth. Her languid voice chimed, "Did you inject your beauty serum into your brain? Have you rendered your cerebral cortex so smooth that there's not a shred of intelligence left? I've always said, strategists don't go to battle, and the wise don't enter love. Marriage is the grave of love." However, Mu Wanwan interrupted Guyuan, and "You're thinking wrong. According to what you said, if marriage is the grave of love, what does matchmaking become?" Guyuan crossed her arms over her chest, pondering for a moment before delivering her verdict, to assess the feng shui of a grave. "And what about declarations of love?" Guyuan responded, "It's akin to digging one's own grave." Chi-Ro, unconvinced, queried, "What about marriage? A mutual demise?" Muyubai raised an eyebrow slightly and inquired, "What then of the third party in a marriage? Consider it grave robbing." Luna found this amusing and chimed in, "And what of infidelity?" Guyuan stroked her chin, contemplating before declaring, "Relocation of the grave." Muyubai and Luna exchanged stifled laughs and simultaneously asked, "And divorce?" Guyuan clapped her hands, her face radiating a bright smile. "You'd be uprooting your ancestral grave."
Mu Van. Kiru.
The surrounding crowd. One male secretary stepped forward, perplexed, and asked, "But if you don't marry, then you won't have adorable children." Guyuan, unfazed, replied, "Oh, I'm not planning to have children." The male secretary frowned. "Why not?" Guyuan unwrapped another piece of candy and explained nonchalantly, "I have social anxiety. I don't wish to give birth to strangers. Moreover, I'm not opposed to having children, but rather postponing it to my next life." Muyubai chuckled unexpectedly at Guyuan's humor. The male secretary, however, frowned with a stern tone, rebutting, "But heaven has granted women the right to bear children." Guyuan crumpled the candy wrapper and tossed it at the male secretary, her face adorned with a hint of mockery. "Is that so? Then I bestow upon you the right from heaven. Go ahead." The male secretary blushed furiously but continued to argue, "As the saying goes, raising children is a safeguard for old age. If you don't have children now, be wary of having no one to support you in your old age, or even to carry your coffin." Guyuan dismissed him with a scoff, crossing her arms proudly. "I am my own child. Do you think I am unaware of whether raising children serves as a safeguard? Besides, how often do you all return home in a year?" As soon as her words left her lips, silence enveloped the room. Indeed, due to their demanding jobs, they only returned home during the spring festival. If their parents fell ill, they might not even be able to rush back. Guyuan continued her monologue, casually unwrapping another piece of candy. "When I die, why should I care? Even if you scatter my ashes, I wouldn't know. However, I do hope my ashes can be smeared on my high school homeroom teacher's office, so she can see that even this pile of muck can be propped up against a wall." As Guyuan spoke, she grinned proudly, applauding her own brilliant idea.
Muyubai.
"Others. You certainly know how to frighten people," Luna said with a smile, ruffling Guyuan's hair. "All right, keep such macabre thoughts to yourself, and perhaps by the time you're gone, your homeroom teacher will have ventured to the afterlife as well." Guyuan, realizing this, expressed mild disappointment. "That's true. Others, you seem quite disappointed." "Haha, Mengjia, you are simply too funny. High school homeroom teacher, let me thank you. For you have warmed the 4 seasons. Wait, it should be that you have horrified the 4 seasons. Good heavens, social anxiety and the aversion to giving birth to strangers? Mengjia, you have a way with words. I've learned something valuable. When my mother urges me to marry and have children, I shall respond thus. I, too, am reluctant to have children, for I suffer from cold womb syndrome and fear my child might freeze to death." Oh dear, both of you are quite the jesters. Chapter 30. So, this is how we play. The morning swiftly passed, and by afternoon, they returned punctually to Tianqian Group. It is said that Lu Chun possesses foresight. He dropped Gu Yuan and the others off at the campsite before returning to the company to address a backlog of paperwork. Given that Gu Yuan had managed to startle an entire building of the Shun Group with a mere printer, Lu Chun assigned her and her companions exceedingly light work, to the point of boredom. Gu Yuan rose from her workstation, cup in hand, and made her way to the tea room for a refill. On her way, she encountered the cleaning lady, who was muttering to herself as she placed toilet paper in the restroom of the CEO's office, swept up fallen leaves outside, and wiped the conference room windows. As Gu Yuan approached the tea room, she turned and spotted a layer of golden leaves carpeting the garden outside Tianqian Group. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed, stepping back to grab the cleaning lady's arm. "Auntie, when you say you need to clean up the leaves, do you mean those outside?" The cleaning lady, captivated by the beauty of the young girl before her, smiled and replied, "Yes, there are quite a few leaves. It's time to sweep them up." Gu Yuan's excitement grew. "Then let us clean together. I have nothing else to do." Sitting all day in the office was making her feel moldy. The cleaning lady, charmed by Gu Yuan's eager smile, agreed, all right. But then, realizing she still had toilet paper in hand, she raised it. "Child, I still need to." "I know, you need to place the toilet paper, right? You go ahead, I'll join you shortly." "Okay." The cleaning lady chuckled, shaking her head slowly as she made her way downstairs. A child so eager to work is a rare sight indeed. "Anan? Sister Lu is looking for you. She said she has something for you." Mu Yubai's voice drifted from the doorway of the secretary's office, prompting Gu Yuan to hurry back. However, upon reaching her workstation, she found Qi Ro sobbing quietly. "Gu Yuan?" At the sight of Qi Ro, Gu Yuan knew trouble was afoot. As the saying goes, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still beating the retreat drum, the young girl turned on her heel, intending to escape this turbulent place. But Qi Ro called out to her, "Gu Yuan, aren't you going to comfort me? I'm so sad. How can you lack empathy?" Gu Yuan frowned, her face stern. "Is your sorrow caused by me?" Qi Ro faltered, "No, not really." Then it settled, "Your sadness has nothing to do with me." As Gu Yuan prepared to leave, Qi Ro, in a flurry, insisted, "No, you can't go. You must comfort me." Gu Yuan was at a loss for words. "Why on earth should I?" Qi Ro's gaze flickered, and then, as if struck by inspiration, she brightened. "Because you are free while the rest of us are busy working." Gu Yuan opened her mouth to retort, but realized there was merit to her statement. Seeing Qi Ro determined to stop her, Gu Yuan decided to relent, curious about what scheme Qi Ro had in mind. The young girl settled comfortably at her workstation, watching Qi Ro with an air of nonchalance. "Go on, cry, I'm watching." Qi Ro stuttered, then sniffled. "Gu Yuan, I've been encountering problems with my love life recently." Gu Yuan sincerely advised, if it's not working out, then just break up. Qi Ro was momentarily taken aback by Gu Yuan's comforting words, but she composed herself and continued, I've been facing issues at work too lately. I suggest if it's not working, then just resign." The young girl blinked innocently, hitting the nail on the head. As Qi Ro wept inconsolably, her sobs echoed. "Whoa, Gu Yuan, you are not genuinely comforting me at all. You are utterly devoid of sincerity in our communication." Gu Yuan, taken aback by Qi Ro's sudden tears, could only exclaim, "Perhaps you should call the police?" Qi Ro pouted, inwardly lamenting, "Whoa, even if I were to call the police, they wouldn't take you away. It would be of no use whatsoever." Gu Yuan, clutching her head in exasperation, weakly declared, "No, I believe you owe me compensation for emotional distress." At that moment, Gu Yuan began to question her own mental state, pondering how she had ended up here, listening to Qi Ro's lamentations. "Bah! I refuse to endure this nonsense," Gu Yuan asserted, rising to her feet, only to be halted by Qi Ro's grip on her arm, who insisted, "You cannot leave. You have yet to resolve my issue." "Whoa!" Gu Yuan's temples pulsed in irritation as her smile slowly faded, revealing a glimmer of annoyance in her eyes. Fine. Is this how we're playing it? Bring on the storm." In the next instant, Qi Ro wailed, "Whoa, maybe you should just consider me dead. What sin have I committed to deserve this torment? I can't go on." Gu Yuan's loud outburst effectively silenced Qi Ro's cries, and the entire office fell into a hushed stillness. All eyes fixed on Gu Yuan and Qi Ro. Being a performance major, Gu Yuan's tears flowed effortlessly, her cries resonating with a heartfelt intensity that moved listeners to tears. To outsiders, it might have appeared as if Qi Ro was the one suffering greatly. Gu Yuan promptly returned to her desk, this time taking the initiative to grasp Qi Ro's hand, insisting, "You must stay and explain to me where I have offended you. Is it because I made your relationship with Lu Chen widely known on the first day, and now you wish to take revenge on me?" I can't go on. No one had anticipated Gu Yuan's dramatic display, nor the heartfelt emotion with which she cried, her tears flowing freely as she depleted half a roll of tissues in no time. The secretarial staff, astute as they were, recognized that if Gu Yuan's weeping were to be captured and shared online, the stock market for Tianjin Group would undoubtedly plummet. In a flash, everyone in the office rushed to Gu Yuan's side, offering their condolences, and then, "Please don't cry. Let's discuss this calmly. Yes, if you've been wronged, please share it with us. We will seek justice for you. I have your favorite snacks here. Have some to soothe your spirit."
Right.
Qi is merely stirring up trouble. She shouldn't be allowed near you in the future. Caught in Gu Yuan's unyielding grip, Qi wore a face of exasperation, experiencing a rare moment of restlessness and being at a loss for words. Gu Yuan exclaimed, "Whoa, are you truly saying that?" The tears on her face vanished as she turned to Lu Na with excitement. Lu Na, caught off guard by Gu Yuan's sudden shift, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. Well then, I am fine now. You all should return to your work." Gu Yuan waved her hand, playfully, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Mu Yubai, equally astonished by Gu Yuan's sudden performance, finally regained her composure and cautiously inquired, and are you truly all right now?" Gu Yuan stroked her chin, reflecting for a moment, then affirmed, "Yes, I'm fine. When others cry, it makes me want to cry too. It truly feels much better to let it out, hee. Occasionally losing one's mind is beneficial for both physical and mental health." Mu Yubai and Lu Na exchanged glances, while the other secretaries murmured in disbelief, "You almost scared us to death." Gu Yuan shot Qi a knowing smile, teasing, "Please, you cannot compare your performance to mine. You are still too inexperienced." Remarkably, her makeup remained intact, a testament to her skill. "Oh, I was just about to go downstairs to rake leaves. Does anyone wish to join me?" the young girl inquired while rummaging through the snacks around her. Lu Na, still shaken, shook her head, "No, and you go have fun." In high spirits, Gu Yuan brushed off the remnants of her tears, leaving behind a trash bin overflowing with tissues as she turned to depart. Chapter 31. How about you cheat a little? While watching a live stream, Gu Yunyan felt a dull ache begin in his head as he heard Gu Yuan's piercing wail. It was one of her hidden talents, rarely witnessed unless she was truly exasperated. Such outbursts invariably heralded misfortune for someone. Alas, tears were the language of her heart. Noticing Qi's unusual demeanor, he furrowed his brow and made a phone call to investigate her situation. Mu Yubai also sensed something amiss with Qi. It seemed she was filled with regret and anger after Gu Yuan's departure. What was she regretting? An hour later, having played with the cleaning lady downstairs and swept leaves for a while, Gu Yuan returned to the secretarial office only to find Lu Na's anxious expression. Lu Na, have you encountered some trouble?" Lu Na sighed, her complexion dim. "I have an urgent document that requires President Lu's signature, but he seems to have vanished. He was just in the office not long ago, and I didn't see him leave. However, when I went to search for him, he was nowhere to be found." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan felt it had little to do with her. Puzzled, she asked, "Why not just call Lu Chen?" "I did, but his phone is still in the office." "Ah, I see." Returning to her desk, she noticed Qi's absence and felt a sense of relief. As she glanced down, her eyes fell upon the trash bin overflowing with tissues. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, those tissues should have been placed in the restroom of Lu Chen's office, right? Lu Na mentioned that Lu Chen hadn't left the office, yet he was missing. Gu Yuan gasped, "No way." Stealing a glance at Lu Na, who wore a troubled expression, she discreetly pulled her closer. "Lu Na, is there something wrong?" Gu Yuan pointed slowly at the dwindling tissues. Swallowing hard, she managed to utter, "Lu Na, I recently returned to the secretarial office because I promised the cleaning lady I would place tissues in Lu Chen's office restroom. But then I encountered that fool Qi and the tissues. Lu Na's eyes widened in horror as the realization dawned on her. It had been over an hour since the incident. Surely, President Lu couldn't be stuck in the restroom without any paper, which was why he couldn't be found. Lu Na, with a complex expression, patted Gu Yuan on the shoulder before rushing to find another male secretary. Sure enough, Lu Chen was trapped in the restroom due to a lack of toilet paper and had forgotten his phone.
Listening to Liuna's explanation,
Lu Chen felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He pressed his fingers against his temples, a visage of regret clouding his face. What possessed me to consent to Gu Yuan and her companions coming here for their educational exchange? Lu Na stood silently beside him, her gaze fixed on the ground, revealing nothing. Truth be told, in all her years of experience, Gu Yuan was the first to leave such a profound impression on her due to her knack for causing trouble. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan sat beside Mu Yubai, animatedly recounting her latest escapade.
Hey,
You don't think Lu Chen will blame the cleaning lady, do you? If I go explain things to him now, will he toss me out of Tianchen Group? Mu Yubai struggled to suppress a smirk. I think that's quite possible. You might want to stay put for now. Gu Yuan shrugged, a hint of defiance in her demeanor. This isn't my fault. It's all because of that troublemaker Qi Ro. By the way, what's up with Mu Wanwan? Did she do something wrong? I just saw her looking all flustered as she left. Mu Yubai, recalling what she had discovered, allowed a slightly sardonic smile to grace her lips. She brought this upon herself. Too much misdeed in the past has made her anxious. Gu Yuan nodded in understanding, recognizing the truth in Mu Yubai's words. However, Mu Yubai was taken aback by Gu Yuan's lack of probing curiosity. Just as Gu Yuan was eager to gossip further with Mu Yubai, Lu Chen's voice interrupted from above. Gu Yuan? How have you been at Tianchen Group lately? Startled, the young girl straightened up, recalling how Lu Chen had been trapped in the restroom because of her. Guilt washed over her. Oh, it's been quite good. Lu Chen, gazing at the unfortunate child, felt a headache brewing, but upon noticing the camera in his peripheral vision, he swallowed his impending sarcasm. You seem to enjoy the outdoors. How about Lu Na takes you out for some fieldwork? He thought to himself how urgently he needed to send her away before she caused more chaos in the company. In that moment, Lu Chen and Shen Qingli shared an uncommon alignment of mental states, and he finally understood why Gu Yuan and her friends had been sent to Tianchen Group so promptly yesterday afternoon. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. I promise to complete the task. Lu Chen nodded. All right, there's 1 hour until we finish for the day. I'll ask Lu to play a game with you. But don't wander off. Gu Yuan looked at Lu, the very person she had argued with during their camping trip, who now regarded her with lingering disdain. The girl's eyes glinted with mischief as she replied, Sure. Lu scrutinized Gu Yuan before instructing her. Just pick support and stick with me. No running off. Gu Yuan flashed a grin. You got it. 20 minutes later, staring at the game over screen, Gu Yuan mercilessly mocked. Lu Go. The opponents should thank you for your tremendous contributions. Have you considered switching careers to become a bot? Lu's face reflected a hint of despair. He usually didn't perform this poorly at games. No way, let us try again. Gu Yuan smirked. Then let's continue.
for a while.
Everyone bore witness to Gu Yuan's relentless teasing of Lu. Lu Go, why aren't you engaging the enemy in the jungle? Are you just strolling through the wild? Bro, I could toss some rice on my phone, and the chickens would maneuver better than you. I think the only difference between you and the minions is that you can type. My goodness, are you a monk? Are you too soft-hearted to kill?
Wow.
If we dropped you in a market, you wouldn't even need to water the vegetables for a crowd of uncles and aunts to gather around to praise your produce. Lu approached with enthusiasm but left in a daze, while Gu Yuan waved at him. Lu Go, come on, just use a cheat code. It won't upset the game balance. Lu nearly spat blood. Pfft, that's a heartless strike. Chapter 32. Deceived like a dog. Mu Yubai leaned closer to Gu Yuan. Intrigued. Is he really that bad at games? Gu Yuan shot her a knowing glance and whispered, how could he be? The opponents and our team are all actors I hired, just to crush Lulu's ego and keep him in check. Mu Yubai nodded. That sounds just like Gu Yuan. A splendid day began with the prospect of fieldwork. Gu Yuan arrived bright and early beside Lu Na, brimming with excitement. Sister Lu, where are we off to for our fieldwork? Are we meeting clients? Lu Na, observing the enthusiastic girls circling her, sighed, already feeling the weight of childcare. We're heading to the cafe downstairs. I'll explain our tasks for this morning.
Great.
20 minutes later, Gu Yuan wore a serious expression as she faced Lu Na, who appeared somewhat guilty. The young girl raised the flyers in her hand. So our task is just to distribute flyers? And these are for selling houses? So, this is fieldwork? Lu Na, casting a fleeting glance, rubbed her nose and coughed lightly. Well, aren't we technically outside now?
Fine.
It wasn't Lu Na's fault. She genuinely feared taking Gu Yuan to meet clients. The clients she dealt with were significant, and offending any of them was not an option. With nothing else to do, Gu Yuan decided to wander outside with the flyers. After a while, she hadn't encountered a single person, but did spot a pristine white Samoyed. Her eyes lit up as she approached the dog. Hello there, pup. Where's your owner? How could they leave you all alone here? Wong wong wong. The Samoyed eagerly nuzzled against Gu Yuan. After a moment of affection, she thought, perhaps I should give you a flyer. Wong wong wong. If you don't deny it, I'll take it as your agreement. What do you think of this house? It's cool in the winter and warm in the summer, with plenty of ventilation. Quite lovely, isn't it? Wong wong wong. Gu Yuan examined the dog and grinned. Looking at your attire, your owner must be quite wealthy. When your master arrives, you better roll on the ground and whimper, saying you want to buy this house, understood? Wong wong wong. Samoyed. I'm just a dog. I have no money. Good dog. Sister Mang truly had a great attitude. She could hold a conversation with a dog. Ha ha, Sister Mang. Don't be too funny. Samoyed. I don't understand. Clearly, the Samoyed had become utterly enamored by Sister Mang's compliments. While Gu Yuan continued to frolic with the Samoyed, she suddenly noticed the dog standing up and looking behind her. Just then, a kind yet elderly voice drifted towards her. Little one. Are you trying to sell a house to a dog? Gu Yuan turned around to find a silver-haired elder. Instinctively, she flashed a sweet smile. Not really, actually. He's a working dog, but he has been worn out. Ha ha ha, how interesting. It's been a while since I've encountered such a delightful child. Gu Yuan seized the opportunity to scrutinize the elderly gentleman before her. Though he appeared somewhat aged, his countenance exuded an unmistakable sharpness and sagacity. His eyes, piercing and bright, hinted at a formidable youth. However, these details eluded Gu Yuan's attention as she glanced between the old man and the Samoyed, belatedly realizing, grandfather, is this Samoyed yours? Old Master Mu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was sent by the younger generation of my family to keep me company, as it refused to enter the shopping mall. Had Gu Yuan paid closer attention, she would have noticed the numerous bodyguards stationed nearby, specifically designated to safeguard the dog. Her feline-like eyes darted nervously. She wondered if the elderly gentleman had overheard her earlier remarks about rolling on the ground. The little girl's thoughts were clearly written across her face, prompting old Master Mu to wave her over with a smile. Little friend, are you selling houses? Why not regale me with the details? My family could use another property. Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Do I strike you as someone who would deceive? Upon hearing his words, Gu Yuan took a more careful look at the elderly man, who truly did not seem like a fraud. His attire suggested he could easily afford 2 luxurious residences in the capital. Realizing this, she cheerfully approached him. Grandfather, what kind of decoration style do you prefer? Chinese? Western? Minimalist? Luxurious? Our Gu group has thousands of exquisite homes. I'm certain we have something to your liking. Netizens watching the live stream were left agape wet. How? The opportunities are few and far between. At last, it dawned on them why salespeople often ventured outside. Wasn't he this akin to encountering a god of wealth? Wait. The Gu group? Mongjia, your calculations are astute indeed. Mongjia's luck was unparalleled. That gentleman was from the Mu family. It wasn't he merely luck, though. She had demonstrated impressive knowledge of the luxurious properties under the Gu family's banner, complete with images, quite remarkable. The Mu family? The one belonging to Mu Silai? Another prestigious family in the capital. After a friendly morning of conversation, Gu Yuan returned triumphantly. Just as Gu Liunian concluded a morning meeting and settled down with a cup of coffee, he received a call from Gu Yuan. Hun? Have you gotten into trouble? Gu Yuan puffed her cheeks in indignation. What trouble? Can't you wish for my success for once? I sold the 2 villas at Tainyukshuan and Yangfuzai. I directed the clients to you on a certain messaging platform. Remember to transfer my commission. Gu Liunian nearly choked on his drink, coughing. Are you serious? Those villas are in prime locations with exquisite decor, but they are exorbitantly priced. Gu Yuan rolled her eyes, clearly displeased with Gu Liunian's skepticism. Why would I lie? The gentleman mentioned his surname is Mu. Wouldn't he deceive me and said my father should know him? Gu Liunian paused. Mu? No way. Could it be that Mu family? Alright, I understand now. Enjoy yourself, but no. Reflect well while out. I'll discuss it with my father. Understood. At the same time, Lu Chen and Xin Qingli felt a chill run down their spines. Puzzled. Is someone plotting against us? Luna was completely unaware of Gu Yuan's extraordinary experiences. Seeing the young girl return with a beaming face, she shut her laptop. Had enough fun? Shall we head back? Yes, let us go. As Gu Yuan returned, she coincidentally encountered Mu Wanwan, who appeared rather unwell. Gu Yuan cast a glance at her before attempting to leave, but unexpectedly, Mu Wanwan blocked her path. Gu Yuan frowned. Do you need something? Mu Wanwan, reminded of Gu Yuan's sale of 2 villas, felt a pang of discomfort. She crossed her arms and scrutinized Gu Yuan before speaking. "Anan, may I offer a word of advice? Don't you think your outfit today is a bit plain?" Gu Yuan looked at Mu Wanwan and scoffed derisively. "Huh. My plainness is merely meant to bury you." A flicker of anger crossed Mu Wanwan's eyes. For the past few days, every encounter with Gu Yuan seemed to bring misfortune. In a spot hidden from the camera, she shot Gu Yuan a venomous glare. Yet her tone feigned innocence, and "I was merely trying to offer constructive criticism. I didn't expect such a strong reaction from you. If it were me, I would humbly accept." Gu Yuan waved her hand in disdain. "What brand of plastic bag are you? So capable of holding so much?" With a hint of sincerity, Gu Yuan winked at Mu Wanwan. "To be honest, you're not that impressive in appearance and a bit dark, too. How about I introduce you to a cosmetic surgeon?" Mu Wanwan had been self-conscious about her complexion since childhood. Her features were unremarkable, and she had long struggled with her self-esteem due to her skin tone. Hearing Gu Yuan's words, her expression soured immediately. "What do you mean, Gu Yuan? You're not exactly fair yourself." Gu Yuan stuck out her tongue at Mu Wanwan, grinning. "I just came back from surfing at the beach, so I got a tan. Besides, I'm enjoying being dark, unlike you, who takes it so seriously. After all, one shouldn't live their life merely to appear pale, right?" Mu Wanwan's face twisted in rage, her laughter cold. "You think you can bully me just because you have a bit of influence? We shall see who ends up laughing last." Gu Yuan pouted, her tone laced with disdain. "Why the rush? Didn't you just say you could humbly accept all advice?" Mu Wanwan shot Gu Yuan a fierce glare, her voice almost frantic. "You better keep that cheerful demeanor. Remember, the entertainment industry is rife with newcomers laughing at the misfortunes of the old. Should any scandal arise about you, don't cry too hard." Gu Yuan bared her teeth in a grin, raising an eyebrow. "Mu Wanwan, have you gotten so arrogant lately? Have you recognized Erling Shen as your master?" Furious, Mu Wanwan retorted. "You." Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted her impending tirade. Glancing down at the caller ID, her pupils dilated in alarm, and she hurriedly turned to answer the call. Gu Yuan slyly raised her middle finger at Mu Wanwan's back. "Little brat, you still think you can contend with me?" The young girl strolled over to Mu Yubai, glancing around with a hint of confusion. "How strange. Where's Chi-Ro today? Has she really changed her ways?" Mu Yubai looked at Gu Yuan in surprise. "You didn't know? Chi-Ro didn't come today. It was a decision from the Gu family." Gu Yuan looked at Mu Yubai in bewilderment. "I had no idea. Does it concern me?" Just as Gu Yuan was about to inquire further, her phone rang. "I am your father. I am your father, son. I am your father. Hurry up and call me father." Calmly, Gu Yuan pulled out her phone, nodding at Mu Yubai. "I'll take this call." Mu Yubai twitched the corners of his lips, exasperated by the ringtone of his phone. "Hello, Gu Lianyan? What is it?" Upon realizing the call had connected, Gu Lianyan picked up the phone that was audibly proclaiming, "I am your father."
Gu Yuan.
"Didn't I tell you to change that atrocious ringtone?" "Humph. I've run away from home. You no longer have any control over me. What do you want? Speak quickly." Gu Lianyan pinched the bridge of his nose and clarified. "You were expelled from home, and your agency fee has been intercepted by your father, your third uncle. Don't accuse me of not paying you." Gu Yuan puffed up her cheeks in indignation. "You did that on purpose, Gu Lianyan. That's my money." Listening to Gu Yuan's lamentations, Gu Lianyan felt slightly soothed. His expression grew serious as he continued. "The reason I called is to inform you that the one named Chi-Ro who stopped you yesterday intended to implant a virus on your phone. This virus can access all your phone's information. According to our investigation, the virus in Chi-Ro's possession should be related to Mu Wanwan." Gu Yuan was taken aback.
"Huh?
"I thought she simply disliked me." Gu Lianyan wore a look of resignation. "And then can't you use your brain? Who would stop you just to aggravate someone else?" Gu Yuan bit her lip defiantly. "I would." "Fine. The reason I called is to inform you that I've already warned Chi-Ro. What are you planning to do about Mu Wanwan?" Gu Yuan's eyes brightened and she proposed. "How about we ambush her tonight?" Gu Lianyan. Gu Lianyan was taken aback. "Gu Yuan, can you think of anything else? We're living in a society governed by law, okay?" Gu Yuan moved the phone away from her ear to avoid being disturbed by Gu Lianyan's voice, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Did you not ask me? I was merely making a suggestion. Besides, the source of that virus should also implicate the Mu family, so you must have some thoughts on it." Gu Lianyan was left at a loss for words by Gu Yuan's remarks, caught between frustration and amusement. "All right, I'll handle Mu Wanwan. I will ensure she experiences the taste of financial ruin." A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Gu Lianyan's eyes. Mu Wanwan's attempt to hack into Gu Yuan's phone was nothing short of malicious. There are always private details on one's phone, and revealing even a fraction could incite a backlash from netizens against Gu Yuan, or worse. The intent was undeniably sinister. What role did the Mu family play in providing the virus? Gu Yunyan initially wanted to remind Gu Yuan not to suffer any grievances outside, but, recalling her bold demeanor, his words of caution circled back in his mind. Ultimately, he still felt compelled to advise, take care of yourself out there. If Xin Qingli or Lu Qin bully you, don't be afraid to fight back. Just remember to inform us afterward. The Gu family will support you. Gu Yuan's smile widened with joy. Don't worry, I got it. You've all said it so many times. Xin Qingli and Lu Chen, both wearing expressions of exasperation, remarked, so? Is no one going to say a word for me? Am I that despicable? By the way, Anan, you should eat less candy. Gu Yuan immediately glared, moving the phone away from her ear. Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. The signal is bad. I'm hanging up. Beep, beep, beep. Gu Yunyan twitched his lips in irritation. Gu Yuan, overindulging in sweets will be your downfall when the second one returns. Once Gu Yuan hung up, she entered the secretary's office only to encounter the weary-looking Mu Wanwan, who seemed to have lost the earlier haughty demeanor. Gu Yuan smiled brightly at her. Wanwan, what have you been up to? Did you run an 800-meter dash in just a moment? Mu Wanwan was about to retaliate when she caught sight of someone approaching, and her expression shifted to one of pitiful innocence. I just encountered some issues. I know you don't like me, but you can't take pleasure in my misfortune. As Lulu approached, he overheard Mu Wanwan's words and instinctively leaned toward her. He tapped on the proposal he was holding, adopting an authoritative tone as he addressed Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, what are you doing here? By the way, your social media profile picture seems a bit odd. I suggest you change it to something more mature and composed. Gu Yuan's smile instantly vanished as she glared at Lulu. Is that so? I think your face looks a bit strange. I suggest you change it to one without a mouth. Chapter 34. The Success of Severing Ties with Kin. Lulu did not expect that a single comment would earn him a retort from Gu Yuan. Flushing with embarrassment, he attempted to salvage his dignity. You know, Anan, I'm only looking out for you. When you're out, don't let your emotions show. Gu Yuan interrupted his lengthy explanation. Not showing emotions. Should I hang them on the wall instead? My emotions need to be visible so others understand that I don't like you. Some people genuinely cannot comprehend if you don't express it clearly. It was Lulu's first time witnessing Gu Yuan's articulate nature, and his smile faltered as he awkwardly shifted his gaze to Mu Wanwan. Wanwan, Anan is just straightforward. Please be more forgiving. I have matters to attend to. You two chat. With that, Lulu hurried off as if something were chasing him. Watching Lulu's cowardly retreat, Mu Wanwan's eyes flickered with disdain. Truly, he was a hopeless case. Gu Yuan strutted away like a victorious little cat, chin held high. In the afternoon, Gu Yuan sighed for the 13th time. Sitting beside her, Mu Yubai could no longer resist turning to her. What's the matter? Gu Yuan blinked her bewildered eyes, conflicted. I don't know why, but I've just been feeling lost lately. Gu Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yubai, then despondently replied, It's nothing. Seeing her dejected expression,
Mu Yubai smiled helplessly.
Are you bored? I happen to have a form that needs checking. Would you like to assist? Gu Yuan's distracted gaze finally focused, though her look towards Mu Yubai was less than friendly. Thanks, but I'll pass. Goodness, you're a top achiever but want to drag others into it? Even capitalists would weep. Mu Yubai regarded the earnest girl before him, unaware that she was internally lamenting. Observing Gu Yuan, who seemed burdened despite her youth, Mu Yubai genuinely felt concern. Is it truly acceptable for her to be so despondent? A lack of spirit could jeopardize her health. At this age, one should ideally have aspirations and pursuits. He gently urged, perhaps you could give it a try? You might just fall in love with this industry or this job. Gu Yuan was left speechless by Mu Yubai's suggestion.
No.
Absolutely not. For me, to be engaged in a profession is to harbor disdain for it. In a world of countless trades, each can lead to one's downfall. Mu Yubai silently sipped water, attempting to sway Gu Yuan's perspective. Perhaps it wasn't as dire as it seemed? Yet, Gu Yuan adhered to her own logic. As the saying goes, heaven has bestowed talents. Surely, they must find their purpose. To this day, she remained oblivious to her own utility. Children make choices. Adults toil like beasts of burden. Growing up truly is a formidable challenge. Mu Yubai's lips twitched, a complex expression fleeting across her ethereal and exquisite visage. Where had this nihilistic literature come from? And the notion of toiling like a beast. Surely, that was no jest? After all this time, it was only a matter of time before someone else had to clean up the mess created by Gu Yuan, the little troublemaker. However, the office worker, who was merely slacking off, wholeheartedly agreed. Every day, the first question upon waking was, is it really necessary to attend this B class? In childhood, one dreams of vast mansions, only to realize in adulthood that even a single room is a grand luxury. The trials of adulthood, indeed, are not to be taken lightly. I often ponder why I endure a job that feels like a death sentence, all for the sake of survival. My foolish boss, how I wish to never lay eyes on him again. VME 500, tonight I shall livestream my boss's demise. The viewers in the livestream could easily discern that the brothers in the chat room were as mentally unstable as Mang Jia. Mu Yubai tried once more to encourage Gu Yuan, but it was as if she were a despondent fish stuck to a pan, devoid of any spirit. While lamenting that failure is the mother of success, unfortunately, success shows no regard for kin. Mu Yubai pinched the bridge of her nose, sensing that Gu Yuan's mental state was precarious. How on earth did the Gu family raise their children? It truly beggars belief. The Gu family members would respond, "Thanks for the invitation, but we shall not bear this blame. Raising this little rascal has been quite the challenge." Fortunately, throughout the afternoon, Gu Yuan refrained from causing any disturbances, and inexplicably, Mu Wanwan seemed to have acquired a semblance of sense, not coming over to trouble them. As the end of the workday approached, Lu Chen finally emerged from his office. Upon seeing Gu Yuan slumped over her desk, Lu Chen's brows twitched. Remembering how she had secured 2 significant deals for the company earlier that day, Lu Chen felt a pang of toothache. He truly understood the meaning of keeping the fat water from flowing to outsiders. "Mr. Lu, do you have any instructions?" Lu Na promptly noted Lu Chen's presence and stepped forward to inquire. Lu Chen's expression brightened slightly, and it was evident to any perceptive observer that he was in good spirits. "Ahem, well, I have already communicated with the Shun group. You need not come in tomorrow," he declared, directing his words at Gu Yuan and her companions. Lu Chen's eagerness was almost palpable. Mu Yubai was somewhat confused. Weren't we supposed to be here for 3 days? Including tomorrow morning, that would make a full 3 days. Lu Chen smiled with a sense of audacity, tinged with a hint of mischief. "Yes, but considering Gu Yuan's potential for chaos, I have decided to return this formidable weapon to the Shun group ahead of schedule." Gu Yuan huffed, "How rude. While Baidu might not yield results, so Gu certainly would." The young girl muttered in defiance. Her voice was not particularly soft, and those around her quickly grasped that she was subtly cursing, stifling laughter with great difficulty. Lu Chen, unperturbed, possessed a thick skin, even smiling at Gu Yuan. "My actions are also aimed at minimizing our group's losses. You understand, right, Yuan? You will forgive me, won't you?" Gu Yuan half-heartedly nodded. Yes. I'm not one to hold grudges. I usually forgive everything before sleep. Upon waking, I will reassess prior grievances." The young girl silently added within her heart. However, recalling her previous antics, Gu Yuan couldn't help but smile brightly. "Did I not intend to vex Lu Chen? I have prepared a gift that will astonish the heavens and move the spirits. Everyone will surely be shocked." Mu Yubai, listening to the girl's internal monologue, was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that Anan had this task. Gu Yuan, in her usual careless manner, had already caused enough trouble. If she truly set out to create chaos. In that instant, Mu Yubai looked at Lu Chen with a hint of sympathy, if one were to describe it. Chapter 35, Truly Engaging Play. Lu Chen remained blissfully unaware that he had already fallen into Gu Yuan's trap. The thought of a leisurely life ahead brought him immense comfort. Gu Yuan, envisioning the surprise on Lu Chen's face once he discovered her plan, felt a surge of joy. For a moment, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Time inevitably progressed to the following day. Employees arriving at the Shun Group's secretarial office resembled mourners, each face adorned with a hint of sorrow. They waited and waited, anticipating Mu Yubai and Mu Wanwan, yet the little troublemaker Gu Yuan failed to appear. Tian Yan, adjusting her newly manicured nails, secretly sighed in relief. Could it be that Gu Yuan had something to attend to and wouldn't show up today? That would indeed be splendid. Assistant Hao overheard Tian Yan's remark, and his brows furrowed slightly, sensing that this was not a good omen. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan was engaged in a thwarted act of kindness, riding her little electric scooter. She spotted a frail elderly lady trembling at the crosswalk. A flicker of the remaining vestiges of her sense of justice surged within her. The young girl halted her vehicle, hurriedly approached the elderly woman, and exclaimed, "Grandma, do you wish to cross the street? Let me assist you." And no, oh dear, that's not necessary. Before the elderly lady could decline, Gu Yuan swiftly guided her across the pedestrian path. Beaming with a broad smile, Gu Yuan waved her hand grandly. "No need to thank me, Grandma. This is what we, the new generation of university students, ought to do. Farewell." With that, she dashed to the opposite side, riding away on her electric scooter, leaving the bewildered grandmother at the curb. Oh dear, that unfortunate child. It took me great effort to cross. Some passers-by chuckled as they captured the moment on their phones and helped the elderly lady across. Due to her benevolent deed, Gu Yuan lost track of time. Upon reaching the Shun Group's building, she fortuitously witnessed a man confronting Shin Qingli, seemingly about to escalate the situation. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled. She pulled out her phone, muttering to herself, "In a crisis, remain calm. First, post on WeChat." Fortunately, the security guard arrived just in time, escorting the disruptive man away. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Gu Yuan approached Shin Qingli and poked him. "What happened? Did someone dare to confront you at your doorstep?" Shin Qingli glanced at the gleeful young girl beside him, scrunching his brow in distaste. Then, a thought crossed his mind as he raised an eyebrow, curious to know the details. Gu Yuan eagerly nodded, yes, I." Shin Qingli directly placed his hand over Gu Yuan's head, interrupting her incantation. "All right, a company assistant had a human resources, and you will understand. I have some matters to attend to this morning, so please hold off for now." Gu Yuan nodded, then shook her head, visibly conflicted as she replied, "That might not be feasible." Upon hearing this, Shin Qingli cast a questioning glance at her. What difficulties do you face?" Gu Yuan grinned, subtly retorting, "Didn't you all previously ask me to vex Lu Chen? The results should manifest this morning. Remember my bonus." Gu Yuan playfully patted Shin Qingli's arm and skipped upstairs, leaving Shin Qingli in a state of bemusement and Lu Chen, who was watching a live stream, looking horrified. Lu Chen immediately ordered a thorough investigation of everything within the company. Lu Na, exasperated, took her leave to execute his command. Anan. Even though you are no longer with Tianjin Group, your legend still lingers." Lu Chen gazed at the cheerful girl on the live stream, his right eyelid twitching. "No. I should pay a visit to my wealth deity. As long as my company doesn't suffer financial loss, a little annoyance is tolerable." Unbeknownst to him, it wouldn't be long before he realized just how profoundly mistaken he was. Some matters are far more distressing than financial loss. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan had followed assistant How to the Human Resources Department, where a beautiful female employee stood before the HR manager. Gu Yuan blinked, finding the woman vaguely familiar. Wasn't she the receptionist from the Shun Corporation? Turning to confirm with assistant Hao, she received a silent indication to remain quiet. Gu Yuan smacked her lips, conceding, "All right then." The HR manager, expressionless, addressed the female employee. "I believe you are aware of the reason for my summons today. The company has decided to terminate your employment." The employee immediately burst into tears. "Why? I have been diligent and loyal to the company. On what grounds do you dismiss me?" Gu Yuan's eyes reflected confusion. Yet the HR manager remained unmoved by her tears, stating bluntly, "Because you engaged in a romantic relationship at the company." Gu Yuan scratched her cheek in bewilderment and interjected, "But isn't there no prohibition against office romances at Shun Corporation?" The female employee nodded vigorously at Gu Yuan's words. The HR manager's lips twitched in annoyance as he explained, "There is no prohibition, but Xiaowu, are you unaware that you have a husband and a family?" Gu Yuan was taken aback by the revelation. Yet Xiaowu continued to argue, "Even if I have a husband, that is my private life. I haven't affected my work." After saying this, she turned to Gu Yuan, seeking her support. Gu Yuan shook her head fervently. "I cannot support that. Not at all." The HR manager's face darkened at Xiaowu's defense. "What do you mean you haven't affected your work? Do you know your husband has already blocked 5 people at our company entrance, claiming we seduced you? And the third person he blocked was me." Xiaowu shrank back, yet still sought to defend herself. "Manager, is this personal vendetta?" The HR manager's face had turned a deep shade of black, coldly stating, "The 5th person he blocked was our General Shin. Shin Corporation cannot retain you." Upon hearing that Shin Qingli had also been blocked, Xiaowu wilted, yet stubbornly retorted, "Will my mother know that you dismissed me this way?" Gu Yuan's eyes widened. Perplexed by her background, Shun Corporation truly harbored hidden talents. The HR manager smirked. "Yes, your mother, who works as a cleaner, has also been dismissed." Gu Yuan. Xiaowu attempted one last struggle. "If you dismiss both me and my mother, won't my father care?" Gu Yuan. What is her father's background? Your father, a security guard, has also been dismissed. Your entire family has been let go. Gu Yuan, stunned, she exclaimed, goodness. Hearing the HR manager's words, Xia Wu finally fell silent. Gu Yuan, in a daze, followed Assistant Hao out of the room, her mind swirling with a recent spectacle. Her expression a mix of emotions. After a moment, she couldn't help but comment, city folks really play it extravagant. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's remark, Assistant Hao nearly stumbled. Ahem, well, such oddities are rare. Don't take it to heart. The online spectators were thoroughly entertained by this ethical drama, engaging in lively discussions about the unexpected twists and turns. Reflecting on the beginning, they never anticipated such an ending. Honestly, I thought this person had some connections. Turns out a whole family was sent away. It's no wonder they say city folk are extravagant. Thanks for the invitation. As a city dweller, I refuse to take the blame. I am merely curious. What kind of trouble did Sister Meng bring to Tianjin Group? Chapter 36. That was a bit too cruel. When Gu Yuan returned to the secretarial office with Assistant Hao, she was still somewhat in shock.
Tianyan,
Observing Gu Yuan's demeanor, smirked and remarked sarcastically, you were late on your first day back. Gu Yuan lifted her chin defiantly and countered. If even justice can be late, why can't I? Tianyan, taken aback by Gu Yuan's bold retort, instinctively adopted the tone of an elder and reprimanded. At such a young age, you should strive for progress rather than seek comfort, this. Gu Yuan interrupted with a dismissive huff. If I were to seek comfort at such a young age, it would simply mean I have gained wisdom. At this, the young girl feigned a dramatic sigh. Sister Tianyan, after all these years, you wouldn't be unable to enjoy life, would you? My goodness, if that were the case, how unfortunate for you. The latter part of her comment was a convoluted twist that made Tianyan's temples throb. Ha ha ha, Sister Meng truly knows how to speak. This half-hearted state of mind is all too relatable. Sister Meng is like my spokesperson. Every word strikes a chord within me. Who can argue? In this life, we are left with only 4 words. Eat, drink, and be merry. Observing the flustered Tianyan, Gu Yuan proudly raised her head and departed with a sense of satisfaction. Attempting to vex her? There's still plenty of practice needed. The conflict here did not attract much attention. Many regarded Gu Yuan and her companions with a mix of reserve and cautious distance. Accepting this calm atmosphere, Gu Yuan was quite content. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by Assistant Hao's arrival. I have just received news that an ambulance has arrived at Tianjin Group to take Lu Chen away. You must tell me the truth. Was it you? Assistant Hao rushed over, his expression fraught with concern. Gu Yuan, surprised, raised an eyebrow. They even called an ambulance? Lu Chen's health is really concerning. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's implied admission, Assistant Hao felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He struggled to swallow, what on earth have you done? Gu Yuan flashed a carefree smile, her pearly white teeth gleaming. Didn't you all say you wanted me to cause some trouble for Tianjin Group? It seems I have succeeded, not just succeeded, but exceeded expectations. Assistant Hao's eyebrows twitched nervously as he inquired, so, what exactly did you do? Upon hearing this, everyone in the secretary's office turned their attention to Gu Yuan. The little girl proudly straightened her back and cheerfully replied, Oh, I heard Lu Chen is quite superstitious. So I just swapped the statue of the god of wealth in the Tianjin Group's lobby with that of King Yan. Everyone around gasped in disbelief. What a daring act. Gu Yuan continued, considering the time, Lu Chen has been worshipping for several days now. Oh, and to ensure he knows who is responsible for the mischief, I even left a note saying Xin Qingli was here. Assistant Hao plopped down onto the floor, his face drained of color. Xin Qingli, who had just stepped out to hear the entire exchange, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He approached Gu Yuan, pinched her cheek, and scolded. You left my name there too. Are you trying to ensure Lu Chen's revenge is particularly severe? Realizing the gravity of her actions, Gu Yuan shrank back slightly, attempting to justify herself. But you all told me to cause trouble for Tianjin Group, and I didn't break any laws. Xin Qingli's lips twitched. While she hadn't broken the law, her method was rather malicious. He took a moment to compose himself and asked calmly, When did you make this switch? Gu Yuan blinked, feeling guilty as she replied, On the very day you all assigned me the task. That night, I specifically arranged for the change. Will you reimburse me for that? As she spoke, her voice dwindled under Xin Qingli's piercing gaze, and she finally muttered, If you won't reimburse me, fine. Stingy Xin Qingli, I hope you never get Muyubai. The little girl cursed him silently. Mu Yubai, taken aback by Gu Yuan's audaciousness, was left speechless by her inner thoughts. Why did this child persist in believing that she and Shun Qingli were destined to be together? They belonged to entirely different worlds. Shun Qingli was ruthless, and she had no desire to entangle herself with him. Shun Qingli squeezed Gu Yuan's cheek again before rising to analyze the situation. So, Lu Chen has been worshipping King Yan for at least 5 days? Gu Yuan timidly raised her hand to correct him. To be precise, it's a full 4 days. Shun Qingli pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine, let us consider it a fleeting visit. Assistant Hao, come with me. He needed to devise a way to help Lu Chen accept the fact that he had been worshipping King Yan for 5 days. Watching Shun Qingli's calm demeanor, Gu Yuan quietly mused, Shun Qingli is rather impressive. If this were my father, he would surely scold me. Mu Yubai, overhearing Gu Yuan's self-aware comments, approached her, saying, Don't worry, it's fine. You were sent by Shun Qingli, and the name was his too. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement, while the other secretaries felt a sudden pang of sympathy for Shun Qingli. To divert Gu Yuan's attention, Mu Yubai asked, Enin, can you book plane tickets? Gu Yuan smiled. Of course I can. Mu Yubai replied, Great, then please book tickets for our colleagues returning from abroad. Leave it to me.
Mu Yubai,
Observing Gu Yuan's eagerness, felt a flicker of apprehension. Surely, nothing would go awry? Though Gu Yuan knew how to book tickets, Shun Group utilized a specialized system for this. And it took her a while to finally send the ticket information to their colleague in Country M, waiting anxiously. The colleague grew concerned when his return flight did not arrive. As the day wore on, he eventually received his ticket information and, upon reading the flight details, he was left in shock, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 37. The Monsters of Journey to the West, the Darlings of Dream of the Red Chamber. While Mu Yubai was dealing with her tasks, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. She frowned slightly and answered, only to be met with an earth-shattering wail on the other end. Are you trying to kill me, friends? The company booked me a flight to Country Y, a haven for the mafia. Does our company really engage in such business? Mu Yubai hesitated, a twinge of guilt creeping in. Calm down, can you explain what happened? The distressed voice on the other end cried, Don't book me a flight. I'll do it myself. I can work 18 hours a day. Just don't sell me out. It was evident that the caller was genuinely terrified. Mu Yubai pinched her brow, trying to remain patient as she explained, I'm sorry. The secretary who booked the tickets is new and inexperienced. We'll arrange a new ticket for you. It's late there, right? I'll book you a flight for tomorrow. However, no matter how Mu Yubai tried to reassure him, the caller insisted on booking his own ticket and demanded to return that very day. At that moment, Gu Yuan wandered over, carrying a cup of water. Noticing Mu Yubai's troubled expression, she asked curiously, Mu Yubai, are you alright? You look unwell. With a deep sigh, Mu Yubai turned to Gu Yuan, asking earnestly, Enin, where did you book the flight for? Gu Yuan tilted her head in confusion. To the capital, right? ISNT he returning? Mu Yubai, at a loss for words, suggested, why don't you take another look? Curious, Gu Yuan opened Shin Group's internal booking platform and gasped as she saw the destination clearly marked as Country Y. Oh no. I think I initially selected the capital. Mu Yubai let out a soft sigh, gently patting Gu Yuan's small shoulder. Did you know that someone just called me in tears? They thought we were going to sell them off. Gu Yuan's gaze drifted, caught off guard by such an unexpected turn of events. Well, when that person returns, I'll sincerely apologize. At this moment, Mu Yubai had no desire to play with the little rascal any longer. She waved her hand dismissively. Why don't you just sit at your desk for a while? I need to handle some matters. Gu Yuan nodded, somewhat reluctantly, okay. For a moment, she was unsure whether to be concerned for General Shen or that colleague abroad. The person had just expressed their feelings over the phone, likely still dazed from the shock. If it were me, I would have been terrified too. Who doesn't he know that Country Y is notorious for its kidney trade? Alas, encountering Sister Mang must have been a stroke of bad luck for him. Who could argue otherwise? Not long after returning to her seat, the young girl rummaged through her previous collection of classics. Due to a mix-up in book frames last time, her treasured tomes remained here. Tian Yan seemed to be fixated on Gu Yuan, and upon seeing her engrossed in her reading, she approached with a hint of dissatisfaction. Oh, still reading those peculiar books? Then I suggest you take some time to explore the classics. They could refine your character. Gu Yuan rolled her eyes at Tian Yan. The 4 great classics? I finished them when I was 8. Tian Yan remained unfazed. As the saying goes, revisiting the old allows one to learn anew. Moreover, the thoughts of an 8-year-old differ vastly from those of an 18-year-old. There's no harm in reading the four great classics. It's certainly better than perusing this. Gu Yuan pouted, muttering, the bravado in Water Margin, the demons in Journey to the West, the warriors in Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the beauties in Dream of the Red Chamber. I've seen through them all. It's time to explore something else. One cannot remain stagnant. As she spoke, the young girl cast a disdainful glance at Tianyan. Forget it. I have no common ground with someone like you, approaching 40 and still unaware of how to enjoy life. Gu Yuan's disdain was evident, her emotions plainly displayed on her face, turning Tianyan's expression a delightful shade of blue and purple. Watching Tianyan turn and walk away, Gu Yuan stole a glance at the daydreaming Mu Wanwan, wondering what was amiss today. She hadn't come to pick a fight, which felt somewhat unusual. The incident of sending a colleague to country Y quickly reached Shen Qingli's ears. Assistant Hao, reporting to Shen Qingli, couldn't he help but twitch his mouth in exasperation. He genuinely felt for that colleague. Encountering Gu Yuan was a unique trial in life. Shen Qingli was both amused and exasperated, pondering how such a young girl could cause so much chaos. Assistant Hao, find something for Gu Yuan to do, something that will keep her occupied. After speaking, Shen Qingli added, make sure it's simple. Assistant Hao nodded. Understood, General Shen. When Assistant Hao exited, he found no sign of Gu Yuan in the office. He approached Mu Yubai and tapped her desk. Where's Gu Yuan? Mu Yubai gestured towards the clock, prompting Assistant Hao to look in that direction. Realizing there was no way Gu Yuan could fit in that small space. It's almost lunchtime. Anin has gone to the cafeteria. Assistant Hao understood, knowing Gu Yuan was particularly enthusiastic about meals. However, at that moment, Gu Yuan was not dining. She was learning to cook. She had been eyeing the chef's pan for quite some time, recognizing it as a fine piece of cookware that would surely yield delicious dishes. To that end, Gu Yuan had persuaded the chef to grant her access to the kitchen, but as she gazed at the charred mass before her, she fell into contemplation. The chef, returning from a stroll, found Gu Yuan staring blankly at the blackened bottom of the pan. Weren't you supposed to be cooking? Have you not started yet? The chef was puzzled, yet the heat in the room suggested otherwise. Gu Yuan's lips twitched, feeling insulted by the chef's implication that she hadn't begun. Nevertheless, she pointed at the pan, saying, the food is right there. The chef, upon inspecting her creation, was left speechless, exclaiming, in my over 30 years of experience, this is the first time I've seen someone cook a dish that matches the pan's bottom in color. In a way, you possess a certain talent. Though, it was somewhat of an insult to his beloved pan, which had served him faithfully for 3 decades. He never imagined it would be used to create charred remnants. Gu Yuan, now serious, glanced between the pan and the food, pondering aloud, how could the dish turn out so burnt? Is it the pan's fault, or the food's fault? The chef's lips twitched, unable to comprehend her lack of self-awareness. Gu Yuan, willing to concede, asked, is it the fault of my pan or my ingredients? Chapter 38. A distinctive style reminiscent of Jiang Fei. The chef thought to himself, he had never encountered someone so shameless. Today had truly opened his eyes. The chef's expressions revealed his thoughts clearly, yet Gu Yuan remained undeterred, embodying the principle of leniency towards oneself while being strict with others. Ultimately, the chef had to shoo her out of the kitchen, instructing her to go show off her cooking skills elsewhere. Watching the small figure joyfully enjoying her meal, the chef shook his head and chuckled. Her appetite is indeed impressive. He could see that Gu Yuan genuinely enjoyed his cooking, which pleased him, granting her some leniency. However, from that day forward, he abandoned any thoughts of passing on his culinary skills to her. If she were to earn a chef's certification, she might end up poisoning an entire crowd with her cooking. After her meal, Gu Yuan returned to the secretary's office, where she was promptly intercepted by Assistant Hao. He looked at her earnestly and, here's the thing, we have a few important clients visiting this afternoon, and I need to arrange a meeting room and refreshments for them. Normally, I would handle this personally, but I have some crucial documents to attend to. Could you lend me a hand? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. Work had arrived. No problem, leave it to me. Assistant Hao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling confident that arranging the refreshments would be straightforward. He specifically instructed, the clients will arrive at 4 o'clock, so you can set up the meeting room before then. Aim for perfection. Okay, understood. Gu Yuan wandered around the building, eventually selecting a bright meeting room with floor-to-ceiling windows. This one will do. It's perfect. Next came the task of preparing refreshments, and Gu Yuan pondered. Assistant Hao said to aim for perfection. I heard the clients coming this time are quite young. 20 minutes later, Gu Yuan arrived at a nearby bubble tea shop. Hello, I would like 6 cups of pearl milk tea, and additionally 1 bucket of milk tea for the whole family. To be delivered to the Shun group. I will cover the delivery fee.
Certainly.
Gu Yuan stood before the menu, her eyes alighting upon a new sundae. Hello. I would also like to have that sundae. The young attendant, with a somewhat dazed expression, nodded. All right. May I ask if you would like the sundae iced or cold? Gu Yuan, taken aback, tentatively replied, how about half iced and half cold? The attendant suddenly snapped back to attention, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. I meant to ask if the sundae is for takeout or to enjoy here. Gu Yuan widened her eyes and weakly inquired, so, this location does not offer dine-in? The attendant covered her face with her hand. I apologize, we do offer dine-in. Oh, great. Please prepare the sundae first. And I will have it here while I wait for the milk tea. All right, just a moment. Haha, this attendant is a mirror of my work state. This morning I ordered 1 soy milk, 1 fried dough stick. The boss replied, sure thing. Once, at 8 in the morning, I encountered a pancake vendor who, upon my arrival, asked if I wanted chives with my handsome pancake or chili with my beautiful pancake. It made me laugh so hard. No chives for the handsome, I want. After finishing one sundae, Gu Yuan still felt a lingering desire for more, but alas, the milk tea was already prepared. Thus, she returned to the Shun group with the delivery guy, taking the opportunity to arrange the meeting room. When the clients arrived, Assistant Hao finally had the chance to glance at the setup Gu Yuan had prepared. Wow, is this how you arranged the meeting room? Gu Yuan proudly lifted her chin. Yes, remember to reimburse me. Assistant Hao felt a wave of darkness wash over him, particularly upon seeing the bucket of milk tea placed before Shin, the CEO. It was the first time he felt his career was at an impasse. Who could have guessed that in asking Gu Yuan to prepare tea, she would end up presenting milk tea instead? This move by her directly introduced the clients to the culture of bubble tea. If you say Gu Yuan is foolish, she knows to choose the most expensive milk tea for Shin Qingli. If you say she is clever, she is not particularly astute either. Setting aside the facts, is this even tea? However, time was far too pressing to rearrange the meeting room, so they were left with Gu Yuan's setup. As Shin Qingli entered the meeting room, he was greeted by the oversized bucket of milk tea, causing his brow to twitch and a sharp glare to fly towards Assistant Hao. Assistant Hao, let me explain, he stammered. The clients across the table, however, appeared quite pleased. Initially, we thought handing this project to you would yield no innovation, but it seems the Shun group is keeping pace with the times. We feel much more reassured now. A flicker of surprise crossed Shin Qingli's eyes, and Assistant Hao quickly smiled and stepped forward. In that case, let us discuss the details of this project. If everything is agreeable, shall we sign the contract? Absolutely. Gu Yuan felt no concern for the state of the meeting room. She was busy calculating her departure time. It's 5 o'clock, I'm off now, goodbye. Staying even a minute longer was, in her eyes, a disrespect to her time. Mu Yubai and the office staff exchanged bemused glances. They couldn't comprehend why this young lady was so eager to leave when she did nothing of consequence while staying. Just then, Shin Qingli exited the meeting room with the clients. Assistant Hao hurriedly approached Mu Yubai, visibly anxious. Where is Gu Yuan? Mu Yubai pointed toward the clock. It's time. Anan has already left for home, just half a minute ago. Is there something you need? If you chase after her now, she likely won't return. Mu Yubai spoke sincerely, sharing the outcome. A look of exasperation crossed Assistant Hao's face. The clients had wanted to meet Anan. Yet this young girl wouldn't stay even a minute longer. Assistant Hao turned back, offering an apologetic glance at the clients. I'm sorry, ve. It's all right. Your company evidently has vibrant thinkers among its ranks. Such talent is precisely what we need. I have high hopes for you. These young clients had come from abroad, bringing substantial funds, seeking to launch their projects, and unexpectedly, Gu Yuan had caught their eye through sheer happenstance. As the clients departed, the staff at the secretary's office fell into a rare silence. Could it be that the outside world had changed? Were people beginning to appreciate a troublemaker like Gu Yuan? Even Shin Qingli found himself somewhat surprised by this outcome. Meanwhile, within the Gu group, Gu Liunian listened to Bai Liang's report, wearing a knowing expression. Within and at the Shin group, I predict Shin Qingli will secure this deal. What a pity for such a lucrative opportunity. But what matters most is that Anan enjoys herself. After a restful night, Gu Yuan arrived at the Shin group with renewed enthusiasm, only to find herself confronted at the entrance by someone. Su Xingyi, a special guest of the first-time workplace experience program, was there to conduct street interviews, specifically targeting 3 guests working at the Shun group, with Gu Yuan being the final interviewee. After waiting an eternity, he finally encountered the tardy Gu Yuan. Disguised, he approached her. Hello, I am a street interviewer. What are your thoughts on the Shun group? Glancing at the time, which was quickly running out, Gu Yuan earnestly replied. The Shun group? There is a complete lack of humanistic care, and the administrative management bears a striking resemblance to the remnants of the Jiang faction. Chapter 39. Sweating profusely. Aren't you my friend?
Su Xingyi Poset, who?
Seeing that Gu Yuan was poised to continue her critique, he quickly interrupted. He still needed to record the program at the Shun group, and if she continued, he feared he might face repercussions. Ahem, I see. By the way, I heard you live alone. Living alone as a girl can be quite perilous. Do you have any self-defense tips for solitary living? Gu Yuan glanced at the clock, realizing she regretted not waking up earlier today. Looking at the street interviewer, she cleared her throat and earnestly stated, I don't know what habits others have for living alone. But in my solitary residence, I keep a portrait of myself at the entrance. Su Xingyi stared in shock, uncertain a portrait? As in the kind of portrait I think it is? Gu Yuan calmly nodded, yes, thieves generally come at night, so when they enter, the first thing they see is my portrait. If they choose to proceed, they will encounter me in person. At this point, the young lady proudly raised her chin. At that moment, who knows who will be more frightened? This, indeed, was quite the ingenious strategy. Su Xingyi silently touched her goosebumps on her arm, forcing a smile as she sought to redirect the conversation. Oh, by the way, I perceive that your disposition appears remarkably cheerful. Might I inquire as to the reason behind it? Gu Yuan, puzzled, responded, the reason? Indeed. Many assert that your buoyancy stems from a prosperous family background and striking good looks. Do you have any clarifications regarding this? Gu Yuan pouted, gazing earnestly into the camera. No. The reason for my cheerfulness is my poor memory. Thus, I never hold grudges. If I have a grievance, I retaliate on the spot.
Su Xingyi Poset?
Momentarily taken aback, as typically, street interviews served as an advantage for celebrities. Everyone knows how to respond, yet Gu Yuan was utterly unconventional, leaving Su Xingyi astonished with each of her replies. After regaining composure, Su Xingyi resumed, I see. Let's skip this topic. Next question. Do you have a boyfriend? Gu Yuan examined the interviewed journalist, who was bundled up like a dumpling and grinned. It's the off-season, so there aren't many.
Why?
Are you looking to recommend someone, or perhaps put yourself forward? Su Xingyi stammered, awkwardly laughing, and no, I'm just inquiring. Gu Yuan retorted coolly, oh. It's best not to pry into societal matters. The audience in the live stream was nearly in stitches, captivated by Gu Yuan's audacious remarks, each word capable of silencing anyone. I seriously suspect Gu Yuan knows the script. How else could she be so witty? If it were me, I'd say, pursue your interests and disregard the rest. I am convinced this girl must have a reservoir of cleverness. Otherwise, how could she be so articulate? Su Xingyi felt increasingly at a loss, struggling to keep the conversation afloat. He decided to skip to the final segment. Actually, we have a challenge here. Just look behind me. As he spoke, Su Xingyi shifted to reveal a mobile vending cart. Gu Yuan looked quizzically at the cart. Su Xingyi smiled, explaining, here's the challenge. If you give me a kiss, you will receive 2 ice creams, and for 2 kisses for ice creams, and so forth. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Xingyi. Are you serious? He nodded, affirming yes. 1 kiss yields 2 ice creams. With a playful smile, Gu Yuan instructed, all right, stay right there, I'll be right back. Su Xingyi scratched his head in confusion but nodded obediently. Sure, hurry back. No problem. Gu Yuan replied as she hopped onto her electric scooter and sped away. Su Xingyi picked up an ice cream, addressing the camera with a puzzled expression. What is she off to do? She's not calling someone, is she? I wonder if there will be enough ice cream. However, the next moment, Gu Yuan's voice rang out from the front, infused with excitement. Officer, hurry. This person is illegally setting up a stall and wants others to kiss him. I seriously suspect he is a criminal or has some mental issues. Su Xingyi stood up abruptly, spotting several police officers trailing behind Gu Yuan. In that instant, his mind went blank as he waved his hands. No, wait. Let me explain. Gu Yuan played back his earlier words about kisses and ice cream on her phone, shaking it triumphantly. You must be sweating profusely now, my dear. Save your explanations for the officers. After saying this, Gu Yuan managed to charm her way to the officers and successfully returned with a bucket of ice cream. All that remained was Su Xingyi, bewildered and left with a confiscated vending cart, feeling utterly disheveled. Su Xingyi mused, Gu Yuan is indeed formidable. The viewers are not mistaken. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was nearly in fits of laughter. I feel a bit sorry for our star. I don't usually laugh unless I can't help it. This round, our bold sister has truly triumphed. One must admit, while Su Xingyi's situation is unfortunate, Gu Yuan's actions are quite justified. Oblivious to the viewers' reactions, Gu Yuan returned with her bucket of ice cream as the secretary's office buzzed with chatter. Did you see that handsome young man downstairs when you arrived? I took a sneak peek, he's quite dashing. Are you referring to the one who offers 2 ice creams for a kiss? Yes, that's him. If I hadn't wanted to maintain some semblance of dignity, I would have approached him. Wait, you don't mean the ice cream is from him, do you? All eyes turned to Gu Yuan's bucket of ice cream. Realizing their gaze, she furrowed her brow and concealed the bucket behind her. I earned this through merit. Don't even think about taking it. Goodness, is someone robbing in broad daylight? Mu Yubai's lips twitched. How many kisses did you give? Although skeptical, it seemed entirely within Gu Yuan's character. After a moment, Mu Yubai asked, Anan, did you really get that ice cream from the man downstairs? Gu Yuan gleefully nodded, The others gasped in disbelief. How many kisses did you give him? A young female secretary tentatively inquired. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow playfully. I didn't kiss him at all. The secretary blinked. You didn't swipe it, did you? Gu Yuan pouted, indignantly murmuring, Do I seem like such a wicked person? I gave it to the police. This is my trophy.
Mu Yubai remarked.
You're fortunate to be a member of the Gu family. Otherwise, you might find yourself in quite a predicament. Gu Yuan remained unconvinced, still feeling quite pleased with herself. Meanwhile, Su Xingyi had finally managed to extricate himself from the police. He followed the program staff into the secretary's office. Assistant Hao was the first to notice Su Xingyi and promptly stepped forward. Mr. Su, hello. I'm Assistant Hao to President Shin. You may call me Assistant Hao. Su Xingyi nodded at Assistant Hao, responding, Hello, I am Su Xingyi. Assistant Hao turned to the others and said, Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. This is our new colleague. Here to record a program just like and the others. I hope you all get along harmoniously. Instantly, whispers filled the office, once more. As Su Xingyi was a former child star, naturally drawing attention. Having just graduated from university, she was undoubtedly in the spotlight. Gu Yuan handed Mu Yubai an ice cream. Her expression tinged with curiosity. Strange, Mu Yubai. Don't you think this person looks a bit familiar? Mu Yubai held a fist to his lips and coughed lightly, replying, Familiar? You may even have a bit of a history with him. Gu Yuan, puzzled, inquired, Oh, what do you mean? Just then Su Xingyi approached. Her voice tinged with amusement. How about that? You just sent me to the police. Is my ice cream delicious? Gu Yuan gasped, It's you? That little trickster. Su Xingyi smirked, playfully covering her face. Little A phone calling me a trickster? That was a planned segment by the production team. I didn't expect you almost got me sent away. Gu Yuan silently pushed the ice cream bucket back to Su Xingyi, a hint of confusion on her delicate face.
Lei Feng?
What does that mean? Su Xingyi, unbothered, grabbed an ice cream and cheerfully explained. Do you remember helping an elderly lady cross the street yesterday? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up as she grinned. I remember. Did someone record it? Am I famous now? Su Xingyi stifled a laugh. Yes, not only was it recorded, but the video has gone viral. It should be trending by now. Gu Yuan, a bit thrilled, rummaged for her phone, chattering. I never expected a trend for doing a good deed. Wait, the old lady barely crossed the street, and you helped her back. Gu Yuan exclaimed, her expression bewildered at the trending topic.
Su Xingyi chúc cờ sốc ti.
You didn't misread it. That old lady almost missed out on getting eggs because of you.
Gu Yuan,
expressionless, closed her phone. Whatever, I couldn't care less. I'm so angry. It must be the way I opened my eyes today. The young girl thought to herself. Mu Yubai's eyes flickered, amusement dancing in their depths. The others around them, upon seeing the trending topic, couldn't help but chuckle. Sister Mang was a bit unlucky as well. Firstly, her intentions were good. Secondly, it might be best for her to hold off for now. The elderly lady thought sometimes encountering well-meaning people who lack awareness can leave one feeling quite helpless. Meeting Sister Mang is truly a trial. Given the uncertainty regarding Su Xingyi's capabilities, Assistant Hao did not assign her any tasks but simply asked Gu Yuan to help her familiarize herself with the company. Gu Yuan tossed the employee handbook to Su Xingyi. Here, once you finish this, you'll understand everything. If you encounter anything unclear, feel free to ask me. Su Xingyi observed the drowsy Gu Yuan and nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Gu Yuan seemed on the verge of dozing off, Su Xingyi mischievously poked her arm. I can't comprehend this.
Gu Yuan,
resting her head on the table, turned to Su Xingyi. No worries, I don't understand it either. Su Xingyi was taken aback. Didn't you just say to ask you if I didn't understand? Yes, but I never claimed to know, she replied with a hint of defiance. All right then. As Gu Yuan began to drift off again, Su Xingyi poked her arm once more. The young girl, with a serious expression, looked at Su Xingyi. You better have something to say. Su Xingyi surveyed their surroundings, slightly baffled. Are you really going to sleep? Aren't you worried about being criticized by netizens? Gu Yuan shrugged, completely unconcerned. It's fine. I've criticized plenty of people behind their backs, and they might not be any harsher than I am. Su Xingyi was momentarily at a loss for words. You certainly have your own thoughts. Gu Yuan mumbled, and then fell asleep. Upon waking, she discovered Su Xingyi was still perusing the employee handbook. With utmost seriousness, she tapped Su Xingyi's arm. Just as Su Xingyi believed she had inspired her to work harder. Gu Yuan unexpectedly declared, They say opportunities are for those who are prepared. If you're unprepared, don't bother, it's exhausting for the viewers.
Su Xingyi sai sốc tì.
Attempting to correct her viewpoint. You can't think that way. There are many exceptional people striving to excel. Gu Yuan blinked innocently. So, what is the point of our efforts? Su Xingyi found himself momentarily speechless. He gathered his thoughts and spoke again. They say gold will always shine. If we put in some effort, perhaps we will be recognized by someone who appreciates talent. Gu Yuan waved her hand dismissively, maintaining her lethargic demeanor. They say gold will shine, but I'm just an iron block. One must accept their imperfect self. Su Xingyi was taken aback. But you can't just sleep all the time. You're wasting your prime years. Gu Yuan shot Su Xingyi a glance and retorted, I never feel guilty about sleeping because I know that even if I wake up early, I want to create any value. Su Xingyi rubbed his aching temples, struggling to refute her. That's downright alarmist. You must believe that nothing is impossible as long as you're willing to give up. Observing Su Xingyi fall silent, Gu Yuan cheerfully reached out to pat him. Why the silence? It's quite entertaining to talk to you. Before Su Xingyi could retort, Gu Yuan continued, Anyway, since your mouth is free, can you apologize to me? Su Xingyi paused for a moment. Sorry? Gu Yuan huffed, humph. I will never forgive you.
Su Xingyi.
Chapter 41. The Mop Dipped in Filth, Lu Bu Reborn. The viewers in a live stream were nearly in stitches from the banter between these two. Why did you provoke her for no reason? Xing, you've never treated other actresses this way. Why the double standards? Goose, so cute, keep it coming. These two really have chemistry. Ducks are unnecessary. You CP fans shouldn't ship everything. Hee, shipping everything just balances my nutrition. Su Xingyi seemed to have experienced Gu Yuan's influence, as he fell silent no matter how she engaged him thereafter. All of this was keenly observed by Shen Qingli, who calmly redirected his gaze and returned to his office, calling for Assistant Hao to come in. In the president's office, Assistant Hao walked in with a bewildered expression. Mr. Shen, do you have any instructions? Shen Qingli's slender fingers lightly tapped the desk as he replied, Have you arranged the meeting with General Li? I'll be taking Gu Yuan to apologize at noon. Upon hearing this, Assistant Hao pondered for a moment before discerning the identity of General Li, the very individual who had recently received a plethora of promotional messages. General Shen had already made arrangements for their meeting, scheduled at the prestigious Shengtang Hotel. With her lashes gently lowered, concealing the emotions lurking in her eyes, Shen Qingli finally spoke. Yes, please inform Gu Yuan to prepare thoroughly for lunch. Assistant Hao nodded affirmatively. Understood, General Shen. Gu Yuan, currently idling about, was taken aback when informed by Assistant Hao of the lunch gathering. With a bewildered expression, she sat upright and pointed at herself, uncertainly exclaiming, Huh, you're taking me to a lunch meeting? Are you sure? Assistant Hao, feeling exasperated, reiterated the mishap from earlier that Gu Yuan had caused. Upon hearing his explanation, she fell silent, sheepishly touching her nose and conceding, I see, I really ought to apologize. Once Assistant Hao departed, Su Xingyi, seated beside Gu Yuan, burst into laughter. Haha, Yuan, you're too amusing. I heard from Assistant Hao that General Li is already over 70. Gu Yuan pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Honestly, I feel like everything has been going awry lately. It must be due to some bad feng shui. I should visit the God of Wealth's temple when I have the chance. Listening to her, Su Xingyi was momentarily at a loss for words to retort. At that moment, Mu Wanwan approached, her high heels clicking on the floor. The thought of her company, now driven to bankruptcy by the Gu family, filled her with a visceral disdain for Gu Yuan. She tossed a stack of documents onto Gu Yuan's desk, jealousy lacing her voice as she commanded, Gu Yuan, why are you slacking off? Make 3 copies of these contracts. You're incapable of doing anything right. How about this? The restroom is out of toilet paper, and you wouldn't mind delivering some to Mu Yubai, would you? Without allowing Gu Yuan a moment to respond, Mu Wanwan strutted away towards Tianyan, saying, Sister Tianyan, I have some questions for you. Gu Yuan could hardly tolerate such indignity. She stood up abruptly and seized Mu Wanwan's arm, causing her to stumble slightly. What on earth are you doing? Mu Wanwan demanded, regaining her balance. With her hands on her hips and a derisive smile, Gu Yuan retorted, What am I doing? We hold the same position. Is this how you presume to boss me around? Who granted you the audacity to be so arrogant? Is it the Animal Protection Association that ensures your safety? Mu Wanwan glared fiercely at Gu Yuan. You dare insult me to my face? Gu Yuan sneered. I'm not just insulting you. If you can't hear me clearly, I'll gladly engrave it on your tombstone. Fuming, Mu Wanwan trembled with rage, but as her malicious scheme resurfaced in her mind, a glint of wickedness flashed in her eyes. Struggling to suppress her urge to retaliate, she remarked, If you don't want to do it, then don't. I'm not forcing you. After all, Mu Yubai is still in the restroom, and if you refuse to deliver the paper, I have no objections. Watching Mu Wanwan strut away in her haughty manner, Gu Yuan felt a wave of frustration wash over her, muttering a curse under her breath. You truly are the epitome of a foolish brat, a mere shadow of something greater. Today, you even refuse to pretend to be decent. Gu Yuan's blood boiled at Mu Wanwan's brazen antics, and she closed her eyes, taking several deep breaths. Su Xingyi, equally bewildered by Mu Wanwan's outrageous behavior, whispered, Wait. ISN, Mu Wanwan usually the picture of gentility? What's up with her today? Are you turning dark, Yuan? Gu Yuan, regaining her composure, remarked darkly, Am I being overly courteous? Have I given her too much face? Should I take matters into my own hands? Su Xingyi's brows twitched as he hurriedly reassured her. No. You should save Mu Yubai first. Fine. Gu Yuan agreed. Today, Mu Yubai was inexplicably troubled by an upset stomach, and upon finally resolving her predicament, she discovered the restroom was devoid of toilet paper. Just as she was about to call for help, she heard Gu Yuan's voice echoing, Mu Yubai?
Mu Yubai.
I'm coming to bring you paper. Mu Yubai covered her face and whispered, I'm here.
Got it.
When Gu Yuan handed the toilet paper to Mu Yubai, the door to the ladies' room suddenly swung shut, revealing Mu Wanwan standing there with a malicious grin. Gu Yuan, you've finally fallen into my trap. Gu Yuan looked at Mu Wanwan, who stood at the restroom door like a fool, her face contorting with disdain. Your mother has quite the sense of humor. She gave birth to a joke. What era are we in, and you still resort to such childish tactics, threatening me in a restroom? Mu Wanwan's expression darkened. I hope you can still laugh later. Everything I've done is because the Gu family forced me into this. It's you who left me no way out. Sensing the shift in Mu Wanwan's tone, Mu Yubai rushed out without flushing the toilet, her brow furrowed in concern. Mu Wanwan, what do you intend to do? Mu Wanwan laughed maniacally, a hint of madness in her eyes. What do I intend to do? The Gu family has driven me to bankruptcy and wants to expose my dirt. It's you who denied me my survival. I want the Gu family to regret their actions. Like a cornered animal, Mu Wanwan shrieked, Gu Yuan, tell me, if I obtain your secrets, will the Gu family go insane? Mu Yubai frowned at Mu Wanwan. Have you lost your mind? Mu Wanwan's gaze turned menacing as she shot back. You can't escape either. I've always found you displeasing. Mu Yubai's expression hardened. This is bad. Mu Wanwan has a drug. Gu Yuan, you should leave. I can handle Mu Wanwan. This little drug was nothing for her. Mu Yubai could easily manage Mu Wanwan. However, to her surprise, Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh and, enveloped in a dark aura, pushed Mu Yubai behind her. Just because a tiger doesn't roar. Do you think I'm a Hello Kitty? Seeing Gu Yuan's fierce demeanor, Mu Yubai felt her resolve waver. In the next moment, Gu Yuan grabbed a mop from the side and jabbed it towards the still unflushed toilet, causing Mu Wanwan to recoil in disgust. Gu Yuan, what are you doing?
She cried. Ha!
The mop is sullied. It's as fierce as Lu Bu. With a flick of her wrist, Gu Yuan sent a faceful of corn kernels flying at Mu Wanwan, who shrieked in horror. Mu Yubai silently compared the volume of Mu Wanwan's screams, noting they were even more frantic and desperate this time, filled with anguish and fury. Ugh, that's rather disgusting. Gu Yuan's battle continued unabated. Just then, Shen Qingli, who had been searching for Gu Yuan to invite her to the lunch meeting, followed the commotion to the ladies' room. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his face turned a ghastly shade of green. Chapter 42. Better to kill me. Mu Wanwan fainted from the repulsive scene before her, while Shen Qingli exerted effort to calm her tumultuous emotions, directing her gaze toward Mu Yubai, silently inquiring about the situation. Mu Yubai stepped back quietly, covering her face with her hand, lamenting, "What does not kill me is better off dead." The online spectators were astounded, exclaiming the severity of this conflict. Was Gu Yuan not exceedingly rude? Such a person should not be allowed to linger in the entertainment industry, which is already tainted by individuals of this ilk. Are there any paparazzi nearby? I implore you, do not release this confrontation video. It sickens me. Is it true that the wealthy engage in such earthy disputes? To the poster above, this has transcended the earthly realm. It has reached the depths of the underworld. I am curious to know who produced that foul mess. It seems Shen Qingli and Mu Yubai are experiencing quite the complex emotions at this moment. As for the conspiracy theories surrounding Gu Yuan, they remain an enigma. She was dragged out of the restroom by Shen Qingli, who regarded her with disdain, commanding you, "Go wash yourself clean." Gu Yuan, belatedly realizing, exclaimed, "Ah, I almost forgot. We have a luncheon to attend." Shen Qingli's expression twisted in discomfort. After such an ordeal, she could not stomach food. Gu Yuan blinked innocently, "No way. My appetite is still robust." Shen Qingli's forehead throbbed with tension, retorting, "I meant my clients cannot eat. We will discuss the luncheon later." Gu Yuan pouted and could not resist muttering, "You all truly are delicate. By the way, tonight will count as overtime." Shen Qingli weakly waved her hand in acknowledgement. I know. Hurry and change your clothes." Maintaining a distance of 2 meters from Mu Yubai, Shen Qingli inquired, "What exactly happened this time?" Although Gu Yuan had a penchant for trouble, she would not cause such a commotion without reason.
Mu Yubai's lips twitched,
experiencing the peculiar sensation of being so overtly despised for the first time. "I will go change my clothes. I recorded everything just now, and will send you a copy shortly." With that, Mu Yubai departed. Simultaneously, Gu Liunian had just finished a comforting phone call with Gu Yuan. Having learned that this little troublemaker had not suffered any losses, but lacking any other useful evidence. Just as Gu Liunian pondered how to make Mu Wanwan's situation worse, he received a video on his phone, capturing the entirety of Mu Wanwan's recent breakdown. The sender was Shen Qingli, accompanied by a note, "Handle your family's affairs yourself." After watching the video, Gu Liunian sneered, a sinister glint flashing in his dark eyes. Just as he prepared to retaliate against Mu Wanwan, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Second uncle." "Yes, there is video evidence." "All right, I want to intervene." Staring at the hung-up call, Gu Liunian momentarily felt dazed, murmuring to himself, "My second uncle hasn't taken action in quite some time. If Mu Wanwan can provoke him into action, she certainly hasn't lived in vain." A storm of online vitriol directed at Gu Yuan surged forth, only to be abruptly countered by the revealing video. In the footage, Mu Wanwan's frantic threats accentuated Gu Yuan's valiant counterattack, albeit with a hint of schadenfreude. The online discourse swiftly shifted, all voices condemning Mu Wanwan. "I always thought Mu Wanwan was no good, and it turns out I was right. She attempted to inflict emotional damage, only to be met with a magical counterattack." Despite warnings not to release the video, the fallout left many unable to eat. "I noticed Mu Yubai's effortless victory. Why aren't you smiling, Yubai? Are you inherently serious?" Mu Yubai retorted, "I'm truly exasperated by you all." Upon finally regaining consciousness, Mu Wanwan was met with a barrage of online comments and ridicule, nearly causing her to faint once more. Before she could reach out to her online army for damage control, a group burst through her door.
"Who are you?"
she stammered. Wei Han wore a sinister smile, declaring, "Who we are is irrelevant. However, our master wishes to invite you for a chat." Unbeknownst to Gu Yuan, she surmised the Gu family must have intervened when she saw the online comments taking a drastic turn. The afternoon passed for Gu Yuan in a fulfilling yet leisurely manner. In the evening, Shen Qingli escorted her to the Shengtang Hotel, where she encountered Mr. Li Futian, a truly benevolent man, renowned for his countless charitable donations throughout his life. Little did he know that his later years would be marred by the misfortune of encountering Gu Yuan. Upon entering the private room, Shen Qingli found Mr. Li and his son, Li Zhe, already waiting, along with several others who appeared quite formidable. A shadow flickered across Shen Qingli's eyes, yet his face maintained its usual smile. "Mr. Li, my apologies for our tardiness." Mr. Li chuckled amiably, "Not at all. It is we who arrived early." After placing their orders, Shen Qingli began to engage in small talk with Mr. Li. "The previous incident was due to our company's oversight, and I have come specifically to offer my apologies." Li Zhe scoffed derisively. "That phone nearly exploded. Thankfully, my father reacted swiftly." Mr. Li smiled warmly, resembling an untroubled elder, admonishing his son, "Oh, what nonsense. I know well of Shen's capabilities and disposition. Shen always operates with meticulous precision. We have no grievances. Gu Yuan, munching on her food, could not help but smirk at the exchange, realizing the father-son duo intended to extract a piece of the pie from Shen Qingli. Although Mr. Li outwardly presented himself as a philanthropist, he was ultimately a businessman, driven by profit. Shen Qingli had not held the reins of the Shen Group for long. Many underestimated him, unaware that given a couple more years, he would emerge as a formidable figure in the business realm. It would be unwise to offend someone as cunning as Shen Qingli. Yet, the Li family evidently lacked self-awareness. Li Zhe grinned at Shen Qingli. My father speaks truth. You will not disappoint us, Mr. Shen, especially since we still have dealings with the Shen Group regarding high-precision chips, correct? Shen Qingli calmly sipped his wine, deftly sidestepping the topic. I deeply regret the incident regarding Mr. Li's phone. Hence, I brought Gu Yuan along to apologize. I trust Mr. Li, with his esteemed reputation, will not make things difficult for us. Shen Qingli relegated the matter to the triviality of a phone mishap, using Gu Yuan as a shield. He was certain the Li family would not dare offend the Gu family's precious jewel. Mr. Li's brow furrowed, and the warmth in his smile diminished. Li Zhe seized the opportunity, of course, but since you've come to apologize, how about this? We won't he make it difficult for you, Mr. Shen. A few kind words of blessing for my father would suffice, wouldn't he it? Gu Yuan could not help but be taken aback. How could there be no issue? Shen Qingli and Li Futian were equals in the business realm. If he stood up to deliver a toast, it would inevitably diminish his standing. As Gu Yuan continued to eat, she observed Shen Qingli's expression, and indeed, the smile at the corners of his lips faded. He set down his chopsticks, seemingly preparing to leave. Gu Yuan exclaimed, Not yet. We haven't even finished the meal. The young lady abruptly rose from her seat, declaring, You stay right there. Is it acceptable for me to deliver the toast? Chapter 43. The abundance of words. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's declaration, Shen Qingli initially intended to dissuade her. Given their status, even if they chose to disregard the Li family's sentiments, the latter would not dare to protest. However, before Shen Qingli could rise, Gu Yuan had pressed him back into his seat. As their gazes met, he was struck by the brilliance in her feline eyes. Shen Qingli conceded, Very well. Li Futian and Li Zhe were both bewildered. What was happening? They had merely sought to put Shen Qingli in a difficult position. Why was the Gu family's young lady meddling? Gu Yuan, growing impatient with the two silent figures, remarked, Why the silence? Do you need to consult a dictionary for your responses? Li Futian was the first to regain his composure. He cleared his throat and awkwardly stated, It is indeed our honor to have Miss Gu deliver the toast. Gu Yuan proudly lifted her chin, as if it were a matter of course, of course. Even my old man has never heard me deliver a toast. Could she be referring to old Master Gu? Surely not. This revelation not only left Li Futian and his companions in shock, but it also stirred complex emotions within Shen Qingli. He found himself contemplating whether the Gu family's eccentricities would seek revenge upon him. Simultaneously, he wrestled with the uncertainty of whether Gu Yuan would indeed succeed in delivering a toast. Given her penchant for causing mischief over the past few days, Shen Qingli felt a sense of foreboding. With a gentle sigh, he realized he must remain ever vigilant for a potential rescue. Gu Yuan poured herself a glass of wine, and then, like a lord, returned to her seat. If I recall correctly, after I deliver the toast, you all must drink, right? Li Futian glanced at those around him, smiled, and affirmed, Indeed, as long as Miss Gu speaks, we shall partake wholeheartedly. In truth, they held little faith that Gu Yuan would utter anything of substance. This was precisely the response Gu Yuan had been waiting for. Her cat-like eyes sparkled with mischief as she declared, Cheers to everyone. Raise your glasses for prosperous careers. Lift your cups for promotion and wealth. Li Zhe and the others raised their glasses in agreement, exclaiming, Well said. Gu Yuan continued, To everyone, raise your glasses for boundless journeys. Clink your glasses for a fortune that leaps. Li Zhe and his companions exchanged glances and drank again. To everyone, when glasses collide, may you have a wealth of gold. When cups are emptied, may your achievements double. Li Zhe gritted his teeth and downed another drink, unable to refrain from saying, Miss Gu, could you perhaps alter your toast? Gu Yuan readily nodded. To everyone, when chopsticks are lifted, may you attain riches and honor, and may all your wishes come true. May life be as splendid as flowers on a brocade. Armed with her singular power, she brought her opponents to their knees. She turned to Shen Qingli, her delicate face adorned with pride. How about that? Am I impressive? In her cat-like eyes, it seemed as if shattered stars were concealed, and under the bright lights. Her vibrant emotions seemed to seep into Shen Qingli's heart. He couldn't help but smile genuinely, impressive indeed. Gu Yuan, feeling a bit conceited, tilted her head, but then her brow furrowed. What's wrong? Shen Qingli, slightly amused, pointed at her wine glass. Could you refrain from pouring wine under the table? The way this young lady poured wine was rather indiscreet. He was certain the seasoned individuals across from them had already noticed. Yet they refrained from acting due to her status. Her cheeks flushed at his words, and her eyes darted about anxiously, though she stubbornly retorted, I did not pour wine under the table. Don't accuse me falsely. Shen Qingli sighed in exasperation. Before you speak, could you at least check beneath the table? Your wine has spilled all over my shoes. Gu Yuan was left speechless. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, Li Zhe, now quite tipsy, stood up with a thud. Miss Gu, we've all had so many drinks. Surely it wouldn't hurt for you to have one as well? Li Futian, hearing his foolish son, nearly leaped up in distress, urgently pulling him back. Are you trying to invite disaster? How dare you pressure the youngest of the Gu family to drink? The atmosphere had reached a point where further refusal would be impolite, prompting Gu Yuan to resolutely stand up. Fine. If we're drinking, let us drink. Shen Qingli withdrew his hand, observing that Gu Yuan appeared quite capable of holding her liquor. As expected, Gu Yuan promptly took a large gulp for herself. Watching the scene spiral out of control, Li Futian wiped the sweat from his brow and exclaimed, Bravo! Truly, youth brings forth heroes. Miss Gu has a remarkable capacity. However, before he could finish his supportive remark, Gu Yuan coughed, spraying wine all over him. The others were taken aback. Shen Qingli thought, indeed, one should never place too much trust in the antics of Gu Yuan. Feeling a tad guilty, Gu Yuan rubbed her nose and attempted to salvage her dignity. Well, I didn't expect the wine to taste so dreadful. It must be the wine's fault. At this point, a pang of regret struck her. Li Futian, his lips twitching, reassured her, no need to feel remorse, Miss Gu. Leaning closer to Shen Qingli, Gu Yuan quietly inquired, we can't eat these dishes anymore. Can we perhaps swap them out? Li Futian felt a vain throb on his forehead, mistakenly believing her sorrow to be a sign of remorse for her actions. Before Shen Qingli could respond, Li Futian stood up. No need to trouble President Shen and Miss Gu. We've finished our meal and are about to take our leave. After Li Futian finished speaking, he gestured for his companions to escort Li Zhe away. Gu Yuan blinked in confusion, turning to Shen Qingli with a puzzled look in her eyes. Is that it? Have they finished eating? Shen Qingli covered his face, laughing heartily for a long while. His laughter only grew louder. Gu Yuan felt a wave of frustration. Hey, do you have no manners? Finally composing himself, Shen Qingli gazed sincerely at Gu Yuan. To be honest, if you weren't a member of the Gu family, you'd easily find yourself in a bag on the street. Gu Yuan dismissed Shen Qingli's words, poking his arm with her finger in dissatisfaction. But I helped you. Is this how you treat your benefactor? And that last comment, why does it sound so familiar? Shen Qingli rested his chin on one hand, his dark and profound gaze fixated on Gu Yuan. With a slight, lazy huff, he remarked, Isn't this trouble of your own making? Gu Yuan sensed an oddity about Shen Qingli, though she couldn't quite articulate it. The young girl, feeling indignant, muttered, If you're sending me to your company, then you must bear the corresponding consequences. Shen Qingli, unwilling to engage in further debate, rose from his seat, donned his jacket, and declared, Let us return for now. I shall treat you to lunch tomorrow. Gu Yuan rubbed her moderately filled stomach and pouted. Fine then. As they stepped out of the private room, they unexpectedly collided with Lu Chen. In that moment, Gu Yuan suddenly grasped the essence of guilt. She struggled to force a smile and stammered, Oh, you've come out, huh? Goodness, wasn't this fellow supposed to be in the hospital? Just as she turned to evade him, Lu Chen took a step forward, his teeth clenched, gripping Gu Yuan's cheek. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the one who swapped my fortune with the king of hell? Shen Qingli furrowed his brow and raised his hand, ready to strike away the hand that held Gu Yuan. However, Gu Yuan's voice preemptively interjected, It was Shen Qingli who instructed me to do this. It has nothing to do with me. After a brief silence, Shen Qingli redirected his hand, covering Gu Yuan's head with a somewhat begrudging expression. You certainly excel at shifting blame. Gu Yuan thought, Oh no. It seems I've offended both of them. Unable to contain herself, she flailed about, exclaiming, Help. Gu Yuan. Where are you? I'm going to be done for. At that moment, the door to the adjacent room swung open. An individual leaped forth, landing before them in a rather undignified manner. When he lifted his head, Gu Yuan took a step back in astonishment, hissing, This person possessed a rather abstract appearance. Mu Kuo was acutely aware of his lack of conventional good looks, a painful truth he could not escape. Gu Yuan's reaction immediately provoked him. He couldn't afford to offend the Mu family's elder or that little lunatic, yet couldn't he take his ire out on a mere girl?
Well,
how should one put it? He had unwittingly provoked the most intolerable among the three. Mu Kuo was indeed a bit fortunate in this regard. You little wretch. What are you staring at? Do you believe I can make your life in the capital unbearable? Gu Yuan's expression darkened instantly. She shrugged off Lu Chen and Xin Qingli's hands, delivering a swift kick to the now recovering Mu Kuo. As he stood, he stumbled back down again. Gu Yuan taunted. Oh dear, I'm so frightened. With that face of yours resembling postmodern abstract art, like a QR code, one wouldn't even know what it is without scanning it. They say family shame shouldn't be aired in public. Didn't your mother tell you not to wander about aimlessly? Mu Kuo's face contorted in fury. And as he rose to strike Gu Yuan, both Xin Qingli and Lu Chen frowned, preparing to retaliate. Yet Mu Kuo was abruptly sent flying once more, crashing against the wall. Gu Yuan turned to the source of the sound and beheld a striking young man standing at the door. With sharp features, a commanding presence, and an air of menace, his eyes bore a chilling intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. He resembled a venomous serpent fallen into the abyss, exuding both danger and power, entirely different from Xin Qingli's elegance and composure. Xin Qingli's threat lay concealed beneath a veneer of charm, his strategies inscrutable. While this newcomer openly proclaimed, "Dare to approach, and you shall meet your demise." As for Lu Chen, he was merely a frivolous butterfly. Best not to dwell on him. Mu Silin calmly retracted his leg, wearing an appropriately apologetic expression as he addressed Gu Yuan. My apologies, Miss Gu. My uncle has been rather uncouth. I hope you can forgive us. Mu Kuo, having been kicked to the ground, could barely muster a coherent word, merely fixating on Gu Yuan, stammering, Why you are Gu. Gu Yuan scoffed, shaking her phone in her hand. Do you need me to contact my second uncle to handle this for you?
Musilines gaze fritskeret.
A hint of surprise crossing his otherwise sinister demeanor. It was the first time he encountered a girl unafraid of him. This girl piqued his interest. Little did he know. Her second uncle, Gu Yu, possessed an even more pronounced air of menace. In her childhood, young Gu Yuan would cry upon seeing Gu Yu. Yet he had a peculiar fondness for this little niece, always playfully teasing her, refusing to release her even when she wept. Thanks to Gu Yuan had become desensitized to such individuals. In her eyes, no one could compare to her eccentric second uncle. Mu Silin chuckled, shaking his head. This is merely a family matter. We wouldn't want to trouble the second master. Gu Yuan felt a twinge of regret. All right then.
A familiar.
Aging voice emerged from behind Mu Silin. Are you the little agent selling houses? Gu Yuan's eyes brightened. The elderly gentleman who bought 2 villas? Xin Qingli's lips twitched. What odd appellations these were. He turned to Lu Chen, who, in a tragic manner, buried his face in his hands. Don't ask. Discussing it further would only bring tears. That client was supposed to be mine. Old Master Mu, with a jovial demeanor, surveyed everyone before exclaiming, Ah, so you are from the Gu family. I thought ordinary families couldn't possibly raise such refined children. Gu Yuan glanced between the old man and Mu Silin. Old Master Mu? Old Master Mu nodded. Just call me Grandpa Mu. Gu Yuan was astonished inwardly. What luck was this today? Mu Silin, the antagonist from novels, bore a rather tragic backstory, rivaling even Xin Qingli. A true embodiment of beauty and strength. His methods were ruthless, always leaving no trace of his deeds. Under his command, the Mu family nearly faced extinction.
Well,
it was hard to judge. Fortunately, the antagonist had affections for Mu Yubai. Far away, Mu Yubai suddenly sneezed. Who is talking about me? Perhaps I am overthinking it. Mu Silin crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, raising an eyebrow. So this is the one who swindled the old man out of tens of millions. When Mu Silin's gaze met Xin Qingli's, an unspoken tension filled the air, and then both averted their eyes simultaneously. Lu Chen nervously swallowed, fearing a confrontation with Mu Silin. However, Mu Silin completely disregarded him. Silence enveloped the scene, marking the atmosphere of the evening. Gu Yuan caught sight of the magnificent cake and the steaming dishes on the table in the private room, and suddenly felt a twinge of hunger. Old Master Mu instantly discerned what was on Gu Yuan's mind and chuckled. Have you eaten? Why not come in and join this old man for a bite? Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled. How embarrassing. The young lady, while speaking, stepped inside. Old Master Mu, observing the earnestness of Gu Yuan, shook his head with a smile. It's all right. Today happens to be my birthday. The more, the merrier. Turning her head, Gu Yuan noticed the three individuals lingering outside, still acting as sentinels. You three, come in. Don't be shy. Eat whatever you like. By the way, Lu Chen, have you had your meal? Lu Chen momentarily found himself at a loss for words, wondering why she felt so free to roam. Was she not overstepping her bounds? Observing Xin Qingli and Mu Sili already making their way in, Lu Chen naturally would not let such an opportunity slip by. With a hearty laugh, he replied, I haven't eaten either. Thank you for your generosity, Old Master Mu. Gu Yuan settled beside Old Master Mu, noticing that the cake had yet to be cut and that the private room had clearly seen many visitors before. Yet now it was empty. Xin Qingli, Mu Sili, and Lu Chen were individuals who rarely crossed paths in the business world. It was surprising to find them sharing a meal together. A moment of awkwardness enveloped the room, but Old Master Mu, the guest of honor, seemed blissfully unaware of the chilled atmosphere, still chuckling. The Mu family holds their own thoughts. No one wants to celebrate my birthday with this old man. Gu Yuan stood up with a cheerful smile, her voice lively, yet slightly coy. But Grandpa Mu, aren't we here to keep you company? On this occasion with the birthday cake, I wish you longevity like the moon, brilliance like the sun, and endurance like the southern mountains, steadfast and unyielding, flourishing like the pines and cypress. May you be ever prosperous. Xin Qingli and Mu Sili exchanged surprised glances at Gu Yuan, while Lu Chen inwardly exclaimed in disbelief. It turned out Gu Yuan possessed a tongue that could articulate such eloquence. Chapter 45. Support arrives. Gu Yuan's moment of brilliance was fleeting, as she soon devoted herself to relishing the delectable feast before her, occasionally ensuring that the birthday celebrant's tastes were attended to. Grandpa Mu, try this, and this as well. Meanwhile, Mu Sili, Xin Qingli, and Lu Chen commenced discussions about their ongoing projects, each worth tens of millions, even billions. Gu Yuan felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Speaking less and less, Old Master Mu savored his meal, feeling for the first time that celebrating a birthday was quite delightful. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Chen's phone chimed. After glancing at the message, his gaze towards Gu Yuan shifted dramatically, where he once harbored thoughts of rivalry. Gu Yuan now appeared to him akin to a fortune deity. Mu Sili and Xin Qingli took note of Lu Chen's change in demeanor, and shortly thereafter, their phones buzzed as well. It turned out the Gu family had taken action. This collaboration with Lu Chen's company seemed to offer substantial benefits. No wonder Lu Chen's attitude had shifted. Clearing his throat, Lu Chen turned to Gu Yuan, cough. Yuan, why have you fallen silent? Gu Yuan sipped her juice, casting a disdainful glance at the three men before her. I simply don't feel like talking lately. I'm out of funds and can't speak with conviction. It is often said that wealth is merely an external possession, and indeed, it remains firmly in the pockets of others. Old Master Mu observed the playful young lady with a bemused smile. Lu Chen, ever brazen, queried, do you still wish to come to our company? Gu Yuan squinted her eyes, sensing a hint of conspiracy. That's hard to say. It depends on my mood. After they had eaten their fill, Old Master Mu took his leave, while Lu Chen lingered near Gu Yuan. Do you truly not wish to join us? Gu Yuan cast a complicated glance at Lu Chen. Moments earlier, she had realized Gu Yuan's cunning antics. That sly fox would undoubtedly ensure Lu Chen didn't gain any advantage without a cost. TSK. Lu Chen was surely caught in Gu Yuan's scheme. The young lady cleared her throat, genuinely curious. She turned to Lu Chen and beckoned him closer. I could tell you, if you wish. As Lu Chen leaned in, Gu Yuan smirked. Gu Yuan will only handle the aftermath this time. Are you sure you want me to go over? Lu Chen's expression stiffened, ready to refuse, when a sudden force yanked him backward, sending him sprawling. Gu Yuan, momentarily dazed, then fell into a warm embrace. Are you alright? Did that brat harass you? I told you not to let the third uncle release you so soon. The magnetic voice held a hint of dissatisfaction. The familiar scent of tobacco wafted to Gu Yuan's nose. She recognized her fourth brother, Gu Xia, the second son of Gu Yu, ranked fourth among the younger generation of the Gu family. The young lady pinched her nose as she extricated herself from Gu Xia's embrace. Fourth brother, you've been smoking again. I'm fine. I was just threatening Lu Chen. After Lu Chen was tossed aside, Xin Qingli helped him regain his balance. He raised his gaze to scrutinize Gu Xia, who bore a subtle scar on his forehead. Despite this, it was undeniable that the Gu family possessed striking features. However, Gu Xia emanated an aura that seemed oddly familiar to Lu Chen. He turned to Mu Sili, realization dawning. Gu Xia exuded the same menacing presence as Mu Sili, a demeanor acquired from navigating the shadows. Gu Xia reached out to pat Gu Yuan's head, advising, next time you threaten someone, don't get so close. Not all men are trustworthy. Gu Yuan nodded vigorously, understood. The expressions of the other three darkened, as if to say, as if you're not a man yourself. Gu Xia nodded curtly at Shen Qingli and the others before taking Gu Yuan by the hand, preparing to leave with an air of audacity. Shen Qingli and Mu Sili's expressions turned grim, while Lu Chen felt a mix of anger and impotence. Gu Xia was asserting control over Gu Yu's influence, and his intimidating aura could frighten children. Yet, Gu Yuan remained unfazed. Fourth brother, you're becoming more like a little hoodlum. It's a shame for such a handsome face. As she spoke, she poked at Gu Xia's well-defined arm. Little brat, did I let you leave? The voice, rich and commanding, resonated from behind everyone. Though it was a melodious tone, the words dripped with roughness, causing all but Gu Yuan to shrink back in surprise. Gu Yuan turned, her face lighting up as she dashed to Gu Yu's side. Second uncle, you're here at the Shengtang Hotel too? Gu Yu, pleased, pinched Gu Yuan's cheek gently, his voice calm. I heard you were here to apologize, so I came by to take a look. Gu Yu furrowed her brows momentarily, a flicker of discontent flashing in her eyes. Have you been drinking? Instantly, the gazes of Mu Sili and the others shifted towards Shen Qingli. Shen Qingli's lips twitched, the pressure mounting to an unbearable level. Stepping forward, he was about to offer an explanation when Gu Yuan seized her second uncle's arm, exclaiming, I just wanted to taste it, but it was terrible. I ended up vomiting all over Li Futian. He won't retaliate against me, will he? The last part was uttered in a hushed tone as Gu Yuan cast a furtive glance at her second uncle. A smile graced Gu Yu's lips as she twirled the ring on her thumb and replied nonchalantly, rest assured, he wouldn't dare. Meeting Gu Yu's gaze, Shen Qingli nodded, addressing him as Second Master Gu. Mu Sili and Lu Chen echoed, Second Master Gu, with a semblance of obedience. Upon Gu Yu's arrival, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to thin. The man inclined his head slightly, acknowledging their words. Lu Chen discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, despite the lack of a fearsome aura around Gu Yu. An inexplicable trepidation lingered. Gu Yu's eyes swept over the three before him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. These days, Anin has been causing you trouble. Shen Qingli and the others shook their heads in unison, insisting, not at all. Initially, Lu Chen had contemplated exploiting Gu Yuan for his own gain. But now he had completely abandoned that thought. Of course, it wasn't just Lu Chen who had become docile. Mu Sili and Shen Qingli exchanged glances, both sighing inwardly. This was the Gu family rallying to support Gu Yuan. Only Gu Xia felt disgruntled about his father's closeness to Anin, yet felt powerless to change it. Gu Yuan was being led by Gu Yu, her shoulders draped in her second uncle's overcoat. It's getting colder outside. Make sure to dress warmly tomorrow, and Gu Yuan puffed out her cheeks and obediently replied, okay, second uncle. Is my father still angry? A genuine smile flickered in Gu Yu's eyes as he responded, not yet. You may need to wander outside for a while longer. Gu Yuan's heart sank. Is my dad being a bit too stingy? Gu Yu chuckled. Who was it that stayed up late at night, hiding in the kitchen like a ghost to scare people? Gu Yuan retorted. I was just hungry and went looking for food. How was I to know I'd run into my dad? Gu Yu merely hummed in acknowledgement and added, and then frightened your father into the hospital. The next day, when you visited him, you accidentally dumped the incense ash into the trash, nearly burning him alive. Gu Yuan. Chapter 46 Gu Yuan. My boyfriend is really great. Standing behind Gu Yuan, Shen Qingli and the others were filled with mixed emotions, realizing that Gu Yuan's knack for causing trouble was indiscriminate, impacting everyone around her equally. Just as Gu Yuan was about to retort, she was caught off guard by a blast of cold air. She shivered, realizing that this sudden chill was not merely a drop in temperature, but rather a freeze. Not long ago, it had drizzled, and now a thin layer of ice coated the ground. Everyone walked cautiously, and Gu Xia murmured, and then, watch your step. Okay. Gu Yuan began to respond, but before she could finish, her feet slipped, and she was about to fall. In her flailing, it seemed she kicked something. Gu Yu's expression tightened, and like a parent cradling a child, he swiftly scooped Gu Yuan into his arms. Gu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, gazing at her second uncle's handsome face and beamed, thank you, second uncle. Ah. Oh my gosh. Lu Chen's anguished voice echoed from the steps. There he was, sliding down the stairs in a series of jerky motions, unable to halt his descent. His descent was accompanied by a stream of colorful expletives. Gu Yuan was set down by Gu Yu, grinning widely as she found the situation utterly hilarious. How clumsy can he be? Ha ha ha. Gu Xia couldn't help but cover his face, and then, he was kicked down by you. Gu Yuan exclaimed, ha ha, no way. Fourth brother, you must be joking. Gu Xia shook his phone. Would you like to see the video? Gu Yuan's expression darkened. She didn't dare to laugh anymore. After a long pause, she muttered, wait. Why were you recording? Shin Qingli and Mu Sili exchanged glances, stifling their laughter behind clenched fists. Lu Chen was having a particularly rough day. Gu Yu patted Gu Yuan's head and nodded towards Lu Chen, who had reached the bottom of the steps. Go apologize. Gu Yuan replied obediently. Her demeanor a mix of timidity and charm. She scampered to Lu Chen's side, peeking at him with a guilty expression. Are you okay? Do you need me to call an ambulance? Lu Chen, dazed, was pulled up by Gu Xia. He attempted to rub his sore backside but thought better of it, realizing it was rather undignified. There's no need for such a subtle approach to revenge, really, Lu Chen said. Gu Yuan cleared her throat, turning her face away in an attempt to compose herself, but the next moment, she burst out laughing. Ha ha. Lu Chen, you looked so funny just now.
Cursing while sliding down.
Lu Chen found it hard to breathe as Gu Yuan's laughter filled the air, nearly toppling over. Thankfully, Gu Xia steadied him, letting out a sigh. Gu Xia finally understood why their third uncle had kicked this little troublemaker out. She truly had the ability to infuriate someone to the brink of a heart attack. Just as Gu Yuan endeavored to suppress her ridiculous laughter, a few firefighters approached. Gu Yuan instinctively took a step back, thinking seriously? Is mocking someone a crime now? One firefighter cleared his throat and explained softly, excuse me, but there is someone over there threatening to jump. Could you please come and talk them down? Gu Yuan looked around, realizing they seemed to be addressing her. Why me? The firefighter elaborated. The person saw your antics and laughed. I thought if you tried talking to her, she might come down. Gu Yuan regarded the firefighter with a look that conveyed her disbelief. Well, just to introduce myself. I'm the outlier of quality education. I don't think I can talk her down. The firefighter was momentarily taken aback by her words before saying, you must be joking. But why not give it a try? We've been at it for 3 hours, and she is still resolute, silent as a grave. Even if you fail, it's worth a shot. With no way to decline, Gu Yuan, upon receiving her second uncle's consent, followed the firefighter to the rooftop of the adjacent building. There, she spotted a rather attractive girl, sitting on the ledge. Gu Yuan wrapped her coat tightly around herself and curiously called out, Hey, why are you trying to jump? The firefighter's brow twitched as he began to question whether Gu Yuan could really persuade the girl to come down. Lu Pan looked at Gu Yuan's pretty face. Her demeanor instantly filled with despondency. You're so beautiful. You must be quite wealthy, right? Gu Yuan, hearing this, replied earnestly. What you may not be aware of is that I am quite impoverished, so destitute that I am often referred to as the guardian of the northwest wind. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing Gu Yuan to shiver. Achoo. How bothersome. I've realized that having thick skin is utterly useless. The wind still bites coldly. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's incongruous remarks, Lu Pan found herself unexpectedly amused. She remarked, your partner must be quite wonderful, huh? Gu Yuan, puzzled, scratched her head and replied, my partner is indeed wonderful. Lu Pan's expression conveyed a knowing look, yet the glimmer of hope in her eyes dimmed further. Gu Yuan remained oblivious, asserting, my partner is great. I am also kind to dogs and pigs. Indeed, I am very compassionate, hee.
Lu Pan, inexplicably amused,
decided to share her story. I am an orphan who, after much struggle, managed to gain admission to university, only to encounter 8 scoundrels, ultimately losing both my wealth and dignity. Now I possess nothing. Gu Yuan gasped in shock, exclaiming, goodness, that averages to 1 scoundrel per semester.
Observing Lu Pan's sadness,
Gu Yuan rubbed her cheek and, in a desperate bid to comfort her, remarked, upon reflection, you are quite formidable. You have adeptly navigated the tribulations life has thrown your way. Lu Pan retorted, that was a rather unhelpful consolation. Perhaps next time, refrain from comforting me. The firefighter standing nearby could hardly bear to witness the exchange and subtly nudged Gu Yuan's arm, urging her to change the subject. Gu Yuan swallowed hard and asked, so, is this the reason you seek to end it all? Oh dear, try to see it differently. Love is like leaves on a tree, either they flourish or wither. Lu Pan covered her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. I have become a stranger to everyone, and you will never comprehend this feeling. Someone like you, who has no desire to marry, cannot fathom my anguish. Gu Yuan was taken aback by the absurdity of such a statement. The firefighter continued to nudge her, imploring her to comfort Lu Pan. Gu Yuan, though somewhat daft, obediently said, perhaps I, too, have my own familiar strangers.
Lupin inquired, whom?
Gu Yuan covered her face and replied, the most familiar stranger to me is not my ex, but rather a photoshopped version of myself. The young girl grinned and added, honestly, if marriage transcended species, I would marry my bed. Lupin, initially despondent, found herself chuckling at Gu Yuan's words, taking a while to compose herself. Gu Yuan, noticing the change in her demeanor, curiously asked, did you not just imply you have moved past all that? Why now the desire to jump? Is your reflex arc this lengthy? Lupin pointed to her hair, her voice laced with a tinge of sorrow. I spent 100 yuan on a haircut. And this is the result. Gu Yuan, following her gaze, noted that the haircut was indeed quite unsatisfactory. Ugly yet uniquely so. She realized that perhaps this haircut was the proverbial last straw. The firefighter continued to subtly push her, urging her to console Lupin. Gu Yuan sighed. How am I supposed to comfort you? This is truly a challenge. Ultimately, under the intense scrutiny of the firefighter and Lupin's eager anticipation, Gu Yuan cleared her throat and softly declared, well, consider this a worthwhile investment. You spent 100 yuan for a haircut worth 250. Chapter 47. Such a malicious blessing.
Lupin.
The approaching Shen Qingli and others. The firefighter. With those words, everyone fell silent. The firefighter suddenly grasped the meaning behind Gu Yuan's statement about being able to speak someone down. She was not exaggerating. She was indeed stating a fact. Gu Yuan recognized that her comment was ill-timed and cleared her throat, saying, let's retract that last statement. You should remain hopeful, believe that everything will eventually pass. Lupin's eyes darted around, yet she remained silent. Gu Yuan, still under the firefighter's subtle insistence, felt she had run out of things to say. Her mind was blank, yet her mouth continued to babble. When faced with difficulties, do not panic. Consider making an offering to the god of wealth. Much like I do, burning a few yuan worth of incense while wishing for millions. After all, why burden oneself when we can burden the Buddha? Lupin couldn't help but chuckle, standing up from the ledge. Gu Yuan's heart raced as she exclaimed, are you still planning to jump? After all I've said, when you leap, remember to aim for the life-saving cushion. Lupin's lips twitched, then she stepped back from the ledge, saying, I've figured it out. I no longer wish to die. I want to see just how much worse my future can get. The firefighter, quick to react, pulled Lupin back, while Gu Yuan also reached out to her, mumbling, you're right. Life is not merely about the struggles at hand, but also the invitations from exes.
Ah, no.
I meant to say we should crash our exes' wedding next time. The surrounding firefighters exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting disapproval of such conduct. Gu Yuan earnestly patted Lupin's hand, advising, encountering scoundrels is not your fault. It simply means you are too pure and beautiful, attracting such individuals. You may think holding a brother's hand means winning his heart, but little do you know, he is the thousand-handed Guanyin. Lupin gazed down at the much shorter Gu Yuan, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Her voice softened significantly. Thank you. I understand now. After the storm, the moon will eventually come to me. Gu Yuan bit her lip, somewhat conflicted. You're mistaken. If the moon is coming to you, it ceases to be a moon and becomes a meteorite, one that takes your life. Lupin, you really can't be sentimental at all. The young girl continued to chatter. In the future, if something puzzles you, just adopt a spotted dog and ask it. Lupin, slightly bewildered, replied, What wisdom lies within that? The individuals standing behind Gu Yuan, including Shen Qingli, looked equally puzzled, wondering if there was some sort of feng shui involved. Gu Yuan, carefree and grinning, said because spotted dogs are full of ideas. Lupin looked at the young girl's twinkling cat-like eyes and began to chuckle, the last remnants of her gloom dissipating. Thank you. I will return home and adopt a spotted dog. Gu Yuan nodded contentedly. Yes, yes. The young girl dashed to her uncle's side, preparing to descend and go home, only to be halted by Lupin. Anan? May I call you that? Perhaps we won't meet again. So could you grant me a blessing? Gu Yuan tilted her head, flashing the bright smile. If you wish to find me in the future, you can come to the Gu Corporation. You will be able to locate me there. As for blessings, I don't have much to offer you, except to wish you good fortune in your endeavors. Before she could finish, Gu Yu swiftly muted her. They've finally come down. Don't let one more word ruin it for everyone. Gu Yu let out a light sigh. After all, it was An who had gone to great lengths to save this person. If they were to die just like that, An would surely be heartbroken. Gu Yu turned his gaze toward Lu Pan, his dark eyes, steeped in the trials of rain, snow, and wind, made anyone who met his gaze feel an involuntary tension. His melodious voice carried a hint of blessing. Do not be afraid. The mountains and seas will eventually find their way back. The storms and rains will lead to encounters. And the unresolved grievances shall find reconciliation. In the end, all will be well. Lu Pan was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Gu Yu with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you." Gu Yuan, bewildered, lifted her head and murmured, "What? Second uncle, when did you become so cultured?" The previously delightful atmosphere evaporated in an instant. Shun Qingli and Mu Silin had questioned more than once whether Gu Yuan was truly a child of the Gu family, given how little she resembled them. Gu Yu was nearly amused to the point of laughter. He gently tapped Gu Yuan's little head with his distinctly bony fingers, saying, "Go and read your books properly." Gu Yuan puffed out her cheeks in indignation. "Fine." At that moment, a loud sound erupted from the sky, and a magnificent display of fireworks blossomed in the night.
Wow.
Gu Yuan gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment, her cat-like eyes sparkling as if stardust had shattered and spread throughout the sky. The little girl tugged at Gu Yu's arm and jumped with excitement. "What grand fireworks! Quick! Make a wish! Make a wish!" Gu Yuan said, immediately closing her eyes to make her wish. Lu Pan followed suit, her resolve strengthening in her heart. Shun Qingli and Mu Silin exchanged glances, both finding themselves at a loss, thinking, "It's just fireworks. What else there to wish for?" Gu Xia leaned closer to the little girl, enduring the pressure of his father's gaze, and quietly asked, "Anan, what did you wish for?" Gu Yuan proudly lifted her chin, declaring, "I hope to become rich overnight, or 2 nights would suffice. Of course, I wouldn't mind waiting half a month either." Gu Xia's mouth twitched. Anan, such a wish is likely to be dismissed as a frivolous one by the deities." Gu Yuan pouted and closed her eyes again. Gu Xia asked him, "What are you doing?" Gu Yuan mumbled, "I'm changing my wish. This time, my wish is quite small, just 4 words. No toil, only gain." Gu Xia sighed, "All right, as long as you're happy." After making her wish, Gu Yuan was led away from the rooftop by her second uncle, her face illuminated by a bright smile. She turned to wave at Shun Qingli and Lu Pan, saying, "Goodbye, everyone. I wish you all love soon, while I wish for wealth." Shun Qingli, Mu Silin, and Lu Pan exchanged glances, muttering, "What a venomous blessing." Chapter 48. The thrill of facing the king of hell that night. The video of Gu Yuan saving someone spread like wildfire. Many witnessed the iconic moment, and internet users, reveling in the drama, commented beneath the video, though it seems, how does our maverick sister not look like someone who goes to save people? It was said that she still harbored the desire to become rich overnight, seeking gains without effort. Oh dear, how much can one complain about the northwestern winds? To be honest, I must confess, my wealth is quite elusive. Every time it seeks to leave me, I am powerless to prevent it. Gu Yuan's second uncle is so handsome, especially during that comforting part. He could wake me up with his voice. By the way, did no one notice that the one cursing as he descended the steps looked a bit like Lu Chen? Overnight, not only did Gu Yuan gain fame, but Lu Chen and his Tianchen group also became renowned in a way he had never anticipated. The next day, Gu Yuan arrived punctually at the Shun group. Su Xingyi poked her arm cheerfully and "Did you know you're famous now?" Gu Yuan, still drowsy, responded lazily, "It's nothing. Fame makes one vulnerable. Just like a pig growing too fat." Su Xingyi's expression twitched. "No. And what's wrong? You don't look too well." Gu Yuan yawned, her voice tinged with irritation. "I detest getting up. It feels like the lid of a coffin being lifted in anger." Su Xingyi poured her a glass of water, suggesting, "Perhaps you could try sleeping earlier, then you would wake up refreshed." Gu Yuan shook her head. "I've recently cultivated 4 major hobbies: staying up late, sleeping, eating, and proclaiming my intent to lose weight." Su Xingyi was at a loss for words. "Your reasoning is quite something, but staying up late isn't healthy." The little girl huffed, taking a sip of water. "Youngsters, you don't understand. Every time I stay up late, I feel a thrilling sense of facing the king of hell. You could give it a try." She was quite enthusiastic about sharing her experience. Su Xingyi, startled, replied, "No thanks, haha, I'm focusing on health these days." Gu Yuan clicked her tongue in mild disappointment. "Fine." Gu Yuan looked around, puzzled, as she noticed the absence of Mu Yubai. "Strange, I haven't seen Mu Yubai in days. Where could he be?" Just then, Assistant Hao approached, clapping his hands. "All right. Everyone, let us wake up. Soon, the HR manager will send a link to the company group. Remember to share it on your moments." Upon hearing Assistant Hao's words, Gu Yuan immediately lay her head on the desk, preparing for a nap. Su Xingyi nudged her gently, whispering, "Aren't you going to post on your moments?" Gu Yuan patted Su Xingyi's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Posting during a holiday is what makes it a moment. Posting during work is merely a labor reform diary." Su Xingyi almost burst into laughter, but realized there was some truth to it. "Hey, you can't be so despondent. We still have to strive for poetry and distant dreams." Gu Yuan huffed dismissively, "You have your poetry and dreams. I have my laziness and arrogance. Little star, retreat now. I need my beauty sleep." Seeing that her persuasion had failed, Su Xingyi resignedly began to post on her moments herself.
"Oh,"
Gu Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Su Xingyi turned to see Gu Yuan had pulled out her phone without her noticing. "What are you doing?" Gu Yuan, incredulous, shook her phone. "How strange. My moments have been so quiet lately. Has everyone stopped being emo? What's going on? Are they all living the good life?" Su Xingyi was momentarily speechless. As Muyubai just took his seat, he heard the little girl's comment and chuckled, and speaking like that might lead to losing friends. Gu Yuan raised her brows, beaming. "Let me share a secret with you." Muyubai, intrigued, leaned closer as Gu Yuan cleared her throat, stating earnestly, "Here's a fun fact. You don't need many friends, just enough to curse at." Muyubai, I look forward to that. After Gu Yuan finished speaking, she comfortably laid her head down to sleep. Assistant Hao observed this and made no effort to intervene. For them, Gu Yuan's lethargy post-sleep was a blessing in disguise. As everyone diligently attended to their tasks, a sharp-witted beauty with a chic bob, clad in an exquisite professional outfit and towering high heels, approached the secretary's office with purposeful strides. Upon spotting Yi Ruo Shuang, Assistant Hao promptly rose to greet her. The esteemed daughter of the Yi family. She was the betrothed of Mr. Shin, as chosen by old Master Shin. Although the engagement banquet had yet to be arranged, both families had already met. However, Yi Ruo Shuang was quicker on her feet, striding directly to Gu Yuan's desk and thumping her handbag down with a resounding thud. Gu Yuan, startled from a near stupor, rubbed her eyes in confusion as a hush fell over the room. It was evident that Yi Ruo Shuang intended to assert her dominance over Gu Yuan, leaving one to wonder who would ultimately prevail between the heiress of the Yi family and the cherished daughter of the Gu family. Furrowing her brow, Yi Ruo Shuang scrutinized Gu Yuan, feeling a vague sense of familiarity, yet disregarding it as she prepared to assert her authority. With a swift motion, she produced a card and slapped it down in front of Gu Yuan. "Here's 200,000. Vacate this position immediately. From now on, this seat is mine." Gu Yuan, instantly alert, regarded Yi Ruo Shuang in silence, her expression growing serious. Mu Yubai, troubled, readied himself to intervene should the situation escalate. Yet, he was taken aback by a sudden exclamation from Gu Yuan. "What? A fortune-spending prodigy? Goodness. I've encountered a living fortune-spending prodigy." Mu Yubai, what on earth is going on in this child's mind? Just as everyone anticipated a confrontation, Gu Yuan sprang to her feet, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Let us make way. I could call a cleaner to tidy up this desk, or else I wouldn't feel right keeping that 200,000. With that, she grabbed her bag and, clutching a treasured classic, made her way to the desk beside Mu Yubai with admirable decisiveness, leaving Assistant Hao and others in utter shock. One must admit, earning that 200,000 seemed remarkably effortless. Su Xingyi was poised to mediate, yet it appeared unnecessary. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan continued to chatter with Mu Yubai. "I wished yesterday to achieve success, without effort, and look, it's come true. I must share this on social media."
Yi Ruo Shuang, visibly perturbed,
called out to the exuberant Gu Yuan, "Hey, did you not notice I was trying to intimidate you, Mu Yubai?" Gu Yuan's smile faltered. "Huh?
"Me? Mo Yubai."
Yi Ruo Shuang nodded, becoming acutely aware of the curious gazes surrounding them. "What's the matter?" Gu Yuan replied earnestly as she tucked the bank card into her pocket, muttering, "Once given, money cannot be taken back." She glanced at Yi Ruo Shuang with some apprehension. Yi Ruo Shuang lifted her chin. "Naturally, I wouldn't resort to such pettiness." Gu Yuan then relaxed, declaring, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Gu Yuan. No fakes here. Yi Ruo Shuang. Why didn't you mention that earlier?" Gu Yuan stuck out her tongue. "You didn't give me the chance." Yi Ruo Shuang approached Mu Yubai, employing the same tactic and with a decisive slap, placed a bank card before him. 500,000. "This seat is mine now." Chapter 49. A show of authority? Something feels off. Why the differential treatment? Just give me 200.
000.
Gu Yuan pouted, unable to suppress her thoughts. Mu Yu Bai's expression darkened, ready to retort, but upon hearing Gu Yuan's words, his irritation dissipated. However, Gu Yuan's inner thoughts continued to echo in her mind. OMG, what if Mu Yu Bai ends up in conflict with Yurua Shuang? She is quite eccentric. If he accepts her money, she might leave him alone. Alas, Mu Yu Bai possesses too much pride to stoop to such a level.
Yurua Shuang.
A secondary character in the story had a peculiar setup. Her conflict with Mu Yu Bai stemmed from the protagonist's initial dismissal of her. Mu Yu Bai, steadfast in his pride, silently accepted the money and began organizing his workspace, unfazed by the shift. Assistant Hao, Su Xing-yi, the other secretaries, stunned. Is it really this simple to earn money? Thus, throughout the morning, they witnessed Yurua Shuang spend 700,000 to acquire 2 workstations.
Yurua Shuang furolet harbrol.
Sensing something amiss, but unable to articulate it. Nevertheless, she had successfully asserted her authority, which allowed her to relax her features. At that moment, Gu Yuan was blissfully settled at her new workstation, happily swaying her head. Suddenly, she patted her belly and pulled out a coin. Mu Yu Bai noticed her small gesture, puzzled, and then, what are you up to? Gu Yuan grinned widely. I've been wanting to lose weight. But I'm so hungry, so I decided to toss a coin and leave the choice to fate. Su Xing-yi joined the fray, amused. What are the rules for this coin toss? Honestly, Anen, you're not overweight. You don't need to make things difficult for yourself. Gu Yuan raised her chin, satisfied. Heads, I have fried chicken. Tails, I drink milk tea. If the coin breaks, I'll hit the gym. Mu Yu Bai, I truly overestimated you. Su Xing-yi's eyes widened in shock. Cough, cough, cough. Anen, you needn't be so harsh on the coin.
Oh, milk there. Milk there.
Gu Yuan immediately began shopping on her phone. By the way, do you want some? Otherwise, I'll whip up some DIY milk tea for you all in the office. Su Xing-yi's eyes lit up. That sounds fantastic. Is there anything I can help you with, Anen? Gu Yuan pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Xing-yi with intensity. How about some sponsorship?
Oh, hinky. Alright.
15 minutes later, Gu Yuan and Su Xing-yi headed downstairs to fetch the milk tea and ingredients.
Oh, hinky.
Observing the bucket of coconut jelly in Gu Yuan's hands, couldn't he help but express concern. Anen, do you really think you can finish all that coconut jelly? Gu Yuan replied, somewhat matter-of-factly, many people love coconut jelly, and this place is truly delicious. As the two entered the secretary's office, they were met with a cacophony of noise. Gu Yuan's gossip radar immediately activated, and she exchanged an excited glance with Su Xing-yi, exclaiming, let us go see what's happening. Hurry. Su Xing-yi, resigned, followed behind Gu Yuan, balancing several cups of milk tea. Gu Yuan clutched her coconut jelly and cautiously peered out the door, discovering a middle-aged, portly man making sarcastic remarks.
Shen Qingli.
Have you grown wings? Do not forget who initially supported your takeover of the Shen Group. Now that you wield power, do you begin to settle scores with us, your elders? Shun Qingli's dark, penetrating gaze shimmered with a hint of shadow as he spoke with a cool demeanor, unwilling to entangle himself further with Xin Qi. This is a corporation, not a place for you to assert your elder status. Moreover, my entry into the Shen Group was solely due to my grandfather's backing. You had no part in it whatsoever. Gu Yuan narrowed her cat-like eyes, swiftly identifying the individual's status, an elder, middle-aged, somewhat portly. This is Xin Qingli's second uncle. Xin Qi, the one who previously attempted to push a female secretary onto the secretarial team. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, determined to be the first to glean fresh gossip. It is known that within the affluent circle, only the Gu family remains relatively untainted by scandal. Others have their own burdens to bear, just like Xin Qingli, whose parents are preoccupied with their own affairs, showing little affection for him or his brother. In fact, during Xin Qingli's childhood, the child of his father's mistress would often flaunt their status. However, now that Xin Qingli has ascended to power, his parents will have to consider his disposition. As tensions threatened to escalate, Su Xingyi leaned closer to Gu Yuan and advised, let's retreat for now. Eavesdropping in public can be perilous. Gu Yuan shook her head defiantly. Not at all. How could they possibly affect me? Yet, in a moment of distraction, she accidentally let go of her coconut jelly cup, which promptly splattered all over Xin Qi, who had been hurling curses just moments before. The white fruit pieces bounced high into the air. Oh no! Xin Qi found himself slipping on the slick coconut jelly, his shoes flying off in the process. Gu Yuan glanced at her empty hands, then at the chaotic scene of spilled coconut jelly and the fallen Xin Qi. Heavens have mercy on me.
Susingi, Sertun, Vimak.
They may not have reached you, but you have certainly reached them. In an instant, the once tense atmosphere of the secretarial office fell into a strange silence. All eyes turned from Xin-Chi to Gu Yuan, who bashfully touched her nose and retreated a step. Do you believe me when I say the coconut jelly acted first? I swear it was the jelly that leapt out. Just a minute ago, the cup was in my hand. Gu Yuan felt tears welling up in her eyes. Mu Yubai chuckled lightly, observing that Gu Yuan had an uncanny ability to become the center of attention in the most unexpected ways. Shin Qingli looked at the indignant little girl and the comical Xin-Chi, and suddenly, his own frustrations dissipated. Xin-Chi, now covered in coconut jelly, glared at Gu Yuan with fury, but upon recognizing her, his expression transformed into a grotesque smile. Ah, it's you, Anan. You seem to have become quite lively. Gu Yuan lowered her lashes and replied obediently, Uncle Shin. Xin-Chi, feeling defeated, emptied the jelly from his shoes and left in a huff. The cleaning lady soon arrived to restore order, while Gu Yuan snagged a cup of milk tea from Su Xingyi and returned to her seat, looking rather disheartened. Su Xingyi leaned closer and asked with a grin, Anan, why the silence? Gu Yuan took a large sip of her milk tea, her face expressionless. I don't feel like talking lately. I plan to enroll in a sign language class when I have the chance.
Mu Yubai chuckled softly,
reaching out to pat Gu Yuan's head. And it's a good thing. I know. It's fortunate that I am a child of the Gu family. Otherwise, one might easily find themselves in a sack on the street. Gu Yuan, covering her face, felt somewhat despondent. This statement, which once elicited disdain from her, she now regarded as a profound truth. The wheels of her fate had hardly turned. Her life's chain was nearly at an end.
Sigh.
Mu Yubai and Su Xingyi exchanged glances, barely suppressing their amusement. Just then, Yi Rushuang, towering in her high heels, approached Gu Yuan. Chapter 50. Money, money, money. The young girl lifted her eyelids, not inclined to speak. Yi Rushuang leaned closer to Gu Yuan, expressing some admiration. Gu Yuan, you truly are remarkable. You managed to leave Shun-Chi speechless. Gu Yuan twitched her lips, pondering whether this was a new form of sarcasm. Noticing Gu Yuan's indifference, Yi Rushuang, feeling slightly miffed, pushed Su Xingyi aside and sat beside Gu Yuan. Hey Gu Yuan, why are you ignoring me? Gu Yuan huffed lightly. Time is money. Every second is worth gold. If you wish to converse with me, it will cost you 2,000 per hour. Yi Rushuang promptly pulled out 10,000 yuan and slapped it on Gu Yuan's desk. Let us chat first. If it's not enough, I'll add more. Gu Yuan? The girl shot up in her seat, her cat-like eyes sparkling with excitement. What do you want to discuss, my lady? Astronomy, geography, historical doctrines. I shall share everything I know. Caught off guard by Gu Yuan's sudden transformation, Yi Rushuang smirked, yet feigned disdain. You are, after all, the eldest daughter of the Gu family. Could you not appear so mercenary? As Gu Yuan stuffed the money into her bag, she retorted, I need money. Besides, there's no shame in earning it. Yi Rushuang was speechless, pointing at Gu Yuan's bag. You call this needing money? That bag alone is worth 1 million. Gu Yuan waved her hand dismissively. But I have no cash on hand. I'm planning to travel abroad. Yi Rushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? You plan to travel abroad? As she spoke, she reached for Gu Yuan's bag. No way. You must return my money. I want to give it to you. Gu Yuan. You already gave it to me. You promised you wouldn't take it back. Gu Yuan swiftly dodged Yi Rushuang's grasp and darted behind Mu Yubai for cover. Su Xingyi, having witnessed the entire exchange, quickly interjected, Miss Yi, didn't you say this money was a gift? It seems a bit contradictory to ask for it back now. Mu Yubai nodded in agreement. Yi Rushuang shot Su Xingyi a glare. What do you know? Are you aware of the infamous D Country scam syndicate, notorious alongside Y Country? Mu Yubai and Su Xingyi looked puzzled. We know, but wasn't he dismantled a year ago? Yi Rushuang chuckled, pointing at Gu Yuan. Yes. It was dismantled because Gu Yuan almost fell victim to the D Country scams during her travels, prompting the Gu family to take action in coordination with the military. We were instructed not to give Gu Yuan any money. The onlooking secretaries whispered among themselves, while Gu Yuan muttered indignantly. So that's why my attempts to wander were so arduous. My father betrayed me. How infuriating. Everyone silently thought, is that really the crux of the matter? Goodness. What a revelation. Average folks might get angry, but the Gu family? In a fit of rage, they dismantled a scam syndicate. No wonder the number of scam calls has decreased lately. It seems Gu Yuan is to thank for that. Goose, goose, goose. It is no wonder that the Gu family harbors concerns, for Sister Mang has a remarkable talent for causing trouble. Ultimately, Gu Yuan was unable to safeguard the cash she had just acquired. She lay her head on the table, gazing at the solitary red note remaining in her hand, her heart heavy with despair. Yi Rushuang, unable to bear the sight, delivered a sharp slap to Gu Yuan, exclaiming, "It's merely 10,000 yuan. You received 200,000 from me this morning." Gu Yuan immediately clutched her pocket defensively, casting a wary glance at Yi Rushuang.
You can forget about it.
"I'm keeping it. I'd rather perish than part with it." Yi Rushuang retorted, "Do I seem like someone who is in need of that 20,000? Upon hearing Yi Rushuang's words, Gu Yuan huffed in indignation. "Do you not? You just snatched 1,000 from me." Yi Rushuang tapped Gu Yuan lightly on the head, clarifying, "That 1,000 was rightfully mine. Once given to me, it belongs to me." Frustrated, Yi Rushuang found it futile to engage in conversation with someone so unreasonable. As noon approached, Gu Yuan's stomach began to protest for food. She glanced around, then kicked the leg of Yi Rushuang's chair, saying, "Hey, would you like to join me for lunch?" Mu Yubai's ears perked up, his lips pressing together slightly. Yi Rushuang shot Gu Yuan a look, questioning, "What has prompted you to invite me to lunch?" With a grin, Gu Yuan replied, "I found a delightful restaurant. You treat, and we shall dine together." Yi Rushuang extended her elegantly manicured finger to point at herself, incredulously asking, "I treat you?" "Yes. I pay?" "Absolutely." Yi Rushuang rolled her eyes, refusing. "You just received 200,000. It is only fair that you treat me." Gu Yuan instantly deflated and slumped back onto the table. Mu Yubai, attempting to comfort her with a slight movement of his arm, observed Gu Yuan's small hand beneath the table, rustling as it engaged in some activity. Then, Mu Yubai watched as Gu Yuan tossed 50 yuan at Yi Rushuang's feet. His cool gaze flickered with confusion. What was she doing? Moments later, Yi Rushuang's exclamation filled the air. "Wow." Gu Yuan perked up at once, leaning forward to inquire, "What happened?" Yi Rushuang waved the 50 yuan in her hand, smiling. "I found 50 yuan. Gu Yuan's eyes gleamed with envy. "You're so lucky today. It's just in time for lunch. You must treat." Yi Rushuang raised her chin, agreeing, "Fine. You choose the place. I'll just go freshen up." Witnessing the entire exchange, Mu Yubai mused, "Sometimes, knowing the truth leaves me feeling quite helpless." Gu Yuan, with her cat-like eyes sparkling, turned to Mu Yubai and whispered eagerly, "You're coming with me later, and we must make Yi Rushuang go broke." Mu Yubai's eyes reflected a hint of surprise. Yet the corners of his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. "All right." Upon Yi Rushuang's return, Gu Yuan leaned closer, whispering, "Hey, Mu Yubai will be joining us. He has a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo and can ensure our safety." Yi Rushuang cast a discreet glance at Mu Yubai, acknowledging, "Understood." Gu Yuan felt elated. With someone paying and another ensuring their protection, she was on cloud 9. Upon arriving at the restaurant, a server approached with a troubled expression. "I apologize, Miss Gu, but your private room has been occupied by young Master Gu Air, and there are no other rooms available." Gu Yuan stiffened, a fleeting look of unease crossing her face. "Is my second brother here?" "No worries, we can eat in the hall." After saying this, she added anxiously, "Please find us a more secluded spot."
And
"Do you really wish to avoid seeing me?" A rich, magnetic voice resonated from behind Gu Yuan. Startled, she turned around, quickly stammering, "And no, I just didn't want to interrupt my second brother's business." Gu Shiwen, the eldest son of Gu Yu, ranked second among the younger generation of the Gu family, stood tall and poised, his features refined. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of elegance, being an internationally acclaimed physician. Making it hard to fathom, he was indeed Gu Yu's son. Only Gu Yuan knew the depths of her second brother's capabilities. He had never lost a fight against their fourth brother. Gu Shiwen glanced at Mu Yubai and Yi Rushuang before uninterestedly retracting his gaze, as if they were merely insignificant passers-by. Meanwhile, Mu Yubai and Yi Rushuang discreetly assessed Gu Shiwen. In contrast, Gu Yuan felt as though she were facing a formidable adversary. Stepping closer, Gu Shiwen pinched her cheek, a smile gracing his lips, tinged with a hint of mischief. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Gu Yuan managed a weak smile, her sincere cat-like eyes meeting her second brother's. "Hee, second brother, how can I be at fault if you're scolding me?" Watching the playful girl before him, Gu Shiwen felt a mix of irritation and amusement. He reached up and gently ruffled her hair. "Your teeth are not in good condition. For the next week, you are forbidden from consuming candy, desserts, or milk tea." Disappointment filled Gu Yuan's eyes as she tugged at Gu Shiwen's shirt, pleading, "Second brother, must I really abstain?" Gu Xiwen's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of softness. Message me for permission before you eat anything. Gu Yuan replied, all right.
With that,
Gu Xiwen's expression softened, and he patted her head. I was unaware of your arrival and have occupied your private room. I shall have them vacate it shortly. Gu Yuan quickly interjected, no, it's not necessary, second brother. We can eat outside, and besides, someone is treating us.
upon hearing this,
Gu Xiwen cast a glance at Yi Rushuang and Mu Yubai, his expression indifferent. An N has caused you trouble. Yi Rushuang felt intimidated by Gu Xiwen's presence and found herself at a loss for words, while Mu Yubai stepped forward with a smile. It's all right. An is quite charming in her own right. You have good taste. A faint smile finally graced Gu Xiwen's face. After the group settled, at a table, Yi Rushuang took a moment to catch her breath before exclaiming, An, don't you feel scared dealing with so many intimidating brothers every day? Gu Yuan, fixated on the dessert menu, nonchalantly replied, not at all. My brothers are all quite wonderful. Yi Rushuang paused, then, recalling the Gu family's dynamics, she began to understand. The Gu family patriarch had 4 sons. Aside from the youngest, Gu Si, who was unmarried, the eldest, Gu Li, and the second, Gu Yu, both had 2 sons, while the third son, Gu Lin, was Gu Yuan's father. She was the sole daughter, cherished beyond measure. Though Yi Rushuang could never have imagined Gu Yuan possessed such a character. As dishes were being served one after another, a melodious piano melody suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Gu Yuan blinked in confusion, pondering, is there a musical performance here? Mu Yubai pointed towards the other side and whispered, it seems someone is proposing. As the enchanting melody played, flower girls flitted about, scattering petals in the air, while a man knelt on one knee, presenting a diamond ring and asking if his beloved would marry him. Gu Yuan sighed, reflecting on the scene. In such moments, I can only remark. The wealthy find their happiness, while the less fortunate merely witness it. I see it all too clearly from the sidelines. Mu Yubai chuckled softly and you are not on the sidelines. Now eat your meal before it gets cold. Yi Rushuang chimed in, indeed. You are still young. Before long, you too shall encounter someone you'll never forget. Gu Yuan, skeptical, raised her chopsticks and declared earnestly, the only thing I cannot part with in this lifetime is these chopsticks. Yi Rushuang, a romantic at heart, retorted, is this truly something a carbon-based life form would say? Gu Yuan's mind seemed preoccupied solely with food and mischief.
Mu Yubai, exasperated,
reached over and served her a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. At that moment, a reasonably attractive man approached with a glass of red wine. Naturally taking a seat opposite them, with a self-assured smile he deemed elegant, he addressed Mu Yubai, hello, 3 lovely ladies.
Yang.
Shall we go to KTV later? I'll cover all the expenses. Gu Yuan glanced up at this oily man, narrowing her eyes, and then, as if struck by a revelation, her eyes sparkled. Before Mu Yubai could respond, she interjected, she can't. She has to go home to look after her children later. Mu Yubai turned to Gu Yuan, bewildered, catching her mischievous signals. He managed a strained smile. Yes, that's correct.
Yi Rushuang sitiflet à laugh.
Observing Jiang Yang's frozen expression, Gu Yuan feigned realization. Ah, so you have taken a liking to our bye-bye. No worries, pursue her freely. She just got divorced and has 3 sons. Jiang Yang hurriedly waved his hands. No. You've misunderstood. Then, without a glance at Mu Yubai, Jiang Yang turned his attention to Yi Rushuang, clearing his throat. What do you 2 lovely ladies do for a living? Gu Yuan again preempted Yi Rushuang, launching into absurdity. Oh, she? Her profession is being a mistress. Yi Rushuang, catching Gu Yuan's cue, tightened her hands under the table, forcing a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Yes. She's absolutely right. At this, Mu Yubai's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. Jiang Yang, visibly unnerved, shifted his gaze back to Gu Yuan. I meant to say, I find this young lady quite familiar. At that moment, both Yi Rushuang and Mu Yubai's eyes fell on Gu Yuan, eager to see her reaction. Unfazed, the young girl grinned. Oh really? I just got out after serving 3 years. Jiang Yang's pupils dilated in shock, realizing he had nearly jeopardized his reputation with such casual banter. Sensing the scrutinizing stares from those nearby, he hurriedly clarified, no. I meant the young lady beside you looks familiar. Gu Yuan's gaze shifted to Yi Rushuang, and with a knowing look, she remarked, her? She just regained consciousness from a coma. Jiang Yang was left utterly bewildered, turning to Yi Rushuang. What? Yi Rushuang took a deep breath and enunciated slowly, yes. She was the original wife. Jiang Yang, dazed, turned his gaze back to Mu Yubai. Miss, I feel a connection with you. How about we exchange contact information? Mu Yubai glanced at Gu Yuan, who narrowed her eyes mischievously.
All right,
She exclaimed, "This old fellow is quite persistent, isn't he?" The young girl suddenly grinned widely, took Mu Yubai's phone and sweetly suggested, "Perfect. I happen to have a haunted house for sale. Here S by Bai's business contact. I see Mr. Jiang is a helpful person. Shall we go take a look later?"
Jiang Yang exclaimed, "No, no, no."
That S not necessary. I must have misremembered. I have something to attend to.
Goodbye.
With that, he fled without a backward glance. Gu Yuan proudly lifted her chin, casting a triumphant glance at Mu Yubai and Yi Rushuang. "What do you think?" Mu Yubai buried her face in her hands, feeling the weight of many curious gazes directed their way. With a sigh, she remarked, "In this bland existence of mine, you've stirred up quite the commotion." Gu Yuan waved dismissively, brushing aside the notion of gossip. "Just admit that I effortlessly sent him packing." Mu Yubai resignedly replied, "Yes, yes you did. Now hurry and eat. Next time something like this happens, let me handle it," she added. Yi Rushuang nodded vigorously. "Yes, at least Mu Yubai knows taekwondo. You should sit this one out." Gu Yuan, indignant, puffed up her cheeks. "Hey, don't underestimate me. I can do taekwondo too." Yi Rushuang raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "You?" Gu Yuan retorted confidently. "Of course. The last time I fought someone, I executed a perfect 360-degree spinning kick." Yi Rushuang stared in shock, her eyes wide with curiosity. "And then what?" Gu Yuan's expression faltered slightly. "I missed, twisted my waist, and ended up extorting 38,000 from the other party." Upon returning to the office, Gu Yuan resumed her usual idling at her workstation. Assistant Hao approached, contemplating before speaking. "Anin, please liaise with these 3 suppliers and request their quotes." Gu Yuan gave an okay gesture. "Sure. When do you need it?" Assistant Hao pondered briefly before responding. "The sooner, the better. I need it by the end of the day at the latest." "No problem," she assured him. Once Assistant Hao left, Gu Yuan began working on her computer. Having been with the Shun Group for quite some time, she was already proficient with basic client information and computer operations. Assistant Hao deemed it should be straightforward. Especially since they were recording a workplace experience program, no work should be left undone. 3 minutes later, Gu Yuan stood up, stretched, and exclaimed, "All done." Half an hour later, Shin Qingli exited her office. Upon seeing an unexpected call from Zhao Yi, she felt a twinge of curiosity. "Hello? Zhao Yi, what is the matter?" Zhao Yi's agonized voice came through. "Shin Qingli, President Shun, are you engaging in some new form of business warfare?" His tone was laden with distress. Shin Qingli, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhao Yi, frustrated by Shin Qingli's confusion, retorted, "What do I mean? You sent us a shared online document for 3 suppliers to fill in their quotes, and the other 2 companies have blatantly altered our figures. What were you thinking? Shall we witness the extreme tug-of-war among our 3 families?" Shin Qingli mused, pinching the bridge of her nose, her heart harboring a burgeoning suspicion towards the instigator of this affair. "I shall investigate," she declared, rising from her office and making her way to the Secretariat's station. Scanning her surroundings, she found no trace of Gu Yuan. Lowering her gaze, she inquired of Mu Yubai, "Where is Gu Yuan?"
Squatting beside a trash bin.
Peeling a dragon fruit, Gu Yuan immediately looked up and raised her hand, exclaiming, "Here." Mu Yubai's voice interjected, "She was just here in the secretary's area. She must have gone to the restroom by now." At that moment, Tianyan entered, visibly vexed, carrying some documents. "Mr. Shin, is there anything I can assist you with?" Shin Qingli nodded. "What about Gu Yuan?" Gu Yuan pouted slightly. Tianyan shrugged, her voice shrill. "I'm not sure. She left the secretary area ages ago, and I don't know where she went." In the next instant, Assistant Hao burst in with fervor, clearly aware of Gu Yuan's antics. "Where is Gu Yuan?" Gu Yuan replied. Assistant Hao's gaze fell upon Shin Qingli, momentarily halting. "Oh, Mr. Shin, you're here as well." Shin Qingli nodded. "Yes, Gu Yuan is absent." Just then, a disgruntled voice emanated from the door as opposite side. "Blindness is indeed a good excuse." Shin Qingli. "The others." Assistant Hao turned, spotting Gu Yuan crouched by the trash bin, half obscured by greenery. "Wait, how are you here?" Upon uttering these words, his eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. Why not send Gu Yuan away to prevent her from wreaking havoc in the company? "Mr. Shen, President Chu is about to land. Gu Yuan is quite bored at the office. Shall we send her to fetch her?" With Shin Qingli's consent, he promptly took Gu Yuan along. "Hey, my dragon fruit. We'll pick up the person first. I'll buy you a whole basket when we return. Before leaving the company, Assistant Hao diligently informed the young lady. President Chu has just returned to the country. She is a decisive woman. Don't be misled by her soft-spoken manner. She is quite efficient in her dealings. Assistant Hao had to hurry back to address pricing issues and could not accompany Gu Yuan. Before her departure, he cautioned, Gu Yuan, please refrain from conversing with President Chu. Just bring her back to our company. Gu Yuan nodded no problem. Hearing her affirmation made Assistant Hao's head ache. He waved her off, allowing her to leave. Gu Yuan sped to the airport, and upon encountering the exquisite President Chu, she noted her striking beauty, appearing to be in her 30s, speaking in a gentle tone. Hello, you must be here to pick me up. Thank you for your efforts. Her voice was reminiscent of the soft dialect of Jiangnan. Gu Yuan, with a serious expression, nodded silently. President Chu, observing Gu Yuan's demeanor, could not help but chuckle softly. After resuming the driver's seat, President Chu's male secretary took the passenger seat.
Gu Yuan,
Deciding not to engage President Chu in conversation, turned to her secretary instead. Where did you come from this time? The male secretary, taken aback, had expected Gu Yuan to be silent. Hello. We just returned from Country M. Hearing the sound of the rear door closing, Gu Yuan promptly started the car, her mouth running. Oh, I see. That must have been quite a journey. The male secretary chuckled. I'm still young. It's the age when one can endure hardships. So, I must work diligently. Gu Yuan puffed out her cheeks, pondering. I believe I can manage the first 4 words of endure hardships, but not the last.
Ha ha ha.
The atmosphere in the car lightened considerably. 10 minutes later, the male secretary recalled there were documents needing President Chu's approval. Turning around, he was struck with horror. Help. President Chu isn't in the car. Chapter 53. Little Deng. You're finished. When Gu Yuan and her companions rushed back to the airport, they found President Chu, bundled in a coat, squatting beneath a large tree, shivering from the cold. Gu Yuan and the male secretary exchanged glances and hurriedly exited the vehicle. Upon seeing Gu Yuan, President Chu took a deep breath and, with a voice full of grievances, inquired, Where have you two been? I was nearly frozen solid. The sudden dialect hit Gu Yuan and the male secretary like a shock, momentarily stiffening their feet. She felt guilty. Here was an elegant beauty from Jiangnan, and she had ruined her image. The young lady covered her face in apology. I'm so sorry. I thought you had gotten into the car, so I drove off. President Chu, gazing at the sincerely apologetic young girl, waved her hand in resignation, gathering her scattered belongings. It's fine. Let us head back to your company. Gu Yuan obediently replied, All right. Upon returning to the company, Gu Yuan settled back at her workstation. Assistant Hao found this quite peculiar, but had no time to inquire further as he needed to attend to President Chu. Instead, Mu Yubai and Su Xingyi noticed Gu Yuan's unusual demeanor. With a playful grin, Su Xingyi approached Gu Yuan. What's wrong? You look more than a little out of sorts. Gu Yuan shot Su Xingyi a glance, muttering to herself, I think I've gotten myself into trouble. Mu Yubai paused his tasks, turning to Gu Yuan. What trouble have you caused? Let us see if we can remedy it. Gu Yuan lay her head on the desk, remaining silent. I will not reveal to you that I left President Chu on the roadside, freezing for over 20 minutes.
Ha!
You can give up. I want to say a word. Mu Yubai twitched at the corners of his mouth, realizing that perhaps he had spoken too soon. After a moment of silence, he turned back to his computer. This situation was beyond redemption. Yet Su Xingyi, unaware of the incident, pressed on. Why don't you share it with us? A worry shared is a worry halved. Gu Yuan turned her head towards Su Xingyi with a serious expression. You must promise not to laugh at me. Su Xingyi raised her hand in a mock vow. I promise. With Su Xingyi's assurance, Gu Yuan recounted her foolish misadventure. A minute later, Su Xingyi was laughing so hard she could barely straighten up. Ha! President Chu has maintained her elegance for half her life. Who would have thought she would encounter such a quirky girl like you? I can hardly imagine how that dialect sounded coming from her. Gu Yuan pouted. Su Xingyi.
You promised you wouldn't laugh at me.
Su Xingyi wiped her tears away, striving to maintain a serious expression. I apologize, but haraha. Gu Yuan. How could you be so amusing? Gu Yuan retorted. Ha! If I put you in my pocket, you'd throw me into a ditch. Su Xingyi. You're something else. Su Xingyi rubbed his face, suppressing the urge to laugh, as he sincerely apologized to Gu Yuan. I'm truly sorry. It's just that it's so amusing. Gu Yuan replied. Very well, Xiao Deng. You're finished. Turning away, she chose to disregard the source of her amusement. After indulging in his mirth for a moment longer, Su Xingyi realized that Gu Yuan was indeed ignoring him. Only then did he begin to reflect on his actions. He nudged her arm playfully, sporting a cheeky grin. Are you really not going to acknowledge me? I was wrong to mock you. How about I treat you to dinner after work? Gu Yuan snorted lightly, maintaining her aloof demeanor. No, I have other matters to attend to after work. Su Xingyi pressed on. What matters? Feeding the cat. Su Xingyi's eyes darted, and he decided to shift his strategy. Oh, being your cat sounds delightful. I wish to be your cat in my next life. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan finally turned to him, a cold smirk gracing her lips as she ominously remarked, Is that so? Being my cat requires sterilization. Su Xingyi felt a chill run down his spine, his radiant smile abruptly faltering. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to change tactics once more, opting for an emotional appeal. His eyes, once bright with mirth, now brimmed with earnestness as he dramatically declared, I don't know if you've ever heard this. One only seeks to capture the attention of those they admire. The girl, with an impassive expression, responded, I haven't heard that. Su Xingyi nearly choked. No, what I meant is that I like you. Gu Yuan, with an air of nonchalance, lifted her chin.
Oh.
I like myself too. Su Xingyi was taken aback.
Huh.
So, what is our current relationship? Rivals? Gu Yuan retorted with a cold laugh. Draw your sword, little gourd. Su Xingyi surrendered, realizing that Gu Yuan had no semblance of emotional finesse. He slumped over the table, casting a mournful glance at her.
Tell me.
Why are you so impervious? Did you not read the story of Snow White as a child? Gu Yuan looked at him quizzically. Of course I did. Then did you not dream of a Prince Charming? Gu Yuan scoffed. What Prince Charming? The fairy tale I heard was about Snow White leading the 7 dwarfs to prosperity, recruiting soldiers, and overthrowing the queen. Su Xingyi was left speechless.
Huh.
Who told you that? They are leading you astray. It was my father who told me. Su Xingyi exclaimed. So, Mr. Gu, you're a true daughter's slave. He raised his hand timidly, inquiring, Pray tell, what bedtime stories did you hear as a child? Gu Yuan pondered, stroking her chin. I'm not sure. My father told me a mix of things. Records of the grand historian, the art of war, the social contract. Wealth of nations. I've heard bits of them all. Su Xingyi was flabbergasted. Are those the bedtime stories a normal girl should hear? Confirmed, Mr. Gu is indeed a daughter's slave. The art of war? How fearful of losing his daughter to a rogue. Setting aside Annen's penchant for trouble. She was indeed quite beautiful. After all, when Sister Meng first debuted, she topped the trending charts with just one photograph. The thought of someone falling for Annen in the future was enough to provoke a vivid image of chaos in the Gu household. I can only imagine the frenzy it would incite. Just then, Yi Rushuang approached, her high heels clicking on the floor as she tapped Gu Yuan's desk. Hey, Annen. Assistant Hao wants you to download our company's official recruitment app and delete the negative review you left. Gu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. I didn't do it. I didn't. Don't make baseless accusations. Damn it, Shun Qingli must be targeting me. How could he possibly identify which review is mine? Mu Yubai looked on, exasperated, as Gu Yuan busied herself with mischief throughout the day. Yi Rushuang stifled a laugh, her beautiful eyes twinkling with mischief. Are you sure? Your negative review was not anonymous, and among the sea of anonymous comments, yours stands out quite prominently. Chapter 54, The Little Cockroach. Gu Yuan, Su Xingyi, ha ha ha. Gu Yuan was in stitches. I can't believe it. Is it too late to change it to anonymous? Yi Rushuang shook her head with a smile. I fear it's too late. As expected, Gu Yuan opened the recruitment website and found a long string of replies beneath her review. From the front desk staff to the HR manager, Assistant Hao, and Xin Qingli, all responding to her comment. Gu Yuan was once again in stitches. This time, even Mu Yubai couldn't help but laugh. This incident is a veritable social death in the realm of embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Xin Qingli inviting you to record a show is truly his good fortune. It's our first job, yet Sister Meng, how do you excel so? HR, let me express my gratitude to you. Gu Yuan swiftly deleted her negative review, flipping her phone face down on the table. What I cannot see cannot exist. The art of self-deception. Fortunately, Mu Yubai and the others refrained from further ridiculing Gu Yuan. Yi Rushuang sat beside her, ready to speak, but suddenly sprang to her feet. Gu Yuan looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Yi Rushuang trembled, pointing at the computer in front of Gu Yuan. Her voice quivered. There's a cockroach. What should we do? Before Su Xingyi and Mu Yubai could react, Gu Yuan waved her hand dismissively, her tone dripping with disdain. A tiny cockroach has frightened you this much? Watch this. Hearing her words, Su Xingyi and Mu Yubai halted their movements, their eyes glued to Gu Yuan. She bent her fingers slightly, flicking at the cockroach. The next moment, a sharp, brief scream pierced the air. Confused onlookers online murmured in bewilderment. What? This is the first time I've heard a cockroach scream. That cockroach sounds in agony. It must have hurt quite a bit. But is it possible that it landed on someone else? A cockroach screams. A cockroach screams. The front row shouts. The front row shouts. The front row shouts. And after the front row, the back row laughs. This incident is a monumental social blunder. Gu Yuan and her companions watched as Tianyan danced in a frenzy. And for a moment, none dared to speak. They exchanged glances, each lowering their heads, pretending as if nothing had happened. After a while, Tianyan finally managed to rid herself of the cockroach, completely unaware that it was Gu Yuan and her friends who orchestrated this chaos. Why is there a cockroach in the secretarial office? Administration? Don't you schedule regular cleanings? Gu Yuan and her companions sat in silence, listening to Tianyan's furious tirade, each of them with their heads bowed low. After a brief moment of quietude, Gu Yuan noticed Mu Yubai seemingly engrossed in editing something. Curiosity piqued. She leaned over to catch a glimpse and inquired, "What are you working on? Have you written so many words? Is it a new project proposal?" Mu Yubai shook his head and explained, "It is my thesis draft." "And then, have you completed your thesis?" The joyful smile on Gu Yuan's face immediately faltered as she exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot. Our thesis advisor requires us to submit our drafts by the end of this month." Realizing the gravity of her oversight, Gu Yuan hastily began to review her initial topic selection and the writing guidelines provided by her instructor. Soon, however, she gasped in dismay. Mu Yubai turned to her, concerned, and asked, "What's wrong?" With a distressed expression, the young girl looked at Mu Yubai and asked, "The document with the thesis guidelines has expired. Do you think I should ask the professor to resend the guidelines from a month ago? Will he scold me?" Mu Yubai paused for a moment before responding affirmatively. "I think there's a high likelihood of that." Meanwhile, in the conference room, Assistant Hao and Xin Qingli, upon learning of Gu Yuan's blunder, felt an unmistakable sense of inevitability. Assistant Hao quickly stood up and apologized to President Chu, saying, "I'm sorry, President Chu. I will have Anin come to apologize to you. This is partly my fault as well." Chu Ranshu smiled and shook her head. "It's unnecessary. I understand that Anin did not mean any harm, and besides, she has already apologized to me." Nonetheless, it was still important to extend a formal apology. Assistant Hao returned to the secretarial office, only to notice an unusual stillness in the air. He narrowed his eyes, sensing something was amiss. Gu Yuan's silence was definitely suspicious. He hurried over to her workstation, cleared his throat, and asked, "Anin, what are you up to?" Gu Yuan, flustered, hastily saved her thesis draft and nervously touched her nose, stammering and nothing. "Is there something you need, Assistant Hao?" Assistant Hao, somewhat at a loss for words, nodded and said, "And let us go and apologize to President Chu again, after all." Gu Yuan immediately agreed, recognizing her mistake and feeling it was right to apologize. "All right, I'll go right now." Facing the dignified and elegant President Chu, Gu Yuan's delicate face radiated sincere contrition as she said, "I am truly sorry. This was my fault. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal." Having navigated the business world for many years, Chu Ranshu possessed a certain social acumen. Since Gu Yuan had apologized, she felt compelled to extend courtesy to the Gu family, especially since she was planning a collaboration with them. Chu Ranshu smiled warmly and winked at Gu Yuan. "It's quite all right. To have a young lady of the Gu family treat me is something I can boast about." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Gu Yuan touched her nose, inexplicably reminded of President Chu's robust dialect from their previous encounter at the airport. The young girl struggled to suppress a smile and tentatively suggested, "Shall I add you on WeChat? When you have time, I'd love to treat you."
Sure.
Shun Qingli, standing behind Gu Yuan, licked his lips, bemused. It was the first time he had witnessed someone daring to woo his client in front of him. As Gu Yuan continued to engage with Chu Ranshu, Shun Qingli placed his hand on her head and interjected, "All right, enough reminiscing. Why don't you arrange for the hotel car to take President Chu back?" Gu Yuan nodded eagerly, "No problem." Upon hearing her enthusiastic response, Shun Qingli felt a sudden twitch in his eyelid. Just then, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out and was met with the sight of Gu Yuan's driving violations. Shun Qingli swiftly grasped her arm and promptly amended, "Your driving skills are lacking. You should call a car to take President Chu and the others back." Gu Yuan puffed her cheeks, wanting to argue. But the evidence on Shun Qingli's phone rendered her speechless. The young girl immediately relented. All right. Before long, a car arrived downstairs. Assistant Hao and a group of people escorted President Chu and her male secretary out of the building. Shun Qingli extended his hand towards Chu Ranshu, saying coolly, President Chu, may our collaboration be fruitful. Chu Ranshu, observing Shun Qingli's composed demeanor, couldn't help but marvel at the youth's poise. May our collaboration be pleasant. Assistant Hao approached Chu Ranshu. Smiling, President Chu, if there are any requirements regarding the project, please feel free to let us know. We will respond with utmost sincerity. After speaking, Assistant Hao opened the car door for Chu Ranshu, only to discover that there were two individuals seated in the back, staring at them with bewildered expressions. At this sight, not only Assistant Hao, but everyone fell silent. Shun Qingli placed his hand on Gu Yuan's head, his pleasant voice laced with barely concealed irritation as he said, Gu Yuan, when I told you to call a car, was this what you had in mind? A rideshare service? The small voice sounded rather proud. Gu Yuan shot him a dismissive look, as if to say, are you really that ignorant? Shun Qingli's temples throbbed. At times, he truly believed Gu Yuan's thought process was uniquely unconventional. Assistant Hao cleared his throat and attempted to mediate, and then, why don't we take a taxi instead? Gu Yuan shook her head earnestly. It's rush hour. If we don't rideshare, we'll have to wait at least an hour. Thus it was that the ever-refined President Chu experienced the phenomenon of ride-sharing for the first time. The next day, Gu Yuan arrived punctually at the Shun group, yawning sleepily. She fortuitously encountered Assistant Hao, who smiled and nodded at her, saying, you don't seem to be in the best shape today. Gu Yuan wiped away the tears from her eyes and grumbled, ugh, I detest early mornings. I hope those who are still asleep fall out of bed. Assistant Hao replied mildly. Upon finishing her complaint, Gu Yuan noticed many unfamiliar faces in the lobby, each holding resumes. Hey, Assistant Hao, what are those people doing? She inquired curiously, sidling up to him. Assistant Hao turned, a bemused expression on his face, and said, thanks to you. Your negative review on our official recruitment platform has gone viral. Now many people are here for interviews. Gu Yuan sheepishly touched her nose, eager to change the subject, but soon realized a discrepancy in her recollection. Wait, I remember giving a negative review. Assistant Hao shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Indeed, I have inquired about this matter as well. That group of rebellious university students stated that they wish to ascertain whether the company is truly as poor as you have described. Gu Yuan remarked, it seems everyone's spirits are rather buoyant. The young lady's gaze momentarily flickered before she abruptly shifted the topic. By the way, Assistant Hao, what brings you to the lobby? Have you also arrived late? Assistant Hao quickly shook his head. In my professional career, the concept of tardiness does not exist. I am here to check on our company's money tree. Gu Yuan, puzzled, leaned to peek behind Assistant Hao, discovering that the once lush money tree had now withered considerably. Has the money tree perished? Our company won't be going bankrupt, will it? Assistant Hao covered his face. I truly appreciate your concern for the company. Gu Yuan squinted, sensing an undercurrent of conspiracy. She whispered, how could our company's money tree possibly die? Chung Tian Group bribed our cleaning lady to pour some concentrated sulfuric acid on it. Gu Yuan's pupils widened in shock. What a splendid idea. Why didn't I think of that? Assistant Hao's lips twitched. He realized he should not have held too high expectations for Gu Yuan. However, replacing the deity of wealth with the king of hell was indeed quite malevolent. After a moment of silence, as Assistant Hao pondered how to retaliate against Chung Tian Group, his gaze instinctively fell upon Gu Yuan, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Leaning slightly closer, he whispered, and do you think you could create some more obstacles for Chung Tian Group? Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is what you requested. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, who was watching the live broadcast, exclaimed, where is Luna? Bring our company's deity of wealth to my office. Quickly. Observing Gu Yuan's confident demeanor, Assistant Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. A triumphant smile crept upon his lips as he believed he had discovered the proper way to utilize Gu Yuan. At the same time, Shun Qingli, also watching the live stream, suddenly found himself aligned with Assistant Hao's thought process and considered the broader implications. He pondered that Gu's family had released Gu Yuan solely to create trouble for all of them. Inspired by Lu Chen's unscrupulous actions, Gu Yuan began devising a brilliant plan. She returned to the secretary's office, her spirits high, only to be met by Tian Yan's resentful gaze. Recalling the cockroach incident from yesterday, she thought, let her glare. It won't cost me a thing. However, just as Gu Yuan took a couple of steps, she was intercepted by Yi Rushuang. Confused, Gu Yuan blinked. Is there something you need? Yi Rushuang crossed her arms, huffing, Gu Yuan. That 50 yuan I found yesterday, did you drop it on purpose? Because I ended up treating everyone to a meal worth 5,000 yuan. After finishing her statement, Yi Rushuang fixed her intense gaze on Gu Yuan, eager to see how she would wriggle out of this one. Yet, Gu Yuan merely paused for a moment, scrutinized Yi Rushuang, and then broke into a joyful smile, extending her hand. Since you found the rightful owner, could you return the 50 yuan to me? Given this delightful turn of events, shouldn't you treat us to a meal? Yi Rushuang nearly choked on her indignation, pinching Gu Yuan's cheek. I have never encountered such an audacious individual. Gu Yuan swiftly hid behind Mu Yubai, of course. I can be bold. To me, aside from food, there is nothing I yearn for. Everything else is but foreign lands. Therefore, return my money, she declared with a righteous tone that was infuriating. Yi Rushuang exclaimed, this is intolerable. Today, I must teach this unreasonable little brat a lesson. Gu Yuan, don't you dare run. Stand still. Gu Yuan shook her head playfully, darting away. I'm not foolish. Even a fool knows to run. After a considerable chase, Yi Rushuang found herself breathless on the staircase, waving her hand weakly. I won't chase anymore. Gu Yuan stood cheerfully at the top of the stairs. I suggest that when you're feeling down, you should exercise more. Finally catching her breath, Yi Rushuang asked, why? Because when you exercise, you'll realize not only is your temper poor, but your physical condition is lacking as well. Yi Rushuang scoffed, her eyes blazing as she glared at Gu Yuan. You're quite something. Just wait until we find ourselves alone. You'll be in for it. Gu Yuan remained unfazed. Do you know? The last person who said this to me ended up spending 100,000 yuan after just 3 sentences. Yi Rushuang blinked in confusion. What 3 sentences? That's impressive. Gu Yuan raised a fist to her lips, cleared her throat, and began her performance. Handsome. Your driving skills are remarkable. You ran into me from such a distance. Yi Rushuang felt a mix of emotions. So, you were knocked over by him? Indeed. Gu Yuan replied. It's hard to say. She had assumed Gu Yuan possessed some unique skill. Gu Yuan descended the stairs, patting Yi Rushuang's arm. Feeling better? If so, let's head back. I still have my thesis to write. Yi Rushuang was taken aback. She hadn't expected Gu Yuan to notice her troubled mood. Watching the girl ahead, swaying with cheer, Yi Rushuang suddenly smiled, beginning to understand why Gu's family cherished Gu Yuan. She was indeed deserving of affection. However, upon returning to the secretary's office, Gu Yuan soon revealed her true self, resting her head despondently on the table. Mu Yubai turned to her. What's wrong? The young lady pouted, complaining softly. I sent the first draft of my thesis to our advisor, and he said he wanted a draft, not a rough draft. Moreover, he added a comment saying my paper reads like Dream of the Red Chamber. Su Xingyi, perplexed, leaned closer. Isn't that a good thing? Gu Yuan lethargically added, full of absurdities. In chapter 56, I thought it was heartfelt. Gu Yuan continued her battle with her thesis. Assistant Hao stopped by, seemingly concerned, and murmured something to her. Ultimately, Assistant Hao left with a smile, exuding an air of springtime warmth. Curious, Yi Rushuang sat beside Gu Yuan. Hey, what did Assistant Hao want with you? Gu Yuan shot her a haughty glance. Go play somewhere else. This is a secret you, a mere child, cannot comprehend. Yi Rushuang took a deep breath, feeling that Gu Yuan possessed an extraordinary talent for causing vexation. She reached out and playfully ruffled Gu Yuan's hair, urging, quickly, tell me what is going on. Gu Yuan, with a carefree grin revealing her tiny teeth, replied, oh, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Do you remember the money tree in our company lobby? Lu Chun had someone dispose of it, right? Yi Rushuang nodded. Anyone with eyes could see that. Gu Yuan crossed her arms, humming lightly. Assistant Hao asked me to stir up some trouble for them, and coincidentally, Lu Chun and the others are hosting a seafood banquet for clients today. Upon hearing this, Yi Rushuang and the others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in surprise. Su Xingyi swallowed hard and curiously inquired. And then? Gu Yuan flashed a mischievous smile. I had Assistant Hao contact the restaurant and replace their seafood feast with canned herring. By now, they should be receiving their dishes. Yi Rushuang and the others reacted with astonishment. Wow. In high-stakes business warfare, severing his financial chain, and in reality, swapping it for canned herring. Well, canned herring considered seafood? Oh dear, the psychological trauma for President Liu and the clients. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to President Shen and Assistant Hao for discovering the correct method to utilize Mang Jia. Yi Rushuang looked at Gu Yuan for a long moment, then patted her shoulder, saying with a hint of seriousness, "And then we should take some time to refine our thoughts and morals. Reflecting on oneself daily is indeed necessary." Gu Yuan scoffed.
Dismissing Yi Rushuang's suggestion.
"I decline. Reflecting on myself daily, sweeping away morals, and being true to oneself. Ha ha ha, and it's been a while, and you're still so mischievous." A melodious male voice floated in from the doorway of the secretary's office. Everyone turned to see Chi Hanxiu, the Golden Horse Award-winning actor, who had already claimed the title of Best Actor before even graduating. His future was undoubtedly limitless. Yi Rushuang excitedly grasped Gu Yuan's hand, exclaiming, "And is that really Chi Hanxiu? You know him?" Gu Yuan's lips twitched, puzzled as to why Yi Rushuang was so thrilled. "Yes, my classmate. And I have a bit of history with him." With a wink at Yi Rushuang, Gu Yuan added, "Do you remember the guy who lent me 100,000 yuan because of my 3 sentences?" Yi Rushuang's smile faltered as she looked incredulously at Chi Hanxiu. "You're the one who crashed into an S-car?" Behind Chi Hanxiu was a camera teacher who awkwardly cleared his throat. "That is somewhat accurate, but I've been looking for opportunities to make amends since then." Gu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at Chi Hanxiu's absurdity. This was the first time she encountered someone more shameless than herself. She wondered who it was that, under the pretext of making amends, would block her at her dormitory every day. Yi Rushuang and Su Xingyi exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chi Hanxiu chuckled lightly, explaining, "You have no idea. I was so exasperated back then that I thought my heart was aching from love, only to realize later that it was simply your antics that frustrated me." Gu Yuan was not entirely convinced by Chi Hanxiu's words, retorting, "I'm quite easy to get along with. Perhaps you should reflect on your own behavior." After a moment of silence, Chi Hanxiu finally managed to reply, "You really haven't changed a bit." Gu Yuan shifted her gaze from Chi Hanxiu to the camera teacher behind him and asked uncertainly, "You're not here to participate in our variety show, are you?" In the original plot of the novel, Chi Hanxiu indeed appeared as a surprise guest in a dating show. She mused that she had distanced herself from the storyline so much, yet it still managed to ensnare her. Chi Hanxiu nodded, then shook his head. "Your show has enough material. I'm here to inform you that you can return tomorrow. The director wants to create a small surprise while riding the wave of popularity." "Oh, I thought you had forgotten you were recording a variety show," Gu Yuan said, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. "You just reminded me. I had forgotten I was still filming." Mu Yubai and Su Xingyi were also momentarily stunned. With Gu Yuan around, each day had been rather lively, and they had almost forgotten they were still recording a variety show. Gu Yuan cleared her throat to change the subject. "Since your task is complete, you may leave." Chi Hanxiu shook his head with a smile. Then, as the saying goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Without allowing him to finish, Gu Yuan interrupted, "And oh, friends from afar should be driven away." Chi Hanxiu's lips twitched at Gu Yuan's whimsical logic. He shrugged helplessly. "I signed a contract. My visit to Shun's group is for work." "Well, that's unfortunate," Gu Yuan lamented. Compared to their group, the staff in the secretary's office were internally ecstatic. "We're leaving tomorrow?" "That's splendid." Only Assistant Hao looked regretful, lamenting the loss of the newfound camaraderie with Gu Yuan. Soon lunchtime arrived, and Gu Yuan intended to take Yi Rushuang and Mu Yubai to a new restaurant she had been eyeing. However, Chi Hanxiu and Su Xingyi approached, asking, "Going to eat? Take us along." Gu Yuan and Mu Yubai exchanged glances and bluntly refused. "Not bringing you. We need to chat." Chi Hanxiu, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid you won't be able to relax with us around?" Gu Yuan shook her head.
"No."
Su Xingyi interjected. "Is it that you're worried we'll talk about work?" "Neither," Gu Yuan replied, casting a disdainful glance at the two. "When we eat, we talk about you two behind our backs. If you join us, we'll just be left staring in silence." The usually composed Mu Yubai and Yi Rushuang looked at each other in disbelief. Wow, that's quite an accusation. Chapter 57. Not shedding a tear for love. Chi Hanxiu, having once pursued Gu Yuan, though unsuccessful, had a fair grasp of her temperament. He pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to Gu Yuan, asking again, "Can we join you this time?" Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled as she accepted the unexpected fortune with both hands.
"Oh.
Why didn't you say earlier that you were so wealthy? Ahem. I mean, so sincere. Of course, you can come." Gu Yuan's eager demeanor left Su Xingyi slightly astonished. I never expected it would be so simple to appease Gu Yuan. Chi Hanxiu, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead, recalling his earlier pursuit of Gu Yuan. The biggest takeaway was, As long as the money was right, anything I said was justified. Gu Yuan proudly lifted her chin and chanted. Inquiring into the nature of a potent remedy, one finds it to be either a red envelope or a stack of cash. As Mu Yubai observed Gu Yuan's cheerful demeanor, he jested, as the saying goes, upon meeting, one should share half. Won't you spare us a little? Yi Rushuang, with a mischievous grin, chimed in, indeed. Do share a bit with us. Gu Yuan, a little money-obsessed, felt a wave of dread wash over her, thinking to herself, oh no, they are targeting me. I shed no tears for love, but for riches I lose sleep. The duo seemed intent on striking at her very core. Was it too late to sever ties? Hearing Gu Yuan's internal lament, Mu Yubai nearly succumbed to laughter. Gu Yuan hesitated, glancing down at the money in her hand, and then back at Mu Yubai. Suddenly, she turned with a serious expression towards Qi Hanxiu, proposing, how about you give me a bit more? Qi Hanxiu's lips twitched slightly. I have nothing left. This is all the cash I brought. Oh, well. Gu Yuan sighed in disappointment, as though grappling with a monumental dilemma. With a heavy heart, she extended her hand, extracting a single bill from her wad of cash and generously offering it to Mu Yubai and Yi Rushuang, saying grandly, here, take it. You two can split this. Mu Yubai and Yi Rushuang were momentarily speechless. Yi Rushuang playfully pinched Gu Yuan's cheek. You are quite generous. Gu Yuan beamed, waving her hand dismissively. It's nothing. We are all friends. Anyone short on funds can always come to me. Qi Hanxiu raised an eyebrow skeptically. You, with such goodwill, would actually support us? Gu Yuan shot him a disdainful glance. Young man, your thoughts are rather fanciful. If you're short on cash, let me know. It's comforting to realize I'm not the only one impoverished. Su Xingyi scratched his head in confusion. Aren't you the young lady of the Gu family? Why are you so money-minded? Upon hearing Su Xingyi's question, Gu Yuan dramatically wiped her face. You don't understand. Every time I get into trouble at home, my father cuts off my funds for half a month. ISNT, that's still half a month? Gu Yuan pouted, lamenting, I get into trouble every month. 3 times a month. You have no idea how I've managed these past years. This was a truth few could fathom, and Mu Yubai exchanged knowing glances with the others, barely suppressing their amusement. Online spectators joined in the laughter. I knew it. She is as reckless as someone who has fallen into a pit of money. Honestly, if she can cause this much chaos without funds, imagine the double trouble if she actually had money. By her logic, it seemed she had been broke year-round. Poor Gu Yuan, they mused. Observing Gu Yuan's despondent expression, Mu Yubai returned the cash he had just received back to her, while Qi Hanxiu rummaged through his pockets and handed her his last 50 yuan. Gu Yuan's face instantly lit up with joy. She patted Qi Hanxiu on the shoulder, exclaiming, see, money is like water in a sponge. If you look closely enough, it will always be there. The whimsical transformation of Gu Yuan left Mu Yubai and the others with a feeling of being duped. The restaurant Gu Yuan had chosen was quite distinctive, renowned for its delectable cuisine, attracting individuals from various nationalities. Unfortunately, arriving late, they could only dine in the main hall. Mu Yubai and Yi Rushuang exchanged glances, recalling a previous embarrassing dining experience, and cautiously led everyone to a table devoid of men. The dishes arrived swiftly, and Gu Yuan, eyeing the foie gras before her, hesitantly called over the server, questioning, is this a mistake? We didn't order this dish. The server smiled, pointing to a pregnant foreign lady nearby. This is a gift from that lady. She said you 3 are very lovely and hopes her child will be as beautiful. As the pregnant lady and her husband approached the table, speaking in halting Mandarin, they expressed, we really like you. You are the most beautiful people we have seen. Gu Yuan smiled. Thank you. Mu Yubai, Yi Rushuang, and Qi Hanxiu exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, this is how one expresses gratitude in their culture. Gu Yuan and Su Xingyi looked at each other in bewilderment, and Gu Yuan remarked, well, we've brought politeness to the table. You all can just bear with it. Mu Yubai's lips twitched. You truly are not making things difficult for yourselves. After their meal, Gu Yuan contentedly rubbed her belly as they headed back, only to be intercepted by an enthusiastic saleswoman just outside the restaurant. Oh, dear. Look at your skin, it has wrinkles. Come to our shop for some skincare. We have a promotion, spend 5,000 and get 100 free. The saleswoman attempted to usher Gu Yuan and her friends into the store. Gu Yuan, astonished, had never before been told she looked old. The audacity of this woman rivaled her own. With a spark of indignation igniting in her eyes, Gu Yuan thought, who can outdo me in absurdity? With a wide grin, She lowered her voice, declaring, "Auntie, my friends and I are professional mistresses, nearing 50. Surely, my skin is in good enough condition?" The saleswoman glanced at Gu Yuan, skepticism evident in her gaze. Seizing the moment, Gu Yuan patted Su Xingyi and Qi Hanxu's arms. "Look, our illegitimate children are this grown. We just brought them out for a meal today." Qi Hanxu and Su Xingyi exchanged baffled looks. Gu Yuan continued her charade, elaborating on the challenges of raising children, leaving the saleswoman in a daze. After her monologue, Gu Yuan joyfully linked arms with Mu Yubai and Yi Rushuang, beckoning to Qi Hanxu and Su Xingyi. "Come on, boys. Are we to remain here as door gods?" Qi Hanxu and Su Xingyi wore expressions of disbelief, feeling somewhat taken advantage of, yet recognizing that the saleswoman was not in a much better position. Uncertain, let us just observe. Gu Yuan, in high spirits, continued her banter. "You see, this saved us from a sales pitch." The response to Gu Yuan's proclamation was a collective silence. Everyone thought, "We'd rather not witness this." Mu Yubai and Yi Rushuang were utterly exasperated. Gu Yuan's mouth, if left unchecked, could unleash anything. Su Xingyi buried his face in his hands. "Could you please be quiet? We are celebrities and need to maintain a public image." Qi Hanxu nodded in agreement, delivering a sharp critique, while others appear invigorated. "You seem as if you're having a mental breakdown." Gu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "What can I say? While I may not be wealthy materially, my spirit is becoming increasingly impoverished. When others speak nonsense about me, if I don't retort, I feel cheated." Su Xingyi sighed. 6. Chapter 58. Gu Yuan, an overt scheme. Upon returning to the company, Gu Yuan and her companions observed Assistant Hao bustling about with an unusual urgency. It was curious. Today, Assistant Hao appeared particularly busy. Leaning closer to Mu Yubai, Gu Yuan whispered her observations. Hearing her, Mu Yubai cast a glance at her and sighed, attributing the chaos to her decision to replace Lu Chen's sumptuous seafood feast with canned herring. Word had it that Tianjin Group was now targeting Shen's group, significantly outbidding them to seize their clientele. Gu Yuan's eyes widened in shock at this revelation. Just as Mu Yubai anticipated her to reflect on her actions, she instead exclaimed with excitement, "Oh my. I see now. I must inform Gu Yanyan. While he's down, we must ensure he and Lu Chen are utterly defeated." With that, Gu Yuan pulled out her phone, nodding resolutely. Mu Yubai's lips twitched, yet a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Indeed, she was quite astute. It seemed neither Assistant Hao nor Xin Qingli had anticipated the emergence of such a brazen little traitor within the company. As he deftly twirled the pen between his fingers, his long lashes cast a shadow over his contemplative gaze, pondering the potential for his own company to exploit the turmoil. The likelihood appeared substantial. Discreetly, he instructed his subordinates via his phone to remain vigilant regarding the unrest. In the mercantile realm, after all, it was still the pursuit of profit that reigned supreme. While Mu Yubai and Gu Yuan were engrossed in their covert scheming, Assistant Hao, like a specter, materialized beside Gu Yuan. You nearly gave me a heart attack. How do you walk so silently?" Gu Yuan exclaimed, still recovering from the shock of his sudden appearance as she was briefing Gu Liunyan on the situation. Assistant Hao touched his nose, bemused, acknowledging that she had been too engrossed in her phone to notice him. Realizing that Gu Yuan would soon depart, he resolved to extract her maximum value before her exit. Considering the trouble she had caused them previously, surely it was not unreasonable to leverage her now. With his mood restored, he settled beside her with a smile, his voice as soothing as a wolf in grandmother's clothing. "Do you think there are any other ways to vex Tianjin Group?" At the sound of his gentle tone, Gu Yuan's demeanor quivered slightly. However, as the topic of vexation arose, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She leaned closer to Assistant Hao and murmured, "I've conceived a brilliant idea that will not only tarnish Tianjin Group's image, but also allow us to glean their movements." Assistant Hao's eyes brightened with excitement. "Pray, share it with me." Gu Yuan narrowed her eyes, speaking with fervor. "We could disguise ourselves as beggars and solicit alms at Tianjin Group's entrance, subsequently recording a video to post online. This would not only defame their image, but also provide us with valuable intelligence." Assistant Hao's expression faltered at her suggestion, his lips twitching in disbelief. "This approach is far too juvenile." "Never mind, I shan't inquire further. I had intended to reward you with 5,000 yuan for your cleverness. But alas." Gu Yuan, her eyes wide with determination, swiftly grasped Assistant Hao's arm. "Wait, are you serious?" "Of course." Instantly, Gu Yuan's smile faded as she pondered deeply, her chin cupped in thought. Rest assured, Assistant Hao, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. You shall see results before the end of the workday. Assistant Hao, observing her newfound eagerness for monetary gain, felt she had truly come into her own. Meanwhile, within Tianchen Group, Lu Chen found himself increasingly exasperated by Gu Yuan's presence. He began to contemplate inviting her and her team to his company to record a program specifically aimed at retaliating against Shen's group. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had no significant engagements planned for the afternoon, leaving Gu Yuan with limited opportunities to cause him distress. As the hours passed, many began to observe Gu Yuan's movements, only to find her comfortably seated at her workstation, having only taken a brief restroom break throughout the afternoon. With 1 hour remaining until the end of the workday, Assistant Hao approached Gu Yuan once more, his expression a mix of concern and anticipation. "And what of your plan?" Gu Yuan lifted her head from her papers, waving her hand dismissively. "Fear not, I have already completed the task. Timing is on our side. Success is imminent." Assistant Hao was taken aback. "Completed the task?" Turning toward the camera, Gu Yuan winked, her cat-like eyes glimmering with mischief. "Is Lu Chen watching the live stream? Perhaps he should take a stroll around your company." Lu Chen. The others were left bewildered, while Gu Yuan, with her achievements cloaked in secrecy, faded into the background. Half an hour later, Tianchen Group was suddenly graced by a procession of Taoist priests clad in ceremonial garb, their presence grandiose. Assistant Hao stood at the window, stupefied, as Gu Yuan's stature in his mind grew considerably. Yi Rushuang approached her, curiosity etched upon her features. "Anan, what exactly have you done?" The gazes of Qi Hanxiu and others turned toward Gu Yuan, who, with a proud tilt of her chin, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, just affixed a few yellow talismans to Tianchen Group's premises, ostensibly to disrupt their feng shui. Of course, one must not endorse superstition. Do refrain from believing it. You may choose to disbelieve, but I shall not compel you." Mu Yubai couldn't suppress a smile, finding amusement in her brazen audacity. Yi Rushuang was utterly astonished, never imagining Gu Yuan would opt for such a proactive approach over mere negligence. Soon, Tianchen Group's official website published an article denouncing superstition. However, observing the formidable assembly of masters across the street, it lacked any credence whatsoever. Assistant Hao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was indeed a clever maneuver. As the workday concluded, Gu Yuan hastily gathered her belongings, feeling a twinge of apprehension regarding potential retribution from Lu Chen. On her way home, she stopped at a seemingly delightful skewered food vendor. "Boss, I would like." Gu Yuan joyfully indulged in her skewers while sipping on her sugary beverage, exclaiming, "This is delicious. I'm so grateful to have been kicked out of my home. Otherwise, I would never have savored such delicacies." However, a sudden commotion erupted as every patron in the establishment bolted for the exit, as if a calamity had struck. Gu Yuan. Instinct overtook reason as she clutched her skewers and drink, following the crowd outside. Upon exiting, she witnessed an individual apprehended by a swarm of plainclothes police officers. Gu Yuan stood by, astonished, taking a sip of her cola to steady her nerves, realizing they were merely executing their duties. At that moment, a handsome police officer approached, his brow furrowed as he directed an inquiry at Gu Yuan. "Which team are you from? How could you come out to apprehend suspects without losing anything?" Chapter 59. Is this a personal affront to me? Gu Yuan, upon hearing the officer's question, momentarily froze in place, taking a while to regain her composure. The impatient officer, not waiting for her to finish, called over his colleagues.
"Hey,
Xiao Sun, Xiao Zhou, come over here and see which team this person belongs to." "I don't recognize them. They're not from our team. Neither are they from ours." Officer Feng Song, the one in question, cast a puzzled glance at Gu Yuan.
you."
Gu Yuan quickly snapped back to reality, meekly explaining, "I came here to eat." Only then did Feng Song realize, chuckling helplessly, "We are on official duty. Why are you tagging along?" Gu Yuan replied, "I had no idea that this barbecue shop was filled with undercover officers aside from myself." Ultimately, the young girl, clutching her skewers, resolved to head home for dinner. After her meal, Gu Yuan noticed a newly created group on her phone, whimsically titled Handsome Director's Quirky Variety Show. The absurdity of the name clearly bore the mark of a director's whimsy, sending shivers down her spine. Amused, she took a screenshot and mockingly posted it on her Moments, questioning if the director had just finished reading a domineering CEO novel. "I can't stop laughing. This is a genuine roast." Before posting, Gu Yuan, displaying rare prudence, swiftly blocked the director. However, upon sipping her drink, she discovered someone had liked her post. Looking down, she saw it was the bald director. Discerning taste. Wait a moment. Who is this? Hadn't she blocked the director? In a flurry, Gu Yuan scrolled through her moments. Upon seeing her recent post, she nearly choked on her drink. Cough, cough, cough. What the heck? Didn't I just block the director? How did it turn into a notification for the director? Beneath her post, a slew of comments ensued. Su Xingyi. Are you doing well enough in life that you're trying to amuse us? Shi Hanxiu, seems like you forgot to block the director. Bald director, what a coincidence. Gu Yuan set a reminder for me. Song Chun, Sister Meng is formidable. Is she determined to reform the entertainment industry? There were even silent likes from Mu Yu and Bai Mo on her post. Gu Yuan felt overwhelmed as the comments and likes surged, swiftly deleting the post. The next moment, her phone buzzed with a message from Su Xingyi. Are you there? What do you want? I'll decide if I'm available after you speak. Ha ha ha. Enan, deleting your moments was utterly pointless. We all saw it. Gu Yuan felt her spirit fading. Today was simply not her day. Meanwhile, in the handsome director's quirky variety show group, the director finally resurfaced. Bald director. Ahem, everyone, please pay attention. I need to discuss the group rules. Gu Yuan blinked, contemplating whether to salvage the situation. Gu Yuan, hello, director. Bald director. 1. No greetings or salutations in the group. Gu Yuan bit her lip and continued typing. Gu Yuan understood. Bald director. 2. No need to reply received. Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan retracted a message. Bald director. 3. Do not withdraw messages at will. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yuan thought. I will endure. Gu Yuan, apologies, director. It wasn't intentional. Bald director. 4. Do not apologize casually. Frustrated, Gu Yuan slammed her phone, typing furiously. Gu Yuan, director, are you targeting me? Bald director. 5. I am not targeting anyone. In her ire, Gu Yuan tapped the director's avatar twice, inadvertently triggering the poke feature, sending a message reading, You big fool. Upon seeing this, the director's face turned a shade of green. Gu Yuan was taken aback. This poke was set up previously, and it seems the director noticed my contact name is Bald Director. Gu Yuan hesitated over whether to retract the poke, but recalled the director's earlier admonition against retracting messages. To retract or not to retract. At that moment, the usually quiet Shi Hanxiu and the others were on the verge of laughter, wondering if the group rules were specifically tailored for Gu Yuan. Ultimately, as Gu Yuan wrestled with her decision, the poke surpassed the retraction time limit. The group's chat record culminated with Gu Yuan's poke and her insult directed at the director. The following morning, Gu Yuan, unusually awake early, prepared to catch a flight to another province for the recording of a variety show. Upon arriving at the airport, she was hailed by an excited voice. Sister Meng? Is that really you? Turning around, she spotted a tall man striding towards her, prompting a furrowed brow from Gu Yuan. Do we know each other? Song Chen clasped his hands to his heart, feigning sorrow. Sister Meng, have you forgotten me so soon? We participated in the same variety show. I went to the hospital with Xia Yan. Gu Yuan, momentarily dazed, asked, You're Song Chen? Upon hearing this, Song Chen beamed widely. Yes, that's me. I even liked your post yesterday. Gu Yuan's expression remained stoic as she replied. The one who mocked me in my moments last night. Song Chen's laughter caught in his throat. Haha, well, mainly because you're quite entertaining. You're the first person I've seen to confront a director directly. Covering her face, Gu Yuan responded, Thank you for the compliment. As she walked towards the boarding gate, listening to Song Chen chatter on, suddenly, an elderly man stumbled and fell in front of her. This familiar scenario brought back memories, and Gu Yuan widened her eyes, promptly shifting her path to avoid it. Song Chen grabbed her arm. Hey, are we going to help? Turning back, Gu Yuan fixed him with a piercing gaze and solemnly advised, Young man, I advise you not to be too youthful. Song Chen scratched his head in confusion. Huh? Gu Yuan patted his shoulder and said, Remember, when witnessing injustice, take a detour. These were all lessons learned through her own blood and tears. Song Chen was bewildered, wondering how she managed to sound so wise at such a young age. In the meantime, the elderly man was helped by a good Samaritan, and as expected, the elderly man demanded compensation from the one who assisted him. For a moment, Song Chen was left speechless. This is truly a case of scamming. Gu Yuan crossed her arms and let out a soft snort. I have long asserted that effort does not guarantee results, yet a lack of effort assures a certain comfort. After speaking, Gu Yuan narrowed her eyes, recognizing the elderly individual being assisted to his feet, who seemed oddly familiar. Chapter 60. Is anyone there?
Depart.
Was that not the plainclothes officer from yesterday? The elderly man, still rolling about in a theatrical display, insisted, "You must compensate me." "I don't care. You knocked me down. If you don't pay me today, I shall report you to the authorities." Feng Song regarded the unreasonable elder before him with a cold smirk, producing his police badge. "What a coincidence. I am indeed a police officer. Please accompany me for a moment. Society deteriorates due to the presence of parasites like you." He handed the man over to the airport police and turned just in time to spot Gu Yuan and Song Chen, who were watching the commotion. Feng Song smiled warmly. "Little girl, once again you find yourself amidst this spectacle." Gu Yuan grinned back. "Uncle, what a surprise to encounter you here." After exchanging greetings, Song Chen looked at Gu Yuan in astonishment. "You actually know a police officer? How did that happen?" Gu Yuan's smile faltered as memories of her mortifying experience from yesterday flooded her mind. Clearing her throat, she adopted a serious demeanor and lowered her voice. "That's a secret. When out and about, some questions are best left unasked." Song Chen immediately adopted a serious expression. "Understood, sir." Fate proved peculiar, as Gu Yuan and Feng Song ended up on the same flight, seated adjacent to one another. Glancing at her seat number, Gu Yuan realized she was situated between Feng Song and the officer named Xiao Sunday. Elated, she greeted them, feeling a surge of security. As the plane ascended, Gu Yuan felt a chill and wrapped herself in a blanket. Soon it was time for lunch. "Hello, would you prefer beef or chicken rice?" The flight attendant pushed a cart, inquiring of each passenger in turn. Gu Yuan, feeling a pang of hunger, eagerly gazed at the meal cart. At last, the attendant reached their row, her radiant smile directed at Feng Song. "Good day, would you like beef or chicken rice?" Feng Song replied nonchalantly, "Beef rice, please." "Very well." Gu Yuan grinned, knowing she was next in line for questioning. To her surprise, the attendant's gaze bypassed her entirely, addressing the officer beside her instead. "Hello, sir. May I ask if you would like beef or chicken rice?" Gu Yuan muttered, "Forget it, it's fine to let the officer go first." Although Xiao Sun was somewhat puzzled, he replied, "I'll have the chicken rice, please." Finally, the attendant's attention turned to Gu Yuan. Just as she was about to make her choice, the attendant hesitated and looked at Feng Song, asking, "And what about this middle passenger? Does she receive a meal?" Gu Yuan was momentarily stunned. "Huh? Why am I being deprived of my right to eat?" Having been a seasoned police officer for years, Feng Song quickly grasped the attendant's implication and chuckled, clarifying, "This young lady is a passenger, not one of our suspects." A hint of embarrassment crossed the attendant's face, and she promptly apologized to Gu Yuan. "My apologies, esteemed guest. Our system indicated that both individuals beside you are police officers, and you were covered with a blanket, leading us to believe you were." Gu Yuan covered her face in realization, understanding that they mistook her for a criminal. The young girl waved her hands dismissively, reassuring, "It's quite all right. I'll have one beef rice and one chicken rice, please." "Certainly." Seated behind Gu Yuan, Song Chen was nearly in stitches, bursting out laughing, "Ha ha, and you are simply too amusing. Weren't you just saying you wanted to lose weight?" Gu Yuan opened her meal, letting out a light hum, still in high spirits. "Wrong place. Wrong time, and I'm super hungry. Diet's officially on hold." Others around them chuckled and shook their heads in amusement. After disembarking, Gu Yuan and Song Chen exchanged glances, the young girl blinking in bewilderment. "How do we get to the recording location?" Song Chen, equally perplexed, replied, "I have no idea. The director didn't specify. Just provided us with an address." Unbeknownst to them, hidden cameras had begun their operation the moment they stepped off the plane. Gu Yuan sighed, glancing at the unreliable Song Chen, wishing for Mu Yubai's presence, who always had everything arranged. After a moment of contemplation, she began to ponder how to reach the recording site. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Song Chen spoke up first. "The distance from the airport to the recording site isn't too far. Let us take the bus. I noticed taxis in H province charge exorbitantly." Gu Yuan readily agreed. "Sounds good." As they exited the airport, a gust of cold air hit them, prompting Song Chen to shiver. "Goodness. I knew H province was north of the capital and might be a bit chilly, but I didn't expect such a drastic drop in temperature." Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. "Ach, this isn't merely a drop in temperature. It feels as though the King of Hell has issued a new task." Once on the bus, the two, dressed rather lightly, stood out conspicuously. Fortunately, there were 2 vacant seats. As Gu Yuan approached one behind an elderly woman, she was quickly interrupted. "Hey, someone is sitting here. You should stand to the side." Gu Yuan turned to look around, realizing that everyone else was seated. Gradually, she understood that the woman was saving the seat for someone. With a sly smile, Gu Yuan boldly shouted at the empty seat, "Clear out." She then took a seat. Grinning, "See? No one is here now." The woman's face darkened, and she huffed loudly, turning away and ignoring Gu Yuan. Upon arriving at the recording location, they found Xia Yan, Mu Yubai, and the others, Shang Ling and Duan Zhou, already present. Gu Yuan excitedly waved from a distance. "You all arrived so early. Are you trying to outshine everyone?" Xia Yan chuckled, covering her mouth. "Not at all. We just got here as well." Approaching Mu Yubai, Gu Yuan noticed the weary look on Duan Zhou's face and inquired curiously, "What happened to you? Did you end up plowing 2 acres of land?" Duan Zhou cast a resentful glance at Gu Yuan, sighing softly and falling silent. Gu Yuan, puzzled, asked, "Huh?" Shang Ling leaned in closer, whispering, "This guy is infatuated with a girl on the show, but he thinks he's unattractive, so he confessed. He's feeling quite down." Shang Ling winked at Gu Yuan, then quietly added, "And then, why don't you have a word with him? You always seem so confident." Gu Yuan flashed a toothy grin and waved her hand in refusal. "Farewell, I must confess my lingering insecurities. I lack the courage to hold another's boyfriend's hand in public." Upon hearing this, those present couldn't help but chuckle. Song Chen approached Gu Yuan and urged her, "Sister Mang, you are utterly oblivious to your own prowess. Trust me, the moment you offer a word of comfort, you will undoubtedly cure Duan Zhou's affliction of longing." Gu Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment, pondering how she could be so formidable. It seemed he was painting a grand picture, and he had ample evidence to back it up. Song Chen, alongside Shang Ling, chimed in, "Focus. You all insisted that I provide comfort. If I fail, do not blame me." With all eyes eagerly upon her, Gu Yuan stepped beside Duan Zhou, her gaze settling on his rugged features. Indeed, Duan Zhou was quite handsome, his facial structure embodying the archetype of a classic tough guy. Observing his despondent demeanor, Gu Yuan earnestly patted his shoulder, remarking, "As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Next time you encounter a girl you fancy, you must confess your feelings. Your looks are inconsequential. After all, what if she happens to be visually impaired?" Chapter 61. A Distressing Predicament. Duan Zhou. QAQ, what if it makes me even sadder? Gu Yuan, witnessing Duan Zhou's continued melancholy, instinctively took a step back, her mind racing with self-doubt, thinking, "I knew I wouldn't be able to console anyone." Song Chen, still rallying behind her, encouraged, "Sister Mang, when faced with adversity, we must confront it head-on. Why not give it another try?" Gu Yuan hastily shook her head, resolutely declining. "No, I believe there is no challenge I cannot overcome." Alas, her words failed to convince others. With a hint of resignation, Gu Yuan whispered to Duan Zhou, "In matters of romance, appearances hold little significance. What truly matters is the connection. You simply have yet to encounter someone who resonates with you." Duan Zhou, his eyes darting, looked up at Gu Yuan and inquired, "What do you prioritize when selecting a boyfriend?" Taken aback by his question, Gu Yuan stammered, "Ahem, looks. I have no feelings for those who are unattractive. Woe is me. I simply cannot lie against my conscience." Duan Zhou, woe is me. Gu Yuan shivered at the thought, pondering how absurd it was to witness a tall young man crouching on the ground, lamenting. It was truly a degradation of decorum. The onlookers, upon hearing Duan Zhou's lamentations, involuntarily shuddered, while Shang Ling directly approached him, patting his shoulder. "Brother, go weep in the restroom. Spare us your emotional turmoil." Duan Zhou, just another loveless day. Gu Yuan quietly retreated a step, intending to exit this chaotic battlefield. Another medical student, Xia Yan, approached with a curious smile, asking, "What inspired your desire to enter the entertainment industry? I thought young ladies from affluent families would shy away from such endeavors." Gu Yuan grinned, her cat-like eyes twinkling. "A single phrase from my father resonated with me profoundly." Song Chen leaned in, intrigued. "What did he say?" Gu Yuan lifted her chin, proclaiming proudly, "Rather than languishing at home, it is far better to stir up a tempest at work." Song Chen couldn't help but recall Gu Yuan's previous escapades at the Shun Group, her expression turning complex indeed. Your escapades at the Shun Group have certainly made you a notable source of concern for President Shun." The corners of Gu Yuan's mouth, which had been turned up in a smile, promptly fell at the latter part of Song Chen's statement. She looked at him earnestly, saying, "Please refrain from such exaggerated remarks. My heart cannot bear it." Meanwhile, at the Shun Group, the employees felt an invigorating freshness in the air after successfully sending Gu Yuan away. Shen Qingli continued to manage business as usual, having recently obstructed Lu Chun on several occasions, thereby seizing a considerable amount of his resources. By the time Lu Chun caught on, he would likely retaliate. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and Shen Qingli, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, replied, "Come in." Assistant Hao entered, holding a gift box, his expression somewhat conflicted. Shen Qingli's gaze shifted to the delicately wrapped pink box, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Assistant Hao. What is this? Assistant Hao quickly explained, President Shen, this is a gift from Miss Gu. She expressed her deep sorrow over the demise of the company's money tree and has sent this auspicious piece of calligraphy to bless the company. Curious about the contents, Assistant Hao wondered what exactly Gu Yuan had chosen to send. Shen Qingli smirked, instructing Assistant how to place the gift box on the table, then opened it. Given his understanding of Gu Yuan, he surmised she wouldn't be so benevolent. Both he and Assistant Hao regarded the box with a serious demeanor, fearing something peculiar might emerge. However, the box contained only a painting. As Shen Qingli marveled at Gu Yuan's unexpected kindness, his expression froze at the sight of the opened calligraphy. The artwork was strikingly eccentric. Assistant Hao leaned in, curious about the piece, only to be greeted by a dazzling golden hue. Indeed. Just the color alone seemed to invite fortune. At the center of the painting was a resplendent, meditating Ultraman. Upon seeing Ultraman, Assistant Hao's mind nearly imploded. Quickly regaining his composure, Assistant Hao suppressed his laughter internally, realizing that while it might not attract wealth, it certainly had the power to ward off evil. Shen Qingli exhaled a deep breath, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples, seeking to alleviate the strain on his eyes, acknowledging that this was precisely the sort of mischief Gu Yuan would concoct. As Assistant Hao stepped forward to retrieve the painting, Shen Qingli deftly sidestepped. A wry smile gracing his handsome features. Leave it with me. It's quite charming and may indeed serve as a talisman. Meanwhile, the group awaiting their recording found themselves idly sitting aside. Suddenly, Shang Ling let out a deep sigh. Gu Yuan looked over, perplexed, while Xia Yan promptly asked, "What's troubling you? Do you have something on your mind?" Shang Ling opened his mouth but was interrupted by Song Chen, who chimed in. "If you're grappling with romantic issues, you needn't say anything. Everyone here is a single dog, and no one can comfort you." Shang Ling shot Song Chen a disdainful glance, retorting, "Do I strike you as someone ensnared by love?" Song Chen scrutinized Shang Ling, uncertain. "Doesn't he seem like it?" Shang Ling, momentarily taken aback, shrugged and replied, "I was merely pondering my pet lamb." Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. "A lamb?" Shang Ling pulled out his phone and shared a photo, declaring, "This is the lamb we adopted. It now belongs to me. What do you think? Isn't it adorable?" The sheep depicted in the photograph appears to be fully grown, boasting a robust physique. Shang Ling continues to recount how they have diligently cared for this sheep for over half a month. Gu Yuan nods in agreement, remarking on how delightful the lamb's skewers look. The family members are moved to tears. Mu Yubai helplessly nudges Gu Yuan's arm, signaling her to temper her enthusiasm. As the discussion pertains to a pet, while she is referring to a potential meal, Gu Yuan gradually comprehends the situation and clears her throat, preparing to amend her earlier comment when Shang Lin suddenly interjects, gazing intently at her. "You too wish to savor roasted lamb, do you not?" His tone and expression suggest a kindred spirit has been found. He then hesitates, adding, "After nurturing it for so many days, I have developed some emotional attachment. I wonder if I could attribute some unfounded crime to it, thus making my consumption more palatable." Gu Yuan, exhilarated by the shared perspective, exclaims in excitement. The surrounding individuals are left speechless. The little lamb seems to retort, "Hey, cunning humans. In Chapter 62, you are somewhat of a tyrant." They never anticipated that Shang Lin possessed a hidden gluttonous side. In response to Shang Lin's hopeful gaze, everyone begins to rack their brains, contemplating the fictitious charge. Song Chen speaks up first, suggesting, "Why not interrogate it? After consuming so much grass, it has yet to lay a single egg. We cannot keep you here." Shang Lin ponders this, somewhat hesitantly asserting, "Isn't that somewhat unrealistic?" Xia Yan chuckles, proposing, "Then you could question it. Having eaten so much grass, why not weave a mat? Does that seem reasonable?" "Clearly not. Hence it should be culled." Shang Lin slaps his thigh, acknowledging the sound logic.
Mo eu by slip strits.
Choosing to disregard these peculiar thoughts of her companions. Previously, her life revolved around studies and climbing the social ladder, or encountering inexplicable women who looked down upon her. She had never interacted with such an eccentric group, and it seems that ever since meeting Gu Yuan, everything has taken a different turn. Eagerly, Gu Yaoan interjects. You all are missing the point. I have devised a solution that accommodates all. Song Chun and Xia Yan simultaneously direct their attention towards her. Gu Yaoan smirks. Waving her hand, Lin, next time, take a knife to the sheep. If it gets startled, that proves it harbors rebellious intentions and should be executed. Lin then inquires, but what if it remains unperturbed? Gu Yaoan chuckles, continuing, if it does not flinch, that indicates its calm acceptance, alleviating your guilt. Lin's face brightens, exclaiming, brilliant. Xia Yan covers her mouth, laughing uncontrollably, and in ancient times, you would surely be a despot. The director, who had been lurking in the background, chuckles heartily, realizing they have acquired ample material for the show. This group of guests is truly a source of amusement. The director, accompanied by the camera crew, arrives fashionably late. The host for this occasion is once again Chu Chi, who cheerfully greets everyone. Long time no see. Gu Yaoan and the others reciprocate. Indeed, it has been a while. Chu Chi continues, although we haven't met, I've often seen some of you trending online, indicating that your lives are quite vibrant. Gu Yaoan bashfully touches her nose, replying, you might as well have reported my ID number. Today marks the finale of our variety show, and I encourage everyone to express themselves freely without restraint. Observing the slightly anxious attendees, Chu Chi subtly works to lighten the atmosphere. Have you ever considered what title your life story would bear if it were made into a film? Perhaps you could jot it down on the whiteboard and we could share them one by one? Before long, everyone has completed their writing. Chu Chi beams as he begins with Song Chen. What have you written? Song Chen solemnly reveals his board, the content contrasting sharply with his serious demeanor. The peerless healer, my extraordinary life. Ha ha ha, quite impressive. Clearly, Xiao Song is determined to become a renowned physician. And you? Lin? Feeling somewhat guilty, Lin scratches the back of his head and reveals, rebirth. I roast whole lambs in the bustling city.
Puffed.
Lin, you still haven't forgotten your roasted lamb. Upon hearing Chu Chi's remark, Mu Yu Bai squints, realizing that he is aware of their recent discussion about roasted lamb. At this moment, Chu Chi remains oblivious to his own revelation, merrily enjoying the antics of these young souls. With Chu Chi's enthusiastic praise, everyone takes turns presenting their boards. Finally, it is Gu Yaoan's turn. And what have you written? Gu Yaoan lifts her chin slightly, a gleeful expression on her face. Mine differs from yours. I have penned a drama series. The others gaze at her in surprise, recognizing her as a prodigy, realizing that a mere film could not encapsulate her life. Indeed, Gu Yaoan's existence appears to be quite extraordinary. Under the expectant gazes of her peers, Gu Yaoan turns her board around, revealing the titles. Do not mock the youthful poor. Do not mock the middle-aged poor. Do not mock the elderly poor. The deceased should be respected. Tears of the Tomb Raider. Chu Chi exclaims. As everyone comprehends what Gu Yaoan has inscribed, they can hardly suppress their laughter. Goodness, it seems Gu Yaoan's life has been marked by poverty. It is rare to encounter a young lady from a wealthy family with such a narrative. Once Chu Chi regains his composure, he smiles at Gu Yaoan and you must believe in yourself. Wealth shall surely come your way. At this point, Chu Chi winks at her and you seem to be one of the few affluent individuals I know, and I will take great pride in mentioning you. The Gu family cannot merely be described as wealthy. They are the epitome of wealth and power. Though it is said that prosperity often leads to decline, the Gu family shows no signs of decay. A satisfied smile graces Gu Yaoan's face as she confidently declares, rest assured, when you mention my name in the entertainment industry, I cannot guarantee much. But you will undoubtedly stand tall within it. Is that so? Then Chu Chi is about to offer a compliment to Gu Yaoan when he suddenly realizes something feels amiss. Song Chen scratches his head, asking Sister Mang, even if we don't mention your name, we can still thrive in the entertainment industry. Unfazed, Gu Yaoan waves her hand dismissively. At this point in our conversation, let us not dwell on such trivialities. Chu Chi clears his throat, transitioning to the next segment. All right, everyone seems relaxed now. Shall we engage in a role-playing game? Gu Yaoan blinks. Role-playing? Indeed. Let us immerse ourselves in a classic excerpt from a martial arts novel. In your youth, your entire family was tragically slaughtered. And after enduring years of hardship and harboring a thirst for vengeance, you ultimately annihilate your enemy S-clan. At that moment, you unexpectedly discover a child hidden beneath your bed, a child strikingly reminiscent of your younger self. What course of action would you take? Gu Yuan paused momentarily, silently shifting backward, pondering the complexity of the role she was expected to portray in this variety show. Not only Gu Yuan, But also Shang Lin and a few others fell into a contemplative silence. Acting was simply not their forte. Chu Chi, with a keen eye, spotted Gu Yuan attempting to feign death by retreating. Is anyone interested in performing? He inquired. And then what do you think? Gu Yuan managed a smirk, her feline eyes sparkling with mischief. I wish to play the corpse. Upon hearing her declaration, it seemed to awaken a dormant ambition in others. Xia Yan, Song Chun, and several others exchanged glances, exclaiming, "We too wish to play corpses." Gu Yuan stealthily applauded her own cleverness, thinking, "For the same remuneration, I shall undertake the simplest task." This is a win. Mu Yubai's lips twitched in amusement. All right. You certainly know how to work smart. However, the bald director, still nursing grievances from Gu Yuan's earlier reprimand, without hesitation assigned her the role of the Avenger. Mu Yubai was cast as the child discovered, while the others were delighted to take on the roles of the corpses. Gu Yuan shot the director a look filled with reproach. The bald director retorted, "I see nothing. Do not cue me." As the stirring music swelled, the stage lights dimmed. Gu Yuan stood before the lifeless bodies, brandishing a prop weapon. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, locking onto the concealed Mu Yubai. In a chilling tone, she declared, "Child, I shall spare you this time, but when we next meet, we shall be mortal enemies." Mu Yubai trembled slightly, seemingly intimidated by Gu Yuan, yet internally critiquing her performance. Her portrayal lacked subtlety, the menace too pronounced, making it seem more like an impending execution than a merciful reprieve. With a disdainful huff, Gu Yuan sheathed her weapon and turned to leave, only to pivot back with a sinister grin, crooning, "Until we meet again, child, prepare to pay with your life." Chapter 63. Yes. I delight in spreading rumors. Mu Yubai's pupils dilated in shock. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Not only was Mu Yubai taken aback, but the others playing corpses, including Song Chen, also sat up in confusion. Song Chen scratched his head, bewildered. Mao Jia. Something feels off with the script. Gu Yuan snorted dismissively. You think I would let my enemies off the hook? Absolutely not. I would split your ants in half, scramble your eggs, and even kick your dog. As for your child, I would rather live a lifetime of regret than cower in fear. Gu Yuan then cast a vengeful glare at everyone present, donning the expression of a quintessential villain, "Since you are not yet entirely dead, allow me to deliver the final blow." As she gestured ominously at each of their throats, she earnestly proclaimed, "Once you are dead, you shall make no sound." This time, it was Chu Chi, standing off to the side, who stifled a laugh. Just before Gu Yuan could strike Mu Yubai down, he suggested, "How about you stab my heart instead? A decapitation seems rather undignified." Gu Yuan, without uttering a word, simply gestured for Mu Yubai to meet his demise. After completing her task, Gu Yuan scoffed, "Stabbing the heart is such a crude method. What if your heart is misplaced?" To be fair, Gu Yuan's actions effectively eradicated any future threats. On stage, while Gu Yuan remained standing, everyone else lay motionless until the director called for a halt, prompting them to rise one by one. Chu Chi approached with a smile. "And your perspective is quite unique. What inspired such a thought process?" Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow at him, her soft voice tinged with confusion. "I still cannot comprehend the foolishness of annihilating one's enemies, yet leaving a child alive. Is this a preemptive booking for an assassin in case they grow old and have no one to kill them?" With a serious expression, Gu Yuan remarked, "If only I had more time and resources, I would seal off their home and scatter their ashes into the sea. Given sufficient time, I would sever every object in their household taller than an ant into 3 parts and reduce them to ashes." Mu Yubai, smiling slightly, wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Yuan's sentiments, as she harbored similar thoughts. It must be noted that her mental state surpassed that of the screenwriters by several years. Chu Chi chuckled helplessly. If you were the antagonist, the protagonist would likely be slain before reaching adulthood. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan instinctively glanced at Mu Yubai, retorting meaningfully, "Not necessarily. We are merely on opposing sides, forced to act." Following the segment, the director intended to introduce a plot twist. But Gu Yuan's merciless portrayal left no one alive, compelling the director to concoct additional scenes. Observing the updated script, Chu Chi continued, "Since we have time, let us enact another scenario." Glancing at the script, a playful smile graced his lips. "This time, we shall perform a classic scene from The Overbearing CEO Falls in Love with Me, the blind date edition. The female lead and male lead will sit together for a blind date, with one actress portraying the female lead and another as her best friend. while a male actor will take on the role of the overbearing CEO, with the rest filling in randomly.
Guyuan.
Weary of questioning why the female lead would agree to a blind date with the male lead, quickly raised her hand, exclaiming, "I want to play the butler of the male lead. I can't wait to say, our young master hasn't he smiled like this in a long time. And also, you are the first girl our young master has brought home." Chu Chi's expression turned blank. Huh. Observing his perplexity, Gu Yuan blinked innocently. Of course. I could also portray the male lead as Dr. Friend. I have lines for that too. Ultimately, under the tyrannical director's whims, Gu Yuan successfully assumed the role of the female lead, with Xia Yan portraying her best friend, Duan Zhou as the male lead, Mu Yubai as the waiter, Song Chun as the doctor, and Shang Lin as the butler. Chu Chi, surveying the chaotic ensemble, felt too exhausted to critique. Yet he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation for what was to unfold. Duan Zhou, pleasantly surprised, thought that while there had been no confession in reality, experiencing a blind date through the script was quite enjoyable. Meanwhile, Gu Yuan's eyes darted mischievously, indicating she was concocting some mischievous scheme. The young girl leaned close to Xia Yan, whispering conspiratorially, "The director has mentioned that we need not adhere strictly to the script, so I shall surprise Duan Zhou shortly." Xia Yan raised her eyebrows, playfully inquiring, "What would you like me to do?" "No need," he replied. "Just follow the script as usual. Everything will depend on my improvisation." The performance is about to commence. The young girl's inner thoughts reached Mu Yubai's ears, and she raised her brows in anticipation. The scene was swiftly set, with Gu Yuan and Xia Yan seated at the table when Duan Zhou, donned in sunglasses, approached. "Hello. You must be the blind date that Aunt Lu introduced." Xia Yan nodded with a smile, playing along. "Indeed, this is Anan. She possesses an exceptionally good temperament. You two will surely thrive together." However, before Xia Yan could finish her sentence, Gu Yuan interjected bluntly, "If you have something to say, please do, as I must hurry to the next scene." With that, the young girl winked at Xia Yan. Xia Yan chuckled helplessly, remarking, "This is quite the challenge, even testing my improvisational skills." Duan Zhou's lips twitched. "Is this what you call a good temperament?" Xia Yan quickly backtracked. "Ahem. Who doesn't he have a bit of a temper? But even when Anan is upset, she never resorts to foul language, she embodies class." Duan Zhou, maintaining his composure, turned to Gu Yuan and asked, "And if I were to curse at you, how would you respond?" Gu Yuan scoffed, "I would berate you until you were drenched in sweat, teaching you the true meaning of regret for having ventured into this world." Duan Zhou turned to Xia Yan, bewildered. "Is this what you consider not cursing?" Xia Yan, with a fist to her lips, playfully responded, "Oh. Those with fiery tempers are often like this. They curse and forget in an instant. She never holds grudges." Gu Yuan nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. And allow me to advise you. Remember to keep your eyes peeled tonight, for I intend to ensnare you in my web." Duan Zhou, expressionless, turned back to Xia Yan. "No grudges, you say?" Xia Yan struggled to maintain her composure, subtly nudging Gu Yuan as she continued, "Well, seeking revenge on the spot is a virtue. Isn't it? Although, I assure you, Anan never speaks ill of others behind their backs." Duan Zhou looked at Gu Yuan in disbelief, hesitating. "Is that truly the case?" Gu Yuan lifted her chin confidently. "Yes. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is utterly pointless. I usually spread rumors instead. Preferably the more outrageous, the better." At this moment, Shang Ling, portraying the butler, entered from backstage. Though unseen, his voice echoed, "Oh, my young master. So, you are here on a date. I have never seen you smile. So expressionless." Shang Ling observed Duan Zhou's lack of a smile, puzzled, and whispered, "Brother, why the long face? Do you have something on your mind?" Duan Zhou awkwardly attempted a smile. "I had expected girls to be gentle, yet this young lady has certainly broadened my horizons." Gu Yuan grinned. A beautiful woman's gentleness is merely a reference. Everything is measured by their anger." Shang Ling, struggling to suppress laughter, finally managed to finish the scene. He turned earnestly to Gu Yuan. "You may not know this, but I have cared for our young master for over a decade. And you are the first girl he has met alone in all these years." Xia Yan was aware of Shang Ling's outrageous words, but was taken aback by their absurdity. She quietly remarked, "What is this? Is my gender not to your liking? Why the selective disregard?" Chapter 64, The Soul of Flame. Shang Ling, momentarily stunned, agreed. "Indeed, director, this line seems somewhat flawed." At this point, Duan Zhou was quite zen about it. He thought, just perform this scene without a word. He waved his hand, calling out, "Waiter, please bring us a few hot lattes." Mu Yubai, carrying a tray, arrived late, setting the lattes down one by one. Remembering his unfinished lines, Duan-zhou continued, You seem quite cheerful. Do you have any plans for your elderly years? Gu Yuan proudly nodded, ready to express her grand aspirations. Of course. When I grow old, I wish to be like old Bidding. I shall deliberately sit on the subway during rush hour, making the weary children give up their seats for me. And, if possible, I want to become a monkey at Qianling Mountain, swatting the ears of passing couples. Duan-zhou, caught off guard by Gu Yuan's outrageous statements, nearly choked on his hot latte, coughing violently. The surrounding individuals struggled to stifle their laughter, while Xiangling, with a chuckle, called over, Song Chen, come quickly. Our young master is choking. Song Chen emerged, donning a white coat, striding over to Duan-zhou to conduct a mock examination. With a serious demeanor yet exaggerated tone, he declared, Thank goodness I arrived in time. Xiangling feigned anxiety. What is it? My young master isn't suffering from some terminal illness, is he? Song Chen shrugged, putting away his examination tools. Not quite. Had I arrived any later, the young master's burn would have healed. Xiangling was nearly beside himself with laughter, dramatically cradling his heart. Oh, my poor young master, waking up alone on a vast bed every day. Gu Yuan's lips twitched, feeling the sting of being mocked. She cleared her throat, sincerely looking at Duan-zhou. It's evident you aren't very keen on blind dates. Let us do a speed version. Duan-zhou was perplexed. Speed version? Gu Yuan nodded earnestly, yes. You cheat, I'm heartbroken. We mutually delete each other and part ways. After saying this, she feigned heartbreak and quickly exited with Xia Yan. Duan-zhou sat there, dazed, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. It was indeed a thoroughly exhilarating blind date. Song Chen patted Duan-zhou's shoulder, offering consolation. Young master, cheer up. If you look at it from a different perspective, although you didn't find love, at least your reputation is still intact. Duan-zhou's face morphed into one of disbelief. Pray tell, is this your version of comfort? Xiangling was nearly in stitches, exclaiming, Ha ha, and it's all because you purchased the speed pass. At least they kept their heartbreak to themselves. Mu Yubai could no longer contain his laughter. The director and the camera crew were also in fits of giggles, the director's lips curling upwards, sensing that this episode would surely become a sensation. As the performance concluded, Chu Chi finally took the stage, clearing his throat. What a spectacular performance that was. I am utterly astonished. Now let us sit down and chat. Has anyone thought about what kind of person they want to become in the future? Song Chen was the first to speak. I aspire to be an internationally renowned physician, much like the esteemed Gu Xiuan. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled, and she nodded at Song Chen, exclaiming, What a clever lad. You certainly have some ideas. She felt immensely proud of her second brother. Song Chen, believing Gu Yuan was encouraging him, immediately flashed a goofy grin in her direction. After he spoke, Shang Lin chimed in, saying, I don't have grand aspirations. I simply wish to own a restaurant of my own, serving the dishes I love each day. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Yan responded, I too aspire to achieve something significant in the field of medicine. As for Duan-zhou, the romantic, he was quite forthright, stating, I wish to meet the girl I adore and share the rest of my life with her. Chu Chi nodded with a smile, agreeing, indeed. Bestowing one's affection upon a chosen partner for a lifetime is a romantic endeavor. He then turned to the still silent Mu Yubai and Gu Yuan, inquiring, What about you two? What are your aspirations for the future? A glimmer of determination shone in Mu Yubai's eyes as her cool, poised voice took on a resolute tone. In the past, I lacked direction, but now, I aspire to reach the highest heights of my potential, whether it be in power or wealth. Chu Chi expressed mild surprise, teasingly saying, I never imagined that both Yubai and Xia Yan would prioritize their careers. I thought you might be more like Duan-zhou, seeking a romantic partner. Mu Yubai and Xia Yan exchanged glances, merely smiling in response without elaborating. It seems the sister's life trajectory is somewhat askew. I'll need to observe further. Mu Yubai's early life was fraught with hardship, having faced numerous trials. While she may have once felt lost, after meeting Gu Yuan and witnessing her genuine joy each day, Mu Yubai realized her longing for love had lessened. Zhu Ji, intrigued, inquired further, May I ask if your ambition in your career stems from familial expectations or a revelation born from the pains of love? Mu Yubai shook her head gently, her clear, phoenix-like eyes igniting with fervor. I seek to ascend higher, not because of others, but because I desire to radiate my life's value from a greater height, to make my existence shine. Xia Yan nodded, her eyes sparkling with agreement. I feel the same. Observing the expressions of Mu Yu Bai and Xia Yan, Chu Qi found himself momentarily stunned. These two young women appeared unfazed by the prospect of being labeled ambitious, likely because their souls were ablaze with passion. A rare sentiment of admiration welled up within him as he gazed at Gu Yuan with added warmth and encouragement, asking, "And what about you, Anan? What kind of person do you aspire to be?" Embarrassed, Gu Yuan scratched her cheek and stammered, "Well, to be honest, my dreams seem rather trivial in comparison to Mu Yu Bai and the others." Chu Qi chuckled, initially assuming the young girl was yearning for romance, encouraging her, "No worries. Every individual's aspirations deserve respect." At this, Gu Yuan gritted her teeth and finally revealed her dream. "Actually, what I aspire to most in life is to be someone who is remarkable with just a bit of money." Chapter 65. Help Me, Phone Format. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent, and Chu Qi found himself at a loss for words. He twitched his lips, attempting to salvage the moment. That aspiration is quite, practical. With effort, you can certainly achieve it." Gu Yuan flashed a grin, saying, "What can I say? I'm quite poor. Every time I marvel at the vastness of the world, I can only afford to buy a globe."
Chu Qi, puao, vet ponde, mama.
What does that have to do with anything? Gu Yuan shrugged in exasperation. "I can't actually go to those places, so I can only look at them on the globe. And when I feel whimsical, I can spin it around." Realizing the humor in her words, Chu Qi laughed. "You might be onto something, an innovative way to save money." The next segment involved fan submissions. If you could only inscribe 3 lines on your tombstone, what would they be? Chu Qi asked, looking curiously at everyone. "You may write your thoughts on the writing board, and we'll reveal them in 3 minutes." Gu Yuan glanced around, attempting to gauge the literary prowess of her companions. Upon seeing the writing boards of Mu Yu Bai and Duanzhou, the young girl instantly donned a mask of despair, exclaiming, "Wait, how are you all so cultured?" As time dwindled, Gu Yuan waved her hand and wrote down the only line that came to her mind.
Chu Qi.
Having witnessed Gu Yuan's tendency to copy others in the past, initially intended to intervene. However, upon seeing her expression, he hesitated, thinking, well, it seems An might not fully grasp it anyway. Cough cough, time's up. Let us share what we've written, starting with Shang Lin. Shang Lin nodded seriously as he turned over his writing board, declaring, "Remember, burn me, money." Chu Qi couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed refreshingly straightforward. "What about you, Song Chun?" Song Chun grinned widely, stating, "Mine is a bit more practical. Today, I cannot greet you in person. I shall surely visit another day." Gu Yuan's eyes lit up. That final message would be astonishing in the realm of explosions. "I'm not joking." Song Chun raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "And what did you write?" At that moment, all eyes turned to her as Gu Yuan cleared her throat and flipped her writing board around, revealing, "Help me, phone, format." "Thank you," Song Chun exclaimed. "I'm truly enlightened." Chu Qi laughed and shook his head. "You can't deny that farewell is quite practical." "And what about you, Xia Yan?" Xia Yan's response was far more conventional. "Dear, I have arrived. Please rejoice for me." Mu Yu Bai's message exuded poetic elegance. Clouds fall upon mountains and seas. The moon returns to the western hills. Do not forget, do not yearn. Duanzhou's contribution also bore literary flair. Gu Yuan, witnessing this, felt her cornered smile twitch. Thinking, seriously, who can compete with you literary types? With a smile, Chu Qi looked at Gu Yuan and the others, teasingly suggesting, "Anan, perhaps you should learn from Mu Yu Bai and the others?" Gu Yuan maintained a serene expression, embodying a nonchalant demeanor. "No, thank you. As the saying goes, 1 minute on stage requires 60 off stage." Though learning without contemplation leads to ignorance, not learning or contemplating leads to bliss. Her argument was surprisingly persuasive. Song Chun and the others nodded vigorously, declaring, "She's practically our spokesperson." Chu Qi sighed. "All right, let us move on to the final segment, the fan meet and greet." As he spoke, he reflected on how this variety show had garnered each participant a plethora of fans, many of whom wished to engage with them face-to-face, prompting the invitation of their fans to the event. After Chu Qi finished speaking, a group of fans orderly ascended from the backstage.
Gu Yuan,
observing the fervor of the fans, involuntarily took a small step back. Their gazes upon her were somewhat unsettling. The first female fan stepped forward, addressing Chu. "Hello, Teacher Chu. I am a devoted admirer of Sister Meng. I greatly admire her spirited demeanor." And I wish to ask her how I can persuade myself to retaliate when others insult me. Gu Yuan blinked in confusion. Must one persuade oneself to retaliate? You must firmly believe that uttering profanity cleanses the mouth. If you swallow it, does that not taint the heart? Such wisdom. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon me. Gu Yuan nodded cheerfully. Exactly. If you scold him, he deserves it. If he scolds you, he clearly lacks civility. At that moment, another young man stood up, inquiring, I wish to know, Sister Mang, what is your secret to being so joyful every day? Gu Yuan gazed into the earnest eyes of the male fan and pondered for a moment before responding. Because I possess the right 3 perspectives. 3 perspectives? Gu Yuan nodded. As the saying goes, what concern is it of mine? What concern is it of you? What concern is it of him? Life is short. Let us cast aside personal integrity and revel in a life devoid of moral scruples. The male fan exclaimed, I have learned much. Then another female fan stepped forward, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Mu Yubai. I am a fan of Teacher Mu and I wish to ask him a question. Gu Yuan secretly exhaled. Finally, she wasn't the sole focus. Mu Yubai raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover a fan of his, and replied, Speak. The girl, stealing a glance at Gu Yuan, continued, Does Teacher Mu have any feelings for Nin? We've noticed you smile at her far more often than others. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Yuan was caught off guard by her own saliva, her eyes widening in shock as she gasped. This is utterly sensational. Mu Yubai helplessly twitched his lips, explaining no. It's simply because Nin is my first female friend. Prior to her, I had no friends. What Mu Yubai said was indeed the truth. All the girls he had previously encountered inexplicably harbored disdain for him. How pitiful. Not only Gu Yuan thought so, everyone present shared this sentiment. Yet, what Mu Yubai did not mention was that he had previously looked down upon making friends. The fourth to speak was yet another girl, her gaze fixed intently on the distracted Gu Yuan. Sister Mang, I am a university student, and my roommate often takes petty advantages of me. I frequently consider taking a step back for a broader perspective, yet I feel it is unfair. Should I retaliate? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yuan replied, Your thinking is flawed. Enduring only breeds more frustration. A step back leads to stagnation. You must retaliate. As long as you don't get annihilated, retaliate with all your might. Let them be bewildered. Let them be driven mad. Let them see stars. The girl's eyes sparkled with understanding. I see now. Thank you. Sister Mang. Next, a young man stood up, his gaze wandering over Mu Yubai's physique with a somewhat greasy smile. I greatly admire Mu Yubai's skills. I can also lift a 40-kilogram barbell. What do you think our chances would be if we were to spar? Gu Yuan twitched her lips, thinking him a fool. What are the odds? 3-7. 3 punches from Mu Yubai, and you're out. Chapter 66. Bestowing death upon the concubine. Mu Yubai's eyes darkened momentarily, a cold smirk escaping his lips as he replied, 50-50. I fear you, and you fear me. I fear I might kill you, and you fear being killed by me. The young man's smile stiffened, and just as he was about to retort, Gu Yuan added, Mu Yubai holds a black belt in Taekwondo, and besides that, he practices Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, and Karate. The young man immediately abandoned any thoughts of contesting further. Meanwhile, some fans were present merely for amusement. Fan A exclaimed, Sister Mang. Someone insulted me, saying I live by the sea, so I must meddle in others' affairs. What should I say? Gu Yuan pondered briefly before responding, You should say? No wonder the sewage truck passes by your door. You must savor the taste of the sea. Fan A. Brilliant. Fan B, seeing this, asked, Sister Mang, what if they challenge me to a duel? Gu Yuan grinned. Are you a pile of dung? Why would I need to challenge you? Fan B beamed, having gained wisdom. Fan C continued, Sister Mang, what if someone calls me an internet princess? Gu Yuan, faced with this sudden influx of inquiries, felt overwhelmed, yet dutifully provided an answer. Clearly, you possess the fate of a maidservant, calling everyone a princess. Fan D inquired, Sister Mang, what words hold the greatest power that can help us through tough times? Gu Yuan replied, a fortune teller once said you would be wealthy in the future. Among these playful fans were also those who sought genuine connection. Funny. A girl with a high ponytail excitedly declared, Sister Mang, I am your fan, and I truly admire you. For this, I rehearsed the new concubine's drunkenness at home. Just to sing it for you. Upon finishing her words, she launched into an off-key rendition. In that year, the snowflakes fell, and the plum blossoms bloomed. In an instant, all present donned expressions of anguish. How had this sister managed to sing every note so atrociously? After she finished, the girl eagerly looked at Gu Yuan. Cough, cough, Sister Mang, do you have anything to say to me? Gu Yuan rubbed her sore ears and tremulously responded, bring forth the decree. Bestow death upon the concubine. Ultimately, the interview concluded with the decree of death upon the concubine. After the recording wrapped up, the director approached the stage with a cheerful demeanor. Today, our inaugural episode of Workplace Initiation has come to a splendid close. Everyone, do not leave right after the show. Let us celebrate. Do you have any suggestions? Xia Yan and the others exchanged glances. Truth be told, no one enjoyed dining with their superiors. Only Gu Yuan raised her hand, declaring, I suggest we do not celebrate. The director smiled at Gu Yuan, then pretended he hadn't heard, turning to ask, everyone can take a moment to think about what to eat. Gu Yuan narrowed her eyes, pulling out a flashlight that emitted green light from her pocket, and approached the director from behind. Resting her chin on the flashlight, a chilling voice whispered into the director's ear, Director, I suggest we do not celebrate. Instantly, the director was covered in goosebumps as he turned around. He was met with Gu Yuan's eerie visage bathed in green light. Ah! The director jumped back in fright. Why, Anan, do you carry such peculiar items with you? Gu Yuan reclaimed her flashlight, snorting lightly. I thought it looked nice on the way here, so I bought it, planning to use it to scare my dad in the future. The director's lips twitched slightly, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Ultimately, no one could outmatch the director's will. Gu Yuan, embracing a zen-like acceptance, decided to adopt the strategy of if you can't beat them, join them. With great enthusiasm, she began to extol the virtues of a newly discovered treasure trove of a hot pot restaurant. Trust me, this hot pot is truly authentic and absolutely delicious. The ingredients are incredibly fresh. As it turned out, Gu Yuan's discerning taste was indeed commendable. The director, perspiring profusely, frequently dabbed at his forehead with a tissue, exclaiming, Anan, is this hot pot not a tad too spicy? Chu Chi nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. But why is it so addictive? Shang Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, this place is a gem. It's exquisitely tasty. Setting aside all else, can we simply discuss how delicious this is? Gu Yuan, with her face flushed from the heat, then showcased a small cake, exclaiming, delicious. YYDS. Xia Yan gazed at Gu Yuan with a hint of envy, remarking, Anan, with how much you're eating, aren't you worried about gaining weight? Gu Yuan shook her head. Not at all. I hardly gain weight. I've only gained once in my life. As an individual prone to weight gain, Xia Yan felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, how did you lose weight that time? Gu Yuan felt slightly embarrassed, surprised by Xia Yan's peculiar focus. After taking a sip of her drink, she hesitantly replied, at that time, I heard that horseback riding could help with weight loss. So, I persisted for a month. Xia Yan's eyes lit up. Is that true? What happened next? How much did you lose? Gu Yuan coughed lightly, covering her mouth. 10 pounds. After a month, the horse lost 10 pounds. Wow. Xia Yan gasped, her astonishment momentarily choking her. She couldn't quite fathom such an unexpected outcome. Gu Yuan touched her nose, muttering under her breath about Xia Yan's insatiable curiosity. Afterward, she abruptly shifted the topic. How about we play a little game? I'll randomly select someone from my friend circle. Song Chen joined in, and then, what do we win? Gu Yuan smirked, revealing a villainous grin, and ominously stated, no prizes, just a draw. Song Chen retorted, Gu Yuan, you little rascal. At once, everyone distanced themselves from Gu Yuan by half a meter. With a gleeful sip of her iced drink, Gu Yuan felt satisfied with her mischief, then kindly reminded, everyone, remember to know your limits, don't overindulge. Naturally, her words fell on deaf ears. Encountering such a delicious establishment was a rare delight. Ah, the spirit of my youthful days lives on in everyone. Gu Yuan's inner voice forcefully penetrated Mu Yubai's thoughts. Having spent several days together, she could discern the sincerity behind Gu Yuan's words. True to form, the following day, while Gu Yuan was in the midst of her slumber, her phone erupted with a cacophony of notifications, jolting her awake. Drowsily, she retrieved her phone, realizing it was colleagues from the previous night's hot pot gathering reaching out. Among them, Song Chen's comment stood out remarkably. Thanks to you, we're all at the proctology department of the hospital. My once glorious reputation is in tatters. And my doctor is my teacher. Crying profusely, still groggy, Gu Yuan bewilderedly replied with a. Song Chen promptly sent a voice message. That hot pot was so spicy, it nearly took my life. Gu Yuan raised an eyebrow. I warned you yesterday, but you didn't believe me. On the other end, Song Chun received Gu Yuan's message, replying, "No worries. In this vast sea of humanity, our encounter is a karmic retribution." Cue laughter gif. Chapter 67. An unexpected encounter with a traffic officer. Having relished her moment of triumph, Gu Yuan rose to tackle her thesis. By midday, she had finally revised and submitted it to her advisor. In the next instant, Chi Hanshu's call came through. "Hello? What's up?" Gu Yuan responded, perplexed, as it had been quite some time since she last heard from him. "I wanted to inform you that our advisor has changed. The previous one suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and has retired." Gu Yuan was taken aback. "Are you telling me we share the same advisor now?" Chi Hanshu sighed. "Can you be a little more reliable? Anyway, I'm just letting you know not to contact the previous advisor anymore. I'll send you the new advisor's contact information." After hanging up, Gu Yuan glanced at her freshly submitted paper, feeling a twinge of guilt as she stealthily retracted the document. Upon sending her thesis to the new advisor, notifications began to flood her phone moments later. She was pleasantly surprised, thinking, "Wow, my new advisor is quite responsive." However, the messages on her screen plunged Gu Yuan into contemplation. "Advisor 2, I've seen your thesis. I must say, it truly extracts the essence and leaves behind the dregs." "Advisor 2, I'm going to revise your paper, essentially rewriting it. I'll send you the materials. You'll need to redo it. Also, your formatting is incorrect. Remember to correct that." "Advisor 2, lastly, please do not include my name in your acknowledgements. That's not gratitude, it's slander." Gu Yuan sighed in resignation, muttering, "Scholars sure know how to deliver a cutting remark." As a beleaguered university student grappling with her thesis, Gu Yuan took a couple of sips of water before returning to her computer, diligently revising her paper. Just as she was on the brink of despair from the relentless pressure of her thesis, her phone rang once more. "Hello. If you have something to say, make it quick," came a weak voice that could ascend to the heavens. "Then what's wrong? Are you in trouble?" Yi Rushuang's voice echoed from the other end. Gu Yuan sighed deeply, her tone laden with drama. "My mental state resembles that of a bargain hunter. I either want to engage in a showdown or take a swing at someone. In short, I'm on the brink." Upon hearing this, Yi Rushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's perfect." Gu Yuan blinked in confusion, vocal. "You're like a living reincarnation of the king of hell." Yi Rushuang chuckled shyly, explaining, "My family wants me to go on a blind date, and I've heard the person isn't great. I don't know how to reject him. So, why don't you accompany me?" Gu Yuan's intellect immediately surged. "Sure. Send me the location, and I'll be there shortly." Gu Yuan's cat-like eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion. Hadn't Yi Rushuang been on the verge of an engagement with Shin Qingli? Was it possible that the engagement had been called off? If her memory served her correctly, in the original narrative, they had also failed to become engaged due to Mu Yubai's interference. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's straightforward response, Yi Rushuang smiled gratefully and, with an air of feigned brightness, remarked, "Shin Qingli and I have discussed it. We do not intend to pursue a union anymore. This is merely a matchmaking arrangement set up by our families." Gu Yuan narrowed her eyes, attempting to soothe her friend. "All right, understood. Don't be afraid, I'll be there shortly." It was no surprise that Shin Qingli opposed the union. After all, he was not a man easily manipulated. However, what astonished Gu Yuan was the Yi family's seemingly eager attitude towards Yi Rushuang's marriage. Were they truly so impatient to arrange a match for her? There must be some ulterior motive at play. Regardless, everything would be revealed once she arrived. The young woman reached out to shut her laptop, glancing at the location of Yi Rushuang's date and realizing it was alarmingly close to her home. "I shall ride my beloved little electric scooter," Gu Yuan declared with enthusiasm. Yet, the scooter's speed proved disappointingly sluggish. With time running short, her cat-like eyes gleamed as she pressed her lips together. "Let us embark on a thrilling race." However, just as she was about to unleash her speed, she encountered a traffic officer who halted her with an expression devoid of emotion. "You have violated traffic regulations. The fine is 50. Please pay your penalty." Gu Yuan's initially fiery spirit cooled instantly. She glanced around, noticing numerous others flouting the rules. "But sir, there are others disregarding the traffic laws as well. Why don't you apprehend them?" The officer remained stoic. "I will address them later. Right now, you must pay your fine." Gu Yuan's expression turned sour. Yet she resisted the urge to be overly defiant. "Humph. Just wait until I summon my uncle. You'll owe me 50 in return." The officer scoffed. "Then bring your uncle here. I'd like to see how formidable he really is." "Will I owe you 50? With a pout, Gu Yuan retrieved a 100 yuan note from the back of her phone case and flamboyantly offered it forward. "Here." This is my uncle. The officer's previously tense demeanor cracked. Indeed. This is our collective uncle. Ultimately, the officer returned 50 yuan to Gu Yuan. The young girl accepted it with a grimace, muttering under her breath, "Oh, uncle, you've truly borne the brunt of it." Left red-faced and returning green-faced. The officer remarked, "This last certainly has a flair for theatrics." Upon arriving at the designated restaurant, Gu Yuan found Yi Rushuang waiting at the entrance. "Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you." Yi Rushuang grasped Gu Yuan's arm and whispered, "What happened?" Gu Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. She couldn't possibly admit to being stopped by the officer. "Ahem, that's not important. What's the situation? Who is your match?" At her inquiry, Yi Rushuang's expression darkened, a shadow of sorrow crossing her face. "I once believed my parents loved me dearly. But after Shin Qingli's withdrawal from the engagement, I realized that their affection was merely for the connection to the Shin family." Gu Yuan was taken aback. In the original story, Yi Rushuang had attempted to harm Mu Yubai but ended up being sullied with scandal, resulting in a public uproar during her engagement's dissolution. The Yi family had been compelled to marry Yi Rushuang off to an elderly man more than a decade her senior. At the time, Gu Yuan had not pondered deeply on the plot, assuming it was a reluctant decision by the Yi family. Yet, it now appeared that they viewed their daughter as a mere tool for acquiring advantageous connections. Gu Yuan placed a comforting hand on Yi Rushuang's shoulder. "It's all right. You still have us." Yi Rushuang momentarily succumbed to sadness before quickly donning a smile. As the daughter of the Yi family, she could not afford to linger in sorrow. She lifted her chin and asserted, "Of course, I'm no meek lamb." Gu Yuan beamed. "Then let us meet your match." To her surprise, Yi Rushuang's suitor turned out to be an unexpected acquaintance. Chapter 68. Blind Date? The hunt begins. Gu Yuan gazed at the man seated at the table, eyebrows raised in surprise.
Is that?
Indeed, he was the very individual who had been doused in wine at the Shengtang Hotel.
Riza, equally astonished.
Hadn't he anticipated encountering Gu Yuan? "Miss Gu, it's been a while." He then shifted his gaze to Yi Rushuang, quickly assessing her in silence. Yi Rushuang appeared far quieter than Gu Yuan, clearly someone more easily manipulated. Li Zhe noted that his family was in need of the Yi family's technical support for a project. If this blind date proved successful, the Li family could save a substantial sum. Their gaze seemed to appraise a commodity, prompting Gu Yuan and Yi Rushuang to exchange discreet frowns. The Li family had been flourishing in recent years, hinting at a rise to prominence, in stark contrast to the declining fortunes of the Yi family.
Consequently,
Li Zhe arrived at the blind date with an unwitting sense of superiority. Yet an old adage rings true: a thin camel is still larger than a horse. A fact that Li Zhe failed to recognize. Gu Yuan contemplated further. If her memory served her right, Li Zhe was known for his frivolous lifestyle, the kind who frequently paraded around with various romantic interests. Why was he here for a blind date? He scrutinized Yi Rushuang with a critical eye, swiftly formulating a strategy in his mind. "I've ordered drinks for you both. I hope you enjoy them." Yi Rushuang politely sipped her coffee. "Thank you for your consideration." Li Zhe smirked and flirtatiously winked at her. "I'm relieved you like them. By the way, Miss Yi, you seem to be rather serious. You haven't smiled at me since you arrived." Yi Rushuang's lips twitched, feeling a visceral discomfort in the presence of such a superficial man. Gu Yuan paused mid-sip of her juice, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Why should Yi Rushuang be required to smile like the Mona Lisa at every stranger she encounters? Li Zhe paused, responding as if it were a matter of course. "I think that since you're here, a smile wouldn't be too much to ask, would it?"
Yi Rushuang, you.
Gu Yuan could no longer stomach her juice, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she cheerfully suggested, "Since you're already here, how about bowing to us before you leave?" Li Zhe shot her a baffled look, incredulous at Gu Yuan's audacity. "Miss Gu, could you consider others' feelings when you make such remarks? For instance, Yi Rushuang might not share your sentiments." Gu Yuan impatiently dug at her ear and remarked, "I do take your feelings into consideration. When I scold you, I make an effort to avoid using dialect, fearing that you might not comprehend." Li Zhe's gaze flickered with a hint of disdain as it swept over Gu Yuan and Yi Rushuang, prompting him to immediately alter his approach. He deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "What brings you here so late? Where have you been?" Yi Rushuang had already concocted an excuse. Her expression remained indifferent as she replied, "I was just out walking the dog with Anan, which is why we are late." Upon hearing this, a flash of overt dissatisfaction crossed Li Zhe's face. "Walking the dog? That's not a commendable pastime. I hardly have time for such trivialities. In the Li family, if you have time to walk dogs, You might as well spend that time accompanying my parents. After uttering this, a swell of pride surged within him. Miss Yi, are you truly so concerned about my parents? A disloyal wife is not one I would consider marrying. Yi Rushuang's complexion darkened instantly, and just as she prepared to retort, Gu Yuan seized her arm. With an expression of displeasure, the young girl glared at Li Zhe and coldly mocked, You don't have time? Should we tether your parents to help you walk them? Why is it that every time a pet is mentioned, you become sentimental? After speaking, Gu Yuan disdainfully pursed her lips and, in a tone that was ostensibly subdued, yet remarkably loud, whispered to Yi Rushuang, Is the matchmaking market so bleak these days that anything can pass for a suitor? Yi Rushuang nodded in agreement, her eyes wide with astonishment. Li Zhe's face reddened with embarrassment from Gu Yuan's veiled insults. Angered, he huffed, I am merely stating my family's rules. If you are unwilling to listen, that is your choice, but if you wish to marry into my family, you must serve and honor my mother and rise early to prepare meals for my parents. The atmosphere grew markedly tense. What a foolish proclamation. Yet, Li Zhe remained self-satisfied, declaring, My mother's teachings were no easy feat. My wife must be utterly obedient. Gu Yuan narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms as her voice turned icy. With a sardonic laugh, she retorted, Your mother has it tough? Her difficulties are not the fault of your wife. They arise from having you and your father, two self-serving individuals. Also, is your family on the verge of bankruptcy? Can you no longer afford a maid? Li Zhe perceived Gu Yuan as deliberately provoking him. Yet he continued unabated, With my looks, marrying into my family is hardly a loss. What is wrong with serving my family? Slamming her palm on the table, Gu Yuan abandoned all pretense and fixed a cold glare at him. Oh, you think you're handsome? You should thank your parents for bestowing upon you that mouthful of nonsense. Yi Rushuang looked at Gu Yuan with a hint of envy, eagerly offering her a glass of juice. Your wit is truly remarkable. Li Zhe's smile turned forced as he struggled to salvage his dignity. Why must Miss Gu be so upset? Miss Yi, you should be a bit more considerate. I genuinely wish to pursue a romantic relationship with you. He was confident that the Li family was the best match for Yi Rushuang. Gu Yuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. We can always rekindle romance if it fades. But once conscience is lost, it's far more difficult to recover. Yi Rushuang looked at Li Zhe with disdain. Indeed, you need not flatter yourself. I have no feelings for you. Upon hearing Yi Rushuang's rejection, Li Zhe began to panic. He hastily attempted to backtrack, but that's not the case. Miss Gu, you have no boyfriend either, so you cannot dictate Miss Yi's feelings. Gu Yuan chuckled. Who told you I don't have a boyfriend? At this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Gu Yuan lifted her chin defiantly. My boyfriend is wonderful. Doesn't he smoke? Doesn't he drink? And is quite presentable. He's non-existent. Yi Rushuang paused, momentarily taken aback before she stifled a laugh, lowering her head.
Liza's face darkened.
What I mean is, Miss Yi and I could try spending time together. After all, I even postponed an important meeting at my company for this matchmaking. Gu Yuan scoffed. So now when matchmaking fails, you resort to moral coercion? Yi Rushuang smirked coldly. Mr. Li, you need not employ moral coercion. I have no morals to bind. Gu Yuan puffed her cheeks, glancing at Yi Rushuang. What she said is all true. Let her say it. Gu Yuan nodded in agreement. Yes. Someone like you is better suited for someone worse, not for the likes of Yi Rushuang. Li Zhe, sensing that the matchmaking was failing, immediately darkened his expression and threatened. If I recall correctly, Miss Yi is currently being pressured by her family to engage in matchmaking. Am I wrong? Do you believe that if I were to personally visit the Yi family, they would prevent you from marrying me? Yi Rushuang's expression grew even colder at his words. Gu Yuan, her face taut with indignation, shot up from her seat. You dare? Li Zhe cast a scornful glance at Gu Yuan, delivering his cutting remarks. This is, after all, a family matter for the Yi family, and our Li family will soon develop into a first-rate lineage. Who can say whether the Yi family will still hold that status in the future? Gu Yuan scoffed derisively, her delicate features shadowed by a cold glint. Do you believe we, the Gu family? Just then, a voice, aged yet robust, resounded from behind Gu Yuan. And then, has someone been bullying you? The voice belonged to her grandfather. Gu Yuan let out a cold snort. Who dares to bully me? At that moment, she froze, realizing it was her grandfather's voice. The young girl promptly turned and dashed into her grandfather's embrace, pouting, Grandpa, they've all been bullying me while you weren't here. Chapter 69. The Chill in the Air. Grandpa Gu, Gu Jingji gently patted his beloved granddaughter's head, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes as he turned his warm smile toward Li Zhe. His words were gentle, yet laced with an unshakable chill. You are a child of the Li family, correct? It seems the Li family has quite a clear vision for its future. Li Zhe stood up, paralyzed by fear, his mind a blank. Why was Grandpa Gu here? When did he arrive? Trembling, Li Zhe could hardly form a rebuttal, but fortunately, Grandpa Gu had no intention of hearing Li Zhe's defense. He continued to pat Gu Yuan's head, still smiling as he added, but as the old saying goes, a full moon may wane, and overflowing waters may spill. The Gu family ought not to be so arrogant, for in a few months, whether the Li family will still stand in the capital is uncertain. Wouldn't you agree? As Li Zhe heard Grandpa Gu's words, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly offered his apologies. Grandpa Gu, it was my fault. I must have been out of my mind to say such nonsensical things. I hope you can overlook my folly. Grandpa Gu interrupted Li Zhe's plea with a smile. I am merely an old man. Naturally, I wouldn't hold a grudge against a young one like you. However, the thoughts of my sons and grandsons are beyond my control. Li Zhe's complexion paled instantly. He wished to defend himself, but before he could utter a word, he was escorted out by the bodyguard accompanying Gu Jingji. Despite his advancing age, Gu Jingji remained tall and robust. With a warm smile, he playfully pinched his beloved granddaughter's little face, his aged voice brimming with fondness. Then, are you feeling a bit happier? A radiant smile graced Gu Yuan's fair and delicate face, her small head nodding enthusiastically. Yes, I'm very happy. However, a hint of discontent furrowed her brow as she expressed her indignation. Why are they not afraid of me? Li Zhe was fully aware of the Gu family's backing, yet still dared to provoke her. Gu Jingji gently seated his deer on bow and spoke slowly. In this world, there are always those who fail to comprehend the situation. We must not allow such individuals to dampen our spirits. Do you remember what your father once told you? Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with understanding. Yes, I remember. My dad often says that feeling angry while out is a sign of weakness, while making others angry is a true skill. Gu Jingji nodded in satisfaction. Precisely. Do not waste your emotions on those who are irrelevant. Standing quietly beside Gu Jingji, the invisible Mu Laozi could not help but interject. Old Gu, is this how you educate your children? And might just be led astray by your teachings. Gu Yuan raised her head and noticed her grandfather's companion. Hello, Grandpa Mu. How did you end up with Grandpa? Gu Jingji shot a disdainful glance at Mu Laozi. My precious granddaughter is nothing like those rascals from your family, old Mu. So refrain from associating us. Turning back to Gu Yuan, he spoke kindly. Your Grandpa Mu is here to apologize to me. Gu Yuan blinked. Apologize? Gu Jingji nodded slightly. Indeed. Do you remember when Mu Wanwan attempted to implant a virus into your phone? Your elder brother discovered that the virus originated from the Mu family, specifically from Mu Kwa. At this point, Gu Jingji's aged eyes narrowed, and he let out a cold huff. Well, your Grandpa Mu just learned of this and invited me over to clarify matters. Of course, whether Mu Laozi was truly in the loop was anyone's guess, and Gu Jingji had no inclination to speculate about his ulterior motives. The only reason he accepted Mu Laozi's invitation was to see on Bao. Gu Yuan nodded, a flicker of realization crossing her face. Over the past few days, Gu Liunian had caused the Mu family considerable trouble, and it was likely that Mu Silin had taken notice, hence this situation. Gu Jingji, wishing to avoid convoluted discussions with his granddaughter, turned his gentle gaze towards Yi Rushuang. This young friend is a companion of my Bao, correct? Caught off guard by being addressed, Yi Rushuang quickly rose, respectfully looking at Gu Jingji. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Yi Rushuang from the Yi family, a friend of Anan. In his youth, Gu Jingji had been a formidable figure, but with age, he had tempered his brilliance. No one would be foolish enough to provoke him. Gu Jingji's eyes surveyed Yi Rushuang, and he smiled warmly. My Bao can be a handful, and I appreciate your patience in being her friend. You must have felt wronged earlier. Do you require assistance? The unexpected concern made Yi Rushuang's eyes glisten with tears. When no one cares, one might not feel their grievances. However, once someone shows concern, the pent-up emotions seem to overflow uncontrollably.
Yi Rushuang discreetly vipet.
Realizing the significance of forging a good relationship with the Gu family, she could not squander this precious opportunity over matters pertaining to her own marriage. Gratefully, she glanced at Gu Jingji, then offered a bittersweet smile, her gaze revealing newfound clarity. Thank you, Grandpa Gu. Though I am uncertain whether my life has been a chaotic mess, or if I have simply lost at life, I do not wish to give up easily. I aspire to carve out a path of my own. Admiration flickered across Gu Jingji's face. Splendid. My Anbao is fortunate to have a girl like you as a friend. Should you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek Anbao's assistance. Yiru Shuang's hands clenched with excitement. Thank you, Grandpa Gu. Gu Jingji laughed heartily, his demeanor markedly different from the earlier, threatening air. His aged voice carried a note of encouragement. Dear child, do not fear. Take things slowly, and results will come in time. We must allow time to heal the past and embrace new beginnings. Yiru Shuang's eyes shone with determination. Yes, I will.
Mulaoji.
Seated beside Gu Jingji, sighed inwardly. The old gentleman's ability to connect with others remained formidable. This conversation would undoubtedly make Yiru Shuang more considerate towards Gu Yuan in the future. Gu Yuan gazed up at her grandfather with admiration, quietly leaning closer to him and whispering, Grandpa, you're amazing. You comforted Yiru Shuang so effortlessly. She had been pondering how to console her. Gu Jingji glanced at his granddaughter, responding with a cheerful affirmation. Yiru Shuang, suddenly enlightened, stood to bid farewell to the two elderly gentlemen before promptly exiting the restaurant. Gu Yuan leaned closer to her grandfather, whispering, Grandpa, can we go home now? After my father kicked me out, he didn't even give me money, leaving me to wander alone. She sounded quite forlorn. Gu Jingji chuckled at Gu Yuan, choosing not to expose her little ruse. He responded to her complaint, All right, Anbao, let us return. I shall teach your father a lesson. Chapter 70, a showcase of childhood embarrassments. Gu Yuan nodded vigorously. Yes, that's wonderful. Long live Grandpa. After bidding farewell to Grandpa Mu and boarding the car home, Gu Yuan remained exuberant, chattering away about her grievances. Grandpa, I feel like my dad has been too arrogant lately. The last time I painstakingly made him a drink, not only did he fail to thank me, but he also mocked me. Listening to Gu Yuan, Gu Jingji seemed to recall something, his aged voice resonating. And then what happened? Gu Yuan pouted. Then I got so mad that I stormed out. Gu Jingji instantly understood. Oh, that was the time your father chased you for 8 blocks to retrieve the door you slammed? Gu Yuan hesitated, unsure if she should continue expressing her anger. Ahem, Grandpa. You're missing the point. The driver, who'd been behind the wheel, struggled to suppress his laughter, thinking, Goodness, what a peculiar young lady she is. At this juncture, Gu Yuan was still somewhat perplexed. It struck her as odd. She distinctly remembered that during her childhood, when she prepared bubble tea for her father, he relished it greatly. Hearing his granddaughter's lament, Gu Jingji's lips involuntarily twitched as he replied, Are you referring to the bubble tea you made for your father? Gu Yuan blinked in bewilderment. Yes.
What's wrong with that?
Gu Jingji couldn't help but chuckle. Anbao, you might have forgotten, but during our trips to the countryside, you once prepared soy milk for your father and added sheep dung beans as if they were pearls, only to reveal the truth after he had finished drinking. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. And then, Gu Jingji gently patted her head. Then your father vomited for 3 straight days. Gu Yuan swallowed hard, feeling a tad conflicted. Didn't my father scold me? Why can't I remember this? Gu Jingji explained, because I intervened. Overcome with emotion, Gu Yuan exclaimed, Wow. Grandpa, you're so kind. As Gu Jingji reminisced about her childhood, he became more animated. By the way, that was our first and last trip to the countryside with you. Gu Yuan scratched her head in confusion. Yes, why haven't I been back since then? Gu Jingji sighed, casting a glance at her. Because you and your little uncle, Gu Si, created such chaos that the entire village could find no peace. They no longer welcomed us. Gu Yuan was incredulous. Really? Do they hold grudges like that? Gu Jingji exchanged an exasperated glance with her. Just then they arrived home, where Gu Yu cast a sidelong glance at Gu Yuan as he continued, and you still wonder why. You and your little uncle, bored, decided to blow up people's toilets. On average, every household in that village suffered your pranks at least twice. Ruffling Gu Yuan's hair, Gu Yu added, Your mother, who was responsible for your baths back then, was quite puzzled. Every time you returned from outside, you transformed into a little stinky child. You didn't think it was disgusting? Gu Yuan protested. Honestly, I had no idea about all this. It's such a dark history. She hastily escaped from her second uncle's grasp. All right. No more. I don't want to hear about my dark past. With that, she dashed into the living room, leaving her grandfather and second uncle behind. Unfortunately, Gu Yu's voice echoed from behind her. I wonder if Enon remembers that year during Tomb Sweeping Day when we knelt before our ancestor's gravestone and a little brat hid behind it, shouting, All of you, rise. At this, Gu Yuan stumbled mid-run, nearly losing her balance and quickly quickened her pace, denying vehemently, No. I don't remember. Gu Yu and Gu Jingji exchanged amused glances, both wearing faint smiles. In her childhood, Gu Yuan, with her soft and innocent visage, often engaged in antics that raised blood pressure. Yet, each time they recounted her mischief, she would blink her cat-like eyes, silently shedding tears, an expression of utmost grievance, both pitiable and infuriating. Once Gu Yu and Gu Jingji entered the house, they found Gu Yuan sprawled on the sofa, peacefully with her eyes closed. On Bao, are you tired? Gu Yuan reflected on her childish folly, realizing that her survival to this day was largely due to everyone's leniency. With a deep sigh, she puffed out her cheeks and declared, "Yes, I shall quietly sleep and wake everyone up at midnight." Thankfully, her father had not yet returned, otherwise, she would have no idea how to face him. Hearing her words, Gu Jingji paused on the stairs. Recognizing this was indeed something On Bao could do. He cleared his throat and approached the little girl, On Bao, since everyone isn't home yet. How about going night fishing with Grandpa? Gu Yuan waved her hand dismissively. I think I'll pass, Grandpa. Fishing seems rather dull. Gu Jingji handed her a small bucket, urging, fishing can cultivate one's character and bring tranquility to your mind. Come along with Grandpa. You see, Mu Laotu's grandson accompanies him fishing. Though Gu Yuan's expression was blank, she ultimately followed her grandfather reluctantly to the fishing spot, which fortunately was not far away, with a dedicated paid fishing area nearby. Gu Jingji walked ahead, content, noting that On Bao had a knack for fishing. She seemed to catch more fish with a simple stick than he could with professional gear. As he ambled along, he pondered whether this was perhaps a novice protection period for fishing. Soon, Gu Yuan arrived at the night fishing location with her grandfather. The fresh and pleasant air rejuvenated her spirit. On Bao, come pick a fishing rod.
Coming.
Gu Yuan approached the array of rods and immediately selected the longest one.
Grandpa.
I want this one. Gu Jingji glanced at her choice and remarked, so you like this one? It happens to be made of the finest materials. Perhaps our On Bao will catch a hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds. Gu Yuan grinned, feeling confident in her abilities. With all her strength, she cast the line into the water. Sitting before the rod, Gu Yuan waited patiently for an hour, yet still had not caught a single fish. With a sigh of dismay, she wondered if she would end the day without a catch. Just as she contemplated this, the fishing line suddenly twitched. Her eyes sparkled. Wow! I caught something. Leaping to her feet, she tugged at the rod, eager to reel in her prize. However, no matter how hard she pulled, the rod remained stubbornly still. Frantically, she turned to her grandfather. Grandpa, I think I've hooked a big fish. Gu Jingji smiled and nodded. On Bao, don't rush. Do you remember the fishing technique I taught you? First, tire out the fish and then reel it in slowly.
Got it.
After a good 10 minutes of skillfully maneuvering, the fish finally wore itself out, and Gu Yuan quickly reeled in the line, bringing the large fish closer. Standing beside her, Gu Jingji's brow furrowed as the creature drew nearer. On Bao, is that a crocodile you've caught? It's enormous. As Gu Yuan's words faded, the object of her catch gradually came into view. Upon realizing what she had actually hooked, Gu Yuan was left speechless. Where did this boat come from? A frail old man sat trembling within, and upon spotting Gu Yuan and her grandfather, he erupted in terror. Oh my goodness. You scared me to death. I thought some foul creature had come to claim my life. Chapter 71. The Gu family, and should start dating. Upon hearing those words, Gu Yuan froze momentarily and hurriedly apologized to the elderly gentleman. He was an old man who, in the dead of night, ventured out to earn extra income by stocking the fish pond. Gu Jingji, feeling a sense of helplessness, cast a glance at his beloved On Bao and stepped forward to remedy the situation she had caused. After offering some words of comfort, he finally managed to placate the elderly man. However, judging by the old man's demeanor, it seemed he would likely refrain from venturing out at night for some time to come. Once the elderly gentleman had departed, Gu Jingji approached On Bao, gently patting her small paw. On Bao, you truly are remarkable, always brimming with boundless energy. Gu Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head. Just a short while ago, she had been trying to catch fish for about 10 minutes, claiming that the fish were no longer darting about. It turned out that the old gentleman had simply ceased to struggle. With a bemused smile, Gu Jingji remarked kindly, let us head back. Your father and the others should have returned by now. Okay. Unlike the desolate and eerie old houses of others, the Gu family estate, thanks to Gu Yuan, was filled with a vibrant spirit and warmth. This little girl was a perpetual source of mischief, infusing the tranquil Gu family home with vivacity and a sense of humanity. Although the descendants of the Gu family each had their own homes outside, they still made it a point to return to the old house whenever possible to spend time with the elderly patriarch. Of course, it was also likely that they were curious about what trouble Gu Yuan would stir up next. Upon returning to the Gu family estate with her grandfather, Gu Yuan discovered that her father, mother, and second aunt were already home, while her second uncle was likely out. Gu Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she promptly leaped into her mother's embrace, exclaiming, "Mommy, I missed you so much. These past few days of wandering have been so miserable." Gu Lin's resonant voice drifted over from the side, and before you lament your woes, perhaps you should first take a look at your father's condition? Oh. Gu Lin's arm was encased in a plaster cast, making him indeed appear rather unfortunate. Gu Yuan timidly clung to her mother, remaining silent. It was during their last visit to the hospital, after a fire incident involving her father, that he had injured his arm while rushing down the stairs, and after finally being discharged, she had inadvertently tripped him into her grandfather's meal. Reflecting on it, she realized she wasn't the most unfortunate one after all. Suya Mayan playfully chided her husband with a smile, pulling her dear daughter closer. And just in time. I've designed some outfits for you. Would you be willing to try them on for us tomorrow? As a renowned fashion designer, Suya Mayan had gained fame at a young age, and her creations were highly coveted. Yet, she particularly enjoyed designing new clothes for her daughter. Both Suya Mayan and Gu Yuan shared a striking resemblance, each possessing beautiful cat-like eyes. However, while Suya Mayan's eyes added a touch of brilliance to her gentle demeanor, Gu Yuan's made her vivacious spirit even more pronounced. Gu Yuan, snuggling against her fragrant mother, replied obediently, "Sure." At the same time, she cast a furtive glance at her father, uncertain of how to face him after the incident involving the sheep dung beans. Little did she know, Gu Lin's gaze was entirely focused on his wife. "Dear, you've designed far too many outfits for Nin, yet you've hardly made any for me." Suya Mayan sighed, glancing at her husband, "But I specialize in women's fashion." Gu Yuan suppressed a giggle, mischievously winking at her second aunt.
"Chu Jin smile,"
playfully pinching Gu Yuan's cheek. Each member of the Gu family possessed remarkable identities. Chu Jin was an internationally renowned doctor, and Gu Yuan suspected that her second brother's ambition to become a doctor was influenced by his second aunt. Gu Lin had been waiting for his daughter to come and cuddle him, but after waiting in vain, he reached out to stroke Gu Yuan's small head, feigning a stern tone. "Why isn't and talking to her father? Do you still love me?" Gu Yuan raised her chin, grinning cheekily. "Of course, I love you,
Dad.
but please don't ask such questions. If anything changes, I will let you know." Gu Lin was momentarily speechless. On the sofa nearby, Gu Jingji watched the warm scene unfold with a smile. His third son, adept in politics and strategy, always found himself at a disadvantage when it came to his daughter. Suya Mayan peeled an orange for Gu Yuan and asked, "And have you had fun these past few days? Have you encountered anyone you like?" Gu Yuan's cat-like eyes widened in surprise, but before she could respond, Gu Lin interjected, "And Nin is still young. There's no rush for her to find a partner." Suya Mayan shot a teasing glance at Gu Lin, recalling a popular meme from the internet. She quipped, "What if a certain blonde wishes to confess to Nin?" Gu Lin's expression darkened. "Then I will ensure that anyone approaching Rin will be dealt with severely." Gu Yuan rolled her eyes. "Dad, you're being ridiculous. Our lives seem to be turning increasingly dramatic." With a huff, Gu Lin pinched Gu Yuan's cheek and earnestly advised, "If you happen to like someone, you must tell us. We won't interfere, but we will certainly investigate their background." He silently added, "Once we ascertain who they are, it wouldn't be too late to devise a plan to keep them apart." Suya Mayan, exasperated, nudged her husband. "We still need to keep an eye on Nin. In her generation, there are indeed some quite capable kids." Chu Jin nodded in agreement, suggesting that allowing Nin some exposure wouldn't be detrimental. Suya Mayan acknowledged this with a nod and turned to Gu Jingji. "Dad, what do you think? I recall that old master Mu sought you out today, likely to test the waters on this matter." Gu Jingji took a leisurely sip of tea, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Anan's marriage should ultimately be her own decision. This old man shall not meddle." Gu Lin's expression remained grim. In his view, aside from family, men from the outside were not to be trusted. "What about Nin? What does she think?" he asked, turning his attention to Gu Yuan, who seemed lost in thought. Suddenly coming back to herself, Gu Yuan declared, "Is it finally my turn to speak? Ahem. Embracing new ideas, striving to be a new youth. Our nation has yet to achieve prosperity. How can we speak of romance? The youth of the new era, basking in the spring breeze of progress. must follow the direction pointed by the red flag, advancing with determination through hard work to forge a brighter future. Therefore, I shall not engage in romance. Su Yamayan and Chu Jin exchanged glances, helplessly silencing their responses. Very well, the principal is indeed focused on the greater good. Gu Lin's smile widened upon hearing this. Dating? Who is dating? And then is going to date? The voices of Gu Liunian and Gu Shiwen rang out in unison, both laced with discontent. Are you kidding? And N hasn't even graduated yet. What romance could she possibly entertain? What is so appealing about those men outside? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up as she glanced toward the entrance. Elder brother, second brother. You're back. Gu Liunian and Gu Shiwen exchanged a subtle nod, then turned their puzzled gazes towards their third aunt. Su Yumian inquired, why haven't you tucked it into your pocket?